The Lord's Empire Chapter 1360 to Chapter 1445. He had not seen Lin Yan'er in a long time, and hearing her say that she missed him, Lu Nan felt as if he was dreaming. He asked in disbelief, "Is this true? Yan'er, did you really miss me?" Lin Yan'er put on a weak look and said, "Junior apprentice brother, of course I missed you. Of course I miss you. Why, don't you believe me?" "No. I believe you," Lu Nan hurriedly said. He was so anxious that he could not speak clearly, and he was afraid that Lin Yan'er would misunderstand him. "Junior apprentice brother, can you help me with something? I want to see your master, can you call him over? If you help me with this, I'll agree to anything you want." Lin Yan'er gave off a trace of flirtatiousness as she looked at Lu Nan with her beautiful eyes. Lu Nan felt as if his heart was going to jump out of his chest, and his blood quickly flowed. He felt as if he had lost the ability to think, and he immediately agreed, "All right. I'll immediately call my master over." As he spoke, Lu Nan excitedly took out a sword talisman and shot it out. "Senior apprentice Sister Yan'er, now that I've helped you, can I really do anything? I want to hug you, and if possible, I want to kiss you," Lu Nan said nervously as he looked at the flirtatious Lin Yan'er. However, Lin Yan'er's expression instantly changed, and she said condescendingly with a trace of mockery, "Junior apprentice brother. Do you think you're capable of touching me? Don't even dream about it. I only belong to my husband." Lu Nan felt quite startled, and looking at Lin Yan'er's sudden change in attitude, he could not react in time. "Yan'er, when did you have a husband? Was it senior apprentice brother Xiao?" "That's right, he disappeared from the ancient sword sect with you." Lin Yan'er said disdainfully, "He doesn't have the right. If I tell you who my husband is, it'll scare you. He's the mysterious emperor that the ancient stem domain has been searching for this entire time." Immediately, Lu Nan felt as if he had fallen into icy water and felt a bone-chilling coldness. His body instinctively trembled, and he felt a wave of terror. That mysterious emperor's name was incredibly terrifying, and he had enmity with the ancient sword sect. Thinking about what Lin Yan'er had just asked him to do, Lu Nan did not hesitate and turned to run, wanting to tell his master not to come. Pooh! A sharp sword pierced through his chest from behind. Lu Nan struggled to turn his head to look at the woman he loved the most. There was no hatred, no anger, only some sadness. Lin Yan'er smiled and whispered in Lu Nan's ear, "Junior apprentice brother, don't worry. You have such a good master, but you're still so weak. Look at how quickly my cultivation has risen. Right now, I'm also at the Saint Realm. It's all thanks to my husband. Actually, I was a bit touched by what you did before. Although your identity is not bad, your talent is too low. You can't compare to Xiao Chongfeng, and you can't compare to my husband. Although I am only one of the countless women he has, I will continue to work hard. If I do this well, my husband will dote on me and do it with me in all kinds of positions. I'm addicted to that feeling. You should be happy for me now. I'm doing very well now. Thank you for your help. I'll remember you." Blood continuously flowed out of Lu Nan's mouth and his aura continuously became weaker. He looked at Lin Yan'er in a daze and said, "I wish you the best." Lin Yan'er smiled and lightly nodded. She pulled out the sword that had pierced through Lu Nan's chest, and Lu Nan powerlessly fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. Lin Yan'er waved her hand and put Lu Nan's corpse away. She covered up the traces of blood and smiled as she flew into the sky and came to Zhao Fu's side. "Husband, that elder still hasn't come? How about I serve you for a while?" Zhao Fu did not even think about it and immediately refused. "That's a world realm expert, you can't be careless." Lin Yan'er hugged Zhao Fu's arm and smelled Zhao Fu's aura as she nodded and looked into the distance, waiting for the elder to arrive. Boom! A powerful ray of light shot over, giving off a massive aura. It was an ugly-looking middle-aged man. After arriving, the middle-aged man looked around and did not find Lu Nan. He felt quite confused and felt a trace of a bad premonition. By the time he wanted to do something, it was too late. Boom! A 100-meter-tall bronze giant appeared behind him and raised its bronze sword with both hands. It gave off a heaven-toppling aura of killing and conquering as it slashed out, causing destructive power to explode out. Azure light exploded out, covering everything. Cough. However, the elder was not dead and coughed up a large mouthful of blood as if he had been heavily injured. Zhao Fu had released all of his nation armament's power and had launched a sneak attack, but he had not been able to kill the elder. It seemed that world realm experts were not ordinary. However, the elder had been heavily injured after receiving that attack, and Zhao Fu did not hesitate to summon more bronze soldiers, killing the elder in a few more blows. Zhao Fu first put away the elder's corpse. This was a true world realm expert's corpse, and it was a very precious material. After receiving the elder's command medallion, Zhao Fu used it to send out orders for the 10,000 law enforcement sword cultivators to come. Because he did not want to attract too much attention, Zhao Fu did not dare to call out too much. The law enforcement sword cultivators came according to Zhao Fu's orders. There were men and women, and some of them were quite old, and their auras were all quite powerful. Because this was an order from a world realm elder, no one dared to question it. After all, there were only 10 or so world realm experts in the ancient sword, and all of them had great authority. Their statuses were incredibly prestigious. Seeing the 10,000 law enforcement sword cultivators foolishly gathered here, Zhao Fu smiled as he walked out. "Who are you?" Seeing this stranger suddenly appear, everyone felt that something was off, and some people even stealthily retreated, planning to immediately escape. Zhao Fu smiled and did not reply. There was no point in talking to a group of dead people. He took out the emperor-killing sword and a ferocious and evil aura flowed out, causing countless people's bodies to freeze, and they felt terror from the depths of their souls. "Hurry and run!" Most people understood that this was a trap, and someone yelled. Boom! In that moment, Zhao Fu stabbed his sword into the ground and a terrifying black and blood-red energy barrier spread out, covering the 10,000 law enforcement sword cultivators. "Ghost Lord!" Zhao Fu lightly cried out as a cold and eerie aura spread out, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. White-robed ghostly figures with savage expressions and claw-like hands appeared behind the countless law enforcement sword cultivators. After these ghostly figures appeared, they evilly laughed and grabbed the law enforcement sword cultivators before disappearing, seeming to drag them into nothingness. Some people were unable to resist at all, as they could not attack the ghostly figures at all. They were like phantoms and could not harm them at all. The law enforcement sword cultivators who had disappeared were naturally dragged into the emperor-killing sword world, and none of them were able to escape. After doing all of this, Zhao Fu and Lin Yan'er quickly left. Even though Zhao Fu had his nation armament and did not fear world realm experts, if the ancient sword sect master came, Zhao Fu would not be a match for him. As such, he had to leave as soon as possible. After all, he had already achieved his goal. Following this, the ancient sword sect quickly found out about what had happened here. They had lost a world realm elder and 10,000 stage 6 disciples, which was a great loss. What made them even more furious was that they still did not know who had done it. It was highly likely that it was that mysterious emperor. If it was that mysterious emperor, things would be troublesome, as he had the ability to kill world realm experts. It was possible that the other elders would die at his hands. As such, the ancient sword sect went all out to defend and forbade elders and disciples from going out. The ancient sword sect master searched for Zhao Fu, wanting to kill him at all costs. Back then, world realm experts could suppress him, but now, he could easily kill world realm experts. If he was allowed to continue developing, the ancient sword sect would be in danger. It was not just the ancient sword sect master who was searching for Zhao Fu. The ancient sword sect's core also prepared to move out and kill Zhao Fu. In the Bear Mountain Kingdom, the Netherine dynasty's expression was quite serious. They had never thought that the other party would be such a threat, and they regretted what they had done in the past. They had not received any benefits and had offended such a terrifying person. The other large factions felt quite shocked, but the Dao Cultivation sect was not surprised. They had long since expected this. Zhao Fu returned to Qin City and completed what he had promised Lin Yan'er, and he started to do it with her and Ling Feishue. "Husband. There's important military information." Hearing the sounds from within the room, as well as the two women's moans, Tina Pendragon's face became red as she softly called out from outside. Come in then." Zhao Fu's voice sounded out from within the room, but the sounds did not stop. Tina Pendragon's face was red as she lightly pushed open the door and entered. She did not know how many times she had done it with Zhao Fu, so she did not feel restrained anymore. Zhao Fu rode on Tina Pendragon's body as he asked what had happened. Tina Pendragon panted as she replied that the Devil Horn Empire was preparing to attack the White God world and that the alliance had almost collapsed. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked Tina Pendragon about it. It turned out that the Devil Horn Empire had changed its plans and no longer planned to develop to the right. It was afraid of facing off against the Aeolian Empire on the right, so it decided to develop to the left. The White God world was an excellent target. Above it was the Rock Spirit world, which had been conquered by the Devil Horn Empire, and below it was the Spirit Light world, which had been conquered by Qin. To its right was the Half-Beast world, which had long since fallen, and to its left was the Desolate Crow world, which had already split apart. Now, the White God world was completely isolated, and anyone wanted to make a move against it, while the White God world was isolated and helpless. However, the White God world was one of the main members of the alliance, and if they really wanted to make a move against it, the alliance would have to reconsider. Once they attacked, they would not be weak at all. However, the Devil Horn Empire had thought of a way to deal with this. It had befriended some worlds that were further away and promised to sign eternal contracts not to attack their worlds. This caused the originally disunited alliance to instantly collapse. The reason they had allied together was to resist the Devil Horn Empire. Now that they were not threatened by the Devil Horn Empire, they naturally would not continue to waste time and energy in the alliance. There were 4 worlds that had signed eternal contracts with the Devil Horn Empire, and they were all at the top. They did not have to worry about the Qin Empire below, so the Devil Horn Empire seemed to have decided to develop from the bottom. This was because the higher a world was, the longer it would be. The stronger the foundation, the harder it would be to deal with. On the other hand, the lower a world was, the shorter it would be, and the lower its foundation, the easier it would be to deal with. This was similar to Qin's strategy. The alliance originally had 8 worlds, but now only 4 remained. The White God world was cut off from the rest of the alliance, and it could not escape its fate of being destroyed. These 3 worlds understood that they could not stop the Devil Horn Empire, so they asked for peace and left the alliance. Just like that, the alliance no longer existed. The Devil Horn Empire did not reply for now, but everyone knew that the Devil Horn Empire would not agree. If the Devil Horn Empire did not attack the worlds above, how could the Devil Horn Empire develop? Zhao Fu understood what had happened. The disappearance of the alliance was a good thing for the Qin Empire, and he would not have to worry about them doing anything in the future. Looking at the paralyzed Tina Pendragon, she had become the most popular goddess in the surrounding area. Her beauty resounded throughout the surrounding world, and her commanding skills were extraordinary as well. Countless people were madly in love with her, and back then, the charmed Devil King had wanted to give Tina Pendragon to him. "Tina, you're becoming more and more beautiful," Zhao Fu hugged her and said teasingly. Tina Pendragon's face became red and she lightly patted Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly, "You're becoming more and more naughty. Back then, I thought you were a gentleman." Thinking about how she had been ravaged by Zhao Fu while reporting military matters to him, Tina Pendragon felt quite embarrassed. Zhao Fu smiled and said that he was going to take care of some matters before getting up and leaving. The White God World's forces had all gathered because the Devil Horn Empire had started to attack them. They had split into 2 groups, one from the Rock Spirit world and the other from the Half-Beast world. The first to attack was the Half-Beast continent that the White God world had conquered. Facing the ferocious Devil Horn Empire, the White God world could only split into 2 defensive lines. With their world's power, wanting to defend against the Devil Horn Empire, which had 3 worlds and 9 continents, was incredibly difficult. However, they did not want to surrender, so they could only resist. They cursed at the other worlds in the alliance, saying that they were shameless, stupid, and treacherous, and that they would be destroyed sooner or later. They also cursed at the Devil Horn Empire for being cruel and cold-blooded and for being a group of beasts who would do anything for power. They knew that they could not defend, so they could only curse to vent their anger. Otherwise, they would not have any other choice. Roar! Massive devil chi swept out in all directions, and at the front was the Devil Beast army. The countless flying beasts in the sky covered the sky, and the beasts on the ground were like a flood. The auras from both sides were incredibly ferocious. Facing the Devil Beast army, the White God world vigorously resisted and unleashed their most powerful methods. They pushed out massive white crystal pillars that were cone-shaped and contained countless runes. White Spirit's Light. Bang! Bang! Tens of thousands of beams of white light shot out with incredible speed, flashing past in the blink of an eye. Following this, there was a huge explosion, and the bodies of the demonic beasts were blasted into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and terrifying shockwaves spread out. The countless rays of white light were incredibly terrifying and successfully forced back the devil beasts' ferocious auras. However, there were still too many devil beasts, and the empty space created by the white light was quickly filled by devil beasts, who continued to ferociously charge over. As the White God people tried to activate the white crystal pillars of light, hundreds of blue eyeballs giving off terrifying auras appeared. Rays of blue light quickly shot out, streaking through the air and landing on the white crystal pillars on the defensive walls. Bang! 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 Massive explosions sounded out as the rays of blue light hit the white crystal pillars, resulting in massive explosions. Hundreds of holes were blasted open on the defensive walls, and there was blood and limbs everywhere. Swish, 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 the White God army did their best to counterattack, and the soldiers drew their bows and shot out arrows that contained immense power. They were like a rain of arrows. Many devil beasts were hit by the arrows and died. However, many devil beasts had already leapt onto the defensive walls and started to kill. They used their bodies to ram at the White God soldiers, tearing them apart with their teeth and claws. Bang! 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 Rays of blue light containing destructive power shot out and hit the defensive walls. Countless rays of blue light shot everywhere, and massive explosions sounded out as countless White God soldiers were once again blasted to death. Swish, 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 arrows shot out from below towards the White God soldiers on the defensive walls. Many soldiers were killed by the arrows, and some soldiers held in pain. Some devil beasts rammed at the defensive walls, while others climbed up the defensive walls. Countless devil horn soldiers swarmed up, and the two sides started to fight. The White God soldiers used heavy objects to smash down the enemies climbing up the defensive walls. Some used arrows to pierce through the bodies of the enemies below, while others poured corrosive liquids that corroded the enemies' bodies, causing them to howl in pain. However, the White God race was still in a disadvantageous situation. The defensive walls were in chaos, with devil beasts attacking from all directions and devil horn soldiers rushing up the defensive walls. A devil horn soldier rushed up with a savage expression and killed a White God soldier with a single slash. The other devil horn soldiers also attacked. Some ferociously charged out with their spears, piercing through two White God soldiers, while others leapt onto other White God soldiers and used their sharp teeth to tear through their throats and devour their blood. Cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere and corpses covered the ground. The battle was incredibly intense, and the White God soldiers continuously died. The devil horn soldiers ferociously slaughtered, looking like blood-stained demons. The experts of the two sides clashed in the sky, but the White God Empire was still at a disadvantage. After all, the Devil Horn Empire had many times more experts than the White God Empire. Clang! Yao Ming disdainfully slashed out, and an enormous violet saber light containing immense power slashed out, splitting a white-clothed middle-aged man in half. His corpse, blood, and organs fell from the air. This white-clothed man was the most powerful expert in the White God world, yet he was so weak. He had only been able to defend against a few attacks from Yao Ming before being easily killed. Now, who could stop Yao Ming? Now, the White God race was finished, and they no longer had any hope of stopping the Devil Horn army. Countless White God people looked on with despair, and some people started to retreat while others planned to surrender. Because there was no heaven domain boundary here, it was possible for them to escape to other worlds. As such, many people wanted to escape to other worlds. Perhaps they would be able to do something and would not be bullied by the Devil Horn Empire. The Devil Horn Empire did not treat those who surrendered well, and the White God race had heard of the Devil Horn Empire's brutality. On the other hand, Qin's side was incredibly good. Even though Qin was incredibly ferocious when fighting and caused countless people to feel fear, Qin still treated those who surrendered well. However, how could the Devil Horn Empire allow them to escape? Yao Ming coldly laughed and planned to start a massacre. He still remembered how these white god people had cursed at him before, and if he did not slaughter some of them, he would not be able to quell his anger. Kill! Yao Ming gave the order, and the devil horn army ferociously charged at the white god people. Their auras shook the surroundings, and no one could stop them. Under this terrifying offensive, the white god people were not a match at all, and they started to retreat. Boom, boom. Boom, 13 pillars of white light rushed into the sky, causing the blue sky to be filled with white light. The white light shined in all directions as a powerful aura spread out, and a holy power covered the entire battlefield. Hurry and run! A moving and magnetic voice sounded out in the sky. Everyone looked over as 13 beautiful women with snow-white hair and white eyes appeared in the sky. They were dressed in white robes and gave off a gentle white light. Everyone felt quite moved. These were the white god race's 13 goddesses. They were in charge of making sacrifices and did not have much power, but they could give decent blessings. Under the white light, the white god people's blood flowed quickly, and they seemed to become more powerful. Their bodies also became lighter, and everyone felt delighted as they ran even faster. Goddesses! You have to hold on for a bit longer and let us escape, or else you'll be punished. That's right. Goddesses, you have the responsibility to protect us. Hurry and use your abilities to delay the devil horn soldiers. I don't want to die. If I die, it'll be your fault. You bastards, why didn't you use it just then? If I had, I would have run long ago. Surprisingly, not many people felt grateful, and many people pointed at the goddesses. There was a reason why others said that the white god race was hypocritical and virtuous. The 13 goddesses stood under the pillars of white light with cold expressions and did not mind those words. They did their best to maintain the pillars of white light, increasing the white god people's power and weakening the devil horn soldiers' power. When the white god race was in danger, sacrificing them was the goddesses' mission. You're seeking death. Yao Ming slashed at the 13 goddesses, and a massive violet saber light containing power that seemed to be able to slash through everything slashed out. An enormous explosion sounded out, causing everyone to feel terror. The leader of the 13 goddesses standing in the air had a cold expression because the strongest person in the world of white light that Yao Ming had killed was her father. Facing this terrifying saber light, the 13 goddesses each stretched out a hand, and a massive white energy barrier blocked in front of them. The barrier gave off a holy aura. Boom! The white god people's expressions fell. The 13 pillars of light disappeared, and the power that had been buffing them also disappeared. The weakening effect on the Devil Horn Empire also disappeared. Countless people looked at the Devil Horn army behind them and cried out in despair as they desperately ran. Yao Ming looked at the 13 beautiful goddesses in front of him and coldly harumphed, "You 13 bitches, when this king catches you, I'll definitely kill you." The 13 goddesses' faces became pale and a trace of blood leaked out of their lips. Facing Yao Ming's terrifying power, they were unable to resist at all. Thinking about what would happen if they were captured by Yao Ming, some of the goddesses thought about ending their lives. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Yao Ming's expression fell. He felt an enormous sword light, bringing with it a ferocious sword wind, rush at him. He slashed out with his saber, and a massive saber light slashed out, colliding with the incoming sword light. A figure appeared behind Yao Ming. It was Zhao Fu. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Yao Ming looked furious. Zhao Fu always interfered with him, and he had taken revenge for his daughter last time. This caused Yao Ming to roar and gripped his saber with both hands as he charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he held the sadistic killing sword. Black flames appeared around his body and he exploded out with a powerful aura as he met the incoming Yao Ming. Boom, boom. Boom, the battle between the two experts caused the heavens and earth to dim. Powerful shockwaves spread out, sending out wild gales and causing countless people to feel fear. Kill. On the other side, the sounds of killing shook the heavens as the black-armored Qin soldiers flooded out like a black flood, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they charged at the Devil Horn army. Countless devils flew in the sky, giving off ear-piercing cries that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. There were all sorts of massive beasts running on the ground, causing the ground to violently tremble. The two sides' auras were incredibly powerful and seemed to be able to destroy everything. Facing the incoming Qin soldiers, the Devil Horn army looked greatly startled and hurriedly turned around. They no longer chased after the White God people and instead defended against the Qin Empire. This caused the escaping White God people to look incredibly delighted. They had never thought that the Qin Empire would suddenly act and turn the situation around. Now, they had two choices. The first was to have the Devil Horn Empire and the Qin Empire fight against each other while they reaped the benefits from the side. The second was to help the Qin Empire attack the Devil Horn Empire from both sides. With the White God race's personality, ordinary people would definitely choose to escape and wait for Devil Horn and Qin to be heavily injured before launching a sneak attack. That way, the White God world would be preserved. The White God clan did not feel any gratitude towards Qin, who had suddenly attacked them. After all, Qin himself was not a good person and would not help the White God clan. Just as the White God people made their decision, something unexpected happened. The Devil Horn Empire was the first to retreat, and the White God people looked quite confused. They had never thought that the Devil Horn army would retreat so easily. Zhao Fu did not chase after them, and Qin's soldiers stopped fighting and looked at the White God race. This caused the White God race to look incredibly nervous, and some of them were so scared that their legs trembled. Some of them wanted to run away immediately, but some were afraid that Qin would attack them if they moved. The situation fell into a stalemate. The White God people did not dare to move in front of Qin's army, and Qin did not attack either. The leaders of the other factions did not dare to come in front of Zhao Fu, so they had the 13 goddesses come in front of Zhao Fu. The woman in the lead had a cold expression as she said, as if she was delivering a message, "Thank you, Your Majesty Qin, for saving our lives. The White God race is willing to give the half-beast world's continent to Your Majesty. I wonder if Your Majesty will allow us to leave." Zhao Fu looked at the goddesses in front of him and lightly laughed. "First, I need to correct two things. The half-beast world's continent was conquered by Qin and was not given to you by you. Also, Qin saved you. What were you trying to do before? If I had attacked the Devil Horn Empire with Qin, perhaps I would have been able to heavily injure it. However, what about you? Qin is not here to save you but to conquer you. Now, you can only surrender or die." Zhao Fu's voice was very loud, cold, and filled with killing intent. It also contained a trace of might. Hearing this, the White God people's expressions fell and they hurriedly ran, while Qin instantly attacked. Swish, 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 on the ground, countless White God people desperately ran. Arrows containing immense power tore through the sky and descended like a rain of arrows. Chi, 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 countless arrows descended. Some hit the escaping White God people, some hit their vitals, and some fell to the ground and held. Some arrows landed on the ground, kicking up sand and dust. Chi, chi, chi. Countless arrows descended. Cavalrymen holding spears and sabers and riding on tall black horses shot out like arrows as they quickly rushed towards the White God people. Spears pierced through their bodies and dragged their corpses as they continued to run, hunting down other White God people. Large sabers gave off saber light as they slashed down from behind, causing blood to fly everywhere as White God people were killed. Some soldiers threw out lassos that wrapped around their necks and had their horses drag them. The horses in front quickly galloped while the White God tribesmen struggled and screamed miserably. Some of them were killed while they were still alive, while others were dragged to death, their bodies badly mangled. Zhao Fu looked at the 13 goddesses beside him. Their expressions were all different, some were cold, some were pitiful, and some were sad, but none of them ran. "Why aren't you running? Also, Qin is slaughtering your White God people, don't you hate me? Shouldn't you be thinking of ways to kill me?" Zhao Fu asked in confusion. The goddess in the lead coldly replied, "Are we a match for you? Do we even have a chance of escaping?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "That's true. I think the White God race should be a light-type God race, right? I plan to make the 13 of you priests to the Light God race, and the Light God race will be your White God race's fate god. If a godly spirit had a fate god race, they would be able to obtain a large amount of pure faith, and the godly spirit would become more and more powerful. Because a fate god race had a fate god race, they would be able to obtain all sorts of buffs and their bloodlines would become pure, giving them great benefits. Zhao Fu found that the white god race was quite suitable to be the light god race's fate god race. Godly spirits also needed priests, so Zhao Fu made the 13 goddesses priests. "You're that confident that we'll submit to you?" The goddess in the lead coldly looked at Zhao Fu as she said. Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly laughed. "Do you have the right to choose? The choice I'm giving you is your best choice. I hope you won't make things difficult for yourselves. Also, what's your name?" The goddess in the lead's expression was calm. She had already accepted Zhao Fu's orders because they did not have the right to choose. She replied, "I'm called Lin Fei Yi. The Devil Horn Empire most likely wanted to attack the White God world from the other side, which was why they had retreated so quickly. By now, they had taken over half of a continent, so Zhao Fu did not hesitate and ordered his army to attack the White God world. The White God world's 2 main armies had been destroyed by the Devil Horn Empire and the Qin Empire, and they could not resist at all. Most of the remaining people were ordinary residents. The Devil Horn Empire's aura was incredibly grand and unstoppable, and they quickly conquered region after region. The Qin Empire also gave off a ferocious aura and flooded region after region like a black flood. 3 days later, the White God world had a total of 4 continents. The Devil Horn Empire now occupied 2 and Qin Empire occupied 2, once again splitting up the White God world. Yao Ming was furious and gathered his forces, wanting to unify the White God world and chase Qin Empire out. This was because the White God world had always been the Devil Horn Empire's, and it had taken a great deal of effort to take it down. Qin Empire had only come to take advantage of the situation, and more importantly, he had gained more than Yao Ming. The White God world's 2 continents and the Half-Beast world's 1 continent were 3 continents in total. The Devil Horn Empire had paid a great price, yet Qin Empire had taken all of the benefits. How could Yao Ming accept this? Because of this, a massive battle erupted between the 2 sides. Devil beasts and devils intensely fought, giving off roars that shook the surroundings. They ferociously clashed, and teeth and claws tore at each other. Blood flew everywhere, and death accompanied them. The auras they gave off were incredibly shocking, causing people's bodies to tremble. The 2 armies clashed, and it was easy to distinguish them. The Devil Horn Empire soldiers all wore green armor, while the Qin Empire soldiers all wore black armor. The 2 sides clashed together like 2 shocking tides, and the auras they gave off seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Great Qin's soldiers kicked a Devil Horn soldier to the ground and stabbed their spears through the soldier's chest, killing him. Another Devil Horn soldier loudly roared and leapt at Great Qin's soldiers, tearing at their throats. Its sharp teeth easily bit through a Great Qin soldier's throat. The Devil Horn soldier's expression was savage as he slashed out with his saber, sending out a saber light that split a Qin soldier in half. Blood flew everywhere, and the Qin soldier coldly swung his sword, cutting off a Devil Horn soldier's head. Boom! The 2 gigantic groups of cavalry clashed fiercely against each other. One group of black-armored riders rode tall, black horses, while the other group of green-armored riders rode scale-covered horses. A series of sounds of weapons clashing rang out, and blood flew everywhere as people fell from their horses. Roar! The ground shook violently as massive stone golems crawled out of the ground. There were tens of thousands of them, and they suddenly attacked Qin's soldiers. Their massive bodies slammed into the soldiers, sending them flying. Many of Qin's soldiers were killed. Bang bang bang, countless rays of light covered the sky as tens of thousands of 100-meter-tall bald giants giving off white light appeared, shooting out rays of white light towards the Devil Horn Empire. The rays of white light blasted towards the Devil Horn army, killing countless Devil Horn soldiers. The battle situation was bitter, and the smell of blood had already spread to every corner of the world. Countless people had died, and the battle was many times more terrifying than when they had attacked the White God world. Because the kings of both sides were far away from the Emperor Heaven Realm experts, they did not have as many misgivings as before. They unleashed the full power of their nation armaments, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Terrifying shockwaves blasted out, causing the sky to explode. The battle continued for a day, and both sides suffered great losses. The Devil Horn Empire's losses were slightly greater, but Yao Ming suppressed his anger and gave the order to stop attacking. He had also suffered heavy injuries. Zhao Fu was also slightly injured, and he gave the order for Qin's soldiers to stop attacking. The battle once again fell into a stalemate, and after suffering massive losses, neither side wanted to continue pointlessly. Just like that, the battle stopped. Both sides left behind some soldiers in the White God world, and their main forces started to retreat. The White God world was split in half, becoming a part of Qin and the Devil Horn Empire, and the White God world was destroyed. This caused the surrounding worlds to feel incredibly shocked. This was the home field of the two empires, and other worlds could not interfere at all. The two empires could control any world and could even destroy that world. Now, there were almost no worlds left between the two empires. Only the grassy world, half-beast world, elf world, and White God world had been destroyed so easily because they were between the two empires. They were just unlucky. If they were not in that position, they might have been able to survive for a long time. The number of worlds that had been destroyed reached a shocking 9, the Lontong world, Rock Spirit world, Grassy world, Half-Beast world, Elf world, White God world, Fish Scale world, Dark Demon world, and Spirit Light world. The two empires had risen up on the corpses of other worlds. The battle between the two empires was not over yet, and the Aeolian Empire had also appeared. It was the most terrifying one, and no one knew what terrifying things would happen in the future. Because the White God world was not safe, Zhao Fu planned to move the White God world back to Qin. Their gains this time were quite ordinary, and the White God world had only obtained 18 billion White God world. Qin had subdued a portion, the Devil Horn Empire had stolen a portion, and a portion had escaped to other worlds, which was why they had so few people. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the 13 goddesses to the Light God Palace. A beautiful woman with silver white hair and white eyes wearing a pure white cloak appeared before everyone. She gave off a holy aura. The 13 goddesses were quite shocked. As soon as this woman appeared, their bloodlines had reacted. As part of the god race, they naturally understood why. This was a reaction that would only occur when facing a true godly spirit. Qin was nurturing godly spirits. Did he not have to worry about a godly spirit's backlash? In actuality, there were many people who nurtured godly spirits, but this was quite dangerous. First, godly spirits required faith, which meant that one's subjects had to believe in them. If one did not control them well, their subjects would be bewitched by the godly spirit and submit to them. They would no longer be loyal to themselves, and the godly spirit would be able to seize power. After obtaining a certain amount of divine power and faith, the godly spirit would enter the godly spirit world and continue to control the world below. The godly spirit world was made up of divine power, and if a godly spirit stayed there, their power would quickly increase. Moreover, the various attributes were related to the godly spirit, making it much more comfortable. They could also develop their god race there and obtain even purer faith, so most godly spirits would enter the godly spirit world. The 13 goddesses did not know about Qin's policies. Faith was only faith, and believers did not have any power. Godly spirits did not have any power either. Monarchs ruled over everything, and godly spirits had to submit to monarchs. The godly spirit giving off an aura of light lightly leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and said shyly, "Husband, you haven't come in a while. You haven't been here for a while. I miss you." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he hugged her and said, "I've been quite busy recently, so I haven't been able to come. This time, I'm going to make the White God race your life god race." The Light God looked at the 13 goddesses and found that their attributes were quite compatible with hers. She was quite happy but also a bit shy as she said to Zhao Fu, "Thank you, husband. I'll serve you well later." The 13 goddesses now understood the relationship between Zhao Fu and the godly spirit in front of him. Zhao Fu had not even let go of a godly spirit. Emperor Qin's reputation for being dissolute was quite shocking. Didn't Zhao Fu have a divinity in his mind? After communicating with Ericina, the god of fallen angel, Zhao Fu found that he could absorb their divine power after doing it with godly spirits. At the same time, the divinity in his mind would become larger. In order to obtain even more divine power, Zhao Fu had intimate interactions with the various goddesses. There was no need to go into the specifics. The light god was called Rui Shi, and with a wave of her hand, she turned the 13 goddesses into her priests. Next, she would make the White God race her life god race. In actuality, very few races would do this. Even though they would receive a lot of divine power, their power, bloodline, body, and even thoughts would be controlled by their life god. If their life god wanted them to do something, they would follow their life god's orders without hesitation. Most god races were not willing to do this. Xiaofu was not worried about these godly spirits devouring him because he had complete control over them. As such, he wanted to do everything he could to increase their power. On a massive empty space, there was a massive altar that was dozens of meters tall. There were 4 blood pools around the altar that gave off a dense bloody smell, and there were nearly 100 million white god people kneeling around it. The radiant goddess Ruishi stood at the center of the altar, and the 13 goddesses stood around her. She had a pious look on her face as she started chanting, and her body gave off an intense light. The light seemed to be absorbed by a suction force and entered Ruishi's body. Ruishi slowly opened his arms and his body gave off light. Boom, a massive pillar of white light shot into the sky and a massive holy aura spread out. The blood in the blood pool below was sucked up to the altar, forming 4 blood-red ribbons. The blood gathered in front of Ruishi, forming a blood orb. The white god people all began to chant, "I'm willing to worship the light god Ruishi, I'm willing to worship the light god Ruishi, I'm willing to worship the light god Ruishi." Wisps of white-colored aura emerged from their bodies and flew towards the altar, merging into the blood ball in front of Ruishi. The blood and the white-colored aura continuously condensed, forming a rhombus-shaped blood crystal that was as long as a finger. The white-colored aura was the faith energy that the white god people gave off, and the blood was the white god people's blood. The two of them formed the faith blood crystal. The faith blood crystal was controlled by Ruishi and slowly fused into her body. Within her body, the most important and source divinity started to absorb the faith blood crystal. The faith blood crystal was slowly absorbed by the divinity, and a powerful aura exploded out from Ruishi's body. It was filled with a holy light that surpassed mortals, and it was the might of a true godly spirit. Boom, an even more powerful pillar of white light shot into the sky, causing the sky to give off a piercing white light. Under this white light, the white god people in the surroundings gradually calmed down, and a warm energy entered their bodies. Now, the white god race was the light god's fate race. Qin had subdued 18 billion white god people, and only a small portion of them had come. However, Ruishi, who had absorbed the faith blood crystal, could control the white god race and receive the white god race's fate. The other white god people only needed to enter her god palace and kneel to become one of her fate race, and they would not have to go through so much trouble. After absorbing the faith blood crystal, Ruishi's divine power had become even more powerful, and it was now twice as powerful as before. After Ruishi turned the 18 billion white god people into her fate race, her power would be equivalent to half a world realm experts. This was a massive increase. Before, the light god only had stage 9 power, and she did not have any power at all. Her body had been in a hazy state, and she had relied on faith energy to slowly recover. Ruishi brought the 13 goddesses and flew down from the sky. The surrounding white god people all looked incredibly devout and excited. Even though they were from the god race, how could ordinary people see a true god? Even though the light god was weak, she was still a god. After returning to the radiant god palace, Xiaofu looked at the radiant god stats and found that not only did she have a few light blessings, but she also had a few powerful divine skills such as dispel evil, heal, and light power. Husband, I'll serve you now. Within the light god palace, Ruishi's face was red and her eyes became misty. She was actually serving Xiaofu in front of her 13 priests. The 13 goddesses looked quite confused. Even though they knew about the relationship between the light god and Xiaofu, they had never thought that the light god, who looked so pure and holy, would be so daring. Soon, Xiaofu started to do it with the light god Ruishi, and the 13 goddesses' faces became red as they stood there, not knowing what to do. However, a while later, they started to pant under Xiaofu's body. Your Majesty, wait a moment. Wait a moment, I have a condition. Just as Xiaofu was about to do it with Lung Fei lightly pushed Xiaofu away and said coldly, Xiaofu, please wait. What is it? What is it? Xiaofu looked at the naked beauty in his arms and smiled as he asked. I want you to kill Yao Ming because he killed my father. Lung Fei looked at Xiaofu with her beautiful white eyes and said calmly to Xiaofu. Xiaofu lightly laughed, even if you didn't say it, I would have done it. Lung Fei did not stop Xiaofu, and the two of them started to do it. She now knew why the light god had become so licentious. Half a day later, Zhao Fu hugged the light god Rui Shi with one hand and Ling Fei with the other. Ling Fei's face was completely red, looking like snow that had melted in winter, and she gave off a beautiful aura. Emperor Qin, I never thought that submitting to you would result in the same thing as being captured by Yao Ming, Ling Fei lightly harumphed as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. What's more, the 13 of you are the most beautiful goddesses in the white god race, and no king would not be moved. As a supreme emperor, I naturally will not restrain myself. Also, can Yao Ming give you the feeling you have now? Ling Fei's face became red and she lightly pinched Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly, the people outside were right about you. The light god Rui Shi shyly smiled as she said, husband, they are all my priests. In the future, you should come to the light god palace more often, we will serve you together. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before preparing to leave the light god palace. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded out as the ground violently trembled. Only after a while did the trembling stop. Qin and the others looked quite shocked because the sound had come from near the Qin royal city. Zhao Fu's expression slightly changed, and he turned into a ray of light and shot out of the light god palace. He came to the place where the explosion had come from, causing Zhao Fu's expression to become serious. The place where the explosion had come from was underground. Just as Zhao Fu was about to go down and take a look, Li Wen hurriedly brought people out. Seeing Zhao Fu, he half knelt on the ground and reported, Your Majesty. We just opened up all of the underground tunnels and never thought that such a thing would happen. A massive hole has appeared, and because the aura coming out is extremely dangerous, this subordinate did not go and take a look. Hearing this, Zhao Fu understood and nodded, and he had the people around him retreat. The underground region was one of the most important things in Qin City, and it contained unknown dangers. Following this, Zhao Fu followed Li Wen and went underground. They went through a massive passageway and came to a cave. This cave was tens of thousands of meters wide, and it was completely dark inside. Not even light could shine in. Waves of terrifying aura flowed up from below, making people feel as if they had fallen into an icy cavern. Ordinary stage 9 experts would feel terror under this aura, so it was no wonder that Li Wen had hurriedly retreated. Rui Shi, the golden dragon, said seriously, Zhao Fu, this hole doesn't belong to the Heaven Murder Empire. This cave doesn't belong to the Heaven Murder Empire. Be careful. Hearing the golden dragon's warning, Zhao Fu's expression became serious, and he even took out the Emperor Killing Sword, preparing to deal with any dangers that might appear. Clang, Zhao Fu sent power into the Emperor Killing Sword and it gave off a sword hum as a black and blood-red energy barrier appeared. The Emperor Killing Sword's defensive barrier was many times stronger than the one Zhao Fu had released. Right now, Zhao Fu did not know what had happened. He could only find out what had happened when he reached the bottom of the cave. Zhao Fu jumped into the hole, and his body quickly fell. The terrifying aura grew stronger as he fell, and Zhao Fu's hair stood on end. By now, the other ministers and generals had arrived, and their expressions were serious because they could sense how terrifying the auras at the cave entrance were. Bai Qi frowned and said to Li Wen, why didn't you stop His Majesty from going down? His Majesty is the ruler of Qin City. We can't let anything happen to him. Li Wen bitterly laughed, if Zhao Fu wanted to go down, how could he dare to stop him? Sensing this terrifying aura, no one went down, mainly because they were afraid of making trouble for Zhao Fu. Judging from the terrifying aura, it was not something they could deal with. Wang Jian said, let's invite the fallen angel goddess over. She's a bit stronger than His Majesty and should be able to help His Majesty. Hearing this, everyone nodded and invited Aracina to the cave entrance. Sensing the aura at the cave entrance, Aracina looked quite serious. She stood there and thought for a moment before spreading her 24 black wings and flying in. Roar! Zhao Fu, who was continuously falling, suddenly heard a massive roar. He saw a massive worm open its suction cup-like mouth, which was filled with sharp teeth, and it ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold and he swung the Emperor Killing Sword, sending out a sword light that slashed out, splitting the incoming worm in half and causing black blood to spurt out. Roar! Roar, roar! It was as if Zhao Fu had struck a nest of trouble, and countless massive worms crawled out of the cave walls and ferociously bit towards Zhao Fu. Way of the Sword! Facing the countless biting worms, Zhao Fu lightly cried out and sent large amounts of power into the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword exploded out with boundless sword intent, forming 100,000 different shaped but somewhat transparent swords around Zhao Fu, and a sharp sword qi exploded out. Qi, 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 Zhao Fu's body continuously descended with the countless swords, and as the worms swarmed up, they were instantly slashed apart by the countless swords. Black blood flew everywhere as the attacking worms were cut into countless pieces and fell like rain. Boom, Zhao Fu heavily landed on the worm corpses and countless pieces of black blood fell down, covering the ground. The blood was incredibly thick and there was not a single empty spot. Zhao Fu looked around and saw that there was nothing special about this place. The terrifying aura came from below, and after clearing out a region, Zhao Fu saw that the ground seemed to be made of jade and was gray. However, Zhao Fu could not tell what it was, so he could only clear out the worm corpses. A tens of thousands of meters wide jade ground appeared in front of Zhao Fu. At the center of the jade ground was a black circular diagram that was 100 meters wide. Countless black chains stretched out from the sides and gathered towards the black dot, fusing with the black diagram. The black diagram gave off an intense barrier energy and looked like a ceiling formation. What caught Zhao Fu's attention the most was that there was now a thin opening on the black dot, from which terrifying auras continuously flowed out. Are you seeking death? Just as Zhao Fu was about to go up and take a look, a cold voice sounded out from above. Zhao Fu looked up and saw that it was Ericina. He felt quite surprised and asked, "Why are you here?" Ericina looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and coldly harumphed, "It's all because your ministers were worried about your safety and told me to come down and take a look." Facing her resentful gaze, Zhao Fu understood why and smiled as he pulled Ericina into his embrace and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Ericina was hugged by Zhao Fu, and even though her expression was still cold, her attitude had evidently changed. She said softly, "I don't know what this is, but the aura coming from here is the outer world's chaotic aura. If you open it, you'll be in great danger. In fact, this is a secret passageway to the outer world. If you open it, countless outer world creatures will flood in. When that time comes, not only will the Qin kingdom perish, but the tens of thousands of worlds will also suffer." However, the key point was that the seal had been broken, which meant that the primal chaos aura from the outer world had been destroyed. The primal chaos aura was the source of the world's energy, and it could greatly damage and corrode anything. Zhao Fu's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not care about this, but what Zhao Fu cared about was that now that the seal had been broken, countless creatures from the outer world would invade at any time. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. This cave was near the Qin kingdom's imperial city, and once creatures from the outer world flooded in, Qin city would not have time to escape and would be the first to suffer. Zhao Fu went up and examined the seal and found that most of the seal's power was still there. This allowed Zhao Fu to let out a sigh of relief. There was still a chance. "What are you planning to do?" Ericina asked as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "Of course I'm going to reseal it." Ericina slightly frowned and said earnestly, "With Qin city's current power, I'm afraid it won't be able to unleash powerful sealing power. Qin city is only a small kingdom, and no matter what kind of seal it uses, it won't even be 1,000th of the seal's power. If you use those seals, they will be destroyed by the primal chaos aura in a few days. Without the power of an empire, it would be impossible to seal this crack." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and asked in shock, "Is this seal really that powerful?" Ericina nodded and said, "This is the seal that seals the outer world. It's definitely the most powerful seal in the world. Feel the seal's power, it's at least a half-step celestial who personally sealed this place." Hearing that it was a half-step celestial, Zhao Fu felt quite discouraged and felt that he had underestimated this crack. He asked Ericina, "Now that Qin city is unable to seal it, what should we do?" Ericina thought to herself and said, "Tell the people from the heaven domain about this. A few higher beings should be able to easily resolve this matter." Zhao Fu didn't want to refuse, because this place was near Qin city, and the most important heaven and earth refining formation in Qin city was here. This place couldn't be exposed. Although Zhao Fu also knew a powerful figure, and that powerful figure seemed to be good to Zhao Fu still did not dare to expose all the secrets, because it was related to Qin's life and death. At this time, Zhaofu was also in a dilemma. On the one hand, Qin was unable to seal the crack. On the other hand, what happened here could not be leaked out. Erisina suddenly said, "Actually, you don't have to be so serious. The outer world rift is just this god's hypothesis. Perhaps there's something sealed here that contains chaos or some powerful creature from the outside world. Now that the rift has been there for so long and there's no reaction from inside, it might not be too dangerous. This god can accompany you in to take a look." Zhaofu smiled. What Erisina said was right, they were not sure what was sealed here. Perhaps it was not the outer world rift, so there was no need for him to be so nervous. Hearing that Erisina was willing to accompany him, Zhaofu felt quite grateful as he hugged Erisina and said, "Thank you, my beloved concubine." Erisina did not resist Zhaofu, and she felt a trace of resentment as she lightly harumphed and said, "This god isn't. Go find your beloved concubines and don't go to this god's place in the future. Also, don't think that this god doesn't know that you and the light god just did it, and your body is covered with things that you hate." Zhaofu smiled and did not reply as he took off Erisina's clothes. An order was given, and Yu Ling and Mozax went down to the seal. Seeing Zhaofu and the red-faced Erisina in Zhaofu's embrace, they respectfully called out, "What is it, Your Majesty?" Zhaofu gave them a simple explanation of the seal and had them slowly dispel it. Their abilities were easy to control, and even though Zhaofu had the ability to destroy the seal, he was afraid of completely destroying it. Mozax and Yu Ling obeyed Zhaofu's orders and stood next to the rift and started to use their power to gradually dispel the seal. The seal's power gradually weakened, and the rift became larger and larger, causing more and more chaotic qi to flow out. However, their speed was still quite slow, as Mozax and Yu Ling weren't very strong. Zhaofu suddenly thought of an item that he could use, so he took it out. It was a crystal sword, the Heaven Sealing Sword. It had extremely powerful sealing power, and it had been used to seal the Death Disaster Beast. However, after the Death Disaster Beast had been transferred to the Death Ray Sword, this sword had become useless. Now, the Heaven Sealing Sword was absorbing the massive sealing power. Zhaofu stabbed the sword into the ground, and a massive suction force spread out, causing the rift to expand faster and faster. After a few of them disappeared, a 1 meter wide and 2 meters long opening appeared in the crack. Zhaofu ordered some of Great Qin's experts to stand guard here and gathered a large number of formation masters so that if anything unexpected happened, they could set up a seal in time. Following this, Zhaofu brought Erisina in. Their surroundings blurred, and Zhaofu and Erisina arrived at another place. The rift looked like a spatial rift, and thinking about that, Zhaofu's expression became serious. This was because it was very likely that this seal was not sealing an outer world creature but a spatial rift in the outer world. By now, Zhaofu and Erisina had arrived at an underground region. This underground region was 10,000 meters wide and hundreds of meters tall. There were signs of man-made construction, which meant that this massive region was man-made. Moreover, there were powerful restrictions here. Zhaofu slightly relaxed. This meant that someone had been here before, and they had come through a crack. They had also built an underground region, so this place was most likely quite hidden and would be much less dangerous. Zhaofu was quite surprised. There was a passageway here that led to some unknown place, and it was quite dark. Zhaofu thought about it and decided to walk towards the passageway as he asked Erisina, "Have you been to the outer world battlefield before?" Erisina thought of some unhappy things and said, "The outer world is not restricted by the Heaven Awakened World's laws, so we godly spirits can descend at will." Back then, this god had enmity with the owner of the Cosmos historical remnant in the outer world and was sealed within the historical remnant. Hearing Erisina talk about the owner of the Cosmos historical remnant, Zhaofu felt quite interested and asked, "Was the owner of the Cosmos historical remnant extremely powerful?" Erisina nodded. "That person was extremely terrifying, and his strength was almost at the level of a celestial. Otherwise, this god would not have been sealed by him so easily. However, after that person reincarnated, he has never appeared again. If a person who was about to become a celestial retained their memories and had their source energy recultivated, just how terrifying would their power be?" However, there was no need to think about the Cosmos historical remnant for now. Right now, it was more important to face the problem at hand. They were almost certain that this was the outer world battlefield, and there was dense primal chaos aura everywhere. Erisina was quite familiar with this place, and she could confirm that the thing sealed here was the outer world battlefield. She felt quite unlucky. Of course, she was also glad that this place had been developed before, so it was not dangerous for now. It seemed to be deep underground. The two of them continued onwards and saw countless bones. There were humans, orcs, demons, and angels. There were also many strange bones that most likely belonged to outer world creatures. Seeing these countless bones, Xiaofu and Erisina became more careful and continued onwards. Finally, Xiaofu and Erisina came before a massive metal door. The metal door was a dark silver color and was covered with countless runes. There were all sorts of precious jewels embedded on it, and it gave off a powerful aura. This metal door was most likely the final layer of protection here. Once they opened this door, they would arrive at the true outer world battlefield and encounter those terrifying outer world creatures. Xiaofu felt quite hesitant. Should he continue onwards and see what the outer world battlefield was like? Or should he quickly go back and try to seal this place again? Let's continue onwards. This place is much safer than this, God thought. Even though the outer world battlefield is quite dangerous, there are countless opportunities, Erisina said. Xiaofu stood there and thought about it. After all, they would have to face the outer world battlefield sooner or later. Hearing Erisina say that this place was quite safe, Xiaofu did not have any worries and decided to personally see what the outer world battlefield was like. Xiaofu and Erisina pushed open the door and walked out. They were still in a dark passageway, and Xiaofu and Erisina continued onwards. After some time, there was finally some light ahead, and after walking towards the light, the two of them arrived outside. He was within a hidden canyon, and looking at the world outside, Xiaofu felt quite shocked. The sky was a resplendent river of stars, and even though it was desolate, it was not dark. A light breeze blew, making it seem like a normal world. It wasn't like what Xiaofu had imagined, with mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. The sky was dyed red, and the ground was filled with a chaotic and cold aura. Erisina said, "This is the outer world star river night. There are normally 12 moons and 8 suns during the day. 12 moons at night? 8 suns in the day?" Hearing this, Xiaofu felt quite surprised. However, he was sure that the outer world was different from the heaven-awakened world. It was only a bit brighter at night, but with 8 suns during the day, who would be able to endure the searing heat? Erisina looked around before spreading her 24 wings and flying into the sky. Xiaofu wanted to follow her, but Erisina told Xiaofu to stay here because she understood the outer world battlefield better. As such, Xiaofu obeyed and stayed here. In the sky, Erisina looked around and quickly flew back. She landed in front of Xiaofu and said, "You can relax now. This is most likely the boundary region of the outer world battlefield, and it won't be as dangerous. However, this god must warn you that this doesn't mean there won't be any dangers. The outer world battlefield is a place where even celestials can die if they aren't careful." Xiaofu nodded seriously and smiled as he brought Erisina into his embrace and asked, "You understand the outer world quite well, so tell me what to do next." Erisina intimately hugged Xiaofu and leaned her head against Xiaofu's shoulder as she thought about it and said, "This god will tell you that the outer world battlefield is incredibly big and is not any smaller than the heaven-awakened world. There were some rumors that the outer world battlefield is similar to the heaven-awakened world, but no one knows if this is true or not. However, the first thing that every faction that came to the outer world battlefield had to do was establish their own base and set up defenses. They had to gather a large number of soldiers and resources, and only after they had a stable footing would they be able to do this. If they did not even have a base, when the outer world creatures attacked, they would be like a plate of loose sand, running and hiding without any purpose. Under normal circumstances, every faction would fight on their own and would not receive any help from others. As such, it was impossible to not have a base, as there was no way to go to other people's bases. Moreover, the outer world's laws were different to the heaven-awakened world's. City lord seals and nation armaments could not be used here, and city creation stones could not be used here either. Some of the stats that cities and kingdoms gave would also disappear here. After having a base, the second thing was to find things that could block the sunlight. During the day, the 8 suns would roast the ground, and ordinary soldiers would not be able to withstand it at all. They would be burnt to death, so they had to prepare all sorts of magic formations. During the day, it was almost impossible to move, and only at night, when the 8 suns disappeared, could they leave the base. However, the outer world creatures had long since adapted to the 8 suns, so they would often attack during the day. Of course, there were ways to deal with this, such as the outer world sunlight gemstones that could be socketed on equipment, making them immune to the damage of the sun. Right now, the Qin kingdom had not become a royal kingdom yet, so it was quite weak. Luckily, it was in the boundary region, so it would be much less dangerous. This god wants you to build a base as soon as possible so that you can make ample preparations in the future. Also, don't hope to subdue the outer world creatures. Of the 5 main types of outer world creatures, it is almost impossible to subdue the insect type, and there is only a slight chance of subduing the water type, beast type, and bird type. Humanoid type is also quite difficult. If ordinary factions capture them, they will kill them to obtain points, or else they will turn on you at any time. There are also many crafty outer world creatures that will pretend to surrender, and ordinary restrictions are useless against them. As such, it will often result in great losses. Aren't you researching spirit destruction crystals? Those are indeed very useful against outer world creatures, but ordinary spirit destruction crystals have very little effect. In fact, some outer world creatures have already found ways to deal with ordinary spirit destruction crystals. Now, you can capture a few outer world creatures and experiment with them to create powerful spirit destruction crystals that will be of great use in future battles. Alright, that's all this god has to say. There are only 2 or 3 hours until the sun rises, so you should capture some outer world creatures and bring them back. Otherwise, large numbers of outer world creatures might appear during the day, and you won't be able to use your nation armament here, so you might be in danger, Aracena said as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, saying, "Luckily I brought you this time, or else who knows how much trouble we would have." Encountered. Aracena said angrily, "Now that you know how good this god is, let's see if you still dare to treat this god coldly in the future. You knew that this god wanted to do it with you, yet you didn't come to the Darkness God Palace for a few days. This god really wants to tear you into pieces." Zhao Fu looked quite innocent as he explained, "There were many things going on back then. Didn't I make it up to you? You can't blame me for always treating me so coldly." Aracena was still quite displeased, saying, "Back then, you knew how you ravaged this god. If you treat this god badly in the future, this god will definitely return to the godly world." After saying this, Aracena added, "Also, this god will treat you better now." Zhao Fu lightly laughed, "Alright, there's not much time left. We don't have much time left, so we should quickly capture some creatures from the outside world and prepare to build a settlement." Aracena did not continue, and the two of them started to look for outer world creatures as well as a suitable place to build a base. This was a place that led to the outer world, so of course it could not be used as a base. Otherwise, once it was discovered, countless outer world creatures would rush into the heaven-awakened world, and Qin would be the first to suffer. Zhao Fu did not plan to expose this place, and he instead planned to find a suitable place to build a base. A while later, Zhao Fu found 10 or so massive ants. These ants were all 2 meters long and were fiery red. They had a short horn on their heads and were not very strong, only having stage 1 cultivation. This was called the fire red ant. It was the most numerous insect-type outer world creature. It had almost no intelligence and only knew how to destroy and destroy. 10 or so flaming ants sensed Zhao Fu and quickly charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu chopped half of the ants in half with a single sword light, causing fiery red blood to splatter everywhere. The remaining ants sensed danger and immediately retreated. Clang clang clang, chains shot out from the ground, giving off ferocious power as they bound up the escaping fire-red ants, and Zhao Fu threw them into the ring that stored living creatures. The more outer world lifeforms they captured, the better. That way, the spirit destruction crystals they created would be able to suppress more lifeforms and deal more damage to them. At the same time, as he was killing the fire-red ant, a series of notifications rang out in Zhao Fu's mind. Notification. You have killed a fire-red ant and obtained 1 outer world point. Notification. You have killed a fire-red ant and obtained 1 outer world point. Notification. You have killed a fire-red ant and obtained 1 outer world point. As mentioned before, anyone from the Heaven Awakened world who killed Outer World creatures would be able to obtain Outer World points, which could be used to exchange for precious treasures. As for the place to exchange, Xiaofu did not have one yet. After all, he needed to kill 100,000 Stage 1 Outer World creatures, 10,000 Stage 2 Outer World creatures, 1,000 Stage 3 Outer World creatures, and 100 Stage 4 Outer World creatures to activate the Exchange Stone Steel. The main function of the Exchange Stone Steel was to use Outer World points to exchange for items. It also had some city stats, but it was quite weak and only had a slight territorial intimidation effect. Chi, 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 a sharp sword light shot out, slashing 2-meter-long green worms into countless pieces, causing green blood to fly everywhere. These green worms were called green cave worms and had stage 1 strength. Bang, bang. Bang, a ray of sword light shot out, bringing with it a terrifying sword wind as it cut down the flying beetles in the air. These beetles had blue spots on their backs and a feeler on their heads that gave off a faint blue light. These beetles were called blue speckled beetles. Clang clang clang, Xiaofu slashed out with a sword light and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Countless sparks flew everywhere as 3-meter-long centipedes were chopped into pieces. These centipedes' backs seemed to be made of iron and were incredibly tough. These centipedes were called iron wall centipedes. Although it had only been a short 2 hours, Xiaofu had caught more than 20 types of Outer World creatures. 90% of them were insect-shaped Outer World creatures, and only 10% were other Outer World creatures. As for humanoid creatures, there was not a single one. A dazzling white light shot out from the horizon, and a scorching aura swept through the originally cold world. 8 blinding suns gave off boundless light as they slowly rose up. After being hit by the sunlight, Xiaofu immediately felt a burning sensation on his skin. He immediately unleashed a defensive barrier to block the sunlight. The 8 suns outside gave off the aura of dawn as they slowly rose together. The scene was incredibly shocking, and the power of the sunlight could not be underestimated either. It was enough to scorch a person to death. Erisina felt a bit shy and nervous as she called out, "Husband. It's daytime, let's return to Qin City." Xiaofu looked at her in surprise. It was the first time he had heard her call him like this. He lightly laughed and hugged her as they flew towards the hidden passageway. Suddenly, a man appeared in Xiaofu's vision. He had a well-built body and tanned skin. He had short blue hair and red-slitted eyes. He held a coarse stone spear and had a few pieces of human skin tied around his waist. There were also some bone pendants on his body. "He's a humanoid Outer World creature," Erisina said as she looked at the man. Out of the 5 Outer World creatures, humanoid Outer World creatures were the rarest. At the same time, they were the most suitable for experiments, and Xiaofu smiled as he flew towards the man. Seeing Xiaofu from the Heaven Awakened world, the man's gaze was filled with savagery as he gripped the stone spear in his hand and vigorously threw it out. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the stone spear shot out like a bolt of lightning, seeming to be able to pierce through steel. Facing the incoming stone spear, Xiaofu disdainfully coldly laughed and casually slashed out, shattering the stone spear into countless shards. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out from his body. The man's expression fell. He had never thought that there would be someone as powerful as Xiaofu in such a remote region. He hurriedly turned and ran, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Xiaofu stretched out a hand and 10 or so chains flew out, binding up the man. The man furiously cursed at Xiaofu, but Xiaofu could not understand what he was cursing at. The language stone was useless here and could not record this language. After returning to Qin City, Xiaofu wanted to know the Outer World creatures' special stats so that it would be easier to kill them in the future. As such, he personally watched how the Outer World creatures were researched. Now, Qin had hundreds of thousands of scholars in charge of research. Not only were there human beings, but there were also goblins, elves, and other races. Each of them had high intelligence and were very suitable to be researchers. Because the Outer World battlefield was incredibly important, Xiaofu ordered Bai Shan to gather Qin's best researchers to start researching Outer World creatures. The first captured fire red ant was tied to a stone table, and the scholars started to dissect it. They separated its blood, organs, flesh, and limbs, and then they started to study it. Moreover, there were all sorts of tests, such as using ordinary swords and sabers to stab into the fire red ant's armor. There were also all sorts of equipment used to test the blood, and there were also people who injected the blood into some rabbits' bodies. His flesh did not have a fine knife either. He gently divided it into strips according to the lines, and was also doing all kinds of tests. Following this, they dissected more than 10 outer world creatures, and the scholars came to the same conclusion. Bai Shan took a document and reported, "Your Majesty. Through preliminary research, outer world creatures' constitutions have a certain defense against the heaven-awakened world spirit qi. If they are attacked by spirit qi, their power will be greatly reduced. Moreover, outer world creatures' defenses are stronger than creatures of the same level, and they also have primal chaos aura. Ordinary swords and sabers will not be able to deal much damage." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised because the outer world creatures' levels were too low, and he had not sensed that these outer world creatures had attributes that weakened his spirit force. Spirit energy was the most basic energy in the heaven-awakened world, and it was the energy that created the heaven-awakened world. Everyone in the heaven-awakened world had spirit qi, and the demonic qi, devil qi, and ghostly qi were all transformed from the most basic spirit qi. In other words, outer world creatures innately had the power to defend against the heaven-awakened world. Zhao Fu did not know if this was because they were born like this or if it was because they had fought against the heaven-awakened world for many years. The outer realm creatures had the ability to defend against spirit qi. Adding on the fact that ordinary swords and sabers would find it difficult to damage their carapaces, they were extremely difficult to deal with. No wonder the spirit destruction crystal was so important in the outer realm. Without the help of the spirit destruction crystal, it would be very difficult to kill these outer realm beings. Ordinary spirit destruction crystals changed the heaven-awakened world spirit qi into crystals, and these outer world creatures naturally could not resist them. After understanding the outer world creature's stats, the next step was to research special spirit-destroying crystals. The scholars had not made any progress because they only knew how to create spirit-destroying crystals. However, they had never seen or heard of outer world creatures. At this time, many scholars had seen and understood these creatures from the outside world. They quickly thought of a way for Zhao Fu to improve the spirit annihilation crystal. He first prepared a spirit gathering formation and gathered the surrounding spirit qi. He then added in the blood of outer world creatures to form a blood crystal that dealt special damage to outer world creatures. This blood crystal was oval-shaped and was as big as a longan fruit. It gave off an outer world primal chaos aura and could be embedded into equipment or ground into powder. After adding it to talismans or pills, it could be used. Of course, everything had to be tested first. A soldier stepped forward with an ordinary spear in his hand and stabbed at a green cave worm. The spearhead stabbed into the green cave worm's body, and its skin and flesh had a kind of toughness to it. Even though the spear stabbed in, the force was reduced slightly. Zhao Fu sent his power into the spear, and the blood crystal gave off a faint light, causing the spearhead to also give off a blood-red light. Pooh! This spear was evidently able to stab into the green cave insect's body more easily than before. The resistance from its skin and flesh disappeared, and the effects were quite good. Zhao Fu was delighted and ordered people to mass-produce spirit blood crystals because Zhao Fu wanted to create a base in the outer world. These spirit blood crystals did not require a lot of outer world creatures' blood, and they were only used to change spirit qi. Zhao Fu had brought back the corpses of the outer world creatures that he had killed before, so he could create a batch of spirit blood crystals first. These spirit blood crystals were quite simple and did not have any killing techniques. As such, Zhao Fu had them continue to research the higher-grade spirit destruction crystals. A while later, Zhao Fu came to a research room where a humanoid outer world creature was tied up. This humanoid outer world creature was the man that Zhao Fu had captured, and there were various scholars conducting various tests. Zhao Fu then used lightning to hit the man, testing how much he could endure lightning. The powerful lightning entered his body, causing his body to violently tremble. He felt immense pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He still had a backbone. Following this, the researchers continued to use flames to burn his arm. The immense pain caused the man to continuously struggle, and he could not help but howl. Not only was his body tied up, but there were also a few soldiers pressing down on his body, making it so that he could not move as they continued with their experiments. The flames stopped, and the researchers started to check the extent of the man's arm. They also recorded it and applied some ointment, and they continued to observe the effects of the medicine on the outer world creatures. In the end, they found that ordinary medicine did not have much of an effect on outer world creatures. This was quite a big discovery, and it was recorded in the files. Following this, they used small knives to cut open the man's skin to check his recovery and recovery abilities. The continuous tests made the man unable to endure it, and he howled. He wanted to die, but with his current conditions, he was unable to die. In the end, he was tortured to the point where he was on his last breath. The others coldly continued with their tests, and Zhao Fu watched from the side. Hearing the howls, his expression did not change at all. Let alone this person, even if there were 100,000 people, Zhao Fu's expression would not change. Moreover, this was an outer world creature, and there were a few pieces of human skin tied up on his body. This man definitely was not a good person. Your Majesty. The results are out. A robed scholar held a pile of documents as he respectfully said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded and had him describe the information he had obtained from the man. Finally, the scholar took out a language stone and said, Your Majesty, this is a special language stone. We've deciphered his language, and after using it, you will be able to learn it. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted and smiled as he received the language stone. He used it and learned the outer world's language. Zhao Fu started to prepare the various things needed to build the base. The other things were quite easy to find, but the most important thing was something that could block out the sun. Without something that could block out the 8 suns, no one would be able to survive here. With Qin's foundation, he naturally had all sorts of magic formations, and Zhao Fu chose a magic formation that he had used before. This was the magic formation that he had used during the Ghost Festival to deal with countless ghosts, the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. This Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation not only could absorb sunlight and turn it into energy, but it also had defensive and offensive abilities. This formation's attributes were extremely compatible with the 8 suns, and the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation would be incredibly effective in the outer world. Apart from the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation, Zhao Fu also planned to bring 100,000 ordinary corpse soul soldiers into the outer world. Because they were in a boundary region, the outer world creatures were not very strong, and Qin's corpse soul soldiers all had stage 3 cultivation, so they should be able to deal with them. 2 days later, Zhao Fu brought Aracena and 100,000 corpse soul soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding heavy weapons towards the outer world battlefield. When they entered, it was daytime, and the 8 suns roasted the heavens and earth. There was a piercing light everywhere, and just looking around made it seem as if one's eyes would be blinded. Zhao Fu and the others could only wait until nightfall. After finding a good piece of empty land, Zhao Fu ordered the 100,000 corpse soul soldiers to start to build a city wall. Because materials could be obtained through spatial rings, Qin was able to directly build a city wall and set up a basic defense. Overnight, Qin built a 10 or so meter tall and 5 or 6 meters thick city wall, forming a circle. Because there were many people, they attracted a few small waves of outer world creatures at night, but they were not very dangerous and were easily dealt with by Qin. At the same time, he put away the outer world creatures' corpses. Right now, there were not many pieces of equipment with blood spirit crystals, and Qin needed a lot of outer world creatures' blood. Moreover, the materials from the outer world creatures' corpses could deal extra damage to Heaven Awakened world creatures, so Zhao Fu focused on dealing with the enemies in the Heaven Awakened world. After all, most of these materials were low-grade and could only be obtained from Tier 1 outer world creatures. Moreover, the factions that had entered the outer world were mostly at the royal kingdom level. Naturally, they would not be interested in these materials. However, Qin was different. Not only had he not upgraded to a kingdom, but he was also in a remote area. These low-level materials in the eyes of others would definitely have great effects in the hands of Qin. Therefore, he could not give up on these corpses. The ground gave off a blinding white light, and the night sky lit up. 8 massive suns gave off intense light as they slowly appeared in the sky. They seemed to be able to sweep through everything, shocking all living things. Blinding light and immense heat rushed out, and Zhao Fu immediately activated the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation. The 9 golden crows absorbed the sunlight and happily flew in the sky, giving off intense light as if there were 9 suns in the sky. Adding on the original 8 suns and the 9 suns, there were now 17 suns in total. However, the people within the city did not feel any heat or scorching sun, and they instead felt quite cool. In fact, Jiaofu did not even need energy stones to maintain the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation, as the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation absorbed the intense sunlight. Not only did it consume energy to maintain the formation, but it also condensed sun god stones, which gave off immense light energy. It seemed that using the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation in the outer world was the correct decision. As daytime came, the outer world creatures became more active. Jiaofu planned to attract a wave of outer world creatures and kill them to obtain points, which would allow him to obtain the exchange stone steel. Roar! Roar! Soon, Jiaofu and Aracena attracted a group of rat-like outer world creatures. These rats were only 1 meter long and had gray fur. They only had a single pale eye, so they were called pale-eyed rats. There were indeed many outer world creatures, especially during the day. Jiaofu and Aracena had attracted over 100,000 pale-eyed rats. Most of them were stage 1, and there were many stage 2. From this, it could be seen how dangerous the outer world was. Jiaofu could not help but become careful. If they drew over too many outer world creatures, Jiaofu would not be able to deal with them. The 100,000 pale-eyed rats gave off ferocious auras as they flooded towards the base that Qin had set up, giving off rumbling sounds. Seeing so many rats, people were incredibly shocked and felt quite afraid. However, Jiaofu had brought 100,000 corpse soul soldiers with stage 3 cultivation, so dealing with these pale-eyed rats was incredibly easy. Swish, 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 arrows flew out, bringing with them a terrifying force as they descended. Countless grey-eye rats were pierced by the arrows and nailed to the ground, and it was unknown just how many of them died in just a short period of time. Some quickly reached the bottom of the defensive walls and easily climbed up the defensive walls. Their eyes were filled with coldness and cruelty, wanting to kill the people on the defensive walls. However, the corpse soul soldiers did not react at all and held their large swords. Whenever a pale-eyed rat charged up, they would slash down with their swords. The arcs of light were like layers of sword curtains, and the pale-eye rats that rushed up were all cut in half. Blood splattered, and the corpses of the pale-eye rats fell from the sky. The city wall was dyed red with blood, but not a single pale-eye rat could break through the defense. Even though the outer world creatures had decent defenses against Heaven Awakened World attacks, in front of the Heaven Awakened World creatures, their defenses were not very effective. If they were at the same level, Jiaofu's side would have suffered countless casualties. Seeing that there were no problems with the battle, Jiaofu brought Aracena to look for other high-grade outer world creatures. After all, one needed to kill outer world creatures of different levels to exchange for the stone steel. The base was left to a general to manage, and he collected the outer world creatures' corpses and blood before sending them back to Qin. Roar, roar. Outer world creatures that looked like seahorses but had red wings gave off ear-piercing cries. There were thousands of them, and each of them had stage 3 strength and gave off shocking auras. Jiaofu did not act, and Aracena, who was in Jiaofu's embrace, raised her hand. A black ring of light shot out and hovered in the air, giving off an intense black light as a massive wave of darkness divine energy spread out. Swish, 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 streaks of black light shot out from the halos. They were incredibly fast, and they easily pierced through the bodies of those creatures. The seahorses cried out in pain as they fell from the sky. However, it was impossible to subdue these outer world creatures. After smelling the Heaven Awakened World's aura, they would become berserk and bloodthirsty, wanting to destroy everything related to the Heaven Awakened World. How could they be subdued? It seemed that these outer world creatures hated everything in the Heaven Awakened World, and Jiaofu had no idea why. Because of Aracena's warning, Jiaofu did not plan on going further for now and decided to clear out the monsters in the nearby bases. Clang, 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 Jiaofu continuously swung his sword, sending out sword lights that killed the stage 4 outer world creatures. He then waved his hand and put their corpses into his spatial ring. The outer world's boundary was slightly stronger than the Heaven Awakened World's boundary. After all, it was impossible to find a large number of stage 3 and stage 4 creatures in the Heaven Awakened World's boundary. System announcement. Because you have heroically killed an outer world creature, you have fulfilled the requirements to receive an exchange stone steel. You have received a Heaven Awakened World exchange stone steel. Just as the system announcement sounded out in Jiaofu's mind, boundless light shined out in front of Zhao Fu as a square stone stele that was a few centimeters wide and seemed to be made of white jade appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This stone stele was also a treasure, and it definitely would not be so small. Since they had completed the quest, Zhao Fu and Aracena immediately returned to the base and placed the exchange stone stele at the center of the base. The stone stele that was a few centimeters wide had now become a 10 or so meters tall stone stele, and Zhao Fu felt quite interested to see what was inside. After looking through a few lines, Zhao Fu was pleasantly surprised to find that these things were quite good and quite valuable. Zhao Fu felt that it was quite worth it to exchange points for these things. However, what Zhao Fu saw were the lowest grade items, and he felt quite curious. He first looked at the highest grade items, and he felt incredibly shocked. His mind went blank because those items far surpassed what Zhao Fu could obtain. Ghost Celestial Sword, a sword forged by a celestial. It has world-destroying celestial power and can easily open a world. It is one of the most terrifying weapons in the world. Empire's Crown, obtaining the Empire's Crown will allow you to become the ruler of an empire. You will obtain 1,000 worlds and can establish a massive empire, becoming an emperor above all living beings. Reincarnation Revival, it can revive all those who have died at a certain time. The maximum number of people is 1 billion, and after the dead are revived, their cultivation will be reduced to nothing. 9 Revolution Celestial Spirit Pill, a medicinal pill that contains a massive amount of celestial power. It is incredibly rare. If a higher being consumes this pill, there is an 80% chance of becoming a celestial and grasps the most power in the world. Celestial Blood Crystal, this blood crystal can cause a bloodline to become a saint, and it to be, a family, and the god. Celestial World, the saint, clan sect world, and the world, and heaven, emperor, dynasty, and world, translated. Heaven and Earth Talisman, a talisman that contains the Tao of the heavens and earth. Its power can make even gods and demons retreat, and it transcends the world. It has celestial slaying power, and if an ordinary celestial uses this talisman, even if they do not die, they will be heavily injured and on the verge of death. Heaven and Earth Boundary, the world's most powerful defensive barrier. It contains massive amounts of heaven and earth power, and even celestials cannot break through it. It can defend against all dangers, and it can cover 1,000 worlds. Heaven and Earth Celestial Guard, a guard with ordinary celestial power. It will listen to all of your orders and will accompany you for life. Heaven and earth live together, undying, and indestructible, your body and soul will be bound to the Heaven Awaken world, and as long as the Heaven Awaken world exists, you will exist. No power will be able to kill you or wipe away your soul. Zhao Fu had only looked at 10 before he was completely shocked by the things on the exchange stone stele. All of the things on the exchange stone stele had abilities that surpassed ordinary people's imaginations. They were things that most people wouldn't even dare to think about, as they wouldn't be able to obtain them even in their dreams. The first item was quite ordinary, and it was just a celestial sword. Everyone knew how terrifying it was, and they knew that some terrifying faction in the world had an celestial artifact. However, reincarnation and reviving 1 billion people at the same time, even celestials would not be able to do such a thing. There was also the ability to reverse time and space, as well as reverse time in a region by 1,000 years. This did not seem too possible, as it was simply too unfathomable. The last item was even more terrifying. Heaven and earth live together, undying, and indestructible. As long as the Heaven Awaken world existed, no one would die there, and even celestials would not be able to live that long. What was more important was that they were undying and indestructible, and no power would be able to kill them. Zhao Fu had only glanced through them, and before he had even looked closely, he had found such terrifying things. If he looked closely, Zhao Fu would definitely be so shocked that he would not be able to say anything. It was not that Zhao Fu was inexperienced but that these things simply surpassed his imagination. Suppressing his excitement, Zhao Fu continued to look through the items on the exchange stone stele, and only after a long time did he calm down. However, even though these top-tier items were powerful, the prices to exchange for them were unimaginably high. Even a higher being or empire would find it difficult to exchange for them. If it was that easy, these top-tier items would not exist a long time ago. The Heaven Awaken world placed great importance on the outer world battlefield, and they had given out such terrifying rewards. Zhao Fu wondered what their goal was. Zhao Fu did not dare to think about those items for now, and he looked at some of the mid-tier items because only those things could be exchanged for. These things made Zhao Fu feel quite shocked. The Heaven Awakened World's rewards were already so shocking, and one only needed to kill outer world creatures to obtain them. There were even more historical remnants and fortuitous opportunities here, and even if the outer world battlefield was incredibly dangerous, countless people would still be attracted here. This was a place worth developing in the long run. One could directly exchange for items, one could explore all sorts of historical remnants, and one could plunder all sorts of resources in the outer world battlefield. Zhao Fu decided to properly develop here. Perhaps if he encountered any dangers in the Heaven Awakened world, he would be able to hide here. After looking through these rewards, Zhao Fu brought back a large number of outer world corpses and had Qin create a large number of blood spirit crystals so that they could deal with even more outer world creatures in the future. The materials could also be used to create weapons to deal with the Heaven Awakened world people. However, these weapons could not be used with spirit energy, as the materials countered spirit qi and had great resistance to spirit qi. Zhao Fu had to think of other ways to use them. After returning to Qin City, it was another 7 days later. The spirit light world had been mostly digested by Qin City, and the other preparations had been completed. They could now attack the Corpse Pal world, so they gathered an army. They officially began to attack the Corpse Pal world. This time, Qin City sent out 10 billion soldiers, as well as many beasts and devils. The rest of the army was left to defend Qin City against other worlds, especially the Devil Horn Empire, which might interfere. Great Qin's soldiers were like a flood as they gathered in front of the Heaven Domain boundary, giving off a boundless aura that shook the surroundings. Sensing this terrifying aura, all creatures ran away in fear, and the surroundings became deathly silent. Mozax and Yu Ling went up and unleashed their abilities. A domain expanded out and waves of light spread out. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out, and countless cracks appeared on the heavenly domain boundary. Then, pieces of the heavenly domain boundary fell down, releasing rumbling sounds. Dust filled the air, blocking everyone's line of sight. After the dust settled, everyone was surprised to find that there was not a single person in the Corpse Pal world. What was going on? It was impossible for the Corpse Pal world not to know that Qin City would attack them. However, there was not a single person here, and there were no defensive measures at all. Zhao Fu felt that something was off and immediately sent a vanguard army to go up to investigate. A group of hundreds of soldiers obeyed and went up to investigate. Arg, however, pained cries sounded out as the hundreds of soldiers stepped into the Corpse Pal world. Traces of grey aura entered their bodies, and it was as if their bodies were being eaten by formless creatures. In just a few bites, those soldiers had died. Their bodies were mangled and there were many small bite marks on them. They had died quite wretchedly, and everyone in the surroundings gasped. Zhao Fu frowned because he did not understand what had happened. However, since they could not go on the ground, they could choose to go into the sky. This time, Zhao Fu ordered a few people to fly into the sky and told them to be careful. They also put up defensive barriers and were to immediately retreat if they sensed that anything was wrong. But after entering the Corpse Pal world for a few seconds, they screamed and fell from the sky. They died in the same way as those people. Their bodies seemed to have been eaten by countless people. Just as Zhao Fu was wondering what was going on, a white-haired old Taoist wearing a Taoist robe came up and reported, "Your Majesty. It's an extremely powerful curse, and anyone who steps into it will be affected by it." Zhao Fu was startled and asked, "Is there any way to resolve it?" Hearing that it was a curse, Zhao Fu understood. It was no wonder why it was so strange. The few people who had flown into the sky were unable to block it with their defensive barriers. Curses were something that could not be blocked by ordinary means. We still need to go forward and see what kind of curse it is before we can think of a way to deal with it. The old Taoist priest cupped his hands and replied. Zhao Fu nodded, "Go, and do it then. If you need anything, just tell us." The old Taoist priest obeyed and brought 10 or so Taoists to the edge of the Corpse Pal world to take a look. They took out a few talisman papers and threw them into the Corpse Pal world. The talisman papers ignited and a formless energy spread out. Immediately, the Corpse Pal world became completely different. A gray aura spread everywhere, covering the heavens and earth. The surroundings were filled with an eerie and strange aura, and what was terrifying was that there were countless babies with fangs. These babies were like ghostly babies and played in the sky and on the ground. They looked incredibly evil, and there were countless of them. At a glance, they could see that they were all ghostly babies. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but feel startled. Hearing the ghostly babies' evil laughter, they felt their hairs stand on end and could not help but feel afraid. These ghostly babies were not corporeal and were illusory existences. They were a kind of curse, and not only could they not be attacked, but they could also not be defended against because they could easily invade one's body. The bite marks on the soldiers' bodies were most likely caused by these ghostly babies. After a while, the old Taoist priest returned with a serious expression and reported, "Your Majesty, this curse is extremely terrifying. This kind of curse is extremely terrifying. It might use tens of millions of babies as materials, and the curse is extremely difficult to dispel." The Corpse Paul people were willing to sacrifice so many infants to defend against Great Qin's attack. They were incredibly cold and merciless. However, now that they knew what kind of curse it was not as if Zhao Fu could not dispel it. Soon, Zhao Fu ordered the light god to come to the battlefield. Seeing so many babies used as curses, the light god Ruishi was quite angry. "Husband, I'll help you dispel the curse, but you must punish those bad people." Zhao Fu smiled and agreed, feeling quite calm. He did not react to using the 10 million babies as a curse. Even though he knew that these babies had all been buried alive, he did not feel anything, nor did he feel any anger. He could somewhat understand why the Corpse Paul world wanted to resist Qin, and Zhao Fu was not a kind person. The light god gave off an incredibly intense light, looking like a blinding white sun in the sky. The light shone into the Corpse Paul world, causing countless ghost babies to howl and look incredibly pained. With how big the cursed land was, the light god's power was quite weak. Zhao Fu ordered people to summon the spirit light world saint, who had the power to purify this region. The summoned saint spread out and put his palms together as he chanted holy scriptures. Rays of golden light shot out and shone into the terrifying Corpse Paul world. The effects were quite evident, the grey aura retreated and the ghost babies screamed as they disappeared, and the ground returned to normal. However, it seemed that it would take a long time to break through this cursed land and truly attack the Corpse Paul world. The Corpse Paul world's people's expressions were quite serious. They had paid a great price to cast the infant ghost curse, and even though it was quite effective and blocked Great Qin outside, with Great Qin's purification speed, Great Qin would still be able to attack. "Do we need to use the next method?" a bald and short man asked as he looked at the corpse puppet. There were 7 of them, and the corpse puppet was more powerful than the 6 of them. In this dangerous moment, they naturally had to rely on the corpse puppet. "However, if we don't use this method, after Qin purifies the land, he will still attack us. If we use the cursed land and that method, we might be able to repel him. Then, we can use this time to prepare other things." Many people nodded in support of this proposal, and then everyone looked at Xiao to see what her decision would be. Xiao sighed slightly. That person's suggestion was the best choice, so she nodded and agreed. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to face the terrifying Qin. At this moment, a soldier suddenly barged in and exclaimed in surprise, "Your Majesties!" Qin retreated. "We won." Hearing this, everyone looked quite surprised. Why did Qin suddenly retreat? They hurriedly asked the soldier, "What's going on? Tell me in detail." Then, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Their previously tense and solemn expressions also relaxed. Qin had indeed retreated, and they had successfully defended the Corpse Paul world. This was all thanks to the Devil Horn Empire, as the Devil Horn Empire had split its army into 3 armies and madly attacked the continents that Qin had conquered in the 3 continents. The situation in the 3 continents was quite dire, so Qin could only temporarily retreat. This time, Yao Ming was purely taking revenge. Every time the Devil Horn Empire did something, Qin would interfere, and he would always ruin their plans and take advantage of them. Yao Ming had always remembered this. When he heard that the Qin Empire was attacking the Corpse Paul world, Yao Ming knew that his chance for revenge had come, so he ordered people to attack the Qin Empire. The Devil Horn Empire was not just putting on an act like the Alliance army and was ferociously attacking. If Qin insisted on taking down the Corpse Paul world, that would be for the best. The Devil Horn Empire would be able to obtain 3 worlds, giving it 6 worlds. However, in the end, Qin still returned. After hearing about this, Yao Ming immediately gave the order to retreat. Now that Qin had returned to defend, Yao Ming naturally understood that with the Devil Horn Empire's current strength, it would not be able to break through Qin's defenses, so they could only retreat. However, Yao Ming gave a pleased smile. He had finally gotten his revenge. Otherwise, being suppressed by Qin for so long would have been too stifling. Looking at the retreating Devil Horn army, Zhao Fu could only temporarily stop attacking the Corpse Paul world and prepare to quickly dispel the cursed land. The imperial examinations were coming up soon. Recently, everything had been focused on the war, and he hadn't been managing internal affairs for some time. He could use this time to manage internal affairs. The imperial examination was undoubtedly the most important thing for countless celebrities and scholars, from the ministers to the common people. This was because it was a chance to reach the sky in a single bound, and no one wanted to miss it. This made Qin City livelier than usual. People were talking about the imperial examinations everywhere. All kinds of celebrities and scholars gathered in the imperial city of Qin Kingdom, preparing to take part in the imperial examinations. Now, the population of Qin had reached hundreds of billions, and the number of talented and learned people was uncountable. Some of them were overflowing with talent and had a great reputation. There were also many talented men and women among the people. At least a third of them came from the rising Qin Academy. Now, the Qin Kingdom's territory was vast, and there were tens of thousands of academies. However, the rising Qin Academy that Zhao Fu founded had become an existence that many academies couldn't compare to. It was a holy land for many scholars, and it gathered countless geniuses from all over. Ordinary academies could not compare to it. However, there were a few decent academies among the people, such as the Confucian School's Poetry Academy, the Dark Demon World's most famous Demon Celestial Academy, the Spirit Light God Race's Heavenly God Institute, and the Elf Race's Forest Academy. As Qin's territory continuously expanded, there was more and more demand for people. However, with so many academies and students, the competition between them was not small at all, so everyone wanted to be at the top. Perhaps they could even be summoned by the Emperor of Qin. To ordinary people, that was a great honor. Just like before, Zhao Fu wore a black dragon robe and had a black dragon crown on his head as he led the ministers and generals out on a flat ground outside the palace. He looked incredibly dignified as he led the ministers and generals out. "We greet His Majesty. May His Majesty live for 10,000 years. The scholars immediately knelt and cried out in unison. Their voices were like thunder that shook the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to be filled with a boundless righteous aura. Zhao Fu sat on his throne in satisfaction and gave the order for the imperial examination to begin. The students returned to their seats and picked up their brushes and started to write, seriously answering questions. They wrote down their thoughts and ambitions, as well as their hopes for Great Qin's future. The ministers around Zhao Fu also talked about the scholars they thought highly of. This was the imperial examination, and most of the ministers were civil officials. The military officials were in the military examination, and the person presiding over the military examination was Wang Jian. Bai Qi was responsible for guarding the 3 continents, and Zhao Fu would personally go and take a look. Right now, most of Great Qin's civil officials were men, and Li Si and Shang Yang were incredibly important figures. They were the 2 people who held the most power in Great Qin, and all of the commoners knew about them. There were only Li Muqing, Shang Guanwan Heir, Lu Lingxian, and the top scholar in the imperial examination, Li Xiaoling. Even though Zhao Fu insisted on equality between men and women, in actuality, the power in the imperial court was still in the hands of men. There had been a few cases where the power in the imperial court had been suppressed, and there were very few women in positions of power in the imperial court. If it wasn't for Li Muqing, Shang Guanwan Heir, and Lu Lingxian's support, as well as the fact that they were valued highly by Zhao Fu, there would not have been a single woman in power in the imperial court. Zhao Fu knew about this, but the main thing was that his way of thinking had not changed. After all, those famous ministers and the current heaven-awakened world were like ancient times, and many people still believed that women could not become ministers and that men's power was being challenged. Even though Zhao Fu insisted on equality between men and women, it had only been 8 years, and his way of thinking had not changed. Li Si and Shang Yang both suppressed the female ministers, and the other ministers did even more so. The female ministers were quite passive and were constantly suppressed. Zhao Fu knew about all of this, but Zhao Fu did not do anything because this matter could not be rushed, and it would take time to change. It was unavoidable for factions to fight in the imperial court, but because of Zhao Fu's suppression, none of the ministers dared to go too far. Otherwise, it was possible that Li Muqing would have long since been killed or beheaded. After all, Li Muqing's reputation was simply too great, and almost all women looked up to her as a role model. Not only was she peerlessly beautiful, but she was also incredibly talented. She was kind to the commoners and protected the rights of women, and the commoners all called her the #1 talented woman in Qin. Back then, her family had been quite against this, as she was Li Qingzhao's descendant. How could she submit to a tyrant? The Li family used to be an ordinary family, but it had now become a prestigious family in Qin. Almost no one dared to offend it, and very few families in Qin had such power. Right now, Great Qin indeed had countless large families. Some of them had fallen into decline, and their fame and power had been declining day by day. However, some of them had risen up and become famous families in Great Qin, wielding great power. Now, the situation in Qin had been set, and it would be difficult for anything to change. Now, it was a prestigious family in Qin, but in the future, it would be possible for people of high status in Qin. The chaos in the human world was no longer there, and that was because the chaotic situation had not been set. Everyone had the opportunity to become a person of high status, and as long as they had a bit of ability, they could easily change their fate. They could also challenge the former families, nobles, and even emperors. Because of the chaotic situation, there were many opportunities, and it was possible for them to succeed. However, now that the situation had been set, even though Qin still had the imperial examinations and various wars, the chances of success had been reduced by 70%. The situation had been set, and the empire had been unified. These families would no longer fight with each other, and they would no longer face external threats. They still held most of the power in Qin, and they only needed to focus on developing. They would become stronger day by day, and ordinary people would not have any chance of surpassing them. They could only submit to them, and the status of these families would not be shaken. As such, different classes were formed. It was possible that the lower class would remain lower class for many lifetimes, and the upper class would always be upper class. Zhao Fu could not change this, as this was the inevitable development of the empire. Zhao Fu could only try to give ordinary people opportunities. As such, the female officials were suppressed everywhere and were in a relatively weak position. Zhao Fu did not interfere, as Zhao Fu was giving them opportunities, and it was up to them. Under this sort of pressure, it was possible that the women's side would do well. From what Zhao Fu knew, many women had already formed their own organizations. For example, there was the Washing Flower Pavilion, which was formed by many talented women, the Celestial Doctor House, which was formed by many women who studied medicine, the Qiao family, which was formed by women who liked to research, and the Dream Dance, which was formed by women who liked to dance. The organizations formed by women were like mushrooms after the rain. There were many of them, and some were formed by a few people, some had thousands, and some had hundreds of thousands of people. However, this caused many men to be displeased. They felt that these women were too arrogant and did not know how to be reserved. They felt that women should act like women, and they disliked how they did things, as they looked down on men. As such, they formed different organizations to suppress these women's organizations and to promote men's heroism. Among them, the most famous organization, as well as the one that targeted the Washing Flower Pavilion the most, was called Poetry Sword. It was also formed by many scholars, and the Poetry Sword and the Washing Flower Pavilion often fought. However, they used poetry as weapons, and did not clash violently. However, as the number of people in the two organizations continued to increase, the scale of their battles grew larger and larger, reaching hundreds of thousands of people at one time. The imperial court had no choice but to send troops to suppress them. Only then did they become more well-behaved, not daring to act rashly. It was said that many people from the two organizations were participating in the imperial examination, and they wanted to see who would win. The women of the Washing Flower Pavilion not only wanted to defeat the people from Song, but they also understood that women were weaker in the imperial court. Even though His Majesty insisted on equality between men and women would be suppressed in the future. They had their own ideals and wanted to use their own power to change Qin and help improve the status of women in the future. The men from Song not only wanted to defeat the people from the Washing Flower Pavilion, but they also had their own ambitions and ideals. They wanted to change Qin, wanted power, and wanted to be above everyone else. They wanted to help Qin become the most powerful empire, so that the Qin Empire would last for generations to come. Apart from these opposing organizations, there were also some neutral organizations. There were both men and women, and they got along quite well. There were also some large families' disciples who were all quite extraordinary. The imperial examination was an opportunity for their families to become even more glorious, so they participated. The 100 schools of thought's disciples also participated in the imperial examination in order to fulfill their ambitions. Because of the factions behind them, the large families' disciples and the 100 schools of thought's disciples naturally received more attention than ordinary scholars in Qin, and they were also more famous than ordinary scholars. This was the current situation in Qin. The ones who were more rowdy were the young people, while the older generation was more steady. They no longer only cared about the imperial court's matters in Qin, but they also cared about the matters outside. After all, everything they had was built on Qin. If Qin collapsed, everything they had would cease to exist. The older generation did not care about how rowdy the young people were. What they wanted to do was to provide a good environment for them to grow and make Qin more powerful. Only then would they be safer and obtain more power. Of course, regardless of whether they were the older generation, young people, civil or military officials, male or female officials, they all had to lower their heads and kneel in front of Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu was the supreme ruler of the Qin Empire, and he controlled everything in Qin. Many ministers also recommended people to Zhao Fu. If Zhao Fu could remember them, they might become minor officials in the future. Although Li Muqing did not like this, she understood the heavy burden on her shoulders. Without her support, women in Qin would not be able to step into the center of power. If they did not enter the center of power, they would forever live below men and would not be able to obtain true equality. There were many women among the generals, but they did not care about these things. They would not help ordinary women, and most of them did not even care about their lives. Even if they became men's pets, they would not have any objections. If they had their support, the female officials would not be suppressed by the other civil officials. They would have to be careful, or they might cause trouble. Li Muqing did not want women to become pets, so she could only recommend people to Zhao Fu. She wanted to increase the strength of the female officials, so that they could have a little power to resist in the future. Otherwise, what could they do? Zhao Fu sat on the dragon throne. He did not say anything, nor did he feel annoyed. This was because Zhao Fu knew that he had shortcomings, and he could find out from them. At the same time, Zhao Fu would pay attention to the people they recommended, because the prosperity of an empire depended on this group of people. All of you, rise. Zhao Fu said, and the 6 men and 4 women all stood up, looking excited and nervous. They had finally seen the Qin's emperor with their own eyes, and at such a close distance. This was something they had never dared to imagine before. Introduce yourselves so that we can get to know each other. The 10 people in front of him were the most outstanding out of the countless students, and they would most likely be put in important positions. Zhao Fu asked with some interest. This lowly one is Long Ling. This lowly one is Zhang Feiling. This lowly one is Karami. This lowly one is Lin Li. This lowly one is Yu Zhouya. This lowly one is Bai Xiang. The 6 men spoke in unison. Long Ling was a handsome young master dressed in white, Zhang Feiling was a valiant-looking young man, Karami was an elf, Lin Li was a fish-scale person, Yu Zhouya gave off a cold demonic aura, and Bai Xiang gave off a scholarly aura. This lowly one is Lin Weiling. This lowly one is Yi Fengfeng. This lowly one is Nan and I. This lowly one is Lu Yunyun. The 4 women spoke in unison. Lin Weiling gave off the aura of a young lady from a large family, Yi Fengfeng looked quite lively, Nan and I was quite gentle, and Lu Yunyun gave off a seductive aura. The 4 women were all very beautiful. The 10 people were not very old, the youngest was 17 years old, and the oldest was only 20 years old. They all had a trace of childishness on their faces. Hearing their introductions, Zhaofu nodded in satisfaction. The person in first place was the leader of Poetry Sword, Long Ling, and the person in second place was the leader of the Washing Flower Pavilion, Lin Weiling. Both organizations had performed very well. Zhaofu did not want to interfere with these organizations as long as they did not violate Qin's laws. Moreover, the more competition there was, the more motivation there would be, and the more powerful the Qin Empire would be. Just as Zhaofu was about to confer some official positions, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty. This imperial examinations men are evidently better than women, so this minister suggests that we focus on nurturing men." Another minister also stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this minister also believes that there is no need to give women too many advantages. They have already let down Your Majesty's hopes, and some of the important positions in the imperial court are not suitable for women." Another minister stood out and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, this is a great opportunity. I believe that what they say is reasonable, and I ask Your Majesty to support more men. I also believe that with Bai Xiang's qualifications, he should be able to hold an important position in the court." The result of the imperial examinations was that the women were not as good as the men. Some of the ministers took this opportunity to continue to suppress the female officials. The power of the imperial court was still in the hands of the men. At the same time, these 10 people all had powerful backgrounds. The powers behind them all wanted them to take up important positions. That way, their powers would grow stronger and their foundations would become deeper. Li Muqing and Lu Lingxuan's expressions changed. In fact, they had already expected that the other ministers would make things difficult for them and continue to suppress them. In the future, they would even announce policies that were favorable to men. I don't think women are weaker than men. For example, Li Xiaoling was the top scholar in the last term. I think most women don't want to participate in politics. If they do, they won't fall behind men. Li Muqing hurriedly stepped forward and said. Lu Lingxian raised his head and said with a trace of confidence, "Your Majesty. Do you think that I am not inferior to men in politics? If I am, I will support what they say." Li Xiaoling also wanted to say something, but even though her position was not low, she did not have the right to say anything. The atmosphere was quite intense, and the people who had just entered the top 10 could not help but feel nervous. However, Zhaofu calmly cut them off, saying, "All right, there's no need to say any more. Our way of thinking won't change. Also, all of you should restrain yourselves. Right now, the situation outside of Qin is quite tense, and we don't want any internal conflicts to occur." "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing Zhaofu's words, everyone hurriedly nodded and did not say anything else. This made Long Ling and the others feel incredibly excited. In front of the ministers who controlled the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of people, they did not dare to say a single word. However, just a single sentence from the Emperor of Qin could make all of the ministers submit and not dare to complain at all. Following this, Zhaofu went to the military examinations to take a look. "Your Majesty, you're here. You're here." Wu Zetian went up and snuggled into Zhaofu's embrace, her lips curling up into a moving smile. Zhaofu smiled as he hugged Wu Zetian, who was becoming more and more mature, and sat on the throne. Wu Zetian was quite interested in the martial examination and would come to watch it every time. The martial examination quickly entered its final stage. A strong youth would fight against a half-beast, and one of them would take first place. "Your Majesty. Look at that half-werewolf's wolf ears and tail, how novel. I want to take in a few half-beast maids," Wu Zetian said with a smile. Zhaofu smiled and nodded. Half-beastmen had a unique wild nature, and their taste was also different. In fact, every race had their own taste. Zhaofu had only touched one half-beast woman, Song Xuanu. However, Zhaofu had made many half-beast women his concubines, and some of them were empresses or princesses. The two sides were fighting intensely on the stage, and a soldier came up to report, "Your Majesty. The Charm Devil World has sent a message for you to go over." Zhaofu nodded and prepared to get up. However, Wu Zetian said with a trace of displeasure, Zhao Fu. Don't immerse yourself in these women. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, I know. Also, wait for me to come back at night. Hearing that Zhao Fu would wait for her at night, a trace of delight appeared on Wu Zetian's face, and her displeasure disappeared as she flirtatiously nodded and said, You must come back soon, we'll pick a few beautiful half-beast female attendants to serve you. Zhao Fu went to the Charm Devil world and did not know what had happened. Why did the Charm Devil world suddenly want him to go over? After coming to the palace, Mei Xiangu, Mei Qiangu, Xiangli, and her 4 great generals were all there, but their expressions were all quite serious. What is it? Zhao Fu looked at them and felt quite confused as he asked. Mei Xiangu leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and said worriedly, Good husband, your intuition was correct. Just now, the Aeolian Empire ordered everyone from the Charm Devil world to scram from the Charm Devil world for 3 days, and anyone who remains will be killed without mercy. Zhao Fu felt quite startled, this had indeed happened, and it had been so domineering. As an invader, he had told everyone from the Charm Devil world to scram, and no one from the Charm Devil world dared to say no. After all, if they did not retreat, they would definitely be slaughtered. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert and 3 billion Stage 3 soldiers had the power to slaughter an entire world. This was the reason why the Aeolian Empire had not directly slaughtered the Charm Devil world and had only told them to scram. If everyone in the Charm Devil world went all out, they would suffer losses as well. Moreover, they only had 3 billion soldiers here. If they really wanted to slaughter an entire world, the surrounding worlds would not just wait to be killed and would ally together. If there were enough people, the Aeolian Empire would naturally lose. Now, not a single Charm Devil dared to stay in the Charm Devil world. The Aeolian Empire had been able to obtain a world so easily, making others feel quite envious. Zhao Fu was now sure that the Aeolian Empire was here to expand and invade. It was most likely to be in preparation for the Wind Spirit world, or else they would not have wanted a world. Obtaining the Charm Devil world was most likely the first step. After stabilizing their foundation, they would look towards other worlds. When that time came, the surrounding worlds would be in danger, and they would all be within the Aeolian Empire's attack range. This was especially so for Qin, which was only 1 world away from the Wind Spirit world. Facing such a kingdom, Zhao Fu felt immense pressure, especially that Emperor Heaven Realm expert, who could completely suppress Zhao Fu. Moreover, the Aeolian Empire had gathered its forces here, meaning that they were planning something big. With the current strength of the Qin Empire, they would not be able to defend at all. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu's expression became serious. Mei Xiangu could tell what Zhao Fu was worried about and did not disturb Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu was the one they could rely on. A while later, Zhao Fu came back to his senses and said, You should all move back to Qin. If the Aeolian Empire wants to do anything to harm Qin, Qin will defend with its full strength. You are now Qin's people, so Qin will protect you. Mei Xiangu happily smiled as she kissed Zhao Fu and said, Good husband, we believe in you. Also, I prepared some good gifts for you. Zhao Fu hugged Mei Xiangu and smiled as he asked, What present? Mei Xiangu flirtatiously laughed and called out, You sluts, why aren't you coming out yet? You've been waiting to see my husband for a long time, right? Peals of laughter rang out from the room on the side. 5 mature and alluring women walked out and stared at Zhao Fu with greed and thirst in their eyes. They quickly stuck close to him and sniffed Zhao Fu's scent as if they were addicted. Mei Xiangu smiled as she said, Husband, it's not a big deal. I also persuaded them to join Qin. Their forces are not weak. What do you think? Am I being considerate of you? Mei Xiangu began to introduce to Zhao Fu. One was the queen of a kingdom, and she was called Xiang Fu. She had a voluptuous figure and gave off a trace of a noble aura. With Mei Xiangu and Mei Qiangu's help, she had launched a coup, killed her husband, and sat on the throne. Another was called Gu Lily, and she was the leader of a faction. She had a fiery figure and a licentious aura. Another was called Qian Lile, and she had an androgynous appearance. She had a slim figure and was the queen of a kingdom. Another was called Di Wu, and she was also the leader of a faction. She had a seductive figure and looked quite flirtatious. The last one was Min Ye. She had a graceful figure and looked quite gentle and quiet, but she was actually quite flirtatious. If it was not for Mei Xianggu, she would have long since served Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless as he looked at the women around him. Xiangfu hugged Zhao Fu as she said enticingly, "Your Majesty, why didn't you come to find me earlier? Why didn't you look for me earlier? Now that I'm meeting you so late, I feel like we've missed a lot of time. Your aura makes us charm race women unable to hold back our desires." Mingye said coquettishly, "That's right. We've long since heard of your great name, it's just that we haven't had the chance to meet you. If we met earlier, we would have immediately submitted to you and become your little pet." Diwu flirtatiously smiled and rubbed her leg against Zhao Fu as she said, "Your Majesty, look at how much I want you. You have to properly satisfy me. In the future, I'll be yours, and I can't leave you now." Mei Xianggu lightly laughed as she said, "You 5 sluts, I didn't lie to you, right? As long as you see my husband, you'll become like a bitch." Yes, you're right. Let's begin. I can't wait any longer." Gu Lily's eyes became misty and her face became red as she said hurriedly, "Wait. Don't leave us behind." Mei Qiangu smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and licked her lips as she led the 4 generals towards Zhao Fu. Xiangli had long since leapt onto Zhao Fu's body. After an intense round, the women's faces were all red as they happily followed Zhao Fu's orders and started to relocate their factions to Qin City. "Your Majesty, I'm quite far away and there are some unstable factors, so I need your help," Qian Liyue said as she hugged Zhao Fu and felt slightly displeased. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. Qian Liyue was the queen of a kingdom, and Zhao Fu hugged her and quickly came to a palace. There were many ministers gathered in the palace, and a handsome-looking young man dressed in luxurious clothes said loudly, "I don't think we should submit to Qin City and move further away. Qin City is only 1 world away from us." "Humph. I've decided to submit to Qin City, so I'll submit to Qin City. I'm the queen of this kingdom, so you have to listen to me and you, Yili." Qian Liyue hugged Zhao Fu as she walked out. Yili, the handsome-looking young man, looked at Qian Liyue hugging Zhao Fu intimately and immediately became furious. He pointed at Zhao Fu and said loudly, "Who is this cheap man?" Zhao Fu felt quite angry, and Qian Liyue quickly comforted him, saying, "Don't be angry, husband. He's my empress, and I'll kill him later. I'm yours alone, and you can do whatever you want with my body." Yili was incredibly furious after hearing his woman say such things. Back then, they had been very sweet and loving, but now, Qian Liyue had become completely different, and she had killed him to please the man next to her. "Qian Liyue, you're too much, you dare to humiliate my little brother like this." A long-haired, cold-looking woman dressed in armor rushed in with a large group of soldiers. She was Yi Li's big sister, and her name was Yi Qingqing. She held a large amount of military power, and she was the problem that Qian Liyue was facing. "Husband, with your strength, you should be able to subdue her. With your strength, you should be able to subdue her. This woman has the core's power, and I won't be able to completely suppress her," Qian Liyue said to Zhao Fu, ignoring Yi Qingqing's words. Zhao Fu did not hesitate, and a powerful aura exploded out. A corporeal might weighed down on everyone in the palace, causing everyone to feel quite shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power, and their bodies instinctively trembled. Everyone looked terrified, they had never thought that the legendary Qin Emperor would come here. No wonder he had such terrifying power. Yili looked quite dispirited and powerlessly collapsed to the ground. He could not compare to Zhao Fu at all, and in front of Zhao Fu, he was nothing. Qian Liyue choosing Zhao Fu was the best decision. Yi Qingqing's face was pale, Zhao Fu's immense power suppressed her, making it so that she could not resist at all. "We are willing to obey the emperor's orders and submit to Qin." Seeing this scene, everyone understood that the outcome had been decided. They could only follow Qian Liyue's orders and did not dare to resist. Qian Liyue told the ministers to leave and only left Yi Li and Yi Qingqing in the palace. Looking at the siblings, Qian Liyue smiled and said, "Good husband, I'll give you a gift." She walked over and took off Yi Qingqing's clothes. She then made a humiliating pose before slapping Yi Qingqing's snow-white bottom. "Good husband. Don't worry, our charm race's women all have lewd and licentious blood flowing through their veins. This bitch definitely likes you." Yi Qingqing, who was lying on the ground, felt an unprecedented sense of shame. She felt incredibly uncomfortable and tears flowed out of her eyes. However, under Zhao Fu's gaze, she actually enjoyed it and looked forward to what Zhao Fu would do. She did not know what sort of aura Zhao Fu had that could make her feel like this. However, in the next moment, she came back to her senses. Even though she was looking forward to it, her little brother was by her side. Being violated by a man in front of her little brother, Yi Qingqing felt both ashamed and excited. I'm also willing to submit to you and give up everything. Please spare my big sister. Xianxia, seeing how much I loved you in the past, I beg you. Seeing his big sister, who had loved him dearly since he was young, being treated like this, Yili knelt on the ground and begged Xianxia to spare Yi Qingqing. Xianxia lightly laughed as she looked at Yili and said, Yili, I used to love you very much, but you also understand that you are a woman of the succubus race. You don't know how happy I was with my husband. He has already conquered me from the depths of my soul. Now, I don't have any love for you at all, only disgust. Don't blame me, it's because you aren't capable enough. Also, you don't have to worry. Big sister will also submit to my husband and become one of his pets. Now, you can go and die. Xianxia came to Yili's side, drew out a long sword and was about to kill Yili. Yi Qingqing hurriedly cried out, I'm willing to serve your husband and become your husband's pet. Please let my little brother off, I'll listen to everything you say. Qianlai unhappily waved her hand and slapped Yi Qingqing's face, causing it to swell up. You're speaking as if I'm begging you or threatening you. Do you know how honored you are right now? Do you think an ordinary woman can get it? Yi Qingqing endured the humiliation and tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Fu and begged, Master, please come and take care of your lowly female slave. Zhao Fu frowned and said, It's getting late, hurry up and relocate the kingdom. Don't let anything unexpected happen. Xianxia smiled and nodded. She hugged Zhao Fu and went outside to check on the relocating situation, ignoring the siblings. The kingdom's population, cities, and various resources were quickly and orderly relocating. Through countless teleportation channels, they would be able to relocate to Qin City in 3 days. If they gave up some things, they would be able to relocate to Qin City in 1 day. During the final relocation, Yili was thrown into a cage. Yi Qingqing, the most powerful general in the kingdom, wore thin and sexy clothes and had a dog collar around her neck. She was held by Qianlai as she followed beside Zhao Fu. Master, female slaves are the best tools. Look at how obedient they are, and how lowly they are. Why don't you give me a few women? I'll definitely turn them into the best female slaves. Xing Zhuang, Shavana, and the others will serve you well. The sadistic killing sword spirit looked at Yi Qingqing and could not help but say to Zhao Fu in his mind. Zhao Fu immediately refused. Even though the sadistic killing sword spirit had changed, it was still quite perverted and twisted. It was fine if it was used on enemies, but Zhao Fu was not willing to use it on his own people. Following this, Zhao Fu returned to the Goryeo kingdom to check on the other factions. The Goryeo kingdom and Mei Qiangu's continents had already been relocated, so they were able to relocate quickly. Zhao Fu was only worried about the other factions. After hearing about this, Yao Ming also tried to rope in the Charmed Devil race. After all, this was a large number of people, and it would be a pity not to take them. In the end, according to the statistics, Qin obtained 7 billion or so Charmed Devils, and Zhao Fu built a palace for Mei Xianggu as a reward. The other Charmed Devil women related to Zhao Fu also chose to stay here and chose many beautiful Charmed Devil women as female attendants. It was said that the Devil Horn Empire also obtained 1 billion people, and most of the Charmed Devil race escaped to other places. Under the threat of a royal kingdom, a relatively strong world had disappeared so easily, and the Charmed Devils could only leave in humiliation. What else could they do? With their strength, they could not stop a royal kingdom at all. Even though they could cause some losses to the Aeolian Empire, no one wanted to throw away their lives for nothing. The Aeolian Empire easily obtained the Charmed Devil world and sent over 1 billion Stage 3 soldiers, who started to construct various structures in the Charmed Devil world. 4 billion Stage 3 soldiers could rival 40 billion Stage 1 soldiers, and Zhao Fu felt a great headache and immense pressure. After all, the Aeolian Empire would definitely make a move against the surrounding worlds, and Qin would not be able to escape. Zhao Fu hurriedly went to ask about the Demon Cloud Empire because it was the Aeolian Empire's mortal enemy. However, Zhao Fu was disappointed because the Demon Cloud Empire did not do anything. It seemed that he could only rely on himself and could not rely on others. If the Aeolian Empire really wanted to do something to Qin, it was not as if Qin did not have a chance at all. There was still a trace of hope, which was in the outer world. After all, there were things that could kill Celestials, and even though Qin could not afford them with his current strength, it was still possible for him to exchange for things that could kill Emperor Heaven Realm experts. If the Aeolian Empire forced Zhao Fu would have to do anything. There were no battles in the Heaven Awakened world, and as long as Qin did not attack the Corpse Pall world, the Devil Horn Empire would not do anything. Moreover, under the threat of the Aeolian Empire, they were most likely thinking of ways to deal with it. Zhao Fu brought billions of soldiers, all sorts of beasts, and countless construction materials to the outer world. In just a single night, he had constructed a massive and majestic city in the outer world. During that time, many outer world creatures attacked, but they were quickly killed by Qin. The materials were collected by the soldiers and transported back to Qin. Because Qin did not have a sunlight gem, he could only move at night. The massive city that had suddenly appeared gave off a terrifying aura, causing the outer world creatures in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers to not dare to get close. They were instinctively afraid. Now, it was Qin's turn to attack them. He left half of the army to defend the base while the remaining half split into 8 armies that charged in 8 directions. Each army had a general leading them, and Zhao Fu personally led a group. Under the light of the 12 moons, it was as bright as day, and there was a sense of coldness to it. Zhao Fu led his army forwards. Roar! Roar, roar! Hundreds of thousands of scorpion-like outer world creatures gave off massive roars and gave off shocking auras as they rushed over. Formation! Without even needing Zhao Fu to give the order, a general gave the order and a group of shield-bearers walked out to form a shield wall. Archers walked out from behind them and drew their bows. They nocked their arrows and aimed at the incoming outer world creatures. These arrows were no longer ordinary arrows, they were socketed with blood spirit stones, and the tips of the arrows gave off a trace of blood-red light. Swish, 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 the arrows left behind countless red trails as they shot out with immense power. They were like bolts of cold lightning as they quickly shot towards the outer world creatures. The arrows easily pierced into the outer world creatures' bodies, causing green blood to fly everywhere. Countless outer world creatures died, and some fell to the ground and twitched. It seemed that they would not be able to live for long, but the remaining outer world creatures still ferociously attacked. However, after another wave of arrows, most of the outer world creatures had been killed. Hundreds of thousands of outer world creatures seemed like a lot, but Zhao Fu had 200 million soldiers, so killing them was not difficult at all. However, the blood spirit stones were quite useful, causing the arrows to deal more damage to the outer world creatures, making it easier for Qin to kill this wave of outer world creatures. Shoo shoo shoo, soon, another wave of arrows tore through the sky and descended like a rain of arrows, turning the outer world creatures into beehives. The outer world creatures were quite densely packed, and they appeared in large groups. If it was a single person, it would be very difficult to survive here. After killing a wave, the soldiers went up to collect the corpses and killed the outer world creatures that were not completely dead yet. This was the 5th wave that Zhao Fu had killed, and all of them were insect-type outer world creatures. The number of insect-type outer world creatures was simply too shocking. Moreover, they had not found any sunlight gem mines. Zhao Fu not only wanted to kill outer world creatures, but he also wanted to find sunlight gem mines. Without sunlight gems, Qin's soldiers would not be able to move during the day. Your Majesty! There's something ahead. A vanguard soldier, who was responsible for exploring the road ahead to prevent Qin's army from straying into danger, knelt in front of Zhao Fu and reported. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and flew in that direction. Within a massive crater, there were insect beasts that looked like rhinoceros beetles. They had glowing insect beasts on their backs, and there were also glowing eggs. These eggs were just membranes, and there was no eggshell at all. Because the eggs gave off light, it was possible to see what was inside. Some were liquids, while others were formed, and they all looked like rhinoceros beetles. The crater was incredibly big, and it was at least hundreds of kilometers wide. There were millions of insects within. They were incredibly densely packed, and they looked quite terrifying. What caught Zhao Fu's attention was that there was a massive hexagonal stone at the center of the crater. It was 3 meters wide and silently floated in the air, giving off a green light. It gave off a powerful aura and was most likely a treasure. Zhao Fu immediately turned around and brought his soldiers over. There were millions of insects, and if they were not careful, they would suffer losses. Zhao Fu first ordered his soldiers to form defenses on the outskirts before sending people to lure hundreds of thousands of insects over. After a few waves, they would be able to clear out more than half of them, and there was nothing to fear about the remaining half. Zhao Fu ordered his army to surround the crater, and after smelling the heaven-awakened world's aura, the insects charged over with no regard for their lives. Facing these insects, Zhao Fu did not mind at all and released wyverns. The wyverns gave off massive auras as they flew in the sky and breathed out searing flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing the insects to death. Soon, Qin had killed all of the insects, and the crater was in a complete mess. There were burnt corpses of insects and frozen corpses everywhere. Most of the insect eggs were preserved, and a small portion had been destroyed. Because Zhao Fu had not seen them before, he felt quite interested as he came before an insect egg and sensed the power it gave off. He found that these eggs were slowly absorbing primal chaos aura. Everything in the outer world battlefield was made of primal chaos aura, while the heaven-awakened world was made of spirit chi. Because Zhao Fu was quite close, he found that a trace of his power was being absorbed into the egg. Zhao Fu was quite surprised that the insect egg could absorb his power from the heaven-awakened world. Suddenly, Zhao Fu felt quite interested and sent a large amount of power into the egg. The meter-tall egg madly absorbed Zhao Fu's power, and its color gradually became black as the aura it gave off became more and more powerful. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion sounded out as the insect egg exploded, causing black liquid to splatter everywhere. Luckily, Zhao Fu had put up a defensive barrier in time, or else he would have been covered in the liquid. The liquid gave off a fishy smell. The reason for the explosion seemed to be because the insect egg was unable to withstand Zhao Fu's divine power. Zhao Fu thought about it and called over an ordinary soldier and had him send his power into the insect egg. The insect egg quickly absorbed the soldier's power, and the aura it gave off became stronger and stronger. Following this, the liquid within the egg started to change, and a horned beetle's body slowly formed. At that moment, a palm-sized horned beetle image shot out from the egg and flew into the soldier's body. Arg! The soldier suddenly cried out in pain, and Zhao Fu's expression fell. He sent his divine power into the soldier's body and found that the horned beetle image was devouring the soldier's life force. The soldier was fine and had only lost some life force, which could be recovered by consuming some medicinal pills. Zhao Fu did not know what was going on, but it was a pity that Ericina was not by his side. Otherwise, he could ask her what this insect egg was for. He could only put it away for now and research it after he returned. Following this, Zhao Fu went to the center of the crater and stood next to the glowing hexagonal stone. Looking at the hexagonal stone, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and looked at its information. System announcement. This item cannot be examined. Zhao Fu lightly laughed. He had long since thought that he could not look at this item. After all, he could look at the information of items in the heaven-awakened world, but this was something from the outer world. As someone from the heaven-awakened world, Zhao Fu naturally could not look at it. However, Zhao Fu guessed that this was something similar to a den, and it might be even more useful than ordinary dens in the heaven-awakened world. However, since Zhao Fu had conquered this den, he could not relocate it, which meant that he could not use it. However, sensing the powerful life force that this den gave off, Zhao Fu had a bold idea. He called over a wyvern that had not fused with a city lord's seal and planned to give it a try. Ordinary wyverns were only 10 or so meters long and had gray scales. Their defense was only average, and they were much weaker than those wyverns that had fused with city lord seals and could absorb fire and ice energy. Zhao Fu planned to use the method of creating beasts to fuse this insect-tied stone into the wyvern's body to see what powerful effects it would have. Looking at the wyvern obediently lying on the ground and looking at him with eyes full of respect, Zhao Fu could not help but hesitate and think of a big problem. Wyverns were creatures from the heaven-awakened world, and this insect-tied stone belonged to the outer world. Heaven Awakened World people could not use it, and it might not be able to fuse with it. In the end, this wyvern would die, so he could not act blindly. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu thought of an idea. He ordered people to collect the insect beast's blood and use a blood-dissolving stone to fuse the insect beast's blood into the wyvern's body. This process was incredibly painful, and the wyvern felt its body being corroded by some sort of energy. It howled and struggled on the ground, and its aura gradually changed. After a while, the wyvern calmed down and powerlessly lay on the ground. The pain seemed to have disappeared, and Zhao Fu had expected this. After all, they were two worlds with different laws, and it was very difficult to fuse them together. Now, the wyvern had only fused with a trace of the insect beast's bloodline, and the wyvern itself was many times more powerful than the insect beast. Its blood could suppress the insect beast's bloodline, but it was still so painful. It could not endure the insect beast's bloodline. If an ordinary person dared to fuse the insect blood into their body, they would die without a doubt. There was no way they could survive. Zhao Fu looked at the wyvern and took out a bottle of high-quality medicinal pills to feed it. The wyvern quickly recovered its strength and fused into the denver. By now, Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious as he performed countless hand seals and fused them into the den. Luckily, Zhao Fu's power was divine power, or else he would not have been able to fuse his power into the denver. As more and more power fused into the den, the massive den came under Zhao Fu's control. Zhao Fu pointed at the wyvern, and the glowing hexagonal stone shot into the wyvern's body. Roar! Roar, roar! The wyvern once again howled because the two types of energy once again clashed. The den's immense power continuously corroded the wyvern's body, causing it to give off a faint glow. The wyvern struggled and rolled on the ground, slamming its claws and tail against the ground, smashing open large craters and looking incredibly pained. After a while, the wyvern's pain decreased, and the insect beast's bloodline that Zhao Fu had fused into started to take effect. The wyvern's body continuously became bigger, 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 700 meters. 200 meters, 500 meters, 700 meters. In the end, the 10-meter-long wyvern became a 1,000-meter-long wyvern, and its appearance had greatly changed. The wyvern's originally gray scales had now turned green and glowing scales. A pair of thin insect wings were attached to the dragon's wings. Moreover, a green iron-like insect horn grew out of the wyvern's head, and insect pincers grew out of the side of the dragon's mouth. The wyvern's body gave off a terrifying aura, and it was more than 10 times more powerful than a wyvern that had fused with a city lord's seal. This was because its body was 1,000 meters long and it gave off the Heaven Awakened World's aura as well as the primal chaos chi. Zhao Fu looked at the wyvern's information in delight. Winged insect den dragon, a terrifying product of a Heaven Awakened World wyvern and a den fusing. It has terrifying power and can rival stage 9 dragons. It has primal chaos power and insect dragon power. Ha ha ha. Looking at the description, Zhao Fu loudly laughed. He had wanted to give it a try, but he had never thought that he would succeed and obtain such a terrifying dragon. Ordinary rank 9 dragons were already noble existences among ordinary dragons. Their power and bloodline had a strong suppression on ordinary dragons. They were naturally quite rare, but Qin could use this method to create a large number of stage 9 dragons. With the power of a stage 9 dragon, its effects would be unimaginable, and even when facing stage 9 soldiers, it would be able to suppress them completely. This winged insect den dragon would greatly increase Qin's strength, and ordinary empires would not be able to have such a powerful dragon. Of course, it would be impossible for Qin to obtain a large number of winged insect den dragons in a short period of time, as he needed insect den stones. Destroying a den with millions of insects to obtain a single insect den stone was not easy at all. Zhao Fu ordered his people to continue to collect the insect corpses and insect eggs and bring them back to study them in the future. After getting rid of this insect den, Zhao Fu and his army continued onwards. An hour or so later, they found another insect den, which made Zhao Fu feel quite delighted. There were many rewards for killing insects, and destroying insect dens also gave good rewards. It was better to fight in the Heaven Awakened World because there were no rewards in the Heaven Awakened World, and they were only fighting for population and territory. Zhao Fu followed the vanguard soldiers to take a look and saw a massive crater with crimson-red centipedes. They were 2 meters long and there were not many of them, only about 1 million or so. There were also many crimson-red insect eggs. At the center of the crater was a massive hexagonal stone that gave off a crimson light, silently floating in the air. There were only 1 million insects, so Xiaofu did not feel that there was a need to be so careful. They would be able to easily kill them, so he directly sent his army to kill them. Qin's soldiers had already gotten into formation. The shield-wielding soldiers stood in the first row, the spear-wielding soldiers stood in the second row, and the archers in the third row released arrows. Swish, 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 arrows flew out, tearing through the air before descending like a torrential downpour. Insect beasts were pierced by the arrows and immediately died, and they howled in pain as the ground was dyed red with blood. Some insect beasts gave off ferocious auras as they charged at Qin's army. At that moment, the wyverns in the sky spat out countless flames and icy blasts, burning or freezing these insect beasts to death. Xiaofu was quite interested in the insect den wyvern's performance. The insect den wyvern quickly flew in the sky and opened its mouth, shooting out a powerful green ray of light into the insect tide. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of massive explosions sounded out as a green light shot into the sky. The green light swept out, and a string of 2 massive explosions sounded out in a straight line. The insect beasts were blasted into pieces, and crimson blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground. Massive craters appeared on the ground, and there were mutilated insect corpses everywhere. This attack from the insect den wyvern had killed at least tens of thousands of insect beasts, and it was much more powerful than ordinary wyverns. Xiaofu gave a pleased smile and continued to observe the battlefield. After another wave of arrows, most of the insect beasts had been killed or injured. Only a small portion of the insect beasts reached the army, but they were blocked by the shield walls and pierced through by the spears on their backs. In the end, they were easily killed. After coming to the center of the insect den, Xiaofu looked at the insect den and smiled. He fused it into a wyvern that had not fused with the city lord's seal. Of course, this wyvern had fused with the red centipede's bloodline. The wyvern once again struggled and howled in pain. Its body started to change, and its aura became chaotic. The final 1,000-meter-long wyvern once again appeared in front of Xiaofu. This insect den wyvern was different from the previous one and was quite different. This insect den wyvern's scales were red, and it did not have thin insect wings. However, there were a few thick carapaces on its chest, making its defense much stronger. It did not have horns, but there were pincers on the sides of its mouth, and it gave off a powerful aura. The 2 insect den wyverns looked different, and it most likely had something to do with the bloodline and the insect den they had fused with. It also required a bloodline to be compatible with a hive stone, as the hive could only give birth to a single bloodline. If another bloodline was used, the hive would not be able to fuse with it, and any creature that tried to fuse with it would definitely die. Xiaofu ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and put away the insect beasts' corpses and insect eggs. Xiaofu saw that the sky was about 6 insect beasts, so he could not see any insect beasts. Zhao great wyverns could return. After returning to Qin, the other teams also returned and brought back a large number of insect corpses. What made Xiaofu feel pleasantly surprised was that there were 6 insect dens, meaning that Qin would have 6 more insect den wyverns. However, they had not discovered the sunlight gem mine yet, and Qin's army did not dare to leave the base during the day. Xiaofu was quite worried that without the sunlight gems, once the base was destroyed, the remaining people would be doomed. They had to have the sunlight gems, or else Qin's movements would be greatly restricted, and it would be a great hidden danger. For example, if someone snuck into the base and destroyed the Sunblaze Emperor Immortal Formation, Qin's soldiers would be exposed to the 8 suns. Xiaofu did not dare to imagine that. What business do you have with this god? Erisina gave off a cold aura as she walked out and looked at Xiaofu with her beautiful eyes. Xiaofu took out the insect egg and placed it on the ground as he asked, "What are these insect eggs used for? Can they be hatched and used by Qin?" Erisina looked at the insect egg as she said, "Keep dreaming. If insect eggs could be used after hatching, then outer world creatures would not be so easy to subdue. These insect eggs have 2 main uses, one is to create insect curses, and the other is to create insect souls." Xiaofu asked curiously, "What are insect curses and insect souls?" Erisina replied, because the outer world's laws are special, the creatures here are quite special. These insect eggs are very suitable for casting curses, which are called insect curses. As long as you curse this insect curse, a type of insect will appear in your body and continuously torture the person who is cursed. The pain will be extremely intense, and you can also use the insect curse to curse someone to death. The eggs are also divided into different levels, and you can use different insect curses. The insect egg you obtained is the most trashy type of insect egg. Almost no one uses it, and it's mostly destroyed because insect curses can be easily broken. As for insect souls, you can send your power into the insect egg when it hatches, and the insect soul will enter your body. After the insect soul enters your body, it will instinctively devour your life force and cause intense pain. During that time, you need to seal the insect egg so that it cannot absorb any power. The insect soul within your body will be controlled, and you will be able to use the insect soul's power. However, even though this method can increase one's power, insect souls are innately hostile to heaven-awakened world creatures. As such, using the insect soul's power is extremely easy to be affected by the insect soul, so very few people do this. Hearing this, Zhao felt quite disappointed. The insect curses and insect souls were too weak, and they were too dangerous. Moreover, it seemed that Zhao plan to develop his own insect army would not be possible. However, it was best to keep these insect eggs for now, as there were around 1 million of them. Perhaps they would be of some use in the future. You've been busy all night, so you should rest. Erisina went up and lightly hugged Zhao as she said flirtatiously. Looking at how flirtatious she was, Zhao lightly laughed and said, "You can leave first, I'll rest for a while." Erisina coquettishly looked at Zhao and said with a trace of shyness, "Husband, I'm not interested. This god wants you. Today, this god will serve you well." After that, Erisina took the initiative to kiss Zhao and then took off her clothes. Bai Shihan stood outside the door, listening to the intense sounds inside the room. She stopped in her tracks, and a trace of blush appeared on her cold face. Su Liui felt quite surprised and looked at Bai Shihan standing at the door and asked, "What is it?" "Shihan, aren't you looking for His Majesty to discuss the matter of the gathering place?" However, she soon heard the indescribable sounds from within the room, causing her face to become red and her body to give off an alluring aura. As a young woman, Su Liui understood those sounds very well, and her body could not help but heat up. Su Liui looked at the 3 other women with a lustful look on her face as she said, "Aren't you going in?" "I'll go in first. His Majesty hasn't done it with us for a month, and with so many battles in Qin, we don't have much time. We can enjoy it now." Sun Hanxiang lightly smiled and nodded, "I'll go in as well. I've been missing His Majesty, we don't usually have time." Wei Qing shyly nodded and looked at Bai Shihan as she asked, "Big sister Bai, His Majesty has been doing it with you the longest. His Majesty favored you the earliest, and he spent the longest time with you. Don't you want to go in and do it with His Majesty?" Bai Shihan's face was bright red and she did not reply to Wei Qing. She pretended to be calm as she lightly pushed open the door and walked in. Su Liui flirtatiously laughed and could not help but think back to when Zhao had done it with her. She had heard Zhao doing it with other women, and she could hold it in once or twice. However, it was impossible for her to do it hundreds or even thousands of times. As a young woman, Su Liui had a strong desire in that area. It was a pity that she had been forcefully brought to this world and could no longer enjoy the joy of doing it. Finally, when Zhao was doing it with Daisy, Daisy started to beg for mercy, so she joined in and dragged the other 3 women down with her. Sun Hanxiang had long since expected that they would not be able to escape from Zhao, so she took the initiative to do it with Zhao. Bai Shihan did not object, she would accept anything that Zhao did to her. Wei Qing was the youngest and shyly joined in. "Shihan, what did you come to find me for?" Zhao hugged Erisina with one arm and Bai Shihan with the other as he looked at her red face and lightly smiled as he asked. Bai Shihan quickly regained her cold demeanor and said, "There are too many insect creatures in this outer world, there are hundreds of thousands of them. It would be no surprise if there were hundreds of millions or even billions of insect creatures. I think we should build a layer of defense every 10,000 miles to ensure the safety of the colony. It's better if we don't know what's here for the time being. Although it won't be a problem to exterminate the insect beasts nearby. But such a large-scale operation will attract too much attention. To prevent any accidents, I want to gradually form a small scouting team. We will first investigate the surroundings of the gathering place, and then we will start the operation with a plan. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, I know that. They are already selecting people and preparing all types of life-saving defensive items. Even though this is the outer world's desolate border, I understand how dangerous it is. When the time comes, I will personally lead a team. This is a world. Although it is dangerous, there are also many opportunities. I want to take a look. As for the colony, I will leave it to you to manage. Bai Shihan replied softly, we will guard the gathering place well. Following this, Zhao Fu got up and went to check on the preparations. Zhao Fu had to take Ericina with him because she understood the outer world quite well. Without her, it would be quite troublesome. The scouting team's strength was at least stage 7, and even without sunlight gemstones, they could put up defensive barriers to block the sunlight. It would be best if they were assassins, that way, they would be more concealed and would be safer. Zhao Fu and Ericina formed a team and did not bring anyone else. Zhao Fu planned to go deeper into the outer world, and bringing anyone else would be a burden. Boom! Suddenly, the ground violently trembled as a massive aura flooded over, causing countless people to feel quite startled. Their hairs stood on end, and they instinctively felt fear. Zhao Fu's expression fell and he flew into the sky. In the distance, he saw a hive of different insects giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as it rushed towards the Qin colony. There were only 10 million of them, so Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. It was just 10 million insects, and even though it was daytime, there were billions of Qin's soldiers standing guard. 10 million insects would not be able to do anything to the Qin colony. You ugly heaven-awakened people, release my big brother or I'll have you all die here. A voice sounded out in Zhao Fu's ears, and Zhao Fu found that there was an 8 or 9-year-old boy in front of the insect hive. He was dressed the same as the man he had captured before, and he spoke in the outer world's language. Because this fellow was too small, Zhao Fu had not paid much attention to him. Zhao Fu did not know what method the boy had used to gather 10 million insects. Swish, 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 without needing Zhao Fu to give the order, as soon as the insects came close, arrows filled the sky and covered the earth as they shot towards them. Chi, 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 countless arrows rained down, and the insect beasts died one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, and roars could be heard everywhere. In just this wave of attacks, the 10 million insect beasts had been reduced to 30%. The ferocious insect horde immediately turned and ran without any hesitation because there were billions of people standing on the city walls. Even though they hated the heaven-awakened world's people, they could still fight with their lives on the line. However, they still felt fear. The boy had used some sort of method to dodge the dense rain of arrows, and he looked at the city walls with a pale face. According to the information he had received, this colony only had 100,000 or so people, and if he had brought 10 million insects, he would have been able to crush them. However, in just a few days, so many people had appeared. The boy felt that something was off, and he rode on a massive black beetle and prepared to run. A man in a cloak with a pair of terrifying eyes appeared behind him without a sound. The little boy had just turned around when he saw him. His body violently trembled because he felt extreme terror. Don't you want to see your big brother? I'll take you to him now. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he looked at the boy in front of him. He understood that the man he had captured last time was his big brother, but he had not been able to obtain any information from his big brother. Qin had tortured him while conducting experiments, but his big brother had refused to say anything. Now that he had captured this boy, it would be easier for him to obtain information. Zhao Fu was quite delighted that the boy had delivered himself to him. Swish, the boy activated a stone medallion on his body, and his body instantly disappeared. However, Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed, and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun, locking onto the boy's position and binding him 10,000 meters away. Hurry and let me go. You despicable and hypocritical heaven-awakened world people, if my people come here, you'll all die. The boy cried out in panic. Speak. Where do you come from? What is this place? What factions are around here? Zhao Fu said as he looked at the boy with terrifying eyes. Within a dark room, the boy was tied up by chains and hung in the air. He looked quite angry as he continuously struggled, trying to break free. However, he was naturally unable to break free from the chains. The boy stubbornly cried out, "I won't tell anyone from the heaven-awakened world, even if I die. It's best if you kill me now, or else you'll regret it." Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he continuously sent out powerful lightning bolts towards the boy's body. Zhao Fu would not stop just because he was a child. Arg! The powerful lightning bolts hit the boy's body, causing his body to violently tremble and howl. Only after a while did Zhao Fu stop. The boy's body was drenched, and he powerlessly hung in the air. He became much more well-behaved. Now, he understood that if he was caught by his enemies, they would not show him any mercy and would instead treat him coldly and cruelly. "I'll say it again, tell me everything you know, or I'll use even more painful methods. If you can tell me, I'll let you see your big brother and won't torture him anymore. You know that your big brother is often experimented on and suffers immense pain every day." Zhao Fu said coldly to the boy. Hearing that Zhao Fu was experimenting on his big brother, the boy became quite angry and yelled, "If you dare to do that to my big brother, I won't let you off." Arg! Zhao Fu did not say anything and sent another powerful bolt of lightning into the boy's body through the chains, causing him to howl in pain. His voice was quite young and tender, and it was quite unbearable to listen to it. "Do you want me to say it again? If I don't want you and your big brother to suffer pain, tell me everything you know," Zhao Fu said coldly as he looked at the boy. The boy tightly pursed his lips and glared at Zhao Fu, not saying anything. Zhao Fu was a little surprised. This little boy had quite a backbone. Could it be that all outsiders were like this? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Fu brought him back to Qin and let him see the weak man covered in wounds in the cell. Seeing his big brother like this, the little boy cried and ran over, but he was caught by Zhao Fu. The man who had fallen to the ground once again had a bit of life in his lifeless eyes. He looked at the boy in Zhao Fu's hands in shock and became furious as he yelled, "Release my little brother. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I die." The relationship between the two brothers must be very deep. Otherwise, one would not be so angry, and the other would not take the initiative to rush to the door. Zhao Fu felt like he was a villain in a movie, and scrupulous to achieve his goal. "Seeing your big brother in this state, does it hurt? As long as you tell me what happened, I'll treat the two of you well. Not only will your big brother not be used as an experiment, but you won't have to suffer any pain," Zhao Fu said as he continued to tempt the boy. The boy looked like he was about to cry and hesitated, wanting to say something. "Don't say it. Don't tell these despicable heaven-awakened world people that the chaos spirit race would rather die than submit to these people," the man yelled. Hearing his big brother's words, the boy's gaze became resolute and he closed his mouth, not wanting to say anything. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased and raised his hand, wanting to cut off the boy's arm to make him suffer. "Your Majesty! There's news from the outer world that someone from the outer world wants to see you," a soldier reported as he walked in. Hearing that there was another person from the outer world, Zhao Fu thought for a while and decided to send out a group of Grey Wolf guards to the outer world base. Zhao Fu decided to call this base Qin territory, which meant the land of the kingdom of Qin. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to find that it was a woman with a mature figure and beautiful looks. She had fiery red curly hair and a pair of red eyes, and she looked quite cheerful. She only used beast skins to cover her chest and lower body, and she gave off a wild aura. "You've come for those two people?" Zhao Fu could already guess why this woman had come. After all, it was impossible for someone from the outer world to come for no reason. The woman gave a slight smile as she said, "One of them is my husband, and the other is my beloved little brother. I want to talk to you about how you can let them go." Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh as he said, "You dare to talk to me about conditions by yourself? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself in trouble?" The woman smiled as she replied, "Your faction most likely only came here recently, there weren't any heaven-awakened world people before. You should be in a hurry to find sunlight gemstones. I can provide you with the location as long as you let them go." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. He had never thought that the sunlight gemstones that he had been searching for a long time would deliver themselves to him. Moreover, it was only for two unimportant people. This was a very good deal. However, Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to agree because this was Zhao Fu's first time here and he did not know what this place was or what factions there were. He had to understand all of this, or else Zhao Fu would not be able to calm down. Moreover, Zhao Fu felt quite curious about their identities and wanted to know who they were. Zhao Fu looked at the woman and said, "If you can tell me where the sunlight gemstones are, I'll be happy to let them go. However, you have to tell me your identities and everything about this place, only then will I let you go." The woman felt quite startled and thought about it before saying, "I can only tell you that this place is called the Withered Grass Domain and is in the western part of the Primal Chaos world. As for our identities and what happens nearby, I can't tell you." If the woman really told this to Zhao Fu, all of the outer world people here would be doomed. After all, there were billions of soldiers gathered here, and she understood this. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. He only had a rough location and did not know anything about the surroundings. How could Zhao Fu be satisfied with this? "I have to know the location of the sunlight gemstones and information about the surroundings, or else you don't have to say anything else. Also, in order to prevent you from going to the other outer world people, please stay here for a few more days and think about it." The woman, who had been smiling, frowned. If Zhao Fu wanted to force her to stay here, she would have to tell him two things. This made the woman feel quite angry. It was Qin who had captured their people, and now she was courteously negotiating with them. If it was an ordinary chaos spirit race person, they definitely would not be able to do this. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and his expression became serious. He could tell that the woman was threatening him, but he still replied calmly, "Only royal kingdoms can come here. My Qin kingdom is a new royal kingdom." The woman smiled, but her tone was quite cold as she said, "A true royal kingdom would not have so many stage 1 soldiers. I'm sure you don't know how powerful the outer world is. Why is it that only royal kingdoms can participate? There are 10 or so factions here that can threaten royal kingdoms. If I leak information about you to them, do you think that even a royal kingdom would not be able to stop me?" Hearing the woman's words, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that this place would be so dangerous. However, Zhao Fu realized that if she dared to do such a thing, she would have done it long ago. After all, he had something on her, which was her husband and that little boy. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt quite confident and said condescendingly, "Go tell them. Not only will your husband die, but your brother-in-law will also die. I'll skin them alive and cut off their flesh bit by bit, torturing them to death. Also, you won't be able to escape. You look quite good, and I'll properly enjoy your body." The woman felt incredibly furious. She was afraid that Zhao Fu would kill them, which was why she had come to negotiate. "I can tell you the factions that can threaten you, as well as the location of the sunlight gemstone mine, but you must promise to let the three of us off," the woman said as she angrily glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly laughed. After her threat, how could Zhao Fu spare them? If he spared them, he would not have anything to use against them, and if they leaked information about Qin to those terrifying factions, Qin would suffer heavy losses. "Apologies, but I refuse now. I'll go find the sunlight gemstone myself, as well as those dangerous places. As for the three of you, just obediently stay in Qin." The woman felt quite panicked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would directly refuse everything. She thought about it and tore off her beast skin, revealing her alluring figure as she said, "With my body, as long as you let the three of us go, we won't leak any information about you. However, they'll find out sooner or later." Zhao Fu felt quite startled before smiling and not minding at all. He brought the woman into his embrace, and the woman slightly struggled. However, facing her husband and her brother-in-law, she could only endure it. Intense sounds sounded out in the room, and the woman had never thought she would be so happy. She also felt that she had betrayed her husband, making her feel quite complicated. A few hours later, Zhao Fu hugged the woman and checked to see if the 6 Desires demonic chi was effective on the outer world woman. He was quite surprised. Perhaps it was because the 6 Desires demonic chi was a higher grade power, but it was only slightly weakened. The woman's face was red as she powerlessly lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and said, "Now that I've given my body to you, can you let the three of us go?" Zhao Fu laughed as he said, "I don't think I've ever promised you anything. Also, just then, it was clearly you who was happier. I didn't enjoy anything." The woman felt incredibly ashamed and had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so shameless. She raised her hand and prepared to slap Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu grabbed her hand and tried to bite Zhao Fu. At that moment, a voice sounded out from outside, reporting, "Your Majesty. We found that village and have successfully destroyed it." Hearing this, the woman's face became pale, and her heart felt as if it had fallen into an abyss. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile. Back when they had captured an outsider, Zhao Fu had not thought too much about it. When they had captured a second outsider, Zhao Fu had been focused on obtaining information and had not thought about this. Now that they had captured a third outsider, Zhao Fu suddenly realized that there was definitely an outsider gathering place near Qin City. As such, Zhao Fu had sent out a Grey Wolf Guard to search. The Grey Wolf Guard was a soldier and a grey wolf, and they had been specially nurtured and were incredibly skilled at tracking. Hearing the soldier report that it was only a village, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed. After all, an ordinary village was worth millions or even tens of millions in Qin City. Just as Zhao Fu was about to get up, the woman immediately pulled on Zhao Fu and pleaded with tears in her eyes, "Please. Don't hurt them." The woman did not want to tell anyone about the village because she wanted to protect it. However, she had never thought that they would be discovered by Qin City. Zhao Fu looked at the pitiful woman and stroked her face as he smiled and said softly, "Then you have to be more obedient in the future." The woman hurriedly nodded. "I'll definitely listen to you. I promise I won't go against your orders." Hearing this, Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Then put on your clothes and go together." The two of them put on their clothes and came to the hall. There were a few people tied up with ropes. These people had some bloodstains on their bodies and were most likely injured. The woman looked at a red-haired, elderly man and hurriedly ran over and asked, "Father, what's wrong? Are you all right?" The elderly man had never thought that his daughter would appear here with that despicable heaven-awakened world person. He thought of something and roared, "Daughter! Did you betray our village?" The woman cried and did not know how to explain. After all, the destruction of the village was related to her, but she definitely did not betray the village. By the side, Zhao Fu frowned and said, "Don't blame her, it was Qin City that discovered your location. It was only a matter of time before he destroyed you." The elderly man furiously roared, "Despicable heaven-awakened world person, I'll definitely kill you and use your blood to take revenge for those villagers who died. You won't have a good ending either. Even if I die, the other chaos spirit race will find you." Zhao Fu looked quite angry, and the woman hurriedly comforted him, "Husband, don't be angry. Our chaos spirit race naturally hates you, which is why we're like this." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's anger subsided a bit. He ordered these people to be taken away and had people report what had happened in detail. The results were quite surprising because the village had less than 1,000 people, which was simply too small. Moreover, how could a boy from such a small village have the ability to gather millions of insects? Zhao Fu did not believe this. However, the soldiers would not lie to him. Moreover, they said that the village had hundreds of thousands of insects protecting them, and they had cleared out those insects before taking down the village. The soldier also handed over a grey orb that was as big as a fist. It was very smooth and gave off a faint light, and it was said that it was something that they had obtained from conquering that village. There were many things about this item that Zhao Fu did not understand. "Can you tell me everything about this place now?" Zhao Fu pulled the woman into his arms and sat on the chair above. He asked with a smile. The woman looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Then don't hurt my dad, the villagers, and my husband." "No, Hong Li and Hong Dong. That's not a problem. As long as you're obedient and tell me everything, I'll treat them well." Zhao Fu agreed with a smile. The woman nodded in satisfaction and lightly hugged Zhao Fu as she said coquettishly, "Husband, I'm very happy. My name is Hong Mei. As long as you don't hurt them, I'll be yours. From now on, I'll serve you seriously." Zhao Fu nodded with a smile and asked about the grey bead first. Hong Mei explained, "That's just a village creation pearl, and it can be used to create a village. However, their village's attributes are different from those in the heaven-awakened world. First of all, their village only had 3 basic abilities: deterrence, which prevented wild beasts from barging in, territory, which allowed players to treat an area as their territory, and profession change, which allowed players to only have these 3 abilities. There were no other village attributes, such as production, villagers' additional attributes, or attributes that could attract talents or increase aptitude. They didn't even have a starting ground. And the starting ground was a place to spawn people. If they didn't have such a thing, how could they spawn people? Afterwards, they found out that they could only reproduce here and could not create new people through villages. Everyone had a special ability, which was to communicate with the lowest grade insects and gather insects. The little boy had stolen a treasure from the village and used it to gather tens of millions of insects. That treasure was a consumable, and once it was used up, it would be gone. This also explained why there were less than 1,000 people in the tribe. But he could mobilize 10 million insect beasts. Moreover, they could only gather insects, and most insects would not attack them, as long as they did not provoke them. However, they were unable to communicate with other outer world creatures. For example, there were walking beasts that mainly looked like walking beasts, flying beasts that mainly looked like birds, and water beasts that mainly looked like underwater creatures. Outsiders couldn't control or communicate with these three types of creatures, and these three types of creatures would also attack outsiders. The gray orb was useless to Zhao Fu, as it was just a village creation stone. Its power was too weak, and even if it was fused into a creature's body, it would not have much of an effect. As such, Zhao Fu gave it to Hong Mei and told her to continue talking about other things. He continued to learn that there were countless layers of various sizes here, as well as a few outer realm villages. However, there were also extremely powerful existences. For example, there was a massive lake in the east, where there were at least 1 billion bloodthirsty mosquitoes. These bloodthirsty mosquitoes were only 1 meter long and could fly very quickly. Their mouths were extremely sharp, and after piercing into a person's body, they would quickly suck their blood dry. Almost no one dared to go to that place. There was also a large group of fire-red ants in the west, and there were more than 1 billion of them. Similarly, no creatures dared to go there. In the north, there were 700 to 800 million horned boars. They were 3 meters long and had rough skin. They had powerful defense and a sharp horn on their heads. They were ruled by a boar king, and that boar king's strength was even more terrifying. It had killed countless world realm experts. The truly dangerous place was in the south, where there was a massive chaos evil city. There were around 10 million chaos evil people gathered there. If it was an ordinary 10 million chaos evil people, Qin would be able to easily destroy them. However, the chaos evil people were one of the most evil races in the outer world, and they could use their legacy techniques to create countless half-human, half-insect monsters. It was said that there were 6 billion or so insect monsters there, and they were incredibly terrifying. The aura they gave off caused even Tiandong's expression to fall. Hearing Hong Mei mention the 10 or so factions, Zhao Fu felt quite startled and realized just how dangerous the outer world was. These factions all hated the Heaven Awakened World people, and if they discovered where the Heaven Awakened World people were, they would definitely kill and destroy them. If they discovered where Qin was, Qin would truly be in danger. Back then, Hong Mei had used this to threaten Zhao Fu. These factions were quite terrifying, but Hong Mei did not dare to do so back then. After all, if she lured them over, almost all of the creatures here would be killed. This was especially so for the Chaos Evil people. They would not even let off their own people. They liked to capture them and do all sorts of perverted and cold-blooded experiments. For example, they would attach insects to people's bodies and use their flesh and blood as food. The insects would slowly eat the flesh and blood, and the people would suffer immense pain. They would also use insects and humans to create terrifying insect monsters and transplant insect organs into people's bodies. The outer world was split into many races, but the smallest number were the humanoid creatures. There were 9 races in total, and they all had different abilities and attributes. The Chaos Spirit race and Chaos Evil race were one of them. Now that he knew so many dangers, Zhao Fu planned to make defensive preparations as soon as possible. He had to strengthen their defensive measures to ensure that Qin could defend against these terrifying creatures. Finally, there was the location of the Sunlight Gem Mine. Hong Mei's village had long since discovered this mine, but it was useless to them, so they had not mined it. It was located under a large mountain. Zhao Fu ordered people to go take a look according to Hong Mei's information. They mainly wanted to see if there was any danger, how big the mine was, and how many sunlight gems could be mined. Husband. Can I see Hong Li and Hong Dong now? I want to see how they're doing. I won't do anything else, Hong Mei said as she nervously looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had just heard a lot of information from her, and he felt quite happy. He did not refuse her and agreed to let her see the brothers. Hong Mei excitedly kissed Zhao Fu and ran to see the brothers. Zhao Fu had many things to take care of, and he was waiting for the information from the people who had gone to investigate. Hong Mei came to the prison cell, feeling quite anxious to see them because that was what she had come for. However, in the end, the village had been destroyed and her body had belonged to another man. In the future, she would have to serve that man wholeheartedly. That man could give her unimaginable happiness, and she looked forward to being done by that man. However, in her heart, she still loved Hong Li, the man that Zhao Fu had captured. She did not stop loving Hong Li because of Zhao Fu, and her love for Hong Li did not decrease at all. At the same time, that man had forcefully entered her heart. Hong Li looked quite confused. His little brother had just been captured and had been abused by Zhao Fu, so how had his wife been captured as well? Looking at his wife's red face and her enchanting aura, Hong Li had a bad feeling. I'm fine. Mei, why did you come here? Were you also captured by that bastard Heaven Awakened World person? Hong Li hurriedly asked. Thinking about her identity, Hong Mei shook her head in shame and 2 streams of tears streaked down her face as she said, Hong Li, no one will harm you and Hong Dong. No one will harm you and Hong Dong now. Later, someone will bring you to a better place. I will come to see you often. Hong Li's body trembled. Hong Mei had not been captured and the other Heaven Awakened World people were quite courteous to her. She did not have to be locked up, and her face was red and enchanting. At the thought of his beloved wife moaning in front of another man, a wave of anger surged in his heart. Hong Li's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was about to roar. Seeing this, Hong Mei understood. In order to make Hong Li feel better and not be in so much pain, she lied and said, Hong Li, don't misunderstand. I just submitted to that Heaven Awakened World person and will listen to his orders in the future. Nothing happened. Hearing this, Hong Li's anger disappeared. He trusted his wife, and if she said nothing, then nothing had happened. However, he was quite displeased that Hong Mei had submitted to a Heaven Awakened World person. However, thinking about it, he felt quite guilty and said, Mei, my good wife, don't worry about us. My good wife, don't worry about us. Find a chance to leave and move our village away. Hong Mei looked at Hong Li and did not know what to say. After all, the village had already been destroyed by Qin and she could not leave. It was not just because of Hong Dong but also because her father was in Zhao Fu's hands. She also felt that her body could not leave Zhao Fu. Thinking about how intense it had been with Zhao Fu, Hong Mei's face became red and she gave off a lustful aura. She thought to herself, I really want to do it with that man again. Mei. What is it? Hong Li looked at Hong Mei, who was suddenly stunned, and asked in confusion. Hong Mei came back to her senses and looked at Hong Li, who was concerned about her. She felt quite guilty and was afraid that if this went on, Hong Li would notice something. She was also afraid that Zhao Fu would become angry, so she could only say, Hong Li, I'm going to leave now. I'll come and see you when I'm free. Hong Li once again told Hong Mei to leave and warned that the Heaven Awakened World person was not a good person. Hong Mei could only agree on the surface and leave. The soldiers who had gone out to collect intelligence also came back. They brought Zhao Fu a piece of surprising news. The sunlight gem mine was very large, enough to meet Qin's needs. However, there was a massive canyon nearby with at least tens of millions of worms. Those worms were the same as the ones Zhao Fu had encountered when he entered the outer world. They were massive, had suction cup-like mouths, and had sharp teeth. There were only tens of millions of worms, so Zhao Fu did not care too much. With Qin's power, it would be easy for him to deal with them. After hearing that there was no danger, Zhao Fu led his army to where the mine was. They first came to the side of the canyon. The canyon was 10,000 meters wide and 3,000 meters deep. It was impossible to see how long it was, and there were worms crawling all over the walls. There were also many worms at the bottom, making it look quite terrifying. Looking at this terrain, Zhao Fu did not plan to directly send soldiers to kill them, and he thought of a good idea. He called over 50,000 people. These people all had stage 4 cultivation and could fly in the sky. Qin had made ample preparations for the outer world battle, and he had all sorts of resources, including a large amount of kerosene. The 50,000 people obeyed Zhao Fu's orders and suddenly appeared above the canyon. They threw down barrels of kerosene, which shattered as they fell, causing black kerosene to spread out. There was a commotion among the worms, but only a small portion of them rushed towards Qin's soldiers. In front of the tens of millions of worms, 50,000 people were too few, and the worms did not take them seriously at all. Those people did not care and quickly threw down kerosene. They then threw down countless torches, which ignited the kerosene. The flames quickly raged, and many worms were burned to death. The massive heat caused the worms to become even more restless. However, only a small portion of the canyon was on fire, and most of the worms rushed to the other side. Zhao Fu hurriedly ordered more people to throw down kerosene. The kerosene was immediately ignited, and some directly exploded. Countless worms struggled in the raging flames, letting out hissing sounds. Then, they slowly stopped moving, their bodies burned into charcoal. However, many worms rushed out of the canyon and furiously attacked Qin's soldiers. However, the soldiers there had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw the worms rush out, they shot arrows at them. Powerful arrows descended one after another, piercing into the worms' bodies. Gray blood splattered everywhere as countless worms died under the arrows. Because of the raging flames in the canyon, even more worms rushed out. Qin's soldiers continued to use arrows to kill them. It was best to use long-range attacks against these worms and avoid direct clashes, or else they would suffer great losses. Some worms rushed up to the shield wall that Qin's soldiers had formed, and their bodies smashed against it. Spears stabbed out, piercing through the worms and killing them. 7 or 8 hours later, Qin had killed most of the worms, and a small portion of them had escaped. Zhao Fu obtained a gray denver. This den was twice as big as an ordinary den, and the aura it gave off was even more powerful. Zhao Fu fused it into a wyvern's body. The wyvern's body grew to 3,000 meters long and looked like ordinary insect den wyverns. It was covered with gray scales and had pincers at the side of its mouth. However, its body was slightly swollen, and its eyes were much larger. It was also more powerful and gave off a terrifying aura. Because this was a den of tens of millions of insect beasts, it was naturally more powerful. However, some wounds appeared on the wyvern's body, from which blood flowed out. It was unable to withstand the den's power. In other words, the wyvern could only fuse with dens of this level. If it was a higher level, the wyvern would be unable to withstand it and explode. Dens were split into different levels. The lowest level was level 1, and it would be guarded by 1 million insect beasts. Level 2 would be guarded by 2 million insect beasts, level 3 would be guarded by 3 million insect beasts, and so on. Out of all of the creatures that Qin had nurtured, wyverns were the highest grade creatures. This was because they were dragons and were much stronger than creatures of the same grade. High-grade creatures were not so easy to obtain, and one had to obtain a den first. Zhao Fu had no way of obtaining a den in the future. If he obtained a higher-grade den, he could only put it away for now. Zhao Fu came to the Sunlight Gem Mine, which was an open-air mine. Black jade covered the walls of the mine, and all light that came close would be absorbed by the jade. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The sunlight gem was not what he had expected. Zhao Fu had thought that it would be a sparkling gem. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to start building defensive measures. Because there was quite a distance between this place and the Qin territory, even though they could use teleportation channels, it was best to build a defensive wall to ensure the safety of the soldiers. Looking at the sunlight gem, Zhao Fu smiled. With the sunlight gem, Qin would not have to worry about the 8 suns and would not be restricted by daytime, allowing them to go further. At the same time, Qin had obtained a massive amount of points from killing a large number of insects, which could be used to exchange for many good things. However, Zhao Fu planned to save them for critical moments. After dealing with these matters, the first thing Zhao Fu did after returning to the Qin territory was to discuss with everyone how to build defensive measures. He knew that the Qin territory was still in a dangerous situation, and they had to build defensive measures to be safe. Moreover, even though the people around them had not discovered the Qin territory yet, they would definitely be discovered in the future. Just the tall city walls would not be able to stop the large-scale insect tides, so Xiaofu planned to dig a few extremely deep ravines that were 1,000 meters wide and thousands of meters deep. It would be best if they were within attack range. These ravines would act as buffers, and the insects that rushed over would fall to their deaths. Qin's people could also stand on the city walls and attack, making this a great defense. As for the insects in the sky, Xiaofu set up ballistae on the city walls to ensure the safety of the insects in the sky. Because Hong Mei was from the outer world, Xiaofu had asked her for her opinion, and he had received shocking information. Hong Mei said that there was a plant that might be very useful. That plant was called the man-eating vine. Its vines were sometimes on the ground, and sometimes they were hidden underground. If someone approached, the vines would quickly shoot out and bind them. The vines would also grow many teeth. These sharp teeth would pierce into a person's body and then directly devour the person's flesh and blood. In a short while, the person would be eaten up, leaving only a pile of white bones. Hong Mei's suggestion was to plant a large number of man-eating vines near the city walls, which should have a very strong effect. In order to prevent the man-eating vines from accidentally injuring the city walls, they could water it with their own people's blood every once in a while. Moreover, Hong Mei also knew that there were many man-eating vines there, as well as an extremely terrifying man-eating vine demon. Each of its vines was 3 meters thick and harder than steel. Moreover, there were many vines, covering an area of hundreds of kilometers. Just a single man-eating vine could easily eat millions of insects and was incredibly terrifying. That place had become a forbidden region, and almost no one dared to go there. Xiaofu was quite interested in this. If he could obtain the man-eating vine demon, the Great Qin territory's safety would be greatly improved. Xiaofu had Hong Mei bring everyone to that place. What appeared before them was a plain made of green vines. Apart from vines and vines, there were no flowers or trees, and there were no insects or birds chirping at all. It was quite silent. Sharp, white teeth grew out of each vine, making the plain look even more terrifying and evil. With so many man-eating vines, if they sent soldiers to clear them out, who knew how many would die? Xiaofu did not plan to send soldiers, and he used the same method as before, burning them with kerosene. These plants were definitely afraid of fire. Xiaofu ordered people to throw barrels of kerosene at the plains and ignite them. The raging flames dyed half the sky red, and a wave of heat spread out. In the sky, Xiaofu ordered people to continuously throw down kerosene, wanting to ignite the planes. The only thing he paid attention to was that the soldiers could not fly too low, as there were many vines that could attack them. Some of the vines twisted like snakes in the fire and were quickly burned to ashes. However, only the ordinary and low-grade vines were burned to death, and many of the vines burrowed into the ground and survived the fire. Xiaofu thought of a way to deal with this, which was to use earth elemental stones to make the ground as hard as rock, making it impossible for the vines to burrow out. More than half of the ordinary vines had been burned to death, and the remaining vines that had hidden underground had been slightly injured. Adding on the fact that the ground had been turned to stone, they were not too dangerous. Later, Xiaofu would slowly dig up the ground and move the vines back. Xiaofu left most of the soldiers here, and he took Ericina to the center to see what the man-eating vine demon was. The fire had burned for a long time, and now, the ground was charred black and gave off white smoke and a pungent smell. Even though the fire was ferocious, it did not do much damage to the man-eating vine demon that covered hundreds of kilometers. Xiaofu knew about this, so he was quite careful as he flew into the sky and did not land on the ground. Rumble, sensing that Xiaofu, the main culprit, was getting closer, the ground violently trembled and cracks appeared as massive vines furiously shot towards Xiaofu. There were at least 100,000 of them. Xing, Xiaofu vigorously slashed out with the royal wood sword, and a massive green crescent slashed out, cutting apart the incoming vines. Green blood flew out, and the vines that had been cut immediately withered as their life force had been absorbed by the royal wood sword. Swish, swish. Swish, even more vines furiously shot towards Xiaofu, and they were incredibly powerful. There seemed to be millions of them, and they seemed to cover the sky. Xiaofu did not look afraid at all as he continuously slashed out, sending out sharp sword lights that slashed out in all directions. The surrounding vines were all cut apart, causing green liquid to fly everywhere as if it was raining green rain. However, the vine's life force was incredibly powerful, and as they were continuously cut apart, they continuously grew back. Their teeth gave off cold lights, and they wanted to devour Zhao Fu's flesh and blood. The royal wood sword's domain was the bane of all plants, and it had been shockingly effective the last time it had been used. Sensing that terrifying suction force, the vines immediately retreated underground and did not attack again. Zhao Fu coldly laughed. The vines hid underground and thought that Zhao Fu would not be able to attack them. Massive amounts of divine bloodline power entered the royal wood sword, causing it to give off an intense green light, and a massive aura of life spread out. Boom! Zhao Fu vigorously threw out the royal wood sword, which turned into a green ray of light as it flashed through the air and landed on the ground, causing a 100-meter-wide crater to appear in the ground. The royal wood sword that was stabbed into the ground emitted a green light, and countless tree roots surged out from it, stabbing into the ground. The vines underground sensed danger, and the roots continuously grew and dug deeper into the ground. They also gave off a suction force that greatly devoured the vine's life force. Boom, boom. Boom, the green vines gave off terrifying power as they swung about underground, shattering the soil and rocks. The ground collapsed and a massive crater appeared. The vines wanted to use this method to separate themselves from the ground and block the massive suction force. The royal wood sword's roots were damaged and many of them were broken, but they continued to madly grow and shoot towards where the vines were. Rumble, a massive sound came from underground, as if something was moving underground. The vine demon wanted to run and did not want to continue fighting with Zhao Fu. With such a large area underground, it was difficult for Zhao Fu to determine where the vine demon was, so he looked at Ericina beside him. Ericina went up and her 24 black wings spread out as a powerful godly spirit aura spread out. She stretched out a hand and countless traces of black divine light descended from the sky, forming a massive hand of light that stretched into the ground. Roar! The ground violently trembled as a massive roar sounded out from underground. Ericina's expression became cold as she vigorously grabbed with her hand and pulled. Bang! The ground cracked and collapsed, and a green root that was 100 meters long was pulled out. What was shocking was that a man grew out of the center of the root. However, only his upper body was visible, and his lower body seemed to have fused with the root. The man angrily looked at Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu. He was most likely the man-eating vine demon and had quite a bit of intelligence. Swish swish swish. After being caught by Ericina, the vine demon did not hold back and started to attack with its full strength. Its vines gave off terrifying power and seemed to cover the heavens and earth as they shot towards the two people, and it seemed as if no one could stop them. Zhao Fu's expression did not change and he took out the emperor-killing sword and lightly cried out, "Sword Master!" Clang, a sword hum rang out, sounding out in all directions. A vast sword intent spread out, causing space to feel as if it was being sliced apart. Countless living beings in the surrounding 10,000 kilometers suddenly felt a chill in their hearts, and they revealed looks of terror. Boom, Zhao Fu slashed out and a formless sword energy instantly spread out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Under that power, the vines were slashed into countless pieces, causing green blood to fly everywhere. In just an instant, all of the vines had disappeared. The emperor-killing sword's power was not ordinary at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about causing trouble, Zhao Fu definitely would have brought the emperor-killing sword with him. After all of the vines were destroyed, the man-eating vine demon looked at Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu in terror. Because all of its vines had been destroyed, it could no longer run. Zhao Fu came to its side and pointed the sword at it as he said, "I don't need to tell you what your choice is, submit or die." The man-eating vine demon did not hesitate and immediately agreed. However, the Heaven Awakened World's restrictions were useless against it, so Zhao Fu could not control it. As such, Zhao Fu could only use his divine bloodline to turn it into a blood restriction and leave it in its body. Sensing Zhao Fu's bloodline's aura, the man-eating vine demon's expression became more respectful. It did not know that Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, but it was afraid of the divine bloodline's power. After subduing the man-eating vine demon, Zhao Fu smiled and brought Ericina into his embrace as he said, "Thanks for just then." Ericina leaned against Zhao Fu and glared at Zhao Fu as she said, "You'll have to thank this god with your actions later." Following this, Zhao Fu brought the man-eating vine demon and a large number of ordinary man-eating vines back to Great Qin's territory and planted them outside the city walls. As for the man-eating vine demon's main body, he planted it within the city because he mainly relied on its vines to attack. The ordinary vines had not suffered much damage, but the man-eating vine demon had been heavily injured. If it wanted to recover to its peak, it would take a long time. Zhao Fu planned to give a large number of insect corpses to the man-eating vine demon because the Heaven Awakened World's recovery items were quite weak against outer world creatures. As such, he could only rely on this method. Otherwise, Qin's territory would have many recovery items for him to use. Now that they had tall city walls and a few massive ravines, as well as the man-eating vines, their defenses were quite strong, and Zhao Fu felt more at ease. At the same time, they had large amounts of sunlight gemstones and were continuously sent back to Qin's territory to be socketed into equipment before being sent back. Scree! Suddenly, 9 massive cries sounded out in the sky as a massive aura spread out, causing the sky to tremble. 9 1,000-meter-long golden crows appeared in the sky and gave off cries. Because of the expansion of his territory, Zhao Fu had also expanded the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation by many times. As such, the golden crow was now 1,000 meters long and could absorb sunlight from the surrounding 100,000 kilometers, raising its effects to the maximum. After the 9 massive golden crows gave off cries, they spat out 9 golden crystals that were 2 meters wide. The 9 golden crystals gave off intense light and a searing power, and there was a golden crow image within them. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a wave of energy spread out, catching the 9 golden crystals. These were Sun God stones, items that the Sunblaze Emperor Mortal Formation had condensed from absorbing sunlight. Sensing the power of these 9 crystals, Zhao Fu smiled because these 9 crystals were used to dispel the Corpse Paul World's cursed land. Curses had a Yin attribute power, and the 9 Sun God stones contained massive Yang attribute power. They had the ability to expel demons and purify everything. With these 9 Sun God stones, they would most likely be able to dispel the Corpse Paul World's cursed land, allowing them to once again attack the Corpse Paul World. However, attacking the Corpse Paul World was not a difficult matter, and the main problem was that the Devil Horn Empire had caused trouble. If it hadn't interfered, Qin would not have retreated and would have continued to attack the Corpse Paul World. As for the items to deal with the Devil Horn Empire, Qin had long since prepared them. More accurately speaking, he was currently researching them. Zhao Fu came to the equipment refining pavilion and looked at 2 beautiful women who were busy working. He smiled and asked, "How is it? Have you finished researching it?" One of the 2 women was Gong Sun Zhu, who had gone from looking like a dignified young lady to looking like a young married woman. The other was Gong Sun Lin, who still looked like a quiet young girl but now had a trace of maturity. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Gong Sun Zhu smiled and said, "It's almost done. I'll show you the finished product later." Zhao Fu had them research how to use the materials from the insects. Even though these materials could deal extra damage to Heaven Awakened World creatures, they could not be used in the Heaven Awakened World. This was because most of the materials could not be used to make weapons, and even if they could, they would be met with great resistance, making them unable to be used as ordinary weapons. As such, Zhao Fu had Gong Sun Lin and the others research how to use these materials. A while later, Gong Sun Zhu held a crimson-red sword and smiled as she said, "Husband, try it. Come and give it a try. This is made from ordinary iron and materials from the body of the fire-red ants, as well as rune technology." Zhao Fu took the crimson-red sword and looked at it closely. The blade was warm and there was a talisman rune on it. The blade did not feel very sharp, and the sword itself gave off a chaotic aura. Can this sword be used? Zhao Fu felt quite confused as he sent his power into the sword. The sword immediately gave off a red light and its aura became incredibly ferocious. It was like a ferocious sword. "Husband, try this," Gong Sun Zhu said to Zhao Fu as she handed over a piece of iron that was 2 fingers thick. Zhao Fu received the piece of iron and slashed at it, causing sparks to fly. The piece of iron was sliced open, and the cut was extremely smooth, proving how sharp the sword was. After that, Zhao Fu did another test. He used an ordinary iron sword and the fire-red sword to stab the same armor. It was obvious that the fire-red sword could stab through the armor more easily because the fire-red ant material in the fire-red sword played its role. Weapons made from outer world materials had an advantage against Heaven Awakened World equipment, as they could destroy Heaven Awakened World equipment more easily. This was mainly because the primal chaos aura had a corrosive effect on spirit chi. However, against weapons made of outer world materials, there was no advantage because they also contained chaotic energy. If they had a large number of these weapons, they would be able to trick the Devil Horn Empire. They would never have thought that Qin had a large number of materials from the outer world. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Fu smiled as he brought the sisters into his embrace with each hand and said to them. Gong Sunju smiled as she replied, no. I'm very happy to be able to help you. Gong Sun Lin's face became slightly red, she had not gotten used to her relationship with Zhao Fu yet. A few days ago, she had heard Zhao Fu ravaging her big sister's voice and had angrily rushed in. In the end, she had carelessly done it with Zhao Fu. Gong Sunju was not too surprised because she had long since expected this. However, she was quite happy to be able to serve a man with her little sister every day, and they could research materials and forge equipment every day. Within Zhao Fu's embrace, feeling Zhao Fu's dense aura, Gong Sunju's face became red and she did not hold back as she flirtatiously said, Husband, I'm not afraid. She did not hold back and said flirtatiously, Husband, let me serve you. After saying this, Gong Sunju squatted down and began to serve Zhao Fu. Seeing this, Gong Sun Lin's face became bright red, she had never thought that her big sister would be so daring in front of her. However, seeing how much her big sister was enjoying herself, she wanted to give it a try. Zhao Fu enjoyed his sister's service and started to do it with them. After a while, Gong Sun Lin's face became quite red as she lightly hit Zhao Fu's chest and said angrily, Zhao Fu. Can't you be a bit gentler to me and big sister? Also, did you have designs on me from the very beginning? Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, I've known you for 9 years, so I definitely have some ideas. I don't want you to moan under another man's body, and I want to make up for some of my regrets. Back then, I clearly remember how you left. Now, I want to keep you by my side. Hearing that Zhao Fu had feelings for her and had not taken her on a whim, Gong Sun Lin's face became quite red. She could not help but feel quite happy and lightly hugged Zhao Fu. She did not want to be used as a tool for Zhao Fu to vent his desires, what she wanted was a man who liked her. 9 years ago, she had some feelings for Zhao Fu, but it had not reached the romantic stage. Now that her voice had been taken by Zhao Fu, she felt quite displeased but not too angry. Following this, Gong Sunju told the military department about the method to create these weapons and had them quickly mass-produce some. These weapons made from outer world materials were quite destructive to heaven-awakened world equipment, but Zhao Fu did not plan to make this kind of equipment widespread and only used it as a method. After all, outer world materials had a big weakness. One could not forget what could counter outer world creatures, which was spirit extermination stones. If equipment socketed with spirit extermination stones could counter these pieces of equipment, that advantage would become a great disadvantage. 7 days later, Qin had made all sorts of preparations, and he once again attacked the corpse pall world. This operation was quite secretive, and Qin's army did not gather together to mightily attack. Instead, they prepared to enter teleportation channels at any moment. Qin wanted to launch a swift and decisive attack that would catch the enemy off guard, and they would move at night. Zhao Fu went to the cursed land by himself and took out 9 massive golden crystals. These crystals revolved around Zhao Fu's body, giving off a faint golden light and a searing aura. Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu raised his hand and the 9 massive golden crystals turned into rays of light and shot into the sky. Explosions sounded out as the 9 crystals exploded out with blinding light, and 9 golden crows seemed to come to life as they flew in the sky. 9 suns appeared in the sky, and a strong light shone on the ground. The strange and cold aura quickly dissipated when the sunlight shone on the land that was surrounded by a strange aura. Countless ghost babies also let out shrill screams, and their bodies disappeared under the dazzling sunlight. The sunlight quickly spread, and the darkness quickly receded. The people on this continent thought that it was morning, and they felt quite confused as to why the night had passed so quickly. However, when they looked outside, they saw that it was indeed morning. However, when they walked out, they looked quite confused because they found that there were 9 suns in the sky. How was this possible? How could there be 9 suns in the sky? 8 billion or so soldiers dressed in black armor and with resolute expressions gathered at the edge of the corpse pall world. They gave off a massive aura that shook the heavens and caused gods and demons to retreat. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and gave a trace of a smile as he gave the order to attack. The soldiers used teleportation channels to pass through the cursed land and appeared below the Corpse Paul city walls. Now that the cursed land had been destroyed, it could no longer stop Qin's soldiers. Kill! The soldiers roared, and their cries shook the heavens. They were like a massive black tide that gave off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they rushed towards the city walls. The sky was completely dark, and there were all sorts of devils and devil beasts covering the sky. That evil and dark aura seemed to cover the heavens and earth as it flooded towards the city walls. That terrifying aura and scene caused the soldiers guarding the city walls to look terrified. Their legs went limp as they roared, "Qin's attacking." The various factions in the Corpse Paul world had long since sensed that something was off when the 9 suns had appeared. Hearing that Qin was attacking, they were greatly shocked and quickly led their soldiers over. By now, both sides had already started fighting. Swish, 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 the Corpse Paul world soldiers vigorously shot out arrows that contained immense force as they shot into the sky. Countless devils were hit by the arrows and fell from the sky, looking like a rain of corpses. However, even more devils and beasts leapt onto the city walls and started to fight with the soldiers. A large snake covered in teeth bit down on a Corpse Paul world soldier like a bolt of lightning. Its sharp teeth easily pierced through the soldier's armor, and the soldier cried out before being tossed out by the snake. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A half-man, half-tiger devil wildly laughed as it charged into the group of soldiers. It vigorously slashed out with its claws, sending out 5 arcs of light. The terrifying power easily sent 4 or 5 soldiers flying, and 5 deep gashes appeared on their chests, killing them on the spot. A 2-headed rooster swooped down from the sky and grabbed 2 soldiers with its claws. It then flew into the sky and threw the soldiers down, causing them to fall to their deaths. The rooster swooped down and pierced a soldier's chest with its beak. The Corpse Paul soldiers desperately fought back. They swung their weapons and shot out bandages while attacking the devils. A Corpse Paul soldier used a bandage to bind a devil before going forward to kill it. A soldier used a weapon and a bandage to cut the devil in half. Some soldiers even controlled several bandages to pierce through the devil's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and miserable screams and wails continuously sounded out. More and more people died, and the battle was extremely bitter, making people feel a chill in their hearts. Mama Jiggery, who was controlling the devil army, landed on the city walls. She was dressed in red samurai armor and drew her 2 samurai swords. She gave a savage smile as she charged at the soldiers, her swords giving off countless sword lights. The soldiers were unable to resist at all and died at her hands. Countless flowers of blood blossomed, causing Mama Jiggery's smile to become even more savage. She swung the sabers in her hands even faster, causing severed limbs and blood to fly everywhere. Qin's beasts ferociously attacked the soldiers on the city walls. The 100-meter-tall Corpse Soul soldiers smashed down with their hammers, turning countless soldiers into meat paste. Countless spiders used their blade-like legs to cut open countless soldiers' bodies. Countless wyverns continuously spewed out icy blasts and flames in the sky, and the giant wolves rushed up, using their sharp teeth and claws to attack. The cosmos beasts strangely rushed out from behind the soldiers and madly attacked. With the many devils and beasts acting as cover, Qin's soldiers quickly reached the city walls and started to fight with the Corpse Paul soldiers. In just a while, the city walls became a chaotic mess. Blood continuously sprayed everywhere, and howls continuously sounded out. More and more people died, but most of them were from the Corpse Paul world, and it seemed that the city walls were about to be breached. Boom, boom. Boom, a cold and eerie aura exploded out, causing the weather to change and causing people to feel a chill on their backs. 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers that were 100 meters tall and seemed to be made of mud appeared. These soldiers were dressed in armor and held weapons, and they seemed to have lives of their own. They rushed at Qin's beasts and the 2 sides quickly started to fight. Massive explosions sounded out, sending out wild gales. Facing these mud soldiers were the Corpse Soul soldiers, who were also soldiers and wore heavy armor. The scene of the 2 sides fighting was incredibly shocking, and it was as if there were many giant soldiers fighting. These mud soldiers were another method that the Corpse Paul world had prepared. They had collected mud and created these mud soldiers to fight against Qin's beasts. The mud soldiers were not weak, and their bodies were as tough as steel. When the corpse soul soldiers slashed at the mud soldiers, they were only able to cause a shallow wound. However, there were too few of them, and there were more beasts on Qin's side. A few beasts surrounded a mud soldier, and no matter how tough the mud soldiers' bodies were, they would still be smashed apart. This battle was quite advantageous for Qin's side. Zhao Fu stood in the air, and in front of him were the corpse Paul World's 7 legatees. Their expressions were quite unsightly because their city walls were about to be breached by Qin. Not only were the soldiers not a match for Qin, but they, the top-tier experts, could not stop Qin either. What do you have to say now? Will you submit to us or choose death? Zhao Fu gave a confident smile and said domineeringly as he looked at the 7 legatees. The corpse Paul World's 7 legatees felt furious, but they did not dare to directly attack. They knew that they were not a match for Zhao Fu at all. Seeing that they did not reply, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and his body blurred as he suddenly appeared in front of one of the legatees. That legatee's expression fell, and before he could react, his throat was grabbed by Zhao Fu, and his body was lifted up by Zhao Fu. The legatee did not hesitate to explode out with his nation armament's power, wanting to break free from Zhao Fu's grasp. Boom, a massive aura spread out from the legatee's body, and a terrifying power exploded out. At that moment, Zhao Fu also used his nation armament, and a massive amount of power exploded out from his body. Gotcha! Zhao Fu twisted his hand and broke the legatee's neck. A genius, the ruler of a continent, someone who countless people looked up to, had been killed so easily. Seeing this scene, another legatee was given a fright and ran to the side. However, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, chopping that legatee in half. In front of Zhao Fu, they seemed incredibly powerless. Zhao Fu now had the power of a nation armament, and the power of 4 worlds and 3 continents was not something that a single continent could defend against. Shi Zhao's face was pale as she looked at the 2 legatees who had died, and her heart was filled with terror. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on her body. She was this world's world protector, and if she submitted, the others would not be able to resist and would also submit, allowing Qin to easily obtain the corpse Paul world. Shi Zhao still hesitated, but the legatee next to her was a beautiful woman from the corpse Paul world. She flirtatiously walked over to Zhao Fu and said, "Your Majesty. I, Shi Su, am willing to submit to you. I am willing to become your concubine and serve you." In actuality, she understood that even if she did not say this, Zhao Fu would have done this. After all, Great Qin would not let off any woman with Phoenix Qi, and this was even more so for her, the ruler of a continent. Moreover, they had long since heard of Great Qin's legatee's dissolute ways. Rather than being passive, it was better to take the initiative. Not only would she be able to protect her faction's people, but her status in Qin would also not be low. Zhao Fu smiled and did not refuse, and he brought her into his embrace. Shi Su flirtatiously leaned against Zhao Fu's embrace. The other legatees, including Shi Su, could not help but surrender because they did not want to continue like this. In the end, seeing this scene, Shi Zhao did not persist and was also willing to surrender. Now that they had surrendered, the soldiers below could not resist at all, and they all knelt on the ground and surrendered. However, some faction leaders were not willing and took their soldiers and ran back. However, the corpse Paul world had already lost, and it now belonged to Qin. Zhao Fu gave the order to attack the corpse Paul world. Qin's soldiers were like ferocious beasts that gave off a world-sweeping aura as they charged towards the corpse Paul world, causing the corpse Paul world to fall into panic. They heard that the corpse Paul world had suffered a great defeat, and the legatees and world protectors had surrendered. Most of the corpse Paul people obediently went outside the cities and knelt on the ground, waiting for Qin's soldiers to take over their cities. Some people chose to resist Qin and occupied the cities, intending to fight to the death with Qin. Others ran into the wild, trying to hide from Qin's soldiers. Qin's soldiers quickly subdued the regions. Because the legatees had already unified the continent, they did not have many factions, so it was relatively easy to subdue them. There was only a bit of resistance, but the situation was already set. Zhao Fu left this place to Wang Jian and immediately headed to another battlefield. By now, the Devil Horn Empire was definitely madly attacking Qin City. After hearing that Qin was attacking the Corpse Paul world, the Devil Horn Empire did not hesitate to attack Qin. Its ferocious army split into 3 paths and simultaneously attacked the 3 continents that Qin had conquered. Facing the ferocious Devil Horn army, Bai Qi did not feel any fear, and he instead gave a cold smile. He shouted, "Formation!" Ballistae were pushed out, and countless arrows gave off cold lights as they aimed at the countless devil beast soldiers. The archers vigorously drew their bows, aiming at the countless devil beast soldiers. The devil horn soldiers were like a green flood, ferocious and terrifying, wanting to devour everything. Everything in front of them would be destroyed, and Yao Ming was in a hurry to conquer the 3 continents, so he sent even more soldiers. Looking at how ferocious his army was, Yao Ming gave a trace of a smile. Even if they could not conquer the 3 continents, they would at least be able to stop Qin from conquering the Corpse Paul world. Fire! A cold shout sounded out, sounding like the voice of hell. All of the soldiers obeyed Bai Qi's command and shot out arrows. There were simply too many arrows to count, and they covered everyone's vision. The sound of the arrows tearing through the air seemed as if the sky was going to be torn apart. Swish, 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 countless arrows tore through the sky and descended like a torrential downpour. The charging devil horn soldiers and devil beasts felt a terrifying chill under the rain of arrows, and they felt fear in their hearts. They used their own methods to defend. The charging soldiers collectively released a semicircular defensive barrier, and the devil beasts blew out devil winds and breathed out devil chi, wanting to defend against the incoming arrows. However, they were disappointed. The arrows easily pierced through the defensive barrier and pierced through the soldiers' armor. The devil beasts, devil chi and devil winds were unable to stop the incoming arrows. Chi, chi, chi. The sound of arrows piercing through bodies could be heard, causing ear-piercing pain. Waves of devil horn soldiers fell to the ground, and the powerful devil beasts, whether they ran on the ground or flew in the sky, all fell to the ground. Their bodies were covered with countless arrows. Even the Azure Dragon King, one of the most powerful devil beast kings that the Devil Horn Empire nurtured, had a large hole pierced through its body by a 100-meter-long arrow, and it fell to the ground, heavily injured. Corpses littered the ground and blood dyed the ground red. The surroundings fell into deathly silence, and the Devil Horn Empire's ferocious army suddenly stopped. Yao Ming looked quite confused. He had never thought that such a result would happen. Seeing so many soldiers and devil beasts die, Yao Ming immediately gave the order to stop attacking. A powerful-looking general said, "Your Majesty, their arrows seem to contain something that greatly counters us. I don't know what their arrows contain, but they seem to be able to suppress us. We should retreat for now, or else the Devil Horn Empire will suffer even more casualties." Just as this general spoke, another soldier came to report, "The Corpse Paul world has been conquered by Qin." Yao Ming angrily cursed. He did not know what sort of trap they had fallen for, but the Corpse Paul world had been conquered. The Devil Horn Empire's plan had failed, and he could only give the order to retreat to the Devil Horn Empire. Following this, Yao Ming immediately ordered people to research the arrows that Qin had shot out. He found out that they had materials from the outer world, which was why they were so effective against the Devil Horn Empire. Yao Ming immediately ordered people to think of a way to deal with them and not allow them to be countered by Qin. Zhao Fu went over and saw that nothing had happened on this side of the battlefield. The Devil Horn Empire had immediately retreated, making Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. In the end, he left the matters here to Bai Qi and had him deal with them. They had just conquered the Corpse Paul world and had quite a bit of time there, so Zhao Fu had to go and deal with them. Zhao Fu went to a royal city, and there were many people hung on the walls. There were old and young, men and women, and their necks were crooked and their eyes were wide open. There were all sorts of emotions on their faces, anger, reluctance, fear, and all of them looked quite wretched. Qin's soldiers had tied a rope around a young man's neck and kicked him off the city wall. The other end of the rope was tied to the city wall, and as the young man fell off, the rope snapped, snapping his neck. After all, after conquering this world, they had to use bloodshed to suppress it. Only after making these people afraid would they become obedient. If they treated them well, they would think that they were easy to talk to and would rebel. This royal city belonged to a legatee who had been killed by Zhao Fu. They had resisted quite intensely, but they were quickly conquered. Great Qin's soldiers were still fighting in the other continents, clearing out the resisting factions. At the same time, they were subduing regions. Because this continent was the closest, it was the one that Great Qin had taken control of the fastest. Zhao Fu made this place a temporary base and waited for the battle to end to calculate their losses and gains. After arriving at the royal palace, Wang Erge gave a fawning smile and said, "Your Majesty, this lowly one has prepared a place for you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and followed him to the royal palace. There were 30 or so corpse pall women here, and their expressions were all different. Some looked worried, some looked fearful, some looked hateful, and some looked sad. Before, they had been talking, but seeing Wang Erge bring Zhao Fu in, they shut their mouths in fear. They knew who Zhao Fu was. Wang Erge introduced them and said, "Your Majesty, they are from the royal family of this kingdom. Some of them were once king's concubines. This lowly one has brought you the prettiest one. That one is the empress, and the other is the empress dowager." Zhao Fu looked at where Wang Erge was pointing. One was tall and slim, had tender skin, and was peerlessly beautiful. She wore a white palace dress and gave off a cold aura. She was the empress and was called Xianxia. She was most likely one of the top beauties in the corpse pall world. The other had a voluptuous figure and a pretty face. She wore a silver palace dress and gave off a gentle and loving aura. She was most likely the empress dowager, and she was called Shi Yuelian. Both of them looked at Zhao Fu hatefully because not only was Zhao Fu afraid that their kingdom would be destroyed, but he had also killed their men. "Your Majesty, enjoy yourself. This lowly one will be leaving now." Seeing that Zhao Fu was quite interested in the empress and empress dowager, Wang Erge happily smiled and said goodbye. He left the royal palace and closed the door. Zhao Fu walked towards the group of women and began to enjoy the fruits of his victory. Shi Su, Shi Shao, and a few other inheritors wanted to discuss something with Zhao Fu and asked Qin not to be so cruel and bloody. However, Wang Erge stopped them from entering. Wang Erge said with a smile, "Now that His Majesty is busy, only women can go." Shi Su and Shi Shao didn't understand at first, but when they came outside and heard the intense sounds coming from inside, they understood. Shi Su smiled charmingly as she pushed open the door and saw women lying on the ground. Empress Shi Shuili and Empress Dowager Shi Yuelian were panting under Zhao Fu. Facing this scene, Shi Su flirtatiously smiled and walked towards Zhao Fu. The corpse puppet's expression was ugly, and she was also a bit angry. She clenched her fists. As the winner, Zhao Fu had the right to do everything. She had also heard that every time Emperor Qin conquered a place, he would collect all the beauties for him to enjoy. However, the legatee that Zhao Fu had just killed was the one who had the best relationship with her. They even had a good impression of each other. However, not only had Zhao Fu killed him, but he had also taken his women, mother, and sister. Moreover, his mother, the woman he loved the most, was moaning like a slut under him. Shi Su had already joined in, and Shi Shao wanted to leave but did not dare to. This was because with Qin's cruel, perverted, and cold-blooded personality, not only would he abuse her, but he would also make her faction and family suffer. Now, Shi Shao could only wait at the door, and Shi Su could not take it anymore. She begged that man like a slut, and Shi Su looked quite disdainful. Suddenly, Shi Shao felt an invisible force grabbing her and directly dragging her into the room. The door of the room was slammed shut with a loud bang. Zhao Fu pulled off the bandages on Shi Zhao's body and started to ravage her. The sky gradually darkened, and a large, round moon appeared in the deep blue sky, lighting up the night sky. Zhao Fu hugged Shi Shao and Shi Su and silently enjoyed the aftertaste of passion. Shi Zhao's face was red and she felt quite resistant, but she could not help but lean against Zhao Fu's chest. Thinking about how she had been like a slut just like the other women, Shi Shao felt quite ashamed. "Are the rumors about the corpse pall world true? Did the 7 of you obtain the keys to the underworld treasure trove?" After a while, Zhao Fu looked at Shi Shao in his embrace and asked. Before Shi Shao could speak, Shi Su smiled and said, "Husband, it's true. However, we opened the treasure trove long ago, which is why the 7 of us destroyed the other factions so quickly and unified the continent." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed because he was quite interested in the underworld treasure trove. However, they had already opened the treasure trove. Seeing Zhao Fu's disappointed expression, Su kissed Zhao Fu on the cheek and smiled as she said, "Husband, even though we've opened the treasure trove and used it, the 7 keys are still very useful. Although we've opened the treasure trove and used it, the 7 keys are still very useful. They can open an underworld historical remnant. However, the historical remnant is in the underworld, but we can't go there, so we haven't used the keys. I heard that there are even rarer treasures there." A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he hugged Su and asked, "Is that so? Tell me the specifics." Shao looked at Zhao Fu hugging Su and looking at how much he doted on her. Being ignored, she felt quite disappointed and wronged. This fellow had just taken her body, yet he was treating her so coldly. However, it was also because she had not grasped this opportunity. It had been Zhao Fu who had asked her, but Su had asked first. Zhao Fu now knew about the origins of the treasure trove. Back when they had gone through the trial to become a legatee, they had obtained this key. That treasure trove was bound to the corpse pall world and contained countless treasures and spirit items. As for the underworld historical remnant, Zhao Fu did not know much about it for now. He only gave them an address and told them that they could only open it with 7 keys and that they had to be from the death race and have massive amounts of fate. The historical remnant had something that could allow the corpse pall race to rise in the heaven awaken world. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite interested because Zhao Fu had a way to go to the underworld, which was the underworld royal seals. Anyone with 100 underworld royal seals would be able to open the underworld door. It was just that Zhao Fu did not have any reason to go to the underworld, so he had not gone before. Now, he could go to the underworld to take a look. This time, Zhao Fu obtained 45 billion people and 80,000 cities. Because of the heavenly domain boundary, most of the people and cities had not been lost. Now, the Qin kingdom had 370 billion people, which was a shocking number. It also had 520,000 cities, but it was a pity that city lord seals could not be used. Otherwise, 520,000 city lords would be enough to sweep through everything. After leaving behind a portion of the soldiers to continue clearing out the corpse pall world and obtaining full control, Zhao Fu led his army back to the Qin kingdom. Zhao Fu obtained the 7 keys. These keys were quite strange. They were 30 centimeters long and were gray. They seemed to be made of iron, and there were divine beasts engraved on them, a divine dragon, a black tortoise, a vermilion bird, a white tiger, a qilin, a taotai, and a qiongqi. Zhao Fu did not know what they meant, and after returning to the Qin kingdom, he wanted to open up a passageway to the underworld and explore this historical remnant. However, a piece of infuriating news spread out. The Aeolian Empire announced that the half-beast world, grassy world, and elf world belonged to the Aeolian Empire. Because this involved 2 empires and 1 world, the Aeolian Empire was more courteous and only told them to leave. They did not tell them to scram like before and were incredibly arrogant and domineering. Of the 3 half-beast worlds, the Qin kingdom occupied 4, the Fishman world occupied 1, and the Devil Horn Empire occupied the rest. Moreover, the Qin Empire and Devil Horn Empire were the 2 most powerful factions here, and the Aeolian Empire was quite wary of these 2 factions. After destroying these 2 empires, the Aeolian Empire would definitely suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the Aeolian Empire had enemies, so it could not mobilize all of its forces here. However, as a royal kingdom in the inner regions, they had the confidence and power to directly pressure the Devil Horn Empire and Qin Empire to leave, in order to avoid unnecessary battles and losses. The 3 worlds did not have any people or cities at all, and they were like 3 empty shells. Because there were often chaos, no one moved their people or cities over. Some of the people of the 3 worlds had escaped to other worlds, some had been absorbed by the Qin Empire, and some had submitted to the Devil Horn Empire. However, even though the 3 worlds had become empty shells, conquering them would still bring a large amount of fate. However, the Aeolian Empire took them without any intention of negotiating. It did not place the 2 empires in its eyes at all and domineeringly declared them to be its. This was the most infuriating thing. It was not the Qin kingdom's side that was angry, but the Qin side was furious. The Devil Empire was the most. The Devil Horn Empire had conquered the most continents and had suffered the greatest losses. This was especially so now that Great Qin had conquered the Corpse Pall world. It now had 5 worlds, while the Devil Horn Empire only had 3. If it lost so many continents, the Devil Horn Empire would be evidently weaker than Great Qin. Right now, the crux of the matter was not whether or not they could give it to him, but that the other party was determined to obtain it. Against a kingdom from the inner regions, neither of the two empires was a match for it. Yao Ming tried to contact the outer domain royal kingdoms that supported the Devil Horn Empire, but none of them supported. After all, it would be very difficult for them to defend against an inner domain royal kingdom, so there was no need for them to pay such a heavy price for someone else. Zhao Fu tried to contact the various factions, but the outcome was the same. No one was willing to help, and Zhao Fu sent this news to the inner domains, hoping that some factions hostile to the Aeolian Empire would do something. However, the outcome was disappointing. Even though they already knew about this, they did not do anything. As expected, they could not rely on anyone. The Aeolian Empire gave them 3 days. Within these 3 days, the people of the 3 worlds had to evacuate, or else the Aeolian Empire would attack. Seeing that they could not protect so many continents, Yao Ming could only hope for some benefits, such as having the Aeolian Empire attack the Qin Empire or helping the Devil Horn Empire conquer another world. However, the Aeolian Empire bluntly refused and did not give the Devil Horn Empire any face. They were a royal kingdom from the inner domains and did not place the Devil Horn Empire in their eyes at all. How could they agree to the Devil Horn Empire's request? This was the attitude of the Aeolian Empire. If they did not give them what they wanted, they would take them by force and not try to negotiate with them. This caused Zhao Ming to explode in anger. He had rarely suffered such humiliation. If it was an ordinary world, he would have long since attacked at all costs. However, in the end, the Devil Horn Empire still retreated because it was not as powerful as the Aeolian Empire. They could not go all out against it. The Qin Empire was the same, and they could only give up on 4 continents. Fortunately, the 4 continents were just empty shells, so their losses were not too great. Zhao Fu felt quite angry about this. It had not been easy for him to obtain the continents, and he was about to go. However, he was not as strong as the Devil Horn Empire, so he could only take a step back and gather his strength before taking revenge. At the same time, Zhao Fu felt a massive pressure because the Aeolian Empire's goal could not be any more obvious. The Charm Devil world, the Half-Beast world, the Grassy world, and the Elf world were now 4 worlds. Obtaining 4 worlds so easily made others feel jealous. The Aeolian Empire was now the strongest in this world, and its territory was ranked 2nd. Adding on the Wind Spirit world, which was still within the barrier, it had 5 worlds, which was the same as the Qin Empire. The Aeolian Empire would definitely act against the Qin Empire, so Zhao Fu had to quickly prepare a way to deal with the Aeolian Empire. Otherwise, it was possible that the Qin Empire would perish at the Aeolian Empire's hands. Now, Zhao Fu had 2 choices. The first was to continue to obtain points in the outer world to deal with the Aeolian Empire, or the second was to obtain precious treasures and items from the underworld historical remnant. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he did not need to personally oversee the outer world, so he left it to Bai Shihan and the others to go out and clear out insects every day. They would be able to obtain large amounts of points, and he would have some free time to go to the underworld. After making this decision, Zhao Fu did not hesitate and called over the black and white impermanences. They were from the underworld, and bringing them would save him a lot of trouble. The first thing to do was to open the underworld gate. Zhao Fu went to the place where the ghost soldiers were created. This place had become a special treasure ground and was connected to the underworld. Large amounts of underworld qi flowed out from here, and it was the most suitable place to open the underworld gate. Zhao Fu did not know what he would encounter, so he carefully prepared various things. The black and white impermanences were quite happy to be able to return to the underworld. They came from the underworld and had family and friends in the underworld, so they naturally missed the underworld greatly. They had come to the Qin Empire during the 10,000 Ghost Festival and had been there for 7 or 8 years. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand, and a formless energy grabbed the 100 underworld royal seals, which floated around Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu squatted down and pressed his hand against the ground, causing the 100 underworld royal seals to turn into rays of light and shoot into the ground. Immediately, the heavens and earth darkened as the weather changed. Not only did the yin qi from the converted area quickly gather here, but the yin qi from other places also madly flowed over, covering the sky. One was incredibly complex and profound. A cold and eerie magic formation appeared beneath Zhao Fu's feet. It was 100 meters wide and gave off waves of gray light. The massive amounts of yin qi in the surroundings started to spin around the magic formation, forming a massive vortex of yin qi. Not only did it give off a massive sound, but it also gave off an incredibly eerie power, causing people to feel a chill. Zhao Fu pressed his hand against the ground and had a serious expression as he sent his 6 paths of reincarnation power into the magic formation and lightly cried out, "Underworld gates. Open!" Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the 100-meter-wide magic formation sucked in all of the surrounding yin qi and gave off an intense light as it started to spin. A massive wave of yin qi spread out and seeped into the depths of the ground. A stone gate and 2 stone statues that looked like tigers slowly rose up from the ground, and an ancient and cold aura spread out like a flood. Finally, the stone door appeared before Zhao Fu's eyes. The stone door was 12 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and there were countless monsters carved on it. They had savage gazes and bared fangs, and their movements seemed like they were fighting or hunting. They were incredibly lifelike and gave off a powerful aura. Beside the stone gate were 2 statues that looked like tigers. They were 3 meters tall and had a pair of wings on their backs. The carvings were incredibly detailed, and they looked incredibly lifelike and ferocious, as if they were real tigers. The stone tigers were yin beasts, and in some ancient records, there were records of tigers being auspicious beasts. When a tiger is drawn on a gate, ghosts won't dare to enter. Tigers are young creatures, the leader of all beasts. They can crush sharp objects and devour ghosts. Today, when a person encounters evil, he roasts the tiger's skin and drinks it. Striking its claws can also ward off evil. Therefore, there were tiger-shaped stone carvings in front of ancient tombs to ward off evil and protect the tomb owner from being devoured by evil spirits after death. Now that the underworld gate, or rather, the ghost gate, had been summoned, as long as one opened the stone gate, one would be able to enter the underworld. Moreover, one could enter at any time in the future without having to summon it again. White Impermanence and Black Impermanence smiled happily. They walked over and each held on to one of Zhao Fu's arms. Both of them were nourished by Zhao Fu and became more mature and attractive than before. White Impermanence, or by Xiaoxi, shyly called out, "Husband. If there's time, can we return to our family to take a look?" Next to him, Black Impermanence, Xianxia, smiled and said, "Husband, it's not a big deal. I still have a few good sisters in my family. When you go, I'll ask them to serve you well. With your charm, they should like you very much." Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought for a moment and felt that it was not a big problem, so he smiled and nodded in agreement. Following this, Zhao Fu pushed open the stone doors and walked in with the Black and White Impermanences, the 2 beauties. On the other side, the Devil Horn Empire was doing its best to increase its strength. He understood that the Aeolian Empire would definitely make a move against the Devil Horn Empire in the future, and Yao Ming wanted to have the power to protect himself. Now that he had given away all of his continents, he only had 3 worlds left, which was 2 worlds behind Qin. As such, he made up his mind to attack another world. After hearing about this, Qin did not do anything. After all, with the threat of the Aeolian Empire, Qin had to continuously increase his strength. If they continued to fight against the Devil Horn Empire, the one to benefit would be the Aeolian Empire. Moreover, the Aeolian Empire had taken over the Half-Beast World and Half-Beast World, separating the Devil Horn Empire from Qin. Even if Qin wanted to directly attack the Devil Horn Empire, it would not be possible. The Devil Horn Empire attacked the world next to the Rock Spirit World. Because the world below belonged to the Aeolian Empire and the world above had signed a contract, the Devil Horn Empire could only develop from both sides. Because the Aeolian Empire was on the right side, the Devil Horn Empire did not want to face them, so they could only develop from the left side. That world was a water race world, and there lived a type of fishmen. These fishmen had fish heads and human bodies, and even though they were ugly, their battle strength was not weak. They could also live on land and water. The Devil Horn army had prepared countless large ships to enter the Fishman world. Because the Fishman world lived in the water, the Devil Horn army was at a disadvantage. However, Yao Ming had long since prepared a way to deal with this. He had originally planned to use this move against the Fishman world, but because of the Aeolian Empire, he could only use it against the fishmen world. The fishmen were unable to build a defensive wall and gather together to fight to the death with the Devil Horn Empire. After all, they could not build defensive walls underwater, and if they gathered together, it would be even more disadvantageous, as they would all be destroyed by the Devil Horn Empire. They wanted to use the advantage of living in the water to defend against the Devil Horn Empire's invasion. Countless ships sailed into the fishmen world, and a large number of fishmen hid underwater, giving cold smiles. The water was their home ground, and they did not fear the Devil Horn army. Moreover, the Devil Horn Empire's most powerful Devil Beast army could not fight underwater. The fishmen world's advantage was not small. Swish, 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 sharp reef arrows shot out from the water, containing immense force as they shot towards the Devil Horn soldiers on the ships. Some fishmen rushed at the Devil Horn army's ships, wanting to destroy them and cause countless Devil Horn soldiers to fall into the water. Facing the arrows, the Devil Horn army had long since been prepared. They activated the defensive barriers on the ships and blocked the countless arrows. Facing the countless fishmen charging at them, the Devil Horn soldiers threw down red crystals. As the blue crystals fell into the water, they immediately dissolved. The water was quickly dyed red, and the red color quickly spread. As soon as the fishmen entered the red water, they were given a big fright and felt immense pain in their heads. The red crystals were a type of poison called deep-sea blood, and it was a poison used to kill underwater creatures. It was very easy to fuse with the water, and the poison quickly spread. The fishmen who entered the red water violently struggled in the water and howled as blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. They then died and their corpses floated to the surface. The other fishmen's expressions fell and they hurriedly retreated. Boom, boom. Boom, massive sounds sounded out as harpoons shot out from the bow of the ships. These harpoons gave off terrifying power as they shot into the water, leaving behind massive ripples. Roar. Roar, huge creatures appeared in the water. There was a 100-meter-long swordfish, a huge shark, an octopus the size of a small mountain, a 100-meter-long sea snake, and an incomparably huge sea turtle. These aquatic beasts appeared from the side, giving off massive auras that spread out like a ferocious flood, causing countless fishmen to look terrified. That's right. These aquatic beasts were nurtured by the Devil Horn Empire and not the fishmen's aquatic beasts. The aquatic beasts attacked from the side, and the swordfish quickly shot out like a silver ray of light. Countless fishmen's bodies were cut open, and the massive shark rushed over and bit down, tearing apart the fishmen's corpses. The massive sea snake rushed into the midst of the fishmen and opened its massive mouth, devouring fishmen one by one. The massive octopus stretched out countless tentacles and sent countless fishmen flying. The fishman world had 8 continents, and Yao Ming split into 8 armies to attack. He mainly used aquatic beasts, deep-sea blood, and forks to slaughter the fishmen. The devil beasts wore water pearls and could dive into the water, and the Devil Horn soldiers could also fight in the water. The Devil Horn Empire's attacks were incredibly ferocious and comprehensive, and they quickly took down the fishman world. However, the fishmen were incredibly savage and would not submit so easily. They resisted intensely and caused some losses to the Devil Horn Empire. This made Yao Ming even more savage, and he vented the anger he had received from the Aeolian Empire into the fishman world. He gave the order to eat those who resisted. The Devil Horn soldiers who had obtained the blood-forbidden dragon vein's power did not have any moral restraints, and some even ate their loved ones to obtain even more powerful forbidden power. As such, this scene occurred, the fishmen were pounced on by the red-eyed Devil Horn soldiers. The Devil Horn soldiers opened their teeth and bit at the fishmen's bodies, tearing off the fishmen's flesh and devouring it. The fish scale people continuously struggled and howled. Their flesh was a bloody mess, and they looked incredibly wretched. They had never thought that the Devil Horn Empire would be so ferocious. In order to take the lead, Yao Ming grabbed a female infant and ate her. Yao Ming's mouth was filled with blood, and the female infant's flesh was incredibly tender. Yao Ming felt quite surprised, the fishmen tasted quite good, and it was like eating fish. After eating the baby girl, Yao Ming turned his gaze to a fishman woman. She was dressed quite seductively and her skin was quite white and tender. It was a pity that she had a fish head, making people feel uninterested in her. Yao Ming did not mind. In the beginning, the devil race had been transformed from wild beasts. Yao Ming pressed her to the ground and started to ravage her. The fishwoman cooperated, thinking that she would be able to live. However, Yao Ming directly bit down on her body and tore off a mouthful of her flesh and ate it. The woman cried out in pain and begged Yao Ming. However, Yao Ming seemed as if he hadn't hurt her at all. He ravaged the mermaid as he ate her flesh, and the scene was extremely savage and perverted. After a while, the mermaid was already dead. Her body had been eaten beyond recognition, and some parts of her body were even more delicious, making Yao Ming reminisce a bit. Cities were littered with devoured corpses, and the remaining fishmen looked terrified. No matter how ferocious the fishmen were, under the Devil Horn Empire's bloody and perverted suppression, they could only submit. In the end, Yao Ming successfully conquered the fishman world, causing the Devil Horn Empire to have 4 worlds and closing the gap between it and Qin. Roar! 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 6 roars sounded out from the depths of the underworld, containing the underworld's most terrifying and ultimate power. They sounded throughout the entire underworld, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to swirl. Yin Qi became chaotic, and everyone's expressions fell. This was because these were the underworld's most terrifying things, the 6 paths demon images' roars. Just what was going on? How could the 6 paths demon images react so strongly? Moreover, the 6 paths demon images' roars were filled with fury, as if they wanted to tear someone to pieces and never be able to reincarnate. Who was seeking death and dared to anger the underworld sovereign? Most celestials would not purposely anger the underworld sovereign. However, from the roars, it was most likely not a good thing. Just as everyone in the underworld guessed what was going on, boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as if the sky was going to split apart. Everyone's expressions fell because they found that the 6 paths demon images had broken through the 6 paths of reincarnation's restrictions and wanted to come to the underworld's upper level. Heavens! Just who is it to make the 6 paths demon images so angry? I'm quite curious as well. I've lived in the underworld for so long, but this is the first time I've seen the 6 paths demon images act like this. That person is definitely dead. Even the underworld sovereign dares to offend him, he's simply suicidal. As everyone muttered to themselves in shock, they were once again shocked because they sensed an extremely terrifying aura ferociously rushing out from the underworld. Nothing could stop it. The underworld's heavens and earth were in chaos. The sun and moon were dim and dark clouds quickly gathered. An eerie wind blew, and many ghosts madly roared. Countless people were immersed in that terrifying aura, and they felt terror from their souls. The 6 paths demon images are willing to use any means necessary to kill that person? Sensing this terrifying aura, countless people looked incredibly shocked. At the same time, they felt even more curious about who that person was. Could it be an underworld celestial? Boom! Before anyone could react, they felt an immense pressure coming from the sky. Countless people's bloodlines suddenly turned ice cold. This was submission. Everyone looked up at the sky. They saw an enormous moon-like star giving off a cold light that covered the underworld. It gave off a boundless might as it slowly descended into the sky. This star was like a ghost emperor and gave off a supreme emperor's intent, causing the chaotic underworld to calm down. The eerie wind stopped, and the countless berserk ghosts calmed down. They were filled with respect. And were willing to submit as they looked up at that star. Nether Emperor Star. Everyone felt even more curious, why had the Death Race's Supreme Emperor Star appeared? Moreover, this Supreme Emperor Star was not ordinary at all, and its power surpassed what ordinary people could imagine. Just as Zhao Fu entered the underworld, he suddenly heard 6 massive roars. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten something important, which was that he had great enmity with the 6 paths demon images. They all knew how he had tortured their clones and their main bodies. Following this, he sensed a massive aura rushing towards him, and Zhao Fu fell into terror like a small boat in the middle of an ocean. The Nether Emperor Star was the Supreme Emperor Star of the Death Race, and it was like adding wings to a tiger in the underworld. With all sorts of Yin Qi and massive amounts of fate, its power was raised to the extreme, and it had the power to suppress the heavens and earth and make all ghosts submit. The heavens and earth calmed down, and the berserk 6 paths demon images seemed to be suppressed by some sort of power. There were no more auras, and the Nether Emperor Star disappeared. Everyone came back to their senses and thought about what had just happened. They understood that the Six Paths demon images wanted to kill the owner of the Nether Emperor Star, and that owner of the Nether Emperor Star was incredibly terrifying and had directly released a heaven-calming aura. What was even more noteworthy was the Nether Emperor Star. No one had seen it before, and it was the first time they had seen it. After all, they were all quite familiar with the auras that the owners of the Underworld Emperor Stars gave off. Moreover, the aura that this Nether Emperor Star gave off was not pure underworld aura but from the Heaven Awakened world. It was most likely that some terrifying figure from the Heaven Awakened world had come to the underworld. Thinking about that, the various factions were naturally quite interested in that person. After all, that Nether Emperor Star was simply too terrifying, and something had most likely happened between him and the Six Paths demon images, or else they would not be so furious. As such, the various factions sent out spies to investigate just who had come to the underworld, and many of the underworld's top-tier factions were shocked. Zhao Fu did not know about any of this, and seeing that the world had calmed down and the Six Paths demon image's aura had disappeared, he let out a sigh of relief and started to look around the underworld. The underworld was filled with an eerie coldness. The ground was quite black, and the light was quite dim. There was an eerie fog in some places, and the sun in the sky was a gray-white color. Anyone who was within the underworld would feel yin qi at all times, causing their hairs to stand on end. Husband. You've caused such a ruckus right after coming to the underworld. Looks like we'll have to be careful, Xianxia said coquettishly. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded, but this was not something he could control. The Six Paths demon images clones were sealed within his body, and after coming to the underworld, they had become incredibly excited. The Six Paths demon images' main bodies immediately discovered that Zhao Fu had come to the underworld. This was a complete provocation. In the Heaven Awakened world, when Zhao Fu treated his clone like this, they could not do anything and could only think of a way to destroy that person. However, that person dared to come to the underworld, making the Six Paths demon images furious. Husband. This is the land of Yin water, and there is still a long way to go before we reach the ruins. Looks like we'll have to spend some time there. Bai Xiaoxi looked around and said to Zhao Fu. Even though the underworld was just a world and there were no other worlds within it, it was still incredibly big and could be said to be boundless. The underworld gate could only allow one to enter the underworld, but it could not teleport one to wherever one wanted. Following this, the three of them flew towards a direction because there was most likely a ghost city there. They could use the ghost city's teleportation channel to go there, which was much faster than flying. The Yin Waterland was in the outer domain of the underworld, and the ruins were at the center of the underworld, which was the Yin domain. The underworld was split into three regions like the Heaven Awakened world. The outermost region was called the outer domain, the middle region was called the inner domain, and the core region was called the Yin domain. Moreover, this historical remnant was at the center of the underworld, so it definitely would not be simple. A historical remnant in such a place would have to be incredibly powerful to exist, and Zhao Fu felt quite excited. In order to avoid trouble, Zhao Fu and the others also put on black cloaks. After coming to the ghost city, Zhao Fu saw all sorts of people from the death race. For example, there were ghouls with crimson faces and two black horns on their heads. There were also ghouls who wore battle armor and wielded weapons, but had no heads. There were also ghouls who wore white clothes and had a huge eye on their foreheads. The underworld was the holy land of the death race, and almost everyone here was from the death race. Apart from them, there were no other races. Zhao Fu did not mind too much and went through the teleportation channel to head to the next city. Some of the cities here were connected and some were not, as they belonged to different factions. The underworld definitely had countless factions, big and small, that divided up the underworld's territory. Zhao Fu remembered that with the underworld royal seal, he would be able to obtain territory in the underworld, which was acknowledged by the underworld's fate. However, Zhao Fu was here to explore the ruins, so he did not have time to think about such things. After going through the teleportation channel a few times, it could not be used anymore, so the three of them could only fly to the next faction. After traveling for an entire day, the three of them stopped to rest. It was now night time, and the moon in the underworld was silver-white and looked quite beautiful. Suddenly, the sound of hurried hooves could be heard as a carriage quickly sped on the ground. The coachman looked terrified as he drove the horse, and there was a large group of soldiers chasing after the carriage. The soldiers all looked quite murderous, and it seemed that they were chasing after the carriage. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as the rapidly galloping carriage crashed into a large boulder, causing the wheels to shatter and the carriage to lose its balance. Even though the horses continued to pull the carriage, its speed had clearly decreased, allowing the soldiers behind it to catch up. A few people walked out of the carriage. They were 4 beautiful and mature women. One was tall and slim and gave off a cold aura, one was like a lady and was hugging a baby boy, one gave off a gentle aura and was hugging a 2-year-old boy, and one had a fiery figure. The cold-looking woman said angrily, "You've already obtained the Nether Ghost City, why don't you let off our children and widows?" The soldier in the lead coldly laughed, "Our Lord wants you to die, so you must die. Seeing how beautiful you are, if you let us play with you, we'll give you a quick death." The dozen or so soldiers surrounding the carriage looked at the women with lecherous eyes and also laughed loudly. The cold-looking woman was infuriated and drew a sword as she started to fight with the soldiers, and the other women were forced to join in. None of the soldiers were weak, and they all had stage 3 cultivation. Adding on their advantage in numbers, the 4 women were at a great disadvantage, and after a few exchanges, the gentle-looking woman hugging the baby boy was captured first. "Husband, are you not going to interfere?" Bai Xiaoxi leaned on Zhao Fu's shoulder as she looked at the scene ahead and asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not plan on interfering, as he was mainly here to explore the historical remnant and not to make trouble. What was happening right now was quite troublesome, so Zhao Fu naturally did not want to get involved. Of course, if they dared to take the initiative to offend him, Zhao Fu would not hold back. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "Do whatever you want. If you want to interfere, then go. If you don't want to, then stay here." Xianxia smiled and nodded before continuing to watch the battle. By now, the driver had been killed and was lying in a pool of blood. The beautiful women had also been subdued because they had threatened the gentle-looking woman they had captured first to force the other women to submit. The gentle-looking woman cried and told the other women to ignore her and quickly escape, but the 3 women still put down their weapons. Looking at the 4 beautiful women, the other soldiers lewdly laughed and took off their clothes, planning to play with the 4 beautiful women. The cold-looking woman was forced to kneel by 2 soldiers and looked furious. Facing the soldiers' lewd gazes, she did not panic and thought about how to escape. At that moment, some soldiers noticed Zhao Fu and the others, and one of them said in shock, "Boss Jiao, look at those 2 black and white impermanences, they're so beautiful and their figures are so great. If I could play with them just once, I'd be willing to die." Hearing this, the other soldiers looked over and saw the 2 mature and alluring black and white impermanences. They felt quite shocked, and their blood sped up. Now that they were in the wilderness, Zhao Fu and the others did not wear their cloaks. Hearing the soldiers' words, Xianxia lightly laughed and said, "Husband, they've come to us. Now that they've come to us, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Fu calmly said, "Then we'll just kill them all." Xianxia smiled and stood up and walked towards the group of soldiers. Bai Xiaoxi followed behind her and walked towards the group of soldiers. Seeing the 2 black and white impermanences walk over, the soldiers looked at each other and gave lewd smiles. The soldier in the lead pointed at the 2 black and white impermanences and said, "We suspect that you 2 are traitors of Nether Ghost City, you'd best behave yourselves." Xianxia smiled and grabbed out with her hand, causing the soldier's body to be picked up by a formless energy. She then twisted her hand, causing the soldier's head to turn 180 degrees. The other soldiers were given a big fright and found that Xianxia and Bai Xiaoxi had stage 9 cultivation. They were so frightened that they immediately knelt and begged for mercy, but Xianxia still killed them all. The cold-looking woman and the 3 other women bowed to the black and white impermanences and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving us." Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "Now that I've saved you, you have to repay me properly. Come with me." The women did not understand what Xianxia meant, but they still followed her to where Zhao Fu was. Looking at the incredibly handsome and extraordinary Zhao Fu, they felt quite shocked. "Take off your clothes and serve our husband." Xianxia looked at the 4 women with her beautiful eyes and smiled as she said. This caused the 4 women's expressions to freeze. They had never thought that Xianxia would ask them to repay them like this. They naturally refused, and the gentle-looking woman said resolutely, "I'm sorry." Hey Chen, we can't, and and we. The woman in sexy clothes had a fiery personality and said angrily and coldly, "You're not a group of good people either. You're just like those villains and want us to use our bodies to repay you. You should just kill me." Xianxia maintained her smile and looked at the two children with a threatening gaze. The virtuous-looking woman understood what she meant, and looking at the sleeping baby in her arms, she hesitated for a moment before making a decision and taking off her clothes. The resolute woman looked at the sleeping boy and gritted her teeth, took off her clothes, and said coldly to Zhao Fu, "We can serve you, but you have to spare the other two." The cold-looking woman took off her clothes and revealed her body to Zhao Fu as she said, "I can also serve you, but I have a condition." The seductively dressed woman looked quite confused and called out, "Big sis." The cold-looking woman turned her head and signaled for her to take off her clothes as well. The seductively dressed woman could only angrily take off her clothes and glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the cold-looking woman's body and smiled as he asked, "What condition is that?" The cold-looking woman's expression became slightly flirtatious as she went up and sat on Zhao Fu's body and wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck as she smiled and said, "We'll talk after you enjoy our bodies." As soon as Zhao Fu thought about it, he started to ravage her, and after going at it for a while after an intense round, the women's faces became red as they powerlessly lay on the ground. The four women had never thought that not only was Zhao Fu extraordinarily handsome, but he was also incredibly pleasurable. It was as if he was no longer in this world. The seductively dressed woman shamelessly turned her body to the side because out of the four women, she was the most licentious. She was still thinking about how she had done it with Zhao Fu and affectionately called Zhao Fu husband and husband. Zhao Fu knew the four women's names. The cold-looking woman was called Yu Qin, the seductively dressed woman was called Yan Yan, the virtuous woman was called Qingya Yuan, and the gentle-looking woman was called Li Ya. "You want to borrow my power to take revenge for you, right?" Zhao Fu asked as he hugged the red-faced cold-looking woman, Yu Qin. Zhao Fu had already guessed her goal, or else she would not have taken the initiative to give up her body. Yu Qin lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and lightly hugged Zhao Fu as she smiled and replied, "With your power, it should be quite easy to resolve this matter. With your strength, it should be very easy to solve this problem. As long as you can agree, our bodies will be yours from now on. We will even let you enjoy our bodies first. You can see our sincerity." Leaning against Zhao Fu's other side, Xianxia disdainfully laughed as she said, "Even if you don't say anything, your bodies belong to my husband. Moreover, after doing it with my husband, would you still leave after tasting it?" These words caused Yu Qin's expression to become cold, but she could only endure it. She understood that she was not a match for Xianxia, and what Xianxia said was not wrong. Even though she did not want to admit it, doing it with Zhao Fu was hundreds of times more enjoyable than doing it with her deceased husband. Beside her, Bai Xiaoxi said, "Husband, I think you should agree. Don't you want to develop a faction in the underworld? It can provide you with a large amount of resources, people, and soldiers, and it's a hidden force that ordinary people don't know about. At critical times, it can be of great use." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite tempted. Moreover, this place was not very far from the Heaven Awaken world's teleportation point. Yu Qin did not quite understand Bai Xiaoxi's words and felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. After all, Zhao Fu's identity was incredibly prestigious, and just his aura alone could make people submit. Zhao Fu thought about it for a while before agreeing and asking about what had happened. The Nether Ghost City was a faction that controlled 100 nearby cities, but someone had rebelled and killed the Nether Ghost City's city lord, who was the husband of Yu Qin and the other women. By now, that person had most likely already taken control of the Nether Ghost City. After all, that person was called Gue Yi, and he had been the second in command of the Nether Ghost City. He had great authority and would naturally be able to easily control the Nether Ghost City. However, there were most likely many people who supported the original Nether Ghost City's city lord, and not all of them had rebelled. Zhao Fu felt that this matter would be quite easy to resolve. Following this, Zhao Fu started to move and planned to kill Gue Yi. Gue Yi only had Earth Realm cultivation, and even though he was quite powerful in the outer domains of the underworld, in Zhao Fu's eyes, he was not worth mentioning. Yu Qin and the others were responsible for contacting the original city lord's supporters and having them gather their forces to attack Gue Yi's forces. Now that Guiyi had just seized power, his faction was in chaos, so it would be easy for him to act. Within the city hall, a middle-aged man with small eyes and a sharp and cold gaze, he was Guiyi, and he was looking through the reports that had been sent to him. He now controlled 60% of the Nether Ghost City's factions, and he had sent people to subdue the remaining factions. The remaining people remained neutral because they understood that they were not a match for Guiyi. Once Guiyi destroyed the factions, they would submit. Guiyi did not show any mercy to those who were loyal to the previous city lord and sent out soldiers to get rid of them, not letting a single one of them off. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, he would definitely win this time and become the new city lord of Nether Ghost City. He would not be as mediocre as the previous city lord, and he would not like peace and quiet. He would properly take care of Nether Ghost City and make it stronger before conquering others and establishing a ghost kingdom that belonged to him and his family. Lord Husband. You've been busy for an entire day, aren't you going to rest? A voluptuous and flirtatious middle-aged woman walked in with a bowl of tonics and said caringly. This beautiful woman was Guiyi's wife, and she was called Lu Ye. She was Guiyi's only wife, and Guiyi was not very interested in women. He was completely focused on developing his faction and working hard for his ambitions. Guiyi continued to look at the document in his hand and replied without raising his head, the forces are in chaos right now, and there are still people resisting. The hearts of the commoners are still unsettled, so I can't rest now. Lu Ye's eyes were filled with resentment towards Guiyi's cold attitude. In the 7 or 8 years since Guiyi had married her, he had always treated her so coldly. No matter how much she cared and loved him, it was useless. Furthermore, he had only touched her once on the night of their wedding. After that, he had never touched her again. Lu Ye had very high desires in this area, but for the sake of Guiyi, she could only endure it and be his wife, supporting him in building his empire. As such, Lu Ye thought about it. Her man had just become the city lord of Nether Ghost City, so it was understandable that he had a lot of things to do. In the future, she would be the Nether Ghost City lord's wife and the woman with the most power in Nether Ghost City. Anyone who saw her would have to treat her with respect and do their best to curry favor with her. In the end, it would be great if Guiyi could dote on her. However, looking at how cold Guiyi was, Lu Ye sometimes wanted to find a man to comfort her. However, as Guiyi's only wife, almost no one dared to touch her. After becoming the Nether Ghost City lord's wife, it was likely that even fewer people would dare to touch her. Lu Ye could only sigh and dejectedly hand over the tonics and leave the room. She planned to return to her residence, but she suddenly bumped into a man in a corner. Although this man was wearing a cloak, from the side of his face, especially under the moonlight, he looked especially handsome. Under that cloak, there should be a peerless beauty, and his body had an even more enchanting temperament. Sensing that aura, all of Lu Ye's suppressed emotions and desires burst forth. Before the man could react, Lu Ye leapt into his embrace and hugged him before madly kissing him. Under the beautiful moonlight, the two of them intensely did it in the corner. Lu Ye had never thought that the man would be able to give her such bliss, and it was the first time she had experienced it. She also went mad and lost herself within it. Afterwards, Lu Ye's face was red and she was powerlessly placed in a room by the man. After the man left, Lu Ye fell into a deep sleep with a blissful smile on her face. In the final moment of her sleep, she decided that she would run away with that man and not want anything else. While she was unconscious, she heard a few loud rumbling sounds, and then it seemed to become chaotic. The sounds also became noisy, but Lu Ye was simply too tired and still fell asleep. The gray-white sun rose from the east, giving off gentle white light that covered the land. The night faded and the world gradually woke up. A new day had arrived, and Lu Ye slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that there was no one by her bed and that there was no note left, Lu Ye looked quite disappointed. Thinking back to the craziness from last night and the man who had comforted her, Lu Ye's eyes became slightly moist. She did not know who he was, and she would never be able to see him again. She could only bury this night in her heart as her most beautiful memory, unable to tell anyone. She was still the Nether Ghost City lord's wife, Guiyi's good wife. Lu Ye lightly pushed open the door and saw that it was a complete mess. Lu Ye felt quite confused and did not understand what had happened. She walked out of the room and saw that the guard outside was someone she did not recognize, making her feel even more confused. A female attendant carrying a wooden basin walked over. Lu Ye knew this female attendant, so she stopped her and asked, "Did something happen in the city lord's residence?" The female attendant smiled and said, "Madam, I'm not too sure either." "Actually, I'm not too sure either. The new mayor wants you to wash up and head over." Hearing this, Lu Ye felt even more confused. Who was the new city lord? Wasn't it her husband, Gui Yi? Lu Ye's mind was in a mess, but she still listened to the female attendant. After washing up, she came to the guest hall, and what caused her expression to change was that she saw the previous city lord's wife. Their faces were red, and from the auras they gave off, it seemed that they had just done it. The person sitting at the very top was the man she had been having an affair with last night. He's the new city lord? What about her husband? Lu Ye has a bad feeling about this. Zhao Fu looked at her and gave a trace of a smile. Gui Yi is already dead, so you're mine now. Nether Ghost City is under my control, so don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Lu Ye sighed. It was just as she had expected. Thinking about Gui Yi, Lu Ye looked quite sorrowful and nodded at Zhao Fu. 10 or so days later, Zhao Fu and the black and white impermanences finally arrived at the inner domain of the underworld, but they were once again blocked by a large forbidden area. This forbidden area was called the Ghost God Forbidden Area. It was said that a powerful ghost god had died here, causing many ghost god creatures to exist here. These ghost god creatures had strange abilities and were incredibly powerful. They were terrifying creatures that were a combination of gods and ghosts, and their bodies contained ghost god power. Their monster grades far surpassed ordinary ghosts, and anyone who trespassed would definitely be attacked. The black and white impermanences suggested going around. With their strength, they would not be able to fly over this forbidden area. Moreover, this forbidden area had a power that made it impossible to tell which direction to go. If ordinary people entered, they would be trapped there for the rest of their lives. It was possible that crossing this forbidden area would take many times longer than going around, so most people who came here would go around. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and decided to go around. Roar. A massive roar sounded out as the ground started to tremble. It was as if an enormous creature had charged out from within the forbidden area, and a terrifying aura swept out like a wild gale. Husband. Sensing this terrifying aura, Bai Xiaoxi's expression became quite serious because this aura was the same as a world realm expert's. It was very likely that the ghost that had charged out was at the world realm, and from this roar, it seemed that the monster was incredibly large and might be even stronger than ordinary world realm experts. Zhao Fu's expression did not become serious at all. Now, Zhao Fu did not fear world realm experts, and in the underworld, Zhao Fu could use his nation armament. The enormous creature appeared in front of Zhao Fu and the others. It was a 1,000-meter-long creature that looked like a human lying on the ground. Its hands were like claws, and it had a sharp mane. It had 3 vertical eyes on its head and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Xianxia said in shock, "Husband, this is a seeking Yin beast. It has the ability to find all kinds of Yin vein treasures, and this seeking Yin beast is incredibly big. It's quite rare." As Xianxia spoke, the seeking Yin beast's 3 vertical eyes stared at Zhao Fu because it had come for Zhao Fu. It could sense that Zhao Fu was a living underworld treasure. Zhao Fu looked at the seeking Yin beast and found that it had some injuries. Its strength was indeed a bit stronger than an ordinary world realm expert, but Zhao Fu was not afraid at all. Roar. The seeking Yin beast gave a massive roar that shook the surroundings and gave off a ferocious aura as it charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and motioned for the black and white impermanences to retreat. The black and white impermanences understood that they would not be able to participate in the following battle, so they obediently retreated far away. Boom! At that moment, the 1,000-meter-long seeking Yin beast quickly crawled in front of Zhao Fu and raised its massive claws. It gave off a mountain-splitting power as it ferociously slapped towards Zhao Fu, giving off a massive sound. However, its massive claws were blocked by a small azure energy barrier, and Zhao Fu did not hesitate to use the 12 metal colossi's power. The seeking Yin beast looked quite confused. It had never thought that Zhao Fu, who only had Saint Realm cultivation, would be able to block its attack. What shocked it even more was what happened next. Zhao Fu took out a blood-red sword covered with sharp teeth and slashed at the Seeking beast's claws, sending out a massive blood-red sword light that gave off terrifying and savage power. Roar! The Seeking beast roared in pain as its arm was slashed by the sword light. A gash appeared on its palm, from which gray blood flowed out. At that moment, Zhao Fu coldly looked at the Seeking beast and sent out another massive blood-red sword light. The massive sword energy sent the Seeking beast flying back dozens of meters and crashing to the ground, resulting in a massive explosion. The ground violently trembled and countless leaves fell like rain. The Seeking beast furiously crawled up from the ground and a massive wave of energy exploded out from its body, causing a wild gale to blow out. The surroundings became incredibly cold and eerie, and a ghost-like figure slowly appeared on the Seeking beast's back. The Seeking beast's power had greatly increased, and its aura was even more powerful than before. It brought with it a massive chilling wind, and sensing this aura, all creatures in the surroundings quickly ran away. Roar! The Seeking beast once again roared at Zhao Fu before ferociously charging at Zhao Fu, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy a mountain. With his nation armament's power, Zhao Fu did not feel any fear. He raised the sadistic killing sword and a massive sword light spread out as countless images appeared, angels with broken wings, headless demons, heartless spirits, humans with only their upper bodies. A massive wave of sadistic killing power flooded out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. Boom! The Seeking beast gave off massive power as it rushed over, and Zhao Fu slashed out. A blood-red sword light exploded out, and a shockwave turned into a wild gale. The Seeking beast's body was sent flying, and it crashed into a small mountain, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Now, the Seeking beast crashed to the ground and its aura weakened. There was a deep gash on its left shoulder, from which gray blood continuously flowed out. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and held the sadistic killing sword as he flew towards the Seeking beast. A trace of fear appeared in the Seeking beast's eyes, and it knew that it was not a match for Zhao Fu. It got up from the ground and quickly ran in another direction. Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed and stood in the air as he stretched out a hand towards the escaping Seeking beast, and a massive power spread out. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as countless chains shot out from the ground, ferociously binding the Seeking beast to the ground. The Seeking beast continuously struggled and furiously roared, but it could not break free at all. Zhao Fu flew to the Seeking beast's head and looked at it, while the Seeking beast furiously looked at Zhao Fu. At that moment, the black and white impermanences flew over, and Xianxia said, "Husband, see if you can subdue it. See if you can subdue it." Seeking beasts are already very rare, and such a large Seeking beast is even rarer. Subduing it will be of great use. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at the Seeking beast and said in the underworld's language, "Are you willing to submit to me now?" The Seeking beast was quite intelligent, and it could most likely understand Zhao Fu's words. However, the Seeking beast furiously roared at Zhao Fu a few times, evidently not willing to submit so easily. Zhao Fu did not hold back and sent lightning power into the chains. Lightning greatly countered attributes, and countless arcs of lightning appeared around the Seeking beast's body as it gave off a massive roar. A while later, the Seeking beast's aura became much weaker, and Zhao Fu once again asked if it was willing to submit to him. However, the Seeking beast initially refused. After the light dissipated, a white-haired elder wearing gray robes and holding a banner appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression became somewhat serious because this elder's power surpassed the world realm and was at the divine realm. It was almost impossible to find such an expert in the outer regions and was quite rare in the inner regions. Zhao Fu's expression became serious. Facing such an expert, Zhao Fu would have to use all of his nation armament's power to defeat him, or else he would most likely lose. The elder looked at the Seeking beast before looking at Zhao Fu and said, "The Seeking beast is something that this old man has been searching for. You can give it to me and I will give you some compensation." Sensing Zhao Fu's nation armament's power, the elder's expression became quite serious, and his tone became slightly more courteous. However, how could Zhao Fu agree? Zhao Fu had found some injuries on the Seeking beast's body, which were most likely caused by the elder. However, he had taken great pains to capture the Seeking beast, so how could he give it to someone else so easily? Seeing that Zhao Fu refused, the elder did not remain courteous. He waved his banner and a massive wave of yin qi spread out as a 1,000-meter tall, muscular ghost appeared, giving off a powerful aura of suppression. The 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun as a massive wave of yin qi flooded out. A massive roar sounded out as a 1,000-meter tall ferocious-looking ghost appeared behind Zhao Fu. Seeing the 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye and the aura he gave off, a look of shock appeared in the elder's eyes. He then had the ghost behind him attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also ordered the ghost behind him to charge at the ghost. The two 1,000-meter tall ghosts ferociously clashed together, resulting in a massive explosion. They used their teeth and fists to attack each other, and they seemed to be evenly matched. The elder once again waved his banner, causing a massive wave of yin qi to form a gray fog that flowed towards Zhao Fu. There seemed to be countless arms within it that grabbed at Zhao Fu, looking quite terrifying. Zhao Fu raised the sadistic killing sword and slashed out. A blood-red crescent containing terrifying power flashed out, splitting the incoming mist in half. The elder's deep eyes looked at Zhao Fu as he asked, "Why don't you use that power of yours?" Zhao Fu did not understand what the elder meant, but since the elder had attacked him first, Zhao Fu would not show mercy. The sadistic killing sword gave off a powerful sword light as Zhao Fu gave off a sharp aura and rushed towards the elder. Seeing Zhao Fu rush over, the elder's expression became serious and he sent a large amount of power into his banner before vigorously waving it. Who? A massive gust of cold wind blew with destructive power, uprooting countless trees and blowing Zhao Fu's body away. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu released all of his nation armament's power. A green aura flame burst forth around his body, accompanied by a massive aura, and Zhao Fu's body instantly stopped flying. Seeing Zhao Fu release all of his nation armament's power, the elder's expression fell because this power greatly surpassed his. However, in order to confirm his suspicions, he also exploded out with all of his power, and a gray and eerie aura flame burst forth around his body. The elder raised his banner, which flashed with countless runes, and a formless aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. Massive amounts of yin qi madly gathered, forming massive waves of yin qi. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. In that instant, countless ghosts appeared in the air. There were countless of them, and there were at least 1 million of them. They flooded towards Zhao Fu from all directions, seeming to be able to devour Zhao Fu. In front of these countless ghosts and yin qi, the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline within Zhao Fu's body became incredibly excited, and Zhao Fu's right eye suddenly widened. 6 gray holes appeared above Zhao Fu's head. Each of them was only 1 meter wide, and they were spread out in 6 different locations. They gave off 6 different powerful auras, and the 6 gray holes started to spin, forming a massive gray vortex. Boom, a massive suction force exploded out, and the countless ghosts looked terrified as they retreated. However, it was too late, and the countless ghosts were sucked into the vortex. Not a single ghost was able to escape. In front of that massive suction force, not only did the black and white impermanences look terrified, but the elder also looked quite afraid. The seeking yin beast also looked quite afraid, but it also looked quite excited. This was because the aura that the vortex gave off greatly countered them. Under this aura, their bodies, bloodlines, and souls became incredibly cold, and they felt immense terror. Ordinary ghosts did not dare to resist at all and could only kneel on the ground in fear. This power was naturally the 6 paths of reincarnation power, one of the supreme powers of the underworld. All ghosts innately feared this power. Even though it also contained yin energy, the 6 paths of reincarnation power was the bane of all underworld powers. All yin energy would automatically dissipate, and no ghost would not fear this power. Zhao Fu looked at the elder with his right eye, and just as he was about to attack, the elder hurriedly said, "Wait. I'm willing to recognize you as my master." Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked quite surprised and asked, "Why? If you run now, you should be able to escape." The elder smiled and said with a trace of respect, "Because you have the 6 paths of reincarnation power, and no one in the underworld can control this power. Only the 6 paths demon images have this power, and you'll definitely become the sovereign of the underworld. To be able to serve such a master is the glory of every underworld creature." Roar! Roar, roar! The Seeking Een beast excitedly and fearfully roared at Zhao Fu a few times, looking like it was willing to submit. It had sensed the 6 paths of reincarnation aura from Zhao Fu's body, so it had wanted to come and steal it. However, it now found that not only did Zhao Fu have the 6 paths of reincarnation aura, but he also had the power to control the 6 paths of reincarnation. In fact, his bloodline even had the 6 paths of reincarnation bloodline. No underworld creature would not be afraid of such a person. Just like the Elder, it believed that Zhao Fu would definitely become the sovereign of the underworld, so it changed its attitude and expressed its loyalty. That was how reality was. If there was a poor master who could not give anything, no one would go to him. However, if he was a billionaire, many people would flock to him. Zhao Fu looked at the Elder and the Seeking Een beast in front of him and felt quite doubtful. Zhao Fu would not trust a person so much, so he offered to place restrictions in their bodies, and they easily agreed. After placing restrictions in their bodies, Zhao Fu felt at ease and asked the Elder, "What is your name and what faction are you from?" The old man smiled as he replied, "Master. This old man's name is Xianxia, and I don't come from any power. I'm just a loose cultivator, and I've been cultivating alone since 300 years ago." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and looked at the Seeking Een beast. The Seeking Een beast obediently lay on the ground, looking incredibly loyal. The Seeking Een beast was a special type of Een beast that could not speak, so even if Zhao Fu asked it a question, it would not be able to answer, so Zhao Fu did not ask. However, Zhao Fu had given it a name, which was Qian Sun. Following this, Zhao Fu asked Xianxia curiously, "You came out from the Ghost God Forbidden Area, what dangers are there? What good things are there?" Xianxia thought about it before replying. In actuality, the creatures at the outskirts of the Forbidden Area are not very strong and can be easily dealt with. However, no one dares to go within the Forbidden Area. This Forbidden Area has existed for over 10,000 years, and after developing to this point, it is likely that even Emperor Heaven Realm experts and above will be in great danger. As for the valuable things, those ghost god creatures and the materials on their bodies are quite useful and are far better than ordinary materials. This old man does not know about anything else. This old man only chased the Seeking Een beast here and is not very familiar with this place. The Seeking Een beast lightly cried out and spat out a golden gray crystal that was the size of a mung bean. It gave off a powerful godly spirit aura, and what was surprising was that the crystal gave off the same aura as the Forbidden Area. Xianxia said in shock, "The Seeking Een beast is indeed the best Een beast for finding Een attribute treasures. It was actually able to find a ghost god's divinity shard. This shard no longer has any power, but with this item and the great Een soul gathering technique that this old man has learned, perhaps we can gather a trace of the ghost god's remnant soul that fell here back then. That ghost god has half-step celestial power and is even more powerful than god lords. If we can gather a trace of its remnant soul, it might be quite useful. May I ask if this old man can summon it?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and agreed. Following this, Xianxia took the divinity shard and came to an empty area within the Forbidden Area. He tossed the divinity shard into the sky and chanted a mysterious incantation, causing the divinity shard to give off intense gray gold light as it floated in the air. Xianxia gripped the banner with both hands and chanted as he waved the banner, causing a formless energy to spread out. This energy was quite strange and could make people's hairs stand on end, and they felt as if their souls of it. The divinity shard absorbed that strange energy and gave off an even more intense gray light before turning into a ray of light and shooting into the sky. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the ray of light shot into the sky and turned into a ripple of light that spread out. The entire Ghost God Forbidden Area seemed to become restless as countless beast cries tore through the sky, giving off a shocking aura. A formless wave of soul energy slowly gathered towards Zhao Fu and formed a gray gold orb of light. The orb of light became larger and larger, forming a hazy figure. The hazy figure continued to condense before becoming corporeal. A woman appeared in front of everyone. Her expression was cold, and she had long, gray-white hair and a pair of gray gold eyes. There were 2 black horns on either side of her forehead, and she wore black clothes and gave off a powerful godly spirit aura. "Who are you?" The ghost god's remnant soul's gray gold eyes gave off a powerful aura of suppression as she looked at everyone. As a former half-step celestial expert, her aura was incredibly powerful, and no one dared to look her in the eye. However, she no longer had her memories, and she did not even have stage 1 strength. She only had a powerful aura and did not have any terrifying power, so there was no need to fear her. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and a formless energy grabbed the ghost god's remnant soul in front of him, causing the ghost god to look furious. Even though she did not have her memories, she knew that she was a very powerful person. However, even though the ghost god was furious, she did not resist Zhao Fu's power at all. Zhao Fu looked at the ghost god's stats and found that she was a godly and ghostly existence, and he could not describe her. He could nurture her as a godly spirit, and Zhao Fu could subdue a godly spirit. Let go of me. The ghost god's grey gold eyes gave off a powerful aura as she angrily glared at Zhao Fu and cried out. Zhao Fu was not afraid of her at all. After all, it was only her double pupils that gave off an oppressive and mysterious feeling, while Zhao Fu had 7 pupils. Facing Zhao Fu's eyes, which were even more terrifying than hers, the one who was afraid was still her. Be obedient, no matter how powerful you were in the past, you're now just a piece of trash without any power at all, Zhao Fu said coldly to the ghost god. The ghost god was furious, but she did not have a trace of power within her body, nor did she have any memories. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying eyes and power that far surpassed hers, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Owner. Let her try this ghost god creature. These ghost god creatures are creatures created from her power, and they might have some effects. Xianxia caught a cat-like creature and came to Zhao Fu's side as he spoke. Zhao Fu looked at the ghost god, and the ghost god angrily harumphed and looked at the ghost god creature, feeling a sense of familiarity. She went up and hugged the ghost god creature. The cat-like ghost god creature was very weak and only had stage 1 strength. In the hands of an expert like Xianxia, it was incredibly afraid and desperately struggled. However, after being in the ghost god's hands, it no longer felt afraid and became docile. This was because it could feel a very familiar aura, which came from its bloodline and soul. As such, it no longer felt afraid and listened to the ghost god's words. Could it be that this ghost god could control all of the Forbidden Region's creatures? Thinking about that, Zhao Fu felt incredibly delighted. There were countless creatures in this Forbidden Region, and they all had the power to threaten experts above the Emperor Heaven Realm. If he could control this power, he would not have to fear the Aeolian Empire, and Zhao Fu would immediately destroy the Aeolian Empire. However, was it really as simple as he thought? Zhao Fu did not believe it himself, so he caught a few more ghost god creatures and tried, and indeed, it did not work. Perhaps it was because the ghost god was too weak that she could not control all creatures. In the future, when she was stronger, she would come back and try again. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the ghost god creature that the ghost god was hugging and said, "Throw it away and come with us." The ghost god looked quite displeased and refused, saying, "No. I want to take it with me." Zhao Fu looked at the cat-like ghost god creature and felt that it would not be much of a problem, so he had the ghost god take it and put the Seeking Yin beast into his spirit pet ring. Because it was too big, it would not be convenient for it to follow them. Following this, Zhao Fu decided not to go around and instead head over. Xianxia had said that there were no dangers in the outskirts, and Zhao Fu felt that there would not be any. After all, if he used his nation armament, Zhao Fu would be slightly stronger than him. A few days later, the group successfully flew past the forbidden area and arrived at another place. They even found a ghost city. Everyone put on their cloaks, and the black and white impermanences and Xianxia obediently followed by Zhao Fu's side. The ghost god hugged the cat and looked around curiously. After a few days, the ghost god had become more mature and alluring, and she had become much more docile. This was because Zhao Fu had trained her well over the past few nights. Their goal in coming to the ghost city was to use the teleportation channel to continue to the Yin domain. As such, after entering the city, everyone headed towards the teleportation channel. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled explosion sounded out as a well-dressed young man was sent flying by a punch. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and cried out on the ground, "Hurry up and kill him. He dared to hit me, I'm going to skin him alive." A few soldiers with stage 8 strength rushed at a valiant-looking young man wearing a long robe. The young man's expression was one of disdain, and he sent the soldiers flying with a few blows. The soldiers coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and a few of their bones were broken. Zhao Fu did not care about this, but because of this matter, the city was locked down and the teleportation channel could not be used. After all, the person who had been beaten up was the city lord's son. Following this, a wealthy-looking middle-aged man brought many soldiers over. He was most likely the city lord of this place and had Saint Realm strength. Looking at his injured son, he exploded out with a powerful aura, causing everyone to retreat. Everyone felt that things were going to be bad, because with the city lord's strength and with so many soldiers rushing over, something was definitely going to happen to that young man. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. The young man took out a command medallion, and the city lord was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and apologized. He said that he had no intention of offending the young man, and that he wanted the young man to forgive them. The token was made of white jade, and there were many images of ghosts and monsters carved on it. There was even the word ghost written on it. It gave off a faint treasure light and a powerful deterrence. The black and white impermanences did not recognize this command medallion because the underworld was quite big and it was impossible for them to know everything. However, because Xianxia had been here for a while, he had some understanding of these things. Xianxia explained to Zhao Fu that the command medallion was a ghost command medallion, and it belonged to the most powerful kingdom in this place. Only a prince could have a ghost command medallion, which meant that the young man in front of them was the prince of that powerful kingdom. A prince of such a powerful kingdom was naturally not someone that a mere city lord could offend, which was why they were so afraid. Everyone else looked at him with respect and did not dare to offend him, and they did not even dare to breathe loudly. The valiant-looking young man coldly harumphed, "Next time, you better watch carefully, or else this prince won't be so easy to talk to next time." The wealthy-looking middle-aged man's face was covered with sweat as he hurriedly nodded. Following this, the valiant-looking young man walked towards the teleportation channel, and everyone else immediately made way for the prince of such a powerful kingdom. Now that the city was under lockdown, the teleportation channel could once again be used, and Zhao Fu brought his people to the teleportation channel. This caused everyone to look quite confused because the prince had not left yet, and these people wanted to teleport with him. The prince was angry, so weren't these people seeking death? Now that they knew the prince's identity, they did not show any respect at all. The wealthy-looking middle-aged man felt that his opportunity had come. In order to make up for offending the prince, he naturally had to put on a good performance, and he immediately yelled, "Who do you think you are? The Ghost Kingdom's prince hasn't teleported yet, and you dare to offend him? Men, capture them and have them kneel and apologize to the prince." A group of soldiers obeyed and went up, preparing to capture Zhao Fu and the others and have them kneel and apologize. The wealthy-looking middle-aged man did not know that he had offended an even more terrifying person. Arg, a blood-red sword light flashed out, and 10 or so soldiers howled as their bodies were cut into pieces, and the smell of blood spread out. This caused everyone to feel quite shocked. These people dared to kill the city lord's soldiers in front of him. This battle was unavoidable, and these people were definitely going to die. The wealthy-looking middle-aged man felt quite furious. He had felt quite humiliated when he had knelt and begged for mercy, but because this person was a prince, he could not afford to offend him. Now, a few cloaked people who did not even dare to show their faces dared to act so arrogantly. The wealthy-looking middle-aged man exploded out with a massive aura and rushed at Zhao Fu and the others like a ferocious tiger, wanting to kill Zhao Fu and the others on the spot. Pooh! The cloaked person waved his hand, and a sword light flashed out. The surroundings became deathly silent, and the wealthy-looking middle-aged man's body froze as a bloody gash appeared from head to toe. Following this, blood spurted out as the middle-aged man was directly split in half. The people in the surroundings gave off ear-piercing cries. They had never thought that this person would be able to kill the city lord, and in just one attack at that. The prince frowned because the wealthy-looking middle-aged man had stood up for him, and Zhao Fu killing him was equivalent to slapping his face. "Sir, you've gone too far," he was speaking up for this prince. "You people really don't know what's good for you," the prince said to Zhao Fu angrily. Bang! Just as the prince spoke, a massive formless hand grabbed him and flung him out. The prince was sent flying and crashed into 10 or so buildings, causing dust to fly everywhere. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Everyone in the surroundings gasped and ran in all directions. That person was too terrifying. not only had he killed the city lord, but he also did not place the prince of a royal kingdom in his eyes. That prince was the prince of the most powerful royal kingdom here, and no one dared to offend him. Xianxia did not mind and followed behind Zhao Fu because he was sure that Zhao Fu would become a sovereign of the underworld in the future and would not have to fear a royal kingdom. Zhao Fu did not mind that prince because Zhao Fu was just passing by. Moreover, Zhao Fu had even humiliated an imperial prince before, so why would he be afraid of a prince? Everyone continued onwards and used teleportation channels 10 or so times. After traveling for 2 days, they arrived at a large faction. After traveling for so long, Zhao Fu felt that they should stop and rest for a while. They found an inn and asked for 2 rooms, one for Xianxia and one for Zhao Fu and the 3 women. Husband. The black and white impermanences came to the room and looked flirtatious and expectant as they hugged Zhao Fu and softly called out. Zhao Fu naturally understood what they meant and hugged them to the bed. The god ghost's face was red and could not help but think about their first time, which was the night that Zhao Fu had subdued her. Back then, Zhao Fu had directly taken her. Back then, she did not understand anything, but because she was quite afraid of Zhao Fu, she struggled a bit and cooperated with Zhao Fu. She had never thought that doing it with someone as despicable as Zhao Fu would be so enjoyable. Seeing Zhao Fu do it with the black and white impermanences, the god ghost brought the little cat to the bed and joined in. There was nothing to be shy about, as it had been like this for the past few days. The 3 of them did it with Zhao Fu together. The little cat watched by the side. With its intelligence, it did not understand what they were doing, but seeing how happy its owner was under that man, it gave a happy smile. A few hours later, Zhao Fu hugged the 3 red-faced women and asked Hey Xianxia, how much longer until we reach the historical remnant? They had been in the underworld for quite some time, but they still had not reached the historical remnant, so Zhao Fu could not help but feel quite anxious. Husband. It should be quite fast to reach the inner domains because the inner domains and the yin domains are quite closely connected. There are many large-scale teleportation channels that can lead to the yin domains, Hey Xianxia explained to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Bai Xiaoxi smiled happily and said, this route just happens to pass by our clan. Husband, we can go back and take a look. Zhao Fu nodded. By now, the black and white impermanences had told Zhao Fu about them. The black and white impermanences were a family with 2 factions. One was the black impermanence, while the other was the white impermanence. They were stronger than an empire. All of the white impermanences and black impermanences in the world came from this family, and Bai Xiaoxi and He Xiaojia's status in the family was neither too high nor too low. The red-faced ghost god suddenly said shyly, Husband, what's wrong? Can you give me a name? I don't even have a name right now. I feel a little uncomfortable when you keep calling me that. Zhao Fu smiled. Then you'll be called Lady Ghost. Hearing this name, the ghost god smiled and nodded, saying, from now on, I'll be called Guiji. Lady Ghost still wants it. Zhao Fu smiled and pressed her under his body, and he started to do it with her. The black and white impermanences also smiled and joined in. At night, Zhao Fu brought the 3 radiant women and Xianxia to the inn's hall to have some food. It was the first time Zhao Fu had eaten underworld food, and he did not know what it was like. After receiving permission from Zhao Fu, Xianxia sat by the side. Looking at the radiant women, he naturally knew what had just happened and felt incredibly envious. After doing it with Zhao Fu, their bodies had been baptized by the 6 paths of reincarnation power, and their power and auras were continuously rising. They were also becoming purer and purer. Lady Ghost, who did not have any power back then, had only done it with Zhao Fu for a few days, and her cultivation had risen incredibly quickly. It was a pity that he was not a woman, or else he would have also received such treatment. After the food was brought up, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The food looked like normal food, but it was all cold. Underworld creatures did not seem to like eating hot food and preferred eating cold food. Husband. I'll feed you. Bai Xiaoxi leaned against Zhao Fu and used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat as she said gently and considerately to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hugged Bai Xiaoxi and smiled as he prepared to open his mouth. However, a shocked and unrestrained voice sounded out from outside, what flirtatious black and white impermanences, what beautiful ghosts. A handsome man in white robes with an elegant demeanor also walked into the inn with 5 women. Of the 5 women, one had a bewitching figure and gave off a flirtatious aura, one had a seductive figure and looked bold and cheerful, one was tall and slim, one had a small figure and looked cute, and one had a slim figure and looked gentle and quiet. The man brought the 5 women and walked over to Zhao Fu and sat down on Zhao Fu's table as he said to Zhao Fu, "Brother, I like your 3 women a lot. I like your 3 women very much. As long as you name a price, I will try my best to satisfy you." Xianxia smiled as she looked at the man and leaned against Zhao Fu. She did not have to worry at all because even though Zhao Fu had many women, he definitely would not trade them. Moreover, how could this man compare to Zhao Fu? Xianxia did not like him at all. Guiji had only been with Zhao Fu for a few days and felt quite worried that Zhao Fu would give her to someone else. She hugged the kitten and pitifully looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu frowned and felt that this man was not someone to be trifled with. His aura was quite powerful, but Zhao Fu still said, "Sir, it's best if you leave, I'm not interested in giving my women to someone else. I see that the women behind you are quite good, how about you name a price?" The white-cloaked man's gaze became cold and traces of killing intent appeared around him. He was giving Zhao Fu some face, but Zhao Fu still did not accept. The white-cloaked man thought about it but quickly returned to normal. The cold-looking woman next to him said mockingly, "Who do you think you are? You dare to speak to our husband like that? Do you know that our husband is the 2nd prince of the Ghost Lord Kingdom and we're concubines? You can't even dream about touching us." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression became quite strange because the prince that Zhao Fu had fought before was a prince of the Ghost Lord Kingdom, which was the most powerful kingdom here. The white-cloaked man was much more discerning than his little brother and knew that Zhao Fu was not simple. He took out a jade slip and said, "This is the curse of 10,000 people that I just bought for hundreds of millions of yen coins at the auction. If you give them to me, this is yours. Also, you know who I am. I advise you not to seek your own death, don't throw your life away for a few women." Hearing these threatening words, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold and he said, "Scram." The cold-looking woman looked at Zhao Fu and the others as if they were dead and coldly harumphed before leaving with the white-cloaked man. "Master, what should we do now?" Shang Lan understood what was going to happen, so he asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "Let's pack our things and leave this place as soon as possible." Following this, they left the city and planned to head towards the underworld, but they were stopped by the white-clothed man. Moreover, the white-clothed man had called over 4 helpers, 3 men and 1 woman. 2 of the men looked about the same, one looked quite vulgar, and the other woman was quite ugly. However, she was the most powerful and had reached the divine realm. The white-clothed man looked at Zhao Fu and coldly laughed as he said, "You're seeking death. If you had given those 3 women to me, none of this would have happened. Those 3 women are still mine, and I'll play with them in front of you later before selling them to prostitutes. Only then will I be able to vent my anger." Zhao Fu was expressionless as he asked, "Do you really think you've won?" The white-cloaked man wildly laughed as he said, "I know you're not ordinary, but you're only at the Saint Realm while I have Heaven Realm Cultivation. I have 3 World Realm Cultivators and a Divine Realm Cultivator. Do you really think I can lose? Is that so?" A trace of a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he stepped forwards and exploded out with his nation armament's power. A green aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body, and a terrifying power seemed to freeze the heavens and earth. The white-cloaked man's expression fell, he had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such a powerful nation armament. However, he did not think that he would lose. However, in the next moment, his expression fell as the 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun, and a wave of 6 paths of reincarnation power spread out from Zhao Fu's body. It was not just the white-clothed man, the others were also quite shocked, they had never thought that Zhao Fu would have the sovereign power of the underworld. "Second Prince. I won't take this job, you can deal with it yourself." Out of the 4 people that the white-clothed man had called over, the wretched-looking old man was so frightened that he directly cried out loudly. That was because the identity of a person who possessed the power of a sovereign was so terrifying that even an empire would not dare to offend him. What's more, the nation armament's power that Zhao Fu had released contained the power of 5 worlds. Their side was at a great disadvantage. He had been called over by the white-clothed man, and there was no need for him to risk his life for some benefits. As such, he decisively refused. Second prince. That's where you're wrong. You actually hid such a big piece of information. Do you know what people with this kind of power think? Don't you? We won't take this job, the two big men said. Finally, when the ugly woman saw that the others had given up, she could only give up and no longer participate. This caused the white-clothed man's face to become pale. He had never thought that the 4 people he had invited would not dare to participate after seeing Zhao Fu's power. Chen, and, he said, Sun Fu and God, he, King, Fu. Are we just going to wait for death? The white-cloaked man thought about it and hurriedly said, you don't dare to take part, but don't think that he'll let you off. Now that you know that he has the 6 paths of reincarnation power, if this news spreads, the entire underworld will be shaken. Hearing this, the 4 people's expressions fell, and they looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and had never thought that things would turn out like this. The underworld's people were simply too afraid of the 6 paths of reincarnation power. In actuality, this was all thanks to the 6 paths demon images' main bodies. Every time they became angry or something happened, the 6 paths of reincarnation power would sweep through the entire underworld. They had always lived in the shadows, so they were naturally afraid of the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Zhao Fu realized the effects of the 6 paths of reincarnation power and wondered if he should kill them to hide this information. However, after thinking about it, he said, can you guarantee that my information won't be leaked? The others hurriedly nodded. They did not want to take part in this and wanted to leave in a hurry. Even if they knew, they would not dare to leak it, as many major figures would come to find them. When that time came, they would most likely die. Zhao Fu did not believe their promises, so he had them sign a contract and use the contract's power to bind them. The 4 people quickly agreed. The white-cloaked man's expression was quite unsightly, and he immediately brought the women and hurriedly ran. Clang, 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 chains containing terrifying power shot out. Now that Zhao Fu had his nation armament, the chains were incredibly powerful and easily bound up the white-cloaked man and the women. Following this, Zhao Fu signed a contract with the 4 people, and the 4 people turned into rays of light and left. They did not dare to stay here because they could not offend the second prince. The Ghost Lord Kingdom would come to find them, so they had to leave as soon as possible. Seeing them leave, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. If they were to fight, the result would be uncertain, and Zhao Fu would not have much of an advantage. Moreover, with his strength, he would not be able to keep that ugly woman with divine realm cultivation, and his identity might be exposed. As such, it would be better to resolve this crisis peacefully without fighting. After dealing with these things, Zhao Fu sneered as he looked at the white-clothed man who was chained up and his concubines. The white-clothed man said in fear, Sire, I apologize for what I did before, and I'm willing to pay any price as long as you don't kill me. I'll also keep your identity a secret. Also, I'll give all the women you like to me to serve you well. Husband. When the women heard that the man in white had given them to Zhao Fu and told them to take good care of Zhao Fu, they cried out in grievance. This was especially so for the cold-looking woman, who looked terrified as she looked at Zhao Fu. Thinking about how she had mocked him before and how Zhao Fu would torture her to death, she felt that it would be better for her to die quickly. However, there were some tactful women, such as the gentle-looking woman. She changed her demeanor and flirtatiously called out, Sir, in actuality, I've liked you since the first time I saw you. Actually, the first time I saw you, I already fell in love with you. Now, can I serve you well? The white-clothed man inwardly cursed at her. He had treated her quite well, yet she had betrayed him. However, he still smiled and said, Sire, if you like them, take them all. Right after releasing the 5 women, the cold-looking woman wanted to run because she was afraid that Zhao Fu would abuse her. However, she was only able to run a few steps before she was caught by Xianxia. After being slapped a few times, she became more obedient. Zhao Fu looked at the women in front of him and had them take off their clothes. The women tearfully took off their clothes, revealing their white bodies. The quiet-looking woman leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and affectionately called out, Husband. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and a sword light shot out, cutting open the white-clothed man's eyes. The immense pain caused the white-clothed man to howl. The women, who had been standing there with tears in their eyes and not knowing what to do, hurriedly leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace. They did not dare to resist at all. Zhao Fu also started to ravage the women. The white-clothed man's eyes had been destroyed and he could not see anything, but he could still hear. His women quickly became lewd under Zhao Fu's body and responded to Zhao Fu like prostitutes. The white-clothed man's eyes were in immense pain and he felt incredibly furious. If he could leave this place alive, he would do anything to take revenge on Zhao Fu and make him suffer endless pain. Husband. I want more. The cold-looking woman had never thought that not only would Zhao Fu not torture her, but he would also give her such extreme pleasure. She gratefully hugged Zhao Fu as she said this. The black and white impermanences and Guiji had been watching from the side as Zhao Fu ravaged the women, but they could not help but join in. When the white-clothed man heard the women he fancied moaning under Zhao Fu's body, he felt quite startled and thought to himself, indeed, they're three beauties. In the future, I'll definitely play with their bodies. A few hours later, Zhao Fu put on his clothes and came to the white-clothed man's side. The white-clothed man had long since stopped screaming. Sensing Zhao Fu walking to his side, he suppressed his monstrous rage. Because Zhao Fu violated his women in front of him, and his women all cooperated with him. Although he was the one who asked them to serve Zhao Fu, he still remembered this hatred. Not only would Zhao Fu die a horrible death, but these bitches would also suffer the same fate. Of course, he could only smile obsequiously and say, Your Excellency has enjoyed my woman. How does it taste? Does it feel good? I still have some women in my palace that I haven't brought out. If you want, I can give them all to you as long as you let me go. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, Your woman's taste is indeed quite good, but I can't let you off because the consequences will be too great. If you were an ordinary person, I would spare your life, but you're the prince of a kingdom. The cold-looking woman hugged Zhao Fu as she said, Husband, it's Zhao Fu. We definitely can't let him off. If he returns to the palace, we'll be doomed. The other women all came up and told Zhao Fu to kill the white-clothed man. However, the reticent woman only said that she could consider crippling his strength and have him fend for himself. As the white-clothed man's women, they understood his personality. They had done it with another man in front of him, and when they returned they would definitely be skinned alive and suffer immense pain. Hearing this, the white-clothed man furiously cursed at Zhao Fu and the women. He understood that it was impossible for Zhao Fu to let him off, so he could no longer hold back the flames of fury within him. You'll all die a horrible death. Bitches, whores, bastards, I curse you to suffer endless pain, your bodies will be chopped into pieces, and your souls will be roasted by flames. None of you will be able to escape, and I'll eat you all. The cursing stopped as Zhao Fu waved his hand and a sword light cut off the white-clothed man's head, killing him on the spot. Looking at the white-clothed man's head, the five women sighed. After all, they had been together for a long time, so they could not help but feel sad. He could only blame himself. If he had not been lustful and had not tried to steal Zhao Fu's women, he would not have fallen to such a state. Not only had his women been done by someone else, but he had also died in the end. Husband, I'm called Han Lingli. From now on, I'm your woman, you can take good care of me. The cold-looking woman was the first to recover and smiled as she hugged Zhao Fu. The other women also introduced themselves. Right now, they could only follow Zhao Fu and could not go anywhere else. At the same time, they fell in love with the feeling of doing it with Zhao Fu. It was hundreds of times more enjoyable than doing it with the white-clothed man. Zhao Fu found out the other women's names. The quiet-looking woman was called Shaoli, the seductive woman was called Long Di, the flirtatious woman was called Qiu Mei, and the cute woman was called Niu. Following this, Zhao Fu took the white-clothed man's spatial ring and took out the jade slip. Hearing that it was a very good item, Zhao Fu felt quite interested. As expected, there were many pleasant surprises. The 10,000 curse was a very powerful curse that could curse people over a large area. It could curse tens of thousands of people or hundreds of thousands of people, and it could even sacrifice tens of thousands of people to curse a single person. This curse was incredibly powerful and could even kill Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Zhao Fu had thought of a very good way to use it, and it would be very useful in the future. Zhao Fu kept the white-clad man's corpse. The corpse of a sky-human stage cultivator was quite valuable. Next, Zhao Fu led them on their way. 7 days later, Zhao Fu finally arrived at the underworld. Because he had promised the black and white impermanences and happened to be passing by, Zhao Fu felt quite curious. As a top-tier family in the underworld, he came to their family. Even though they were one family with 2 factions, because of how many people there were countless families of various sizes within the 2 factions. Xianxia and Bai Xiaoxi's families were mid-tier families. After finding out that the 2 of them had returned, their families were all greatly shocked because they had gone to a new world within the heaven opening era. Normally, new worlds would still be under protection. However, the 2 of them had miraculously returned, which was something that her family had never expected. So when they heard that they had returned, there was a large group of people who did not believe it and ran to the city gates to look at Zhao Fu and the others. Looking at the black and white impermanences gathered at the door, Bai Xiaoxi hugged Zhao Fu and happily hugged Zhao Fu as she said, "Husband. This is our family city." This place did not allow outsiders to enter, and there were powerful restrictions all around. Zhao Fu and the others could only wait at the city gates. Bai Xiaoxi looked at Bai Wucheng with her beautiful eyes and said coquettishly, "Big brother. So you don't want us to come back?" The handsome white impermanence was Bai Xiaoxi's big brother, Bai Wucheng. Hearing Bai Xiaoxi's words, Bai Wucheng hurriedly explained, "How could I not welcome you back? I'm just a bit shocked that you were able to return to the underworld in such a short period of time." Xianxia looked at the cold black impermanence next to Bai Haoxing and calmly called out, "Big brother." Black impermanence was Xianxia's older brother, and he was called He Wuxian. His battle prowess was the strongest in the family's younger generation, and he was highly regarded by the family. Hearing Xianxia's cry, He Wuxian expressionlessly nodded, and his sharp gaze fell on Zhao Fu's body. Just then, Xianxia and Bai Xiaoxi had been leaning against him, and the people around him were all women. Although their faces couldn't be seen, judging from their enchanting figures, these women were definitely first-class beauties. "Who is he?" He Wuxian looked at Zhao Fu and coldly asked Xianxia. Xianxia looked somewhat dissatisfied. Her relationship with her brother had always been rather cold, and they were not as close as siblings. She opened her mouth to reply. Bai Xiaoxi replied shyly, "He's our husband." "What?" Hearing this, the people in the surroundings were sent into an uproar. Xianxia and Bai Xiaoxi were the 2 great beauties of their families, and hearing that they had a man, they felt quite jealous and envious. He Wuxian looked quite displeased as he pointed at the women and asked, "Who are these women?" Xianxia lightly snorts, "Of course they are all our husband's women." Boom, a massive aura exploded out of He Wuxian's body, sending out wild gales. The people in the surroundings were given a big fright and quickly retreated. He Wuxian looked coldly at Zhao Fu and said, "What despicable method did you use to deceive my sister and Lil Shi? Such a womanizer isn't fit to be my sister's husband. You're not welcome here. You'd better leave now. Shao Jia and Xiao Shi will stay here from now on." Xiaojia immediately shouted angrily, "It's none of your business who we choose to be our husband. We're willing to serve him with other women." "You." He Wuxian looked furious as he stretched out a hand, which turned into a massive formless hand that grabbed at Xiaojia. Boom. Zhao Fu waved his sword finger and a sharp sword light slashed out, directly slashing the invisible hand into pieces and turning it into a gust of wind. "She's my woman now. I don't care who you are. If you dare to touch her, don't blame me for being impolite," Zhao Fu said coldly. Bai Xiaoxi quickly stood up and said, "Brother martial god, husband, don't do this." Bai Wuxing also stepped forward and said with a smile, "It's a good thing that Lil Shi and Lil Jia are back, don't be unhappy because of this. Since he's Lil Shi and Lil Jia's husband, he's one of us. Come in." He Wuxian did not say anything and had a serious look on his face. He felt that Zhao Fu was very powerful, and his aura was also very powerful. He gave off an intense aura of danger. Zhao Fu did not say anything, and Bai Xiaoxi looked at Zhao Fu with a slightly pained expression as she said softly, "Husband, it's not that I'm afraid of you. Can you not be angry?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly nodded. Just now, because He Wuxian had acted against He Xiaojia, Zhao Fu had felt quite angry. However, from that attack just then, everyone could tell that Zhao Fu's strength was not any weaker than He Wuxian's, and he was a very powerful person. He Xiaojia happily hugged Zhao Fu because Zhao Fu had helped her just then. Moreover, he had been so domineering, suppressing her big brother's strength, making her feel quite delighted. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others took off their cloaks. They had come as guests, and if they all wore cloaks, they would feel quite apologetic. Moreover, the black and white impermanence's status in their families was not low at all. This naturally caused many people to cry out. Guiji, Han Lingli, and the others were all extremely beautiful. Guiji had once been a half-celestial and was a ghost god, so she had a unique and mysterious aura. On the other hand, Han Lingli and the others were beauties carefully selected by the Ghost Lord Kingdom. There was also Zhao Fu's incredibly handsome face and extraordinary aura. He Wuxian originally did not care much, but looking at Guiji, who was hugging a small cat and had a graceful figure and gave off a mysterious and alluring aura, he suddenly felt his heart move. After entering the city, Zhao Fu and the others were arranged to stay in a courtyard. He Xiaojia and Bai Xiaoxi were called over by the elders of their families because they took this matter quite seriously. Zhao Fu had told them to only divulge some information and not to divulge any secrets. After hearing that in just 8 years, Zhao Fu had become the ruler of 5 worlds, they were incredibly shocked. It was the first time they had seen such a faction develop so quickly. Zhao Fu's potential was not small, and he could definitely become a genius. They did not know what had happened to Zhao Fu, nor did they know that he had made the 6 Paths demon images incredibly furious and that the underworld was still searching for him. If they knew about this, the entire black and white impermanence family would not be able to remain calm and would all be incredibly shocked. As for He Xiaojia and Bai Xiaoxi becoming concubines of a genius like Zhao Fu, their families fully supported this. After all, in the near future, they would also have a close relationship with a royal kingdom. Moreover, Zhao Fu's abilities were extraordinary and had already opened a passageway to the underworld, allowing them to enter the heaven-awakened world at will. From all aspects, Zhao Fu would be of great use to them, so they quickly held a banquet to properly welcome Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu naturally cooperated and carefully observed their strength. Even though He Xiaojia's family was only one of the many black and white impermanence families, they were not weak at all. They controlled a world's territory and had a large number of Stage 5 soldiers and Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Moreover, this was just one of the many black and white impermanence families. From this, it could be seen that the black and white impermanence families were a top-tier faction in the underworld. However, these ordinary black and white impermanence families had the right to make their own decisions. Even though they had the right to make their own decisions, they still generally obeyed the orders of the black and white impermanence families. The main family was the core of the black and white impermanence branch families, and they held the highest authority in the black and white impermanence families and had the most resources. They were responsible for leading the countless branch families, and it was said that the main family had a half-step celestial. Zhao Fu also wanted to cooperate with the black and white impermanence families. They were not only a top-tier faction in the underworld but also one of the most ancient families. They had countless treasures and foundations, and they would be of great help to Qin in the future. He Wuxian felt quite displeased because he did not like Zhao Fu. He had too many women by his side, and his little sister and Bai Xiaoxi were both serving him. Thinking about that, he felt quite uncomfortable. Of course, he only felt uncomfortable and did not have any other feelings towards his little sister or Bai Xiaoxi. Seeing how his family welcomed Zhao Fu, even if he had any objections, it would be useless. Moreover, he did not know why his little sister and Bai Xiaoxi liked him so much. He did not want to attend the banquet, but looking at Guiji, who was hugging the little cat and smiling as she ate, He Wuxian's heart sped up. His cold expression became slightly gentle as he sat next to Guiji and asked, "What's your name?" Guiji looked at He Wuxian and smiled as she replied, "I'm called Guiji, my husband gave me this name." Hearing Guiji's words, He Wuxian felt a stabbing pain in his heart, such a beautiful woman was that person's wife. He Wuxian had long since expected this, but he did not want to give up because this was the first woman he had met who could move his heart. Following this, He Wuxian asked Guiji about other things. However, after hearing that Zhao Fu had forcefully taken Guiji, He Wuxian felt incredibly furious towards Zhao Fu. He felt that Zhao Fu was a scum, a bastard, and the scum of men. He had thought that he had made those women truly fall in love with him, but he had taken them by force. Guiji. I can take you away now. You don't need to fear that man, I'll protect you, He Wuxian said seriously as he looked at Guiji. Hearing this, Guiji felt quite startled and shook her head. I don't want to leave. He Wuxian said angrily, that man is simply a scum, why didn't you retaliate against him? Why are you still willing to stay by that beast's side? Hearing He Wuxian insult Zhao Fu, Guiji angrily looked at He Wuxian and said, go away. I don't want to care about people like you. He Wuxian angrily wanted to say something, but Guiji hugged the little cat and left. This caused He Wuxian's face to turn ashen, and he looked at Zhao Fu, who was drinking with the others, with a trace of hatred in his eyes. After the banquet concluded, Zhao Fu felt quite drunk and went to He Xiaojia's room. It was completely dark, and it was late at night. He Xiaojia and Bai Xiaoxi were already asleep. Zhao Fu did not hold back and started to do it with them. It was just that Bai Xiaoxi seemed to struggle for a moment before going along with Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu didn't mind. The next day, gentle sunlight shone in from outside the window, and Zhao Fu gradually woke up. He looked at He Xiaojia in his arms and a mature and beautiful woman, feeling quite surprised. This, the Zhao Fu's, and Long's, not, and Zhao Xiaojia's, and was not, and Bai. And Zhao Fu did not know who she was and why she was in He Xiaojia's room. Moreover, he had never heard that He Xiaojia had a big sister, so this woman was her mother. This made Zhao Fu feel quite speechless. The beautiful woman slowly woke up and seeing Zhao Fu looking at her, she smiled and hugged Zhao Fu's neck as she said, good son-in-law. I didn't enjoy myself enough last night, and I want more. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and started to do it with her, and He Xiaojia also woke up and joined in. Afterwards, the beautiful woman's face was red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and she smiled as she said, so what Xiaojia said was true. Doing it with you felt so good, and I felt as if I had lived my life for nothing. Zhao Fu still did not understand what was going on, and after asking them, he found out that He Xiaojia's mother had not seen He Xiaojia for many years and greatly missed her. As such, she had come to He Xiaojia's room to have a good chat with her, wanting to know how she had been. He Xiaojia had said that she had been doing very well and that her status in Qin City was not low. She had also done it with Zhao Fu, causing the woman to feel incredibly shocked. It was the first time she had heard of such a terrifying man, and she had not believed it at all. However, that night, a drunk man had pressed down on her and called out her daughter's name, and she understood who that man was. She had wanted to resist, but she was unable to resist at all under Zhao Fu's hands. Her body had become weak and she had been ravaged by Zhao Fu, and she had fiercely responded to Zhao Fu. He Xiaojia said worriedly, Mother, aren't you afraid that Big Brother will find out? Even though father has been dead for so long, Big Brother definitely won't accept a husband. The woman looked quite serious and smiled as she said, don't worry. If we don't say anything, no one will know. Moreover, it's only happened once, and there won't be a next time. Who knows how many years it will be before I can see you again? Hearing her mother's words, He Xiaojia felt quite uncomfortable. The last time she had left, it had been 8 years since she had last returned, and she greatly missed her mother. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, now that the underworld passageway has been opened, Xiaojia can come back at any time. Also, how about you leave with me? The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said, you bad boy, do you want us to serve you together? Zhao Fu smiled and did not say anything else as he got up and left. It seemed that the Black and White Impermanence family was going to hold an event today, and Zhao Fu was going to take a look. On a spacious plain, there was a tall, ancient-looking black tower. This tower was 30 or so meters tall and only had 9 levels. It gave off a powerful aura, and there were many people standing around it, looking at the black tower. This was the Black and White Impermanence's Tower of Trial. Every Black and White Impermanence family had one, and it was used to test their disciples. The Tower of Trial was connected to the Black and White Impermanence treasury, and the better one's performance in the Tower of Trial, the greater the rewards would be. In actuality, the Branch family's Tower of Trial was only a basic Tower of Trial. The truly terrifying one was the main family's 9-level Ghost Tower. It was said that it was 10,000 meters tall and contained countless terrifying ghosts, and it gave off a massive power. This tower of trial was only used to test the strength of the new disciples, and some of the older disciples could not go in. Each person could only enter 3 times, and they had already used up all of their chances. However, because the rewards were all very rare, there were still many people coming, and it was quite bustling here. Moreover, outsiders could also enter, and this was what Zhao Fu wanted the most. If there were no benefits, Zhao Fu would not have come here. Next to the entrance of the Tower of Trial was a stone stele that recorded the disciples who had performed the best in the Tower of Trial. He Wuxian and Bai Wuxing's names were on it, and He Wuxing was ranked first. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Bai Wuxing gave a humble smile. Zhao Fu was his little sister's husband, so Bai Wuxing treated Zhao Fu as one of his own. Brother Zhao. Are you interested in giving it a try? Your cultivation might be a bit high, so you need to suppress it to stage 9 before you can enter, Bai Wuxing said as he smiled. Zhao Fu nodded in understanding and looked at the tall black tower with interest before walking in. Because of the banquet last night, many of the black and white impermanences recognized Zhao Fu. They knew that Zhao Fu was an esteemed guest of the family and was valued by the higher-ups of the family, so they were quite interested in him. Seeing that Zhao Fu was also going to enter the Tower of Trials, everyone felt quite curious to see just how powerful he was. If they were both at stage 9, what rank would he have on the stone stele, and would he surpass He Wuxian, who was ranked first? Zhao Fu walked into the black tower, and a restrictive aura covered his body. At most, he could only unleash stage 9 power, and his nation armament, City Lord Seal, and powerful weapons could not be used, making Zhao Fu feel quite surprised. After walking into the first room, countless grey runes flashed as a massive wave of yin qi spread out. Ghosts appeared and savagely stared at Zhao Fu as they roared and flooded over. Zhao Fu took out the slaughtering ghost sword that he had not used in a long time and casually slashed out a few times. A few terrifying sword lights shattered the ghosts, but in the next second, countless more ghosts appeared and madly leapt at Zhao Fu. After killing another wave, Zhao Fu felt that things were quite troublesome. Thinking about how underworld creatures were afraid of the 6 paths of reincarnation power, Zhao Fu grinned. The 6 grey dots in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun, but this time, there were no grey holes. Instead, Zhao Fu's right eye seemed to have disappeared, and there was only a grey vortex in his eye socket, looking quite shocking. Zhao Fu used that method on his eye, and it was most likely an eye technique. He looked at the ghosts, and facing Zhao Fu, who gave off traces of the 6 paths of reincarnation power, they instinctively looked terrified and did not dare to get close to Zhao Fu. Who? The grey vortex in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun and exploded out with a massive suction force. The countless ghosts in the surroundings were sucked into Zhao Fu's right eye. Even though these ghosts weren't real, they contained a lot of yin qi. After Zhao Fu absorbed them into his right eye, Zhao Fu could feel that his right eye had become stronger. Following this, Zhao Fu absorbed all of the ghosts into his right eye and walked towards the 2nd level. Seeing Zhao Fu reach the 2nd level so quickly, the people outside all looked shocked. They felt that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful and that only He Wuxian would be able to compare to him. However, what happened next caused everyone to be dumbfounded. After Zhao Fu reached the 2nd level, he quickly reached the 3rd level, then the 4th level, the 5th level, and finally the 9th level. This speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. It felt like there was no obstruction at all, and he had directly walked from the 1st floor to the 9th floor. Was there a malfunction in the Tower of Trials? Putting aside He Wuxian, no one else could do such a thing. Some disciples hurriedly called an elder over to check and found that there was nothing wrong with the Tower of Trials. Everyone in the surroundings cried out, did that mean that that person had reached the top by himself? Wasn't this a little too powerful? The elder did not understand what was going on, but after hearing that Zhao Fu had entered the Tower of Trials and reached the 9th floor so quickly, he left with a serious expression and reported this to the higher-ups. Bai Wuxing felt quite surprised that his little sister had found such a terrifying man. Even he felt that he was far inferior to him and could not compare at all. Within the family, this sort of speed could be called a miracle or a legend. It seemed that such a thing had never happened in the family's history, and he wondered what sort of terrifying effects he would have if he went to the main family's Tower of Trials. He Wuxian's expression was quite unsightly. Before, he had felt that it was beneath him to compare himself to Zhao Fu, and he hated Zhao Fu's actions of forcefully taking women and taking other people's wives. He felt that Zhao Fu was simply a scum, a beast, and a pervert. What he did not know was that Zhao Fu liked human mother. Now, He Wuxian understood that he could not compare to Zhao Fu because everyone knew that he was far weaker than him and was not a match for him. He Wuxian could not help but think of Guiji. In the future, it would be almost impossible for him to take her away from Zhao Fu. Thinking to there, He Wuxian felt a pain in his heart. On the 9th floor of the Tower of Trials, a 30-centimeter wide treasure chest appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This was most likely the reward for passing the Tower of Trials. Zhao Fu no longer had any interest in the Tower of Trials, as it was simply too trashy and did not feel any pressure at all. Finally, it was time to look at the reward. If the reward was just as trashy, Zhao Fu would have wasted all of his efforts. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and opened the treasure chest, and a massive wave of demonic qi spread out, causing the surroundings to become incredibly cold and causing people's hairs to stand on end. A fresh, beating heart appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked through some information and understood that this was a heavenly demon ancestor's heart, an item similar to the demonic ancestor's finger. Ever since he had eaten that finger, Zhao Fu had missed that taste, and he wondered what this heart tasted like. Zhao Fu held the heart in his hand and took a bite. He found that it was extremely tender and tasted even better than the demonic ancestor's finger. Moreover, the beating heart seemed to contain some vitality, and even the blood was quite warm. Zhao Fu continued to eat the heart in a few bites, and his body quickly absorbed the massive wave of demonic qi. Zhao Fu wiped away the blood from his mouth and felt that he had not had enough. The heart was only as big as a fist and was not enough for him to eat. He could find more in the future. After coming out of the Black Tower and facing everyone's gazes of admiration, Zhao Fu did not mind and calmly left. The higher-ups of the Black Impermanence family found Zhao Fu and were even more courteous. They gave many spatial rings to Zhao Fu, which contained all sorts of items and treasures. Zhao Fu looked at them and felt quite delighted, and he thanked the Black Impermanence family. Now that they had officially formed an alliance, the Black Impermanence family would provide many resources and treasures to Qin. In the future, when Qin became more powerful, they would be able to repay them. Now that they had achieved their goal in coming to the Black Impermanence family, and the Black and White Impermanence had been satisfied, it was time for them to leave and head to the historical remnant. That night, Zhao Fu hugged the red-faced He Xiaomei and smiled as he said, "Now that you've agreed to come with us, I don't want to leave you here." He Xiaomei was He Xiaojia's mother, and she nodded shyly. The next day, they left the Black Impermanence family. He Xiaomei did not brazenly leave with Zhao Fu and instead left quietly to avoid He Wuxian. He Wuxian felt quite pained by Guiji's departure, so he did not care about his mother. A few days later, Zhao Fu and the others finally arrived at the historical remnant. Zhao Fu took out 7 keys and opened the historical remnant. Zhao Fu and the others were standing on a tall mountain, and Zhao Fu took out 7 keys. The 7 keys gave off intense light and 7 massive auras spread out. Immediately, the heavens and earth dimmed as the sky gave off all sorts of lights. A massive silver door giving off immense pressure slowly appeared in the sky. This silver door was 10,000 meters tall and did not stand in the sky. Instead, it lay in the sky and there were all sorts of flowers, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers carved on it. It gave off a grand aura and there were 7 keyholes at the center. When the silver door appeared, the people in the area also sensed the ripples coming from it and flew over curiously. Zhao Fu waved his hand and the 7 keys turned into 7 rays of light that shot into the sky and stabbed into the 7 keyholes. Zhao Fu raised a hand and a massive wave of power grabbed the 7 keys and twisted them. Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as a massive shockwave containing immense power spread out, causing the sky to tremble. The entire sky seemed to become illusory as traces of aura spread out in all directions. This shockwave was incredibly powerful and affected a massive area. Even He Xiaojia's family sensed this shockwave and their expressions fell as they hurried over. The nearby large faction's expressions became serious as they sensed the massive shockwave and quickly flew over, guessing that something big was about to happen. Clang, the silver door in the sky slowly opened and a massive wave of cold and eerie aura flowed out, causing people's hairs to stand on end. The silver door gave off a silver light, and it was impossible to see what was inside. Zhao Fu looked at the people around him and said, "Come in with me. This historical remnant has given off too much noise, and I'm afraid many people will hurry over." Guiji and the other women nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu led everyone to fly towards the historical remnant and grabbed at the keys and the keyholes. Zhao Fu and the others flew into the historical remnant, and the silver door once again closed with a clang. Because he had the key, Zhao Fu could open the door to the historical remnant. From the looks of it, this historical remnant was not simple at all, and Zhao Fu would not share it with others. He wanted to monopolize this historical remnant. Not only would he eat the meat, he would not leave any soup for others. Moreover, this way, they could avoid danger and prevent others from entering. Naturally, they would not be spied on and attacked by others. After a while, the various experts also arrived. Looking at the silver door in the sky, they slightly frowned. They could all tell that this was a historical remnant, but the door was closed and they could not enter. A thinly haired elder giving off an Emperor Heaven Realm aura held a magic staff and vigorously swung it. A massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out and turned into a massive ghost head that smashed towards the silver doors. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the ghost head turned into countless traces of ghostly chi and dissipated. However, the silver door did not move at all and was not damaged at all. The elder stared in disbelief and prepared to unleash another attack. A young man dressed in red with an Yin aura said mockingly, "Old man Mu. It's best if you don't waste your strength, a higher being can't blast open this historical remnant." The old man called Old Man Mu recognized the young man and coldly looked at him but did not continue to attack. It was most likely someone who opened the historical remnant but closed the door so that no one could enter. I wonder who that person is. Thinking about what had happened, how could the people in the surroundings feel any anger? They had been forced to watch but could not do anything, making them feel quite anxious. However, they could only wait. This historical remnant was not simple at all, and they wanted to obtain something from it. They were not willing to go back empty-handed like this. Xiaojia's family also dared to come, as did He Wuxian and Bai Wuxing. They did not know that it was Zhao Fu's group who had opened the historical remnant and unkindly closed the door. Zhao Fu and his group went into the historical remnant and appeared on a mountainous region. There was dense vegetation around them and there was no sound at all. There were no signs of activity at all, and the sky was gray and hazy, looking quite strange. After looking around for a while, Zhao Fu and the others continued onwards. Suddenly, a large number of formless creatures appeared in the surroundings and started to attack Zhao Fu and his group. However, not only could they not see the formless creatures, but their attacks were unable to deal any damage to them. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the others unleashed defensive barriers, but the formless creatures were able to easily pass through and attack them, causing them to be slightly injured. Nation armaments could not be used here, and the formless creatures were incredibly strange. Zhao Fu had unleashed his divine realm domain in time, and with his divine realm power, the formless creatures were stopped and were unable to attack them. However, it seemed that more and more formless creatures were gathering. They could not see the formless creatures, but they could sense more and more formless creatures gathering. The strange aura in the surroundings became more and more intense, and even a divine realm expert like Xianxia started to feel nervous. "What are those things?" Zhao Fu asked the others seriously. The others shook their heads, and He Xiaomei thought about it before saying, "They're most likely ghosts." This caused everyone to feel quite startled. Weren't ghosts the weakest and could be easily destroyed? Why were things like this now? He Xiaomei explained, the earliest ghosts in the underworld had this ability. They did not have any bodies and were immune to all attacks and defenses. They were incredibly strange, and only extremely high-grade power would be effective against them. Right now, only Zhao Fu's power was useful, no one else's power was of any use. Zhao Fu could not see the formless creatures, and he slashed out a few sword lights, feeling that he could scare them away. However, they soon gathered again. This time, Zhao Fu had no choice but to use the reincarnation eye. 6 gray dots quickly spun in Zhao Fu's right eye, and a gray vortex appeared in Zhao Fu's eye socket. A powerful suction force exploded out, and everything that Zhao Fu saw was sucked in. The formless creatures were no exception, as the 6 paths of reincarnation power was the bane of all ghosts. they naturally could not avoid it. After sucking in all of the surrounding ghosts, Zhao Fu felt some pain in his right eye, and he could feel that the ghosts were still struggling in his right eye. Zhao Fu became angry and a wave of 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed into his right eye, refining all of the ghosts in his right eye. A formless energy entered Zhao Fu's right eye, and the pain gradually stopped. In actuality, there was nothing special about these creatures and they looked like humans. However, they wore white clothes and had pale faces. Their eyes were eerie as they floated in the surroundings. Now that they could see this group of formless ghosts, dealing with them was naturally quite easy. Zhao Fu did not fear them and continued onwards. When the formless ghosts came close, Zhao Fu sucked them into his right eye. The Seeking Yin beast in the spirit pet ring became quite excited, and Zhao Fu immediately let it out because it had definitely found something good nearby. After being let out, the Seeking Yin beast started to run. Because the Seeking Yin beast was 1,000 meters long, it attracted all of the formless ghosts nearby. Now, Zhao Fu and the others were standing on its head. The vortex in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun and exploded out with an incredibly powerful suction force, sucking in all of the formless ghosts that came close. As such, they could see a shocking scene: a massive beast quickly crawled and a powerful suction force above its head. The formless ghosts in the surroundings were sucked in, and the power in Zhao Fu's right eye became stronger and stronger. After a while, the Seeking Yin beast stopped and killed a dozens of meters long Seeking Yin beast with a single paw. Next to it was a 10-meter tall tree. The tree was covered with fruits that were as big as lychees. They were gray-white and had smooth surfaces, and there were terrifying ghostly faces on them. It looked like a very evil fruit tree. Xianxia cried out in delight, "These are ghost face fruits, they're very precious and can quickly increase our death race's cultivation. Moreover, just 10 of them can allow a stage 9 death race member to break through to the Saint Realm." The other women also smiled, these fruits were quite important to them. Zhao Fu understood why Xianxia was so delighted. She and Bai Xiaoxi had stage 9 cultivation, and with just 10 ghost face fruits, they would be able to break through to the Saint Realm. Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Go and pick the fruits, I'll be taking this ghost face tree away." The women smiled as they picked the ghost face fruits while Xianlong stayed where he was. Because he was already a divine realm cultivator, the ghost face fruits did not have much of an effect on him. The Seeking Yin beast looked at the ghost face fruits. It had world realm cultivation, so the ghost face fruits were not very useful to it. However, with its nature, it still wanted to collect a few. Zhao Fu smiled and gave it a few, because it was the one who discovered it. After a while, Zhao Fu dug up the tree and planned to take it back to plant it. The Seeking Yin beast continued to search for treasures. However, 2 hours later, the Seeking Yin beast bit a gray-scaled python to death and threw the corpse to the side. A snow-white flower appeared in front of everyone. It looked like a daffodil, and its petals were snow-white. Its branches were black, and it had 4 leaves. It was 30 centimeters tall, and there seemed to be a woman's figure imprinted on its branches. She looked like a goddess. Xianglong explained, "This is a ghost god flower and is of great help to ghost gods. It can greatly increase ghost gods' power." Hearing this, Guiji looked at Zhao Fu in anticipation. Zhao Fu was not stingy and had her take the flower and refine it. Guiji fused the ghost god flower into her body and a powerful aura exploded out. Guiji originally only had stage 3 cultivation, but she broke through to stage 8 in just an instant, increasing her strength by 5 stages. Zhao Fu did not know if it was because the ghost god flower's effects were too good or if it was because Guiji had once been a half-celestial. Xianxia and Bai Xiaoxi sat on the Seeking Yin beast's back and closed their eyes to cultivate. They would most likely break through to the Saint Realm soon. After a while, the Seeking Yin beast brought everyone to a stretch of mountains. This time, it didn't come out directly. Instead, it roared at the mountains. Rumble, the mountain range violently trembled as boulders tumbled down and dust flew everywhere. A dragon made of stone, giving off a massive and heavy aura, appeared in front of everyone. This stone dragon was 10,000 meters long and its power surpassed the world realm. The Seeking Yin beast understood that it could not defeat it, so it roared and lured the stone dragon out so that Xianlong and Zhao Fu could kill it. After the stone dragon appeared, it roared at Zhao Fu and the others. The dragon's roar was incredibly loud, causing everyone's ears to ache and causing a wild gale to blow. Xianglong flew up and waved his banner, causing countless traces of yin qi to flood out and form an enormous ghost dragon. Xianglong fused into the ghost dragon and turned towards the stone dragon. Boom, boom. Boom, the two enormous dragons started to fight. Their horns violently clashed, and their claws and tails ferociously attacked each other, resulting in massive explosions and wild gales. The stone dragon's advantage was that it had great defense and power, while the ghost dragon was at a disadvantage. After being attacked by the stone dragon, some of the ghostly qi would dissipate. The ghost dragon used all of its strength to open its mouth, and countless traces of yin qi madly gathered, forming an enormous gray orb of light. A destructive power spread out, and the ghost dragon raised its head and shot out the gray orb of light. The stone dragon opened its mouth and countless traces of pale white light lit up the surroundings, causing the sky to be filled with danger. A terrifying power also spread out, and the stone dragon spat out a pale white ray of light. Boom, the massive gray orb of light and pale white ray of light collided, resulting in a shocking explosion. An energy barrier spread out with unstoppable force, instantly destroying everything in the surroundings. The ghost dragon and stone dragon were both sent flying back. The ghostly qi around the ghost dragon dissipated and Xianglong's body appeared, a trace of blood on his lips. There were many cracks on the stone dragon's body. Clang, clang. Clang, at that moment, Zhaofu acted. He stretched out a hand, and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun as a powerful 6 paths of reincarnation power flowed out. Gray chains shot out from the surroundings, binding the stone dragon. Xianglong waved his banner and a massive wave of yin qi flowed out, turning into a few large hands that pressed against the stone dragon's body. Zhaofu took out the emperor killing sword and came before the stone dragon and lightly cried out, "Ghost Lord." A massive wave of ghostly power spread out from the emperor killing sword, flooding out like a ferocious ocean. A ghost head appeared on the emperor killing sword and wrapped around Zhaofu's sword-wielding hand. Boom, Zhaofu slashed out and an enormous gray sword light slashed out, causing the heavens and earth to become cold. The sword light slashed against the stone dragon's neck, directly severing it. After the stone dragon died, its body turned into countless rocks and scattered, and a stone orb that was as big as a fist floated out. Zhaofu stretched out his hand and caught the stone orb. He found that it was quite heavy and there was a dragon engraved on it. An hour later, the seeking Yin beast made another discovery and brought everyone to a massive tree devil. The tree devil was 1,000 meters tall and had human-like arms and legs, but its eyes and mouth were filled with holes, making it look quite terrifying. The tree demons were much weaker than the stone dragons, so Zhaofu stretched out his hand and unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Chains bound up the tree demons, and the tree demons desperately struggled to break the chains. Xianglong waved the banner in his hand and countless traces of yin qi flowed out, turning into an enormous sword that gave off ferocious power and split the tree devil in half. After killing the tree devil, a ginseng appeared in front of everyone, and Zhaofu carefully dug it up. This ginseng was as big as a child's arm and was gray. There was a clear outline of a person on its surface, and it was an elderly person. This ginseng was called the 1,000-year ghost ginseng, and it could increase the lifespan of the death race's people by 100 years. Zhaofu casually tossed it to Xianglong. Xianglong looked delighted and hurriedly thanked Zhaofu. To Xianglong, lifespan and injuries were the most important things to him, as he was already quite old. In the next 10 days, the black and white impermanences broke through to the Saint Realm, and Han Lingli and the other women reached stage 8 cultivation. Xianglong also ate the ghost ginseng and became much younger, and he obtained countless treasures. Everyone looked quite delighted because they had all made good gains. Zhaofu was also quite delighted, just the gains from these 10 days were worth Zhaofu coming to the underworld. After exploring the historical remnant for 10 days, Zhaofu was shocked to find that they were only at the outermost region of the historical remnant, and he had no idea how much more space there was. Zhaofu looked around and did not miss anything, so he planned to head to the inner region. There was a stage here with a 10-meter-tall silver door on it. It looked the same as the one outside, but there was no keyhole. There was also a scroll on the stone stage in front of it. There were countless ghosts gathered in the surroundings, and there were all sorts of ghosts. They were all corporeal and could be attacked by others, reducing the pressure on Zhaofu. Zhao Fu first had them lure away a portion of the ghost horde. They split into 3 groups, one for the seeking Yin beasts, one for the Shenlong, and one for the women. Then, Zhao Fu walked towards the huge group of ghosts alone. Roar. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, the ghosts gave off massive roars and flooded towards Zhao Fu. Their cold and eerie auras filled the heavens and earth, causing people to fall into boundless terror. Zhao Fu's footsteps stopped, and his expression was calm. Facing such a terrifying ghost tide, he did not show any fear at all. He slowly closed his left eye and forcefully opened his right eye. 6 gray dots spun frantically. Boom, a gray vortex appeared in Zhao Fu's eye socket, and a massive suction force exploded out. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation's aura, the ghosts looked terrified and hurriedly retreated. However, their bodies were sent flying back uncontrollably. Absorb. The massive ghost tide was quickly absorbed into Zhao Fu's right eye as if it had found a vent. Zhao Fu's right eye madly devoured the ghost's power, and he started to feel pain as a few traces of blood flowed out of his eye socket. A few hours later, Zhao Fu had absorbed the countless ghosts into his right eye. Even though Zhao Fu had stopped using the reincarnation eye, Zhao Fu's right eye gave off an unimaginably massive wave of ghostly power. By now, Zhao Fu's right eye socket had become a cross-shaped pupil and had crystallized, giving off an intense gray light. This gray light gave off an intensely dangerous aura, and ordinary ghosts would not be able to directly look at this eye. It could be said that Zhao Fu's right eye was a supreme treasure of the ghost race, as it had only formed after devouring countless ghosts. The massive wave of ghostly power caused the right side of Zhao Fu's face to become incredibly pale. After a while, Zhao Fu used the 6 paths of reincarnation's power and divine bloodline's power to suppress the power in his right eye, causing it to return to normal. The other 3 groups also destroyed the ghosts they had lured away and returned to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu led everyone to the stage and picked up the scroll on the stage. The scroll was black and seemed to be made of animal fur. There were countless ghostly words written on it, and it gave off a mysterious and eerie aura. Following this, Zhao Fu found that this was a summoning scroll. However, the number of summoned ghosts was quite shocking, reaching 1 billion. That was right, this scroll could summon 1 billion ghosts, and it could be called an incredibly rare treasure. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have such terrifying abilities. Of course, this scroll could only be used once, and if it could be used many times, Zhao Fu would be invincible after summoning billions or trillions of ghosts. Zhao Fu carefully put the scroll into his spatial ring and led the others to the 2nd level of the historical remnant. This place seemed to be a battlefield. The sky was blood red and the ground was black. There were blood-stained weapons everywhere, and the surroundings were filled with an austere aura. It was as if a great battle had happened here, and the battle had been incredibly intense. Kill. Kill, kill. Hazy ghost soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons appeared from the battlefield, giving off a faint green light. They gave off an austere aura and coldly looked at Zhao Fu and the others. Facing these countless ghost soldiers, everyone's expressions became serious because they felt an intense sense of danger. Boom, those spirit soldiers rushed over like a tidal wave. Their killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. Everything in the world could be killed, and the space seemed to have frozen under this aura. Under this aura, even the expression of Shenlong, who had the highest cultivation, became quite unsightly, and he felt that he might die here. Zhao Fu planned to once again use the reincarnation eye to absorb the ghost soldiers into his right eye. It was just that Zhao Fu's right eye had just devoured countless ghosts, so it was quite full. However, Zhao Fu could directly absorb them into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, facing such an ocean of ghost soldiers, Zhao Fu felt a wave of pressure. These ghost soldiers were much more powerful than the ghosts from before. Suddenly, the Emperor Killing Sword started to tremble as Du, the Emperor Killing Sword Sword Spirit and the Golden Dragon's little sister, said in Zhao Fu's mind, "Zhao Fu, you can use the Emperor Killing Sword. As long as you fully activate the Emperor Killing Sword's power, you will be able to suppress the ghost soldiers." Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about the Emperor Killing Sword's attributes and found that it seemed to have a conquering attribute. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and took out the Emperor Killing Sword. He slashed his palm, causing his blood to fall onto the Emperor Killing Sword. The Emperor Killing Sword stabbed into the ground and a black wave of light spread out incredibly quickly. Jiao Fu roared, "Weapon Grandmaster." Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the Emperor Killing Sword exploded out with a black pillar of light that shot into the sky with terrifying power, causing the sky to tremble. The black light spread out in the sky and a berserk gale blew out from the pillar of light. A massive wave of killing intent erupted out from the ground like a volcano, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to sweep away everything as it spread out. Xianglong and the others beside Jiao Fu could sense just how terrifying this power was. They could feel their bodies stiffen as they were ravaged by this wave of killing intent. Their hearts felt icy cold and they felt immense terror. Boom, the black light wave instantly spread to the position of the Spectre soldiers and continued to spread out. The Spectre soldiers who were within it were all frozen in place. It was a shocking sight. The murderous aura that gushed out like a tidal wave in all directions was like the mouth of a monster, swallowing the frozen Spectre soldiers one by one. The light wave rapidly enveloped the entire battlefield, causing the countless ghost soldiers on the battlefield to come to a halt. Then, they were drowned by the ferocious killing aura. The blood-red sky gradually turned black as the killing aura spread out. In the end, the ferocious killing aura that was like a tidal wave covered the entire battlefield, devouring all the spirit soldiers without exception. Not a single one was able to escape. At this moment, everything seemed to have come to a standstill, causing the entire world to be filled with killing intent. Jiao Fu smiled as he slowly pulled out the sword from the ground. As Jiao Fu pulled out the sword, the massive wave of killing intent once again flowed into the Emperor Killing Sword. An even more powerful aura spread out from the Emperor Killing Sword, as it had devoured so many ghost soldiers. The battlefield, which had been filled with countless ghost soldiers, was now completely empty. Jiao Fu put the Emperor Killing Sword away and smiled as he said, "Let's go." Following this, they came to the entrance to the second level. Just like the first entrance, there was a stage with a 10-meter-tall silver door. There was also a stone stage with a book on it. Around the stage was a 10,000-meter-tall creature that looked like both a human and a ghost. It was humanoid and wore tattered black clothes. It had a pair of sharp claws and a monster-like head with 2 bull horns and 4 eyes. It gave off a terrifying aura and looked quite terrifying. As Jiao Fu advanced, Xianglong said, "Master, this is a soul-carving beast." This is a soul-carving beast, a type of soul beast that can attack one's mind. Furthermore, from the aura it's giving off, it's extremely powerful. Furthermore, it has the ability to turn its body illusory and real. Even with our cultivation bases, it'll be very dangerous for us to face it. After hearing Xianglong's warning, Jiao Fu's expression became serious. However, thinking about his divine bloodline power and 6 paths of reincarnation power, Jiao Fu decided to go by himself and have everyone else stay here. The soul-carving beast discovered Jiao Fu, and its 4 black eyes stared at Jiao Fu as it gave a massive roar. A sound wave spread out, bringing with it a wild gale and a mental attack. In the distance, Xianglong and the others felt an intense pain in their heads. This caused their expressions to fall. They had been affected even though they were standing so far away, so how could Jiao Fu, who was the closest, be affected? They hurriedly looked at Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu had already released his divine domain, which weakened much of the soundwave attack, but his head still hurt, causing Jiao Fu's expression to become slightly unsightly. He felt that he had underestimated the soul-carving beast. The gray dot in Jiao Fu's right eye spun and eerie change shot out from the ground towards the soul-carving beast. However, the soul-carving beast did not move at all and did not show any signs of resisting, making Jiao Fu feel quite surprised. However, in the next second, Jiao Fu found the reason. The countless chains passed through its body, making it seem like an illusory image and unable to bind it. What shocked Jiao Fu the most was that Jiao Fu had sent large amounts of 6 paths of reincarnation power into each of the chains. Ordinary ghosts would find it difficult to resist 6 paths of reincarnation power, but the soul-carving beast could weaken the 6 paths of reincarnation power. Perhaps it was because Jiao Fu was still too weak, or else even if it was just an illusory image, the 6 paths of reincarnation power would have been able to bind it. Boom, the soul-carving beast raised a hand and gave off a ferocious gale as it slammed towards Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu tried to dodge to the side, but a sharp claw appeared in his mind and slammed towards Jiao Fu. Jiao Fu's expression fell and he was not prepared at all. He was sent flying and crashed to the ground, feeling immense pain in his head. However, Zhao Fu's soul was strengthened by his divine bloodline and his divine sense, making his mind quite powerful. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have died from that mental attack. The soul-carving beast coldly looked at Zhao Fu with its 4 eyes before suddenly opening them and shooting out 4 rays of black light containing terrifying power. Zhao Fu hurriedly dodged to the side, and the 4 rays of black light landed where Zhao Fu had been standing. A massive explosion sounded out, creating a 1,000-meter-wide crater, and Zhao Fu's body was sent flying by the shockwave. After crashing to the ground, Zhao Fu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Xianxia and the other women wanted to go up and help, but Xianlong stopped them. They would not be of any use and would instead make trouble for Zhao Fu. The soul-carving beast's 4 eyes once again fell on Zhao Fu's body, and they gave off a ghostly light. They once again opened and a formless mental attack rushed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was still quite fast and quickly escaped, but that mental attack did not seem to have an AoE. 4 eyes appeared in Zhao Fu's mind and shot out 4 rays of black light towards his soul. In that moment, Zhao Fu's hair stood on end and he felt an intense sense of danger. Zhao Fu instantly used the Emperor Killing Sword and a terrifying sword intent blasted towards the soul-carving beast in his mind. Under the massive sword intent, the soul-carving beast shattered into countless pieces and disappeared. Zhao Fu's Emperor Killing Sword could fuse with the Killing Heart Sword and had the power to destroy minds. After destroying the image of the soul-carving beast in his mind, the soul-carving beast howled. A trace of anger appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he held the Emperor Killing Sword and a black and blood-red sword light slashed out, giving off a mountain-splitting power as it slashed towards the soul-carving beast. This time, the soul-carving beast did not dare to be careless because the Emperor Killing Sword had the power to destroy minds and could cut through space-time. If its body became illusory, the Emperor Killing Sword would still be able to injure it. Boom! Sword Master! Seeing that his sword had been blocked by the Black Ghost Shield, Zhao Fu roared and the Emperor Killing Sword exploded out with an incredibly powerful sword intent, which turned into a berserk sword chi storm that slammed into the Black Ghost Shield. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out as the soul-bonding beast's expression changed. Under the bombardment of the sword chi storm, small cracks began to appear on the Black Ghost Shield. The sword chi surged into the cracks, causing the cracks to grow larger and larger. Roar! The soul-carving beast roared and a black aura flowed out, turning into 3-meter-tall monsters that looked just like the soul-carving beast. Their eyes locked onto Zhao Fu as they turned into rays of light and shot towards Zhao Fu. Facing the countless soul-carving beast clones, Zhao Fu immediately retreated and continuously slashed out with his sword, sending out countless black and blood-red arcs of light, killing the incoming soul-carving beasts. However, the black aura around the soul-carving beast continuously flowed out, forming soul-carving beast clones. The soul-carving beasts continuously rushed towards Zhao Fu, and whenever Zhao Fu was careless, they would enter Zhao Fu's mind and attack him. Zhao Fu's sword gave off a massive sword light, killing the incoming soul-carving beasts. However, there were still a few that entered Zhao Fu's mind from the side, attacking Zhao Fu's mind, causing him to feel immense pain in his head. A wave of sword intent entered his mind and killed the soul-carving beasts. Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed and roared, "Celestial mode, activate!" Boom, an intense rainbow-colored light spread out, illuminating the surroundings, and a terrifying aura blew out like a wild gale. A rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on Zhao Fu's forehead, and a rainbow-colored circle of runes appeared around Zhao Fu. Right now, Zhao Fu's aura was incredibly powerful. The rainbow-colored runes around him slowly rotated, causing the void to tremble. It was as if the entire world was terrified of Zhao Fu. Celestial mode pushed all the powers in Zhao Fu's body to the limit. Whether it was his divine blood or the 6 paths of reincarnation power, they were all pushed to the limit. Moreover, heaven and earth power continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body. This was the first time he had used immortal mode in battle. It was as if he was really an immortal controlling the heavens and earth. In the distance, Xianlong and the others looked at Zhao Fu in fear as they stood in the air, giving off an incredibly terrifying aura. The black and white impermanences were quite familiar with Zhao Fu's power, so they were not too surprised. However, they were incredibly shocked to see Xianlong, Han Lingli, and the others following Zhao Fu. Even now, they did not know who Zhao Fu was. The soul-bonding beast also had a look of fear on its face, but it had nowhere to run. Otherwise, it would have wanted to escape. Now, it could only fight with all its might. Roar! Roar, roar! The soul-bonding beast continuously roared, and countless traces of black aura flowed out like a flood, forming countless clones that covered the sky as they rushed at Zhao Fu. The main body also gave off a ferocious aura as it rushed over. At that moment, Zhao Fu's expression was calm as he put away the emperor-killing sword. He stretched out a hand and a rainbow-colored magic formation appeared on his palm. It gave off a piercing rainbow-colored light as a massive celestial's power spread out. Clang, 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 the sound of chains tore through the air as rainbow chains shot out from behind Zhao Fu, giving off immense power as they flooded towards the incoming soul-bonding beasts. Chi, 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 the rainbow chains gave off ferocious power as they pierced through the chests of the soul-bonding beasts, killing them and causing them to turn into black aura and dissipate. Countless rainbow-colored chains killed the doppelganger of the soul-bonding beast. Like agile snakes, they turned their heads and shot towards the main body of the soul-bonding beast. The soul-bonding beast looked terrified and turned its body incorporeal again. However, the rainbow-colored chains still bound the soul-bonding beast. This was because the rainbow chains now had the power of a divine bloodline and 6 paths of reincarnation power, as well as a trace of a true celestial's power. The soul-bonding beast's incorporeal ability was useless against Zhao Fu. The soul-bonding beast was bound by the countless chains and gave off furious roars as it continuously struggled, but it was unable to break free from the chains. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he flew to the top of the soul-bonding beast's head and looked at it. The soul-bonding beast's 4 eyes furiously looked at Zhao Fu, and the two of them stared at each other. Now that my right eye has become a supreme treasure of the death race, I'm only missing an eye spirit. Today, you'll be my eye spirit. Zhao Fu's voice was cold and domineering, not giving the soul-bonding beast any chance to gather. The gray dot in his right eye started to spin, and Zhao Fu's cross-shaped pupil started to spin as well. A gray vortex appeared in Zhao Fu's eye socket, and its attractive force was 10 or so times greater than before. Roar! Roar, roar! The soul-bonding beast furiously roared and continuously struggled, but its massive body was slowly sucked in by Zhao Fu's right eye. In just a few minutes, the soul-bonding beast's 10,000-meter-long body was sucked in by Zhao Fu's right eye. Zhao Fu did not deactivate his celestial mode and instead sent his power into his right eye to refine the soul-bonding beast into an eye spirit, which was similar to an item spirit. This was because the soul-bonding beast was an extremely rare ghost beast, and its power could be passed down through its bloodline. Zhao Fu had refined the soul-bonding beast into an eye spirit, and in the future, Zhao Fu's children would also have eye spirits in their right eyes, and they would have the same abilities as the soul-bonding beast. Soul-bonding beasts were normally controlled by signing contracts, and Zhao Fu had chosen to forcefully refine them because he had the strength to do so. After more than half a day, Zhao Fu had refined the soul-bonding beast, and it obediently stayed within Zhao Fu's right eye. Its power had become much stronger because of Zhao Fu's terrifying divine bloodline's power. Husband! You're so strong. Xianxia's mother, Xiaomei, leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and said with a look of shock and worship. Mother! You don't know husband's identity yet, but you'll know when you return to Qin City. I guarantee that your jaw will drop, your daughter won't let you serve a nobody, Xianxia said confidently as she smiled. A trace of redness appeared on Xiaomei's face as she thought about the scene of her and her daughter serving Zhao Fu together. She had planned to enjoy it once and not go to Zhao Fu again, but she could not help but come to Zhao Fu's room every night. Bai Xiaoxi looked at this scene with envy. Xianxia had her mother by her side every day, while she could only see her family after returning to her family. In actuality, she had thought about having her mother serve Zhao Fu as well. Her mother would definitely fall in love with Zhao Fu, but she still had her father. If she did that, she would be letting him down, so she did not dare to do so. This book looked quite ordinary, and it had a gray cover with the words Book of Een Souls written on it. It was made of ordinary paper and did not look very special. However, it gave off a very powerful Een energy, which made people feel that it was quite extraordinary. It seemed to be an evil item. Zhao Fu felt great anticipation because the first level had given him a terrifying scroll that could summon 1 billion ghosts, so the second level definitely would not be too bad. After looking at the information in the book, Zhao Fu was delighted. This was because the book recorded a method to nurture Yin Soul beasts, fuse with Yin Soul beasts, and control Yin Soul beasts. Yin Soul beasts that could be nurtured would be at stage 1, but if they fused with a stage 1 soldier of the same element, the stage 1 soldier's strength would rise to stage 2 and would have the ability to unleash the soul beast's abilities. As long as Zhao Fu used this method, Zhao Fu would be able to obtain a large number of stage 2 soldiers, and their strength would rival that of a royal kingdom in the outer regions. However, there were limitations. One was that the Yin Soul beasts had to be nurtured, and the more Yin Soul beasts he could nurture, the more Yin Soul beasts he could fuse with. The second was that the soldiers he fused with had to have died and become Yin soldiers. This was because only pure Yin soldiers could fuse with Yin Soul beasts. It was impossible for ordinary Yin soldiers, as they had their own lives and were not transformed after dying. Now, Qin had 1.2 billion Yin soldiers, and if he could nurture a large number of Yin Soul beasts, Qin would be able to create 1.2 billion stage 2 Yin soldiers. If he wanted more Yin soldiers, he would need more underworld royal seals. He would need a kingdom seal to convert them. However, because the city lord seal's power had disappeared, the city's power had decreased, and the number of Yin soldiers that could be converted had decreased. However, this was an incredibly tempting treasure, and Zhao Fu happily put it away before leading everyone to the next level. This level was completely different from the previous 2 levels. It was a colorful world. The sky was a variety of colors, the ground was also a variety of colors, and the flowers and trees were also a variety of colors. It looked very beautiful, but it also felt very surreal. Just as Zhao Fu and the others were feeling shocked, a golden sword of light giving off a sharp aura shot over, wanting to attack them. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden sword of light. The golden sword of light continuously struggled in Xianxia's hand, releasing sharp sword energy. However, it was unable to break free because Xianxia was a divine realm cultivator. Zhao Fu looked at everyone and asked curiously, "What is this?" "I feel like a sword spirit, but I don't feel like a sword spirit." Xianxia looked at the golden sword in his hand carefully. The others also looked at the golden sword curiously, not knowing what it was. He Xiaomei thought about it and said, "Husband. This is a kind of pseudo-sword spirit, which is created using a special method. It has the same abilities as a sword spirit, but it is different from a real sword spirit, and its intelligence is generally lower." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and thought of something. He took the golden sword spirit from Xianxia's hand and took out an ordinary iron sword. He fused the golden sword spirit into it, and the process was quite smooth. After fusing with the sword spirit, the iron sword immediately gave off a golden sword chi that was even more powerful than before. It seemed to have a life of its own, and the iron sword's grade greatly increased. A look of delight appeared on Zhao Fu's face. This pseudo-sword spirit was quite a good treasure, and this region was filled with pseudo-spirits. Apart from sword spirits, there were also other spirits, such as saber spirits, hammer spirits, spear spirits, axe spirits. There seemed to be tens of millions of pseudo-spirits, and if they could bring so many pseudo-spirits back to Qin, they would be of great help to Qin. Following this, Zhao Fu ordered everyone to start capturing these pseudo-spirits. Xianxia waved his banner and countless traces of Yin Qi flowed out, turning into countless ghosts. The ghosts leapt at the pseudo-spirits and started to capture them. The pseudo-spirits were not weak and could kill the ghosts that they summoned. The black and white impermanences summoned a black and white Tai Chi symbol, exploding out with a black and white vortex that sucked in the countless pseudo-spirits. Han Lingli and the other women surprised Zhao Fu, and they unleashed a magic formation that captured the pseudo-spirits in the surroundings before temporarily sealing them and throwing them into their spatial rings. Zhao Fu pressed his hand against the ground and the golden pupil in his left eye quickly spun as a black magic formation appeared. Chains containing ferocious power shot towards the countless pseudo-spirits, dragging them into the sealed region. Even though everyone was wantonly capturing pseudo-spirits, causing many pseudo-spirits to swarm over, a flag spirit that was hundreds of meters tall and led hundreds of thousands of pseudo-spirits over. Xianxia was not shocked, but happy instead. The banner in his hand did not have a suitable artifact spirit, and the banner spirit was undoubtedly the most suitable artifact spirit. Moreover, the power that the banner spirit emitted was far stronger than ordinary artifact spirits. Roar! Shang Long waved his flag and countless traces of yin qi flowed out, turning into a terrifying ghostly dragon that gave off a ferocious aura as it charged at the group of pseudo-spirits. At the start, it bit down on the flag spirit and used its tail and claws to attack the other pseudo-spirits. Facing this terrifying ghostly dragon, the other pseudo-spirits did not dare to get close because if they were hit by the dragon's tail, their bodies would turn into motes of light and disappear. On the other side, a few massive staff spirits gave off terrifying power as they flew over. Xianxia and the others looked delighted because the morning staffs in their hands did not have any weapon spirits, and the staff spirits were quite suitable for them. Following this, they subdued the staff spirits and fused them into their weapons. Han Lingli and the other women also found suitable pseudo-spirits to subdue. Everyone had made great gains from the historical remnant and grinned as they continued to capture pseudo-spirits. After all, these pseudo-spirits did not have much intelligence. A few days later, Zhao Fu and the others had captured all of the pseudo-spirits they could see, totaling up to 13 million or so. Their gains were quite shocking, and they did not feel that this level was very dangerous, and they easily passed through it. Finally, they came to the entrance to the third level. It was the same as before, and there was a stage with a silver door on it. There was also a stone stage on which there was a rainbow-colored sword. There was naturally a guardian creature around the stage, and this guardian creature was quite special. It was a little loli who looked to be 5 or 6 years old and wore a princess dress. She had fair skin and looked quite cute. Zhao Fu did not get close because there was a massive magic formation around the stage, which seemed to be a ceiling magic formation. "You all stay here, I want to take a look," Zhao Fu said to the others, and they nodded. "Who are you?" It was a cute little girl, and seeing Zhao Fu walk towards her, she asked in a childish voice. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that this little girl would take the initiative to speak to him. He thought about it before replying, "I'm a cultivator who entered the historical remnant, who are you?" The little girl replied without thinking, "I'm a sealing spirit, and I'm responsible for sealing that sword on the platform." "That sword has terrifying power." Zhao Fu once again felt quite surprised. He had never thought that he would obtain an answer so easily. This little girl had not been prepared at all. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and acted like a weird uncle as he said, "Give that sword to me, and I'll take you out of this world to the outside world, alright?" However, the cute little girl shook her head. "No, my duty is to seal this place." Zhao Fu gently smiled as he said, "You should have been here from the start and never left. You really don't want to go to the outside world and stay here forever. The outside world is much more beautiful and interesting than you think." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the little girl looked quite curious. She had been here for many years and had been responsible for sealing this place, so she was naturally quite curious about the outside world. As such, she spoke to Zhao Fu first. Zhao Fu smiled as he continued to tempt her. "Not only is the outside world interesting, but there are also many children like you. They can be your friends and play with you." The little girl hesitated before saying, "Even though I really want to leave, my duty is to seal this place, so I can't leave." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I'm a trial taker, and I'm in charge of this trial. Now that I've undone the seal, can you leave? However, you can't stop me." The little girl shook her head as she replied, "No. My duty is not only to seal but also to prevent others from undoing the seal." Zhao Fu was not angry, nor was he in a hurry. He slowly said, "As a cultivator, I will definitely obtain that sword. Your duty is to protect the seal, while my duty is to break the seal. This seal is destined to be undone. Why don't you just stand there and not move? That way, we can avoid fighting, and I'll take you away from here to the outside world." Loli hesitated and asked, "Can we really do that?" Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Sure. Actually, you've already done your duty by standing there. Also, you're really a responsible sealing spirit, and you're so cute. This is the first time I've seen you." Hearing this, the loli happily smiled and said, "Alright then, I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here and let you break the seal, but you have to take me out of here and treat me well." Zhao Fu nodded affirmatively. The little loli also felt relieved and stood in place. Zhao Fu also stepped forward, intending to break open the sealing array. However, as he approached the sealing array, Zhao Fu felt as though his power was being sealed as well. It kept weakening. Seeing that, Zhao Fu's face turned grim. The little loli had not done anything yet. This sealing energy was the sealing array's own power, and it was extremely powerful. Zhao Fu wondered how powerful the sealing sword was. After thinking for a while, Zhao Fu left the sealing array's range. He pressed a hand against the ground and his golden pupil spun as a black magic formation appeared on the ground. Chains flew out and shot towards the sealing array's ground. Zhao Fu wanted to use his golden pupil's sealing power to absorb the sealing array's power. This would both undo the seal and increase the golden pupil's power. The chain stabbed into the ground around the sealing array and started to absorb the sealing array's power. Even though this sealing array was powerful, it was not controlled by the little loli, or else it would have been much more troublesome. A large amount of sealing power was absorbed by Zhao Fu's golden pupil through the chains, but the speed was still quite slow. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the heaven sealing sword. Last time, the heaven sealing sword had absorbed a large amount of sealing power from the outer world, and it was 10 or so times more powerful than before. Zhao Fu threw it out and the chains wrapped around the sword hilt before stabbing it into the sealing array. Boom, the sealing array instinctively reacted and flashed with light, giving off a shocking aura as arcs of lightning appeared. Standing at the sealing array, the little loli looked quite uncomfortable because she was also affected. After all, this sealing array was connected to her. Even though the sealing array instinctively reacted, it did not resist because the little loli did not attack. The heaven sealing sword greedily devoured the sealing power even faster than Zhao Fu. Crack, a muffled sound rang out as a crack appeared on the sealing array. A massive black and gray aura flowed out, causing the temperature in the surroundings to plummet. This aura was extremely cold and contained a trace of divine power. Sensing this aura, Zhao Fu looked quite confused. He was quite familiar with this aura because this was the power of gods and ghosts. Moreover, it was the same as the aura that Guiji gave off. What was going on? The aura that the sealing sword gave off was the same as Guiji's. Zhao Fu could not help but stop and call Guiji over. She hugged the little cat and flew over to Zhao Fu's side as she called out in confusion, "Husband, what is it? What is it? Is the aura leaking out related to you?" Zhao Fu asked as he pointed at the black and gray aura. Guiji looked at the aura and her expression was quite complicated as she replied, "Husband, this aura is very familiar to me. This aura is very familiar to me. It seems to be my aura from before, but why is it sealed here?" Zhao Fu could not answer this because he did not know if this was true or not. He guessed that the sealing sword had a great connection to Guiji, so he had Guiji wait by the side. More and more cracks appeared on the sealing array, and the aura coming out became more and more powerful. Seeing that the sealing array was about to be destroyed, Zhao Fu stopped. Because the sealing array was about to be destroyed, it would greatly affect the little loli. Zhao Fu said to the little loli, "What's your name? Stay in that sword for now, that sword's attributes should suit you." Seeing that the sealing array was about to be destroyed, the little loli did not hesitate and replied, "I'm called Luluo." Following this, she flew into the heaven sealing sword. Zhao Fu then looked at Guiji, who had a serious expression on her face, and said, "When the seal is completely broken, the sealed sword might have something to do with you. You need to be prepared." Guiji nodded earnestly and said, "I understand." Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a massive black-gray aura rushed out from the ground, turning into a massive pillar of aura that shot into the sky. The entire space trembled as a cold and eerie aura spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim. The multicolored swords that were originally placed on the platform also emitted various rays of light, emitting crisp sword cries. Shing, the sword flew up and turned into a ray of sword light as it came in front of Guiji and spun around her a few times, seeming to size her up. In the end, the sword stopped in front of Guiji with the tip pointing down and the hilt pointing up, giving off a faint light. Lady Ghost couldn't help but reach out to hold the sword. At that moment, the sword disappeared. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the pillar of aura shot into the sky and flooded into Guiji's body, causing a massive shockwave to ripple out and causing the ground to crack 1,000 meters wide. Zhao Fu was quite startled. The endless black-gray aura madly flowed into Guiji's body, sending out wild gales. Zhao Fu's body was blown back, and he could only unleash his Saint Realm domain. Guiji's aura became more and more powerful, and she quickly jumped from stage 8 to Saint Realm, then Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, World Realm. As Guiji's aura became stronger and stronger, the wild gales became more and more intense, and the ground could not withstand it anymore and started to crack. In the end, Zhaofu gulped and looked at Guiji in shock because the aura she gave off had reached the Emperor Heaven Realm. The black-gray aura had all entered Guiji's body. Zhaofu became wary because an expert of this level was incredibly dangerous. Moreover, he could not use his nation armament in this space, so if Guiji wanted to do anything to him, Zhaofu would not be able to resist at all. Guiji continued to hold the cat in one hand and the sword in the other as she closed her eyes. The cat in her arms seemed to have absorbed some of the black-gray aura, and its fur became black and 2 black horns grew on its head. Its ghost god bloodline became much more powerful, and its strength rose to stage 4 or stage 5. Because of Guiji, it had also obtained some opportunities. Guiji slowly opened her eyes and turned to look at Zhaofu, who was looking at her nervously, and smiled. "What happened to you?" Zhaofu breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's going on? What does that sword have to do with you?" Guiji smiled and nodded, "This is the sword I used in the past. It's already Emperor Heaven grade and has sealed some of its power. I've taken it back now." Zhaofu did not know who had sealed the sword here, and he felt that it was quite a coincidence. If he had not met the Seeking Yin beast and Shanglong, Guiji would not have appeared, and he would not have been able to obtain the power of the sword seal. However, as an Emperor Heaven weapon, the reward for the 3rd level was quite shocking. After all, Emperor Heaven weapons surpassed Earth God armaments, and Earth God armaments were God armaments that godly spirits controlled. Of course, the greatest reward was that Guiji's power had risen to the Emperor Heaven Realm. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert's power was incredibly terrifying. With the power of 10 worlds, ordinary World Realm experts would not be able to retaliate at all. Now that Qin also had an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, Zhaofu did not fear the Aeolian Empire's Emperor Heaven Realm expert. In the future, if the Aeolian Empire did anything to Qin, Qin would have the power to resist. Thinking about that, Zhaofu wanted to loudly laugh. "Husband, do you need this sword?" Guiji handed over the sword. Even though this sword had once belonged to her, Zhaofu had obtained it and had not done anything to seal it. Zhaofu smiled as he said, "Then this sword belongs to you. Also, how do you feel after suddenly raising your cultivation by so much?" Guiji happily replied, "Thank you, husband, I still haven't fully grasped my power yet. Also, I've recovered some of my memories, so I'll be able to control this power soon." Following this, everyone else came up and looked at Guiji in shock. The speed at which Zhaofu's power increased was simply too shocking. Jumping from stage 8 to the Emperor Heaven Realm completely surpassed their imaginations. Zhaofu took out the Heaven Sealing Sword and said to Lu Luo, the little lowly from before, "Stay in here for now. After we leave this historical remnant, I'll let you out." After finally leaving the magic formation's bindings and being able to go elsewhere, Lu Luo happily replied, "I got it. However, it's not bad to have Jianli as a sword spirit because I'm a type of artifact spirit. If I don't have anything to carry me, my power will weaken very quickly and my body will also dissipate. You can make me the sword spirit of this sword." Zhaofu lightly laughed, another precious sword had been gifted to him. The Heaven Sealing Sword and the Sealing Spirit's power could not be underestimated. After chatting with Lu Luo for a while, Zhaofu put her into the sword mark, and they pushed open the door and went to the next level. As soon as the door was pushed open, an enchanting fragrance of flowers wafted into his nostrils. What came into view were blue lotus-like flowers. These flowers grew on black vines, and they were only the size of a palm. The black vines covered the ground. The sky was black, and the blue flowers gave off a faint blue light, looking quite beautiful and majestic. Shanglong introduced, "Owner, this is the Passion Desire flower. This is the Passion Desire flower, a type of flower that can bewitch people, and it can also stimulate lust. If a man or woman enters it, they will die. If a man or woman enters it separately, they will experience the same hallucination and die from exhaustion. Those vines eat those corpses, and the Passion Desire flower will bloom even more beautiful. This level is filled with Passion Desire flowers and is quite dangerous. I'm afraid that this old man cannot enter with owner." Hearing Shanglong's explanation, The other women's faces became red because if a man or woman entered, they would die from exhaustion. Shanlong did not want to cause any trouble, as these women were Zhao Fu's. Shanlong did not dare to think too much, so he could only suggest that they stay here in case something happened in the future. If they were not careful, they might even lose their lives. Even though the other women's faces were red, their eyes were gentle and watery. They also wanted to do it with Zhao Fu, so they also wanted to enter and experience that sort of madness. Hearing Shanlong's words, Zhao Fu had all of the women stay where they were. He did not bring Gui Ji, as she could stay here and properly control her power. The women all nodded in disappointment, and Bai Xiaoxi said worriedly, "Be careful, husband." After entering the 4th level, the flower fragrance flowed out, seeming to have a life of its own as it surrounded Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless, and he first unleashed a defensive barrier before proceeding forwards. As Zhao Fu went deeper and deeper, the fragrance became denser and denser, almost forming a blue mist that surrounded Zhao Fu, wanting to enter Zhao Fu's body. However, with Zhao Fu's Saint Realm domain, the mist was unable to enter at all. After a while, the mist became denser and denser, and it covered Zhao Fu's defensive barrier and started to slowly corrode it. The deeper Zhao Fu went, the denser the mist became, and it even flowed towards Zhao Fu. Under this massive corrosion, the Saint Realm gradually became thinner and thinner, and it seemed that it would soon be corroded. Even though he felt that he had underestimated this place, Zhao Fu still had a method. A massive wave of Yin Qi flowed out, forming a 6-paths defensive barrier around Zhao Fu, and a massive wave of violet devil Qi flowed out, forming a violet dragon inscription barrier. Following this, Zhao Fu released his Saint Realm. With these 3 layers of defense, Zhao Fu did not have to fear at all and quickly advanced. The blue mist seemed to panic and madly flowed towards Zhao Fu. The powerful 3 layers of defense made it so that the mist's corrosion was completely useless, and the vines started to move, wrapping around Zhao Fu. Because there were vines everywhere, Zhao Fu was unable to dodge and could only be wrapped up by them. The vines were not ordinary and had powerful suction power. Not only could they devour all sorts of power, but they could also devour Zhao Fu's life force. Because of the 3 layers of defense, the vines could only devour Zhao Fu's defensive barrier's power and had not yet absorbed Zhao Fu's life force. Zhao Fu frowned and took out the sadistic killing sword. He slashed out, and a blood-red sword light cut through the vines around the energy barrier. However, the vines grew incredibly quickly and once again attacked towards Zhao Fu. Facing these vines, Zhao Fu took out the royal wood sword and planned to devour the vine's life force. However, he found that these vines were incredibly strange, and the royal wood sword was unable to devour their life force. Zhao Fu could only continuously swing his sword to cut down the incoming vines. He also used the heaven sealing sword and found that it was very effective. This was because the vines cut by the heaven sealing sword would have a sealing power attached to them. The vines would lose all of their power and lay on the ground like ordinary vines, without any threat. Roar, massive roars sounded out from within the blue fog, following which massive creatures started to walk towards Zhao Fu, giving off massive sounds. Zhao Fu saw a group of creatures that looked like flower devils walk over. They had humanoid forms but plant bodies and had hands and feet. What was different from the flower devils was that they did not have flowers on their heads and only vines. These monsters were dozens of meters tall and gave off powerful auras. However, to Zhao Fu, they were not much, and he took the initiative to rush up. The heaven sealing sword gave off sharp sword lights and killed all of the incoming monsters. After killing these monsters, Zhao Fu obtained transparent pearls that were only as big as lychees. They were called desire pearls, but he did not know what they were used for. After putting the desire pearls away, Zhao Fu continued onwards. He, within the blue fog ahead, a woman's seductive laughter sounded out. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure, snow-white skin, and a white palace dress walked out of the blue fog. Zhao Fu's expression was quite serious because he felt that this woman was quite dangerous. Moreover, this woman was not an ordinary underworld creature and was most likely a flower ghost, a ghost that had been transformed from a flower. The flower ghost said flirtatiously, "Sir, you're quite handsome and your aura is quite alluring. My daughter has been here for many years and doesn't know about the matters between men and women. Sir, can you teach my daughter and let her experience the joy of doing it?" Zhao Fu looked at the flower ghost and could guess her goal. He could not help but lightly laugh as he said, I naturally have no problem with that, but don't regret it. The flower ghost felt quite surprised and had never thought that Zhao Fu would agree so readily. She gave a pleasant laugh as she said, Sir, since you're so forthright, how could my daughter regret it? Please take good care of my daughter, sir. The flower ghost flirtatiously smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu and walked towards Zhao Fu, taking off her clothes. Zhao Fu brought her into his embrace and the two of them started to do it intensely. Soon, the flower ghost, who had been planning to devour Zhao Fu's life force and have Zhao Fu die, had a red face and a weak aura as she pleaded, Sir, my daughter was wrong. My daughter was wrong, please forgive my daughter this once. She was not able to devour Zhao Fu's life force and was instead being devoured by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's 6 desires demonic art was not easy to deal with, and it forcefully suppressed the flower ghost's power. In just a short while, the flower ghost could no longer hold on. This was why her face was red and her aura was becoming weaker and weaker. If this went on, she would be sucked dry by Zhao Fu. Even though she enjoyed that feeling, in front of death, she could only beg Zhao Fu for mercy. Zhao Fu did not seem to care about her and continued to violate her. The flower ghost wanted to push Zhao Fu away, but she tightly hugged Zhao Fu. Just as the flower ghost felt that she was about to die, Zhao Fu returned her strength to her, and her pale face once again became rosy. The flower ghost gratefully continued to do it with Zhao Fu, and she did not hold back at all. An hour later, the flower ghost lay on the ground with a red face as she powerlessly said, Thank you, sir, for not killing me. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, It's good that you know. Do you know the consequences of wanting to devour my life force? The flower ghost looked flirtatious as she said, Of course I know. Sir, please take me as your maid, I want to serve sir every day. Zhao Fu squatted down and lifted her chin as he said, I want to see your performance now. The flower ghost smiled as she replied softly, Of course I understand. Sir, there are 6 other flower ghosts here, I'll help you lure them here so that sir can enjoy them. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He was not in a hurry to have her go and instead asked, What's at the center of this space and what's at the core of these vines? The flower ghost looked slightly worried as she said, The center of this space is the passion desire flower's main body, as well as the core of the vines. She's as beautiful as a celestial goddess and has the ability to charm people. Sir, don't forget about me just because of her. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. As long as you become my woman, I'll properly love you. What is it, second sister? A 17 or 18-year-old, pure-looking girl asked curiously as she looked at the flower ghost who had called her over. The flower ghost who was called second sister was the flower ghost who had done it with Zhao Fu before. A mature woman with a trace of charm lightly laughed as she said, Something good must have happened. Look at your red face and how beautiful you look, have you been taken care of by a man? Big sister. No one has ever come here before, let alone a man. A beautiful woman with a big chest and a somewhat sultry appearance said with a hidden bitterness in her voice. Second sister. What is it? If there's nothing else, I'll be going back, a tall and slim woman with a cold expression said coldly. The flower ghost smiled as she said, Today, I brought a man to satisfy you. What? A man? Where? The originally taciturn man's expression became one of delight as he looked around. The cold-looking woman frowned as she said, Second sister. You guys can enjoy yourselves. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. A quiet-looking girl nodded and prepared to leave. Clang, 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 chains shot out from the surroundings and bound up the cold-looking woman and the quiet-looking woman, following which Zhao Fu walked out. He really is a man. The other women looked at Zhao Fu in shock. They had been here for a long time, but they had never thought that they would actually meet a man. This was the first time. The reserved woman leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and passionately kissed Zhao Fu. Following this, they started to do it, and the big sister lightly smiled as she walked over. Following this, the other women shyly smiled and joined in. Following this, Zhao Fu did it with the cold-looking woman and the quiet-looking woman for a few hours before hugging the mature woman, who was the big sister, and the flower ghost, who was the second sister. The reserved woman was the fourth sister, and she had already fainted. The cold-looking woman was the fourth sister, and her face was red as she lay on the ground and panted. The quiet-looking woman was the fifth sister, the lively woman was the sixth sister, and the pure-looking woman was the seventh sister. Sir, we're all yours now, so you have to treat us well. The big sister had a charming look on her face as she leaned on Zhao Fu's chest. Zhao Fu smiled and kissed her. He quite liked this mature big sister. He then said, I still have to go to the center of the space. You guys stay here for the time being. I'll come and pick you up later. They weren't weak either, but in the following battles, they weren't very useful. After all, as the guardian of the fourth level, they were definitely very powerful. The girls responded softly, and then Zhao Fu went straight to the center of the space. There was another platform here, and on it was a silver door. There was another platform, and on the platform, there was a palm-sized box. It was unclear what was inside. There was also an alluring figure with snow-white skin and long blue hair. She was as beautiful as a fairy, and she wore a green dress. Zhao Fu looked at this woman in surprise and understood that she was the Passion Desire Flower's flower queen. Zhao Fu had thought that with the Passion Desire Flower's attributes, this woman would be a lewd woman, but she seemed quite normal. The woman in green looked at Zhao Fu with a sharp gaze and pointed at Zhao Fu. The countless vines in the surroundings shot towards Zhao Fu, looking incredibly ferocious. Zhao Fu slashed out with the sadistic killing sword, sending out a blood-red light. However, he was able to cut off a few vines. These vines were incredibly tough. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and equipped the Emperor Killing Sword as he lightly cried out, Sword Master. Xing, the Emperor Killing Sword exploded out with an intense sword intent, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. A sharp sword light flashed out, slashing apart countless vines. The woman in green felt quite startled and waved her hand, causing the countless blue flowers on the vines to shoot out with immense power. Zhao Fu immediately unleashed his 3 defensive barriers, but they were all shattered by the countless blue flowers. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. This caused Zhao Fu's expression to fall, but before he could do anything, the woman in green coldly laughed and raised a hand, grabbing at Zhao Fu. Countless traces of blue fog gave off immense power and flooded into Zhao Fu's body, causing him to cry out in pain. The fog was incredibly corrosive, and after absorbing such a large amount of fog, even with his divine bloodline, he would still be greatly affected. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu began to hallucinate, and his body reacted, so Zhao Fu quickly activated his celestial mode. A rainbow-colored light exploded out as rainbow-colored runes appeared around Zhao Fu, blocking the blue fog. Just as Zhao Fu was about to attack, he felt a trace of rainbow-colored aura within his body move. He found that it was the Flower Fairy source energy that the Flower Fairy had left for him, and he had almost forgotten about it. With it, Zhao Fu would not be afraid of the woman in green. Boom, a massive rainbow-colored energy rushed into the sky, turning into a massive flower, and a massive might descended with terrifying power. The surroundings fell silent as the rainbow-colored light shined in all directions. The countless traces of blue fog dissipated, and the countless blue flowers slightly trembled as if they were in fear. The woman in green's body sank and she uncontrollably half-knelt on the ground. This caused the woman in green to look quite panicked. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such power. It was as if he could suppress her, and facing this power, she could not resist at all. The other vines and flowers were also suppressed. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he landed in front of the woman in green. He had never thought that the Flower Fairy's Flower Fairy source energy would be so powerful and have such a powerful suppressive effect. The woman in green angrily looked at Zhao Fu and said, If you don't use this power, you won't be a match for me at all. Zhao Fu lifted her chin, and the woman in green struggled, not wanting to be touched by Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu pressed her under his body and started to do it with her. A few hours later, the woman in green's face was red as she pleaded, Husband, please. I beg you, I want more. Zhao Fu lightly laughed, and I thought you would be so pure, but you're still so lewd. The woman in green felt quite ashamed. As a passion desire flower, this was how she was. This was the reason why the other flower ghosts were so lewd. She had sealed her lust, and now that Zhao Fu had undone it, she had become like this. Even though she felt quite ashamed, the woman in green still looked at Zhao Fu pleadingly. Zhao Fu lightly harumphed and satisfied her. Firstly, he had absorbed a large amount of passion desire aura, and secondly, He could use her to recover his flower fairy source energy. Following this, Xiaofu opened the box and found a gray seed. After looking at it, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was the seed of one of the 7 wondrous flowers, the Dark Night flower. Countless passion desire flowers started to wither because the woman in green's main body had left. Now, she was a flower ghost, and she brought her and the other flower ghosts back to the 3rd level. Let's go together. Let's go to the final level. When Xiaofu returned to the 3rd level, he had already opened the door to the 4th level. He found that the 5th level was a palace, and he felt that it should be the final level. Husband, you're really too much. Why didn't you stay by your side and take in so many women? Why didn't you introduce them? He Xiaomei pouted as she lay in Xiaofu's embrace. Even though the women that Xiaofu had brought back were all rare beauties, such as the black and white impermanences and Han Lingli, they were all top-tier beauties. However, in front of the woman in green, they were all inferior. The woman in green's beauty was something that could not be found in dozens of worlds. No wonder the second big sister had warned Xiaofu not to be too infatuated with her. With her looks, she could charm any man, and adding on the fact that she had been undone by Xiaofu, she gave off a seductive aura that could drive men crazy and make them want to obtain her at all costs. Xiaofu did not know their names, so he looked at them and they started to introduce themselves. The woman in green was Yu Qinglan, and she was the 7 flower ghost sisters. The big sister was Hua Li, the second sister was Hua Yu, the 3rd sister was Hua Mei, the 4th sister was Hua Mei, the 5th sister was Hua Lan, the 6th sister was Hua Hua, and the 7th sister was Hua Yi. Xiaofu memorized their names and thought of something. He took out the passion desire pearls that he had obtained from killing monsters and asked, "What do they do?" Yu Qinglan's face was red and her eyes were filled with desire as she replied, "Those are the crystals of the passion desire flower devils and have intense aphrodisiac effects." Hearing this, Xiaofu realized what the pearls were and lightly laughed, feeling that he had no use for them. In the end, Xiaofu and the others came to the 5th level, which was the final level. It was the tall and majestic palace. The walls here were black and there were exquisite palace lanterns hanging on them. The sky above the palace was also black and there was no sound at all, making it seem quite strange and oppressive. Xiaofu's expression could not help but become serious. The previous levels had not been easy, and the final level definitely would not be easy. He asked Yu Qinglan, "Do you know what is at the final level?" Yu Qinglan hugged Xiaofu tightly and shook her head, "I'm not sure what it is, but I feel that it's quite dangerous." "Husband, be careful." Xiaofu felt a little helpless when he heard this. She knew it was dangerous, yet she still stuck to him. He just undid her lust, and she became like this. It was as if she was a completely different person. Her strength was slightly stronger than Xiaofu's, so it should not be weak. After walking for a while, a group of soldiers wearing black armor and giving off powerful auras walked out from the side. Their eyes were filled with eerie light as they looked at Xiaofu's group. However, they did not attack Xiaofu and instead formed 2 rows of guards. This made everyone feel quite surprised, and they had thought that these soldiers were charging out to attack them. They had prepared to fight, but they had never thought that it would be like this. However, these soldiers were quite powerful and all of them had Saint Realm cultivation. If they fought, Xiaofu's group would not be able to deal with them easily. Now that they did not say anything and just stood there, everyone could only stop and hesitate whether or not to advance. If they continued onwards, they definitely would not attack Xiaofu's group, otherwise, they would have attacked them long ago. With this scene, their future path would be uncertain. Perhaps it would be better or worse, but Xiaofu's group still had to advance. At that moment, a white-haired elder with age spots on his face walked out. He first cupped his hands towards Xiaofu's group and bowed as he said, "Everyone, our master has been waiting for a long time. Our master has been waiting for a long time, please follow this old man." Xiaofu felt quite startled. Could it be that the owner of this historical remnant is still alive? For such a powerful historical remnant to exist, the owner must be incredibly powerful. Without a higher being's cultivation, things will become quite dangerous. However, from how courteous the other party is, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. Xiaofu thought about it before nodding. Following this, everyone followed the elder and came to a large hall. After walking in, they saw an elder wearing a black dragon robe and a crown. He gave off a dignified aura as he sat on a dragon throne. His aura was incredibly powerful, and he definitely had higher being's cultivation. However, his body was somewhat illusory and was not corporeal. After walking in, Zhao Fu's group looked at the elder on the dragon throne and slightly bowed. This was out of respect for experts. Moreover, they had obtained many good things here, so they had to be more courteous. Zhao Fu was not someone who thought that because he was Qin Qin's legatee, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, Zhao Fu knew how weak he was. Seeing this, the elder gave a trace of a smile as he said, I remember that this key was given to 7 little fellows, and now you've obtained it. However, it's evident that you're more outstanding than those 7, which is why I'm pleasantly surprised. Zhao Fu knew who those 7 little fellows were. They were naturally the 7 corpse puppets. This historical remnant belonged to them, but their world had been destroyed by Zhao Fu, so the key had naturally been taken by Qin Qin. Hearing the elder's words, Zhao Fu directly asked, why has senior called for me? The elder lightly laughed as he said, now you understand that I'm not my main body but a trace of my consciousness. I might disappear soon, so I've called for you for 3 things. Zhao Fu looked at the elder in confusion and asked, what is it? If I can do it, I will do my best to help senior. The elder smiled as he replied, don't worry. These things will be beneficial to you, and they'll benefit you, boy. Originally, I was going to choose one of those 7 to be my legatee. However, since you've come and are far more outstanding than them, the first thing is for you to accept my legatee. A smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. This was a free legatee, how could Zhao Fu refuse? He cupped his hands and said, thank you, senior. The elder smiled as he said, the second thing is for you to marry my daughter. After you accept my legatee, you will become the Nether Spirit Empire's legatee. If you marry my daughter, your status will become even more legitimate. My daughter is also as beautiful as a fairy, you won't be disappointed. Xianxia, come out for a moment. A woman wearing a silver-white palace dress walked out. She was tall and slim, had supple skin, jet black hair, and was peerlessly beautiful. She gave off a noble and cold aura, and she was indeed even more beautiful than Yu Qinglan. After coming out, she slightly bowed to the elder before looking at Zhao Fu with a cold expression. The third thing is that I have a historical remnant in the Heaven Awakened World's demon domain, and there's a woman called Mo Qingyue there. She's yours, and after you obtain the legacy, her location will be in your mind. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. He had never thought that there would be a historical remnant, and he would most likely be able to obtain many good things. As for the woman called Mo Qingyue, Zhao Fu did not care too much because he did not lack women. These 3 things were all good things, so Zhao Fu definitely agreed and said gratefully, thank you, senior. I will definitely complete these 3 things and make the Nether Spirit Empire's legacy even greater. I won't disappoint senior. The elder gave a satisfied smile as he said, later, someone will take you to a ghost lake, where your constitution will be improved. Xianxia will marry you, and you will obtain my legacy. Zhao Fu nodded in understanding, but he felt quite confused. Why did he have to marry that woman in the end to receive the legacy? It was possible that the elder did not feel at ease with him and was worried that he would not treat his daughter well, so he had her marry him first to see if Zhao Fu was suitable. If he was not suitable, perhaps the elder would not give the legacy to him. The elder who had been leading the way said, Sir, come with me. Follow me. Zhao Fu had the others wait for him somewhere else before following the elder to a tall stage. This stage was 30 or so meters tall and 10 or so meters wide. There was a 10-meter wide pool on it, and the water was gray and gave off an intense coldness. The surrounding temperature was quite low, and there were many savage ghosts carved into the pool. Zhao Fu followed the elder's instructions and took off his clothes and entered the pool. Even though the water was cold, Zhao Fu could endure it, as Zhao Fu now had the death race's bloodline. The cold pool water gradually nourished Zhao Fu's body and improved Zhao Fu's constitution, and Zhao Fu's energy continuously increased. This feeling was quite comfortable, and it was like lying in the water on a hot summer day. However, soon, Zhao Fu sensed that something was off. There was an extremely hidden power stealthily entering Zhao Fu's body. The golden dragon, Dishi, immediately warned Zhao Fu, be careful. There's something wrong with this pool. Zhao Fu opened his eyes and looked at the elder. The elder stood there like a statue, not moving, but he was also looking at Zhao Fu out of the corner of his eyes. Now, Zhao Fu understood, and he slightly smiled and looked away. He closed his eyes and continued to absorb the Yin energy, but he circulated the 6 paths of reincarnation power to expel that energy from his body. The 6 paths of reincarnation power was indeed a top-tier power in the underworld. Even though that mysterious power was powerful, it was still expelled by Zhao Fu. Just like that, Zhao Fu continuously absorbed the Yin energy within the pool and continuously expelled the hidden energy. After a while, Zhao Fu had absorbed more than half of the Yin energy, and the pool was almost bottomless. A trace of a smile appeared on the elder's face as he said, "Sir, that's enough. Come up." Zhao Fu opened his eyes and smiled. This was not a fake smile, but a real smile. This pool was indeed a treasure. After absorbing the massive amount of Yin energy, Zhao Fu's constitution had improved somewhat. More importantly, his cultivation had almost reached the mortal realm. Of course, Zhao Fu did not absorb that obscure energy. Although he did not know what kind of energy it was, Zhao Fu did not dare to absorb any of it. Following this, Zhao Fu followed the old man to a room. Although it was said that they were getting married, it didn't look like a wedding at all. They just told Zhao Fu to consummate their marriage. Zhao Fu pushed open the door and saw a cold-looking woman sitting on the bed expressionlessly. As Zhao Fu walked in, he was thinking about the pool and those 3 things, so he did not do or say anything to the cold-looking woman. After a while, the cold-looking woman looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and asked calmly, "Why didn't you touch me? Are you not interested in me at all, or is there another reason?" Zhao Fu was afraid that the woman would see through his thoughts, so he smiled and said, "There's no such thing. With how beautiful you are, all men would be moved. If they could do it with you, most men would be willing to die. It's just that you don't seem to like me." A trace of disgust flashed in the depths of the woman's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. She stood up and smiled as she said, "That's just how I am. Please don't mind, husband. I'll serve husband now." Zhao Fu thought to himself and smiled as he nodded. The woman gave a flirtatious smile and pulled Zhao Fu onto the bed. She helped Zhao Fu take off his clothes, and the 2 of them quickly started to do it. Zhao Fu felt a chill in his heart as he found that a large amount of the woman's energy was entering his body, and some ghost runes were also entering Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu's expression did not change, and he looked as if he was infatuated with the woman as he continuously ravaged her. He did not pay any mind to the obscure power and ghost runes, as they were all expelled by Zhao Fu. Moreover, the 6 desires' demonic qi continuously flowed into the woman's body, causing her to go crazy. A few hours later, the woman lay on the bed with a red face as she breathed heavily. She lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes. She had never thought that doing it with Zhao Fu would be so enjoyable, and she felt as if her body and soul had been conquered by him. "What is it?" Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful woman in his embrace and smiled as he asked. The woman hesitated but still shook her head. The elder's voice sounded out from outside, "Sir, are you done? Master is waiting for you, you can go and receive the legacy now." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said to the woman in his embrace, "Wife, get up. Your father wants me to go and receive the legacy. Your father wants me to go and receive the inheritance. I'll be with you later." Hearing Zhao Fu's intimate words, the woman's expression became even more complicated. She wanted to say something, but she could not say anything. Zhao Fu got up, put on his clothes, and ignored the woman. He opened the door and followed the elderly man to the palace. The elder happily smiled as he said, "My good son-in-law. Come and receive my legacy. In the future, you will be a member of the Nether Spirit Empire, and you will become the center of attention and wield the most powerful power in the world." Within the palace, a magic formation appeared. This magic formation was green and 10 meters wide, and it gave off a massive wave of soul energy. All of the Yin energy in the surrounding space started to gather and flood into the magic formation. Zhao Fu walked into the magic formation, and the elder could not help but look excited. He did not hide it anymore and leapt at Zhao Fu, instantly entering Zhao Fu's body. The elder who had just entered Zhao Fu's body cried out in shock, and Zhao Fu did not hide it anymore as he coldly laughed and said, "Father-in-law, are you satisfied with my body? If you take over my body, your power in the future will be unimaginable." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the elder's expression fell and he coldly called out, "Boy, are you satisfied with my body? However, do you think you're a match for me? You're still too inexperienced. Even though I'm just a trace of a remnant soul, I was once on the verge of entering the half-step celestial realm. Prepare to die now. I'll properly use your body, and I'll properly enjoy those women you brought." Boom, a massive power exploded out as boundless green light shot out from Zhao Fu's body, seeming to pass through Zhao Fu's body. The green magic formation quickly spun, and a massive wave of ghostly energy entered Zhao Fu's body. The palace was filled with green light, and the air seemed to freeze. It was quite oppressive, and the temperature fell by tens of degrees, seeming to be able to freeze people. The powerful green light continuously flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and the elder rushed towards Zhao Fu's head. Because the soul was in the head, if the elder could take over Zhao Fu's head, he would be able to take over Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Old man, do you think I'm not prepared? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Do you think I'm easy to deal with? Without those two powers controlling me, what chance do you have of taking over my body?" Celestial mode. Activate. Boom, a rainbow-colored light exploded out from Zhao Fu's body as rainbow-colored runes appeared around him. The rainbow-colored light started to resist the green light, and Zhao Fu's soul also became rainbow-colored. Celestial mode not only increased the power of the body, but it also increased the power of the soul. The elder looked slightly panicked as he called out, "Celestial mode?" Zhao Fu's celestial mode was actually celestial mode, and because it had fused with a trace of celestial source energy, it was called celestial mode. Moreover, it was many times more powerful than celestial mode. Sensing the power coming from Zhao Fu's soul, the elder felt that it was quite difficult, but he had no way out. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu used his power to form a set of battle armor that gave off an incredibly terrifying aura as it rushed towards Zhao Fu's head. Zhao Fu mocked coldly, "Old man. Now, I will send you to reincarnate as soon as possible." 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Activate. A massive wave of cold and eerie energy flowed out as 6 gray vortexes appeared around Zhao Fu's body. The 6 vortexes formed a gray magic formation, and a massive suction force exploded out towards the elder. The old man shouted angrily, "Kid. Don't think that your level of 6 Paths of Reincarnation is enough to deal with me." Spirit Guard. Ghosts flew out from the elderly man's body and floated around him, giving off great power and forming a green energy barrier that blocked off the suction force that Zhao Fu gave off. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as the ghost world pearl appeared, and he started to use the 6 Paths demon image's power, causing the magic formation to explode out with even greater suction force. The elder was quite startled, and he now understood why Zhao Fu could use 6 Paths of Reincarnation power to seal the 6 Paths demon images within his body. He did not know how he had done it, but seeing the defensive barrier crack, the elder could only harden his heart. "Boy, you forced me to do this. I'll show you what a higher being's power is like. Don't think that you can defeat me." Boom, a shocking explosion sounded out as the elder's body slowly melted and turned into a green orb of flames. Countless traces of green light spread out, passing through the historical remnant and reaching the outside. The heavens and earth started to change as clouds swirled and the world's source energy madly gathered. A power that seemed to be able to seal all things in the heavens and earth exploded out. The experts guarding the entrance felt their bodies sink and their expressions fell as they looked into the historical remnant. There was a higher being's power spreading out, and seeing the sky covered by green light, they understood that this was not the power of an ordinary higher being. The elder had turned into a green orb of flames, and he was burning his source energy, which was incredibly harmful to him. However, as long as he could suppress Zhao Fu and obtain Zhao Fu's body, it would all be worth it. He found that Zhao Fu's body was a supreme treasure. Now, Zhao Fu's body could not move at all, and his soul was sealed by a powerful energy. His bloodline became cold, and his body was filled with green light. All of his power was suppressed, and he could not resist at all. Zhao Fu was greatly startled. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation had been destroyed by the elder, and he was now trying to invade Zhao Fu's head. At that moment, Zhao Fu decided to see if the elder could really take over his body. Boom, a massive power spread out, causing wild gales to sweep out in all directions. The palace was unable to withstand this, and the tiles, doors, and wooden walls were all blown away. A four-colored aura flame ferociously rushed into the sky. The other women felt that something was off and hurried over, but the soldiers tried to stop them, and the two sides started to fight. Outside the historical remnant, the sky suddenly darkened, causing everyone to have a bad feeling. Soon, the sky became jet black, as if all of the light had been absorbed, and it was incredibly deep and oppressive. A star that gave off a blood-red light and an aura of disaster, a star that gave off a golden light and an emperor's aura, a star that gave off a gray light and an eerie aura, and a star that gave off a violet light and an emperor's aura slowly descended into the sky. The massive might seemed as if even the heavens and earth could not withstand it, and it continuously trembled. The sky was filled with light, and all creatures fell into terror. The experts at the entrance looked incredibly shocked as they looked at the stars giving off intense light in the sky. Those were 4 emperor stars, and they were the human race's emperor star, the death race's emperor star, and the devil race's emperor star. Just what was going on? Why were 4 emperor stars descending at the same time and giving off the same aura? This meant that they belonged to the same person, but how could a single person have 4 emperor stars? Also, why did that nether emperor star look like the emperor star that had suppressed the underworld? Could it be that this emperor star was the same one from before? Everyone felt quite confused and did not dare to be sure, but in the next moment, they received confirmation. Roar! 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 6 terrifying roars tore through the sky and spread out like thunder, sounding throughout the entire underworld. Because of those 6 terrifying roars, the underworld's Xianxia once again became chaotic. Hearing these 6 terrifying cries, everyone was able to confirm that the Death Race Emperor star that had appeared before was the one in front of them. They had never thought that there would be such a terrifying Emperor star, and it was already quite shocking. Now, there were 4 in front of them. No one would have thought of this, and if they had not personally seen it, they would not have believed it to be true. It was as if they had unintentionally grasped a great secret. Within the historical remnant, within Zhao Fu's body, the elder was incredibly shocked as he looked at the 4 emperor stars in the sky. Each emperor star contained a massive amount of fate, and if anyone tried to take over his body, they would suffer a terrifying fate backlash. However, there were 4 in front of him. Even though the elder had once had higher being cultivation, he was given a big fright and quickly cried out, "Boy, wait. Perhaps we can coexist peacefully." However, Zhao Fu's heart was cold, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not trust the elder and did not have the ability to control him. If he did not take this opportunity to kill him now, there would be endless problems in the future. Boom! The 4 emperor stars gave off intense starlight, forming 4 pillars of starlight that gave off immense power and terrifying sounds as they landed on Zhao Fu's body. A massive amount of emperor star power flowed into Zhao Fu's body, and under this power, the elder howled before falling silent. Following this, the green orb of flames gradually dissipated, and Zhao Fu quickly devoured this power. A while later, Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes, which gave off a green light, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Now, Zhao Fu's cultivation had reached the earth realm, and he still had a trace of a higher being source energy within his body. This trace of a higher being source energy was already quite weak, and it had been greatly consumed by the elder. It had also suffered a backlash from the Emperor Star's fate. However, Zhao Fu had also obtained some of the elder's memories and some of the skills he had used. Hearing the sounds of fighting outside, Zhao Fu called out, "Everyone, stop." The people fighting immediately stopped and looked at Zhao Fu. Xianxia and the others did not know what had happened, and when Zhao Fu told them to stop, they did not attack. On the other side, they were not sure if it was Zhao Fu or their master who had taken over the body. However, because it was possible that he was their master, they obeyed Zhao Fu's orders. However, they looked at Zhao Fu suspiciously because the process of the old man taking over Zhao Fu's body had not gone smoothly, and it was possible that he would fail. Facing their doubtful gazes, because Zhao Fu had absorbed a portion of the elder's power and memories, he gave off his aura and said, "I'm Mingyu." Their side also relaxed, because the aura that Zhao Fu emitted, the tone of voice, and the manner in which he spoke, all indicated that he was their master. Xianxia's side did not panic because the restrictions that Zhao Fu had left in their bodies were still there. This meant that Zhao Fu was fine, but because he did not know what had happened, he looked quite confused. The cold-looking woman came to Zhao Fu's side and called out coldly, "Father." Zhao Fu knew this woman's name. She was Ming Lingshuan, and she had been the Nether Spirit Empire's crown princess. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. 5 extremely beautiful women came to Zhao Fu's side. They all happily called out, "Your Majesty." One was voluptuous and gave off a noble and graceful aura. She was the Nether Spirit Empire's empress, Mingyu. One was tall and slim and gave off a sexy aura. She was the Nether Spirit Empire's imperial concubine, and she was called Yin Huaya. One had a fiery figure and a lewd expression. She was also a concubine, and she was called Gong Dandao. There were also 2 former Nether Spirit Empire concubines. One had a slim figure and gave off a virtuous aura. She was called Hua Xian. The other had a mature figure and gave off a gentle aura. She was called Yi Feng. Because Zhao Fu had obtained some of the elder's memories, he knew some things about the Nether Spirit Empire. The Nether Spirit Empire had once been an empire, but it had still been destroyed by a few terrifying factions in the underworld. Back then, only a small portion of the Nether Spirit Empire had hidden in the historical remnant and turned into ghosts, which was why they had survived until now. However, the Nether Spirit Empire's king, who was that elder, had only left behind a very weak remnant soul. The large factions would not let him off, and it was a miracle that he had left behind a trace of his remnant soul. That was why there were so few concubines and soldiers, and because of the battle just then, many of them had died or been injured. In order to survive, they had lost much of their strength, or else they would not have been able to live for so long. On Zhao Fu's side, Guiji was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and Yu Qinglan was extremely powerful. The others were not weak either. Now, they could only trust that their master had taken over Zhao Fu's body, or else they would definitely die. They were not a match for Zhao Fu's side at all. "Your Majesty. Now that you have a real body, you have to properly take care of us." The fiery figure and lewd Gong Dandao hugged Zhao Fu as she said hungrily. As the Nether Spirit Empire's king, the elder greatly liked women. He had over 1,000 concubines, but now he only had 5. They had been taken care of by the elder day and night, so they had quite a high demand for women. Even the dignified and graceful Empress Mingyu's eyes became watery as she looked at Zhao Fu with a lustful expression. The 4th level's passion desire flowers had been nurtured by the Nether Spirit Kingdom's king, and he had used many passion desire pearls to defile many women. Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful women around him and did not mind. He brought them into a room and called Ming Lingshuan over. Under Zhao Fu's body, the 5 beautiful women had become lewd women, and Zhao Fu had ravaged Ming Lingshuan. Zhao Fu did not feel any pity because Zhao Fu did not need to hide anything anymore. This woman had dared to harm him, so she had to be punished. "Father. I was wrong." In the end, Ming Lingshuan could not take it anymore and cried as she begged Zhao Fu for mercy, and only then did Zhao Fu let her off. Even though Zhao Fu had ravaged her, she did not discover Zhao Fu's identity. After all, her father had ravaged her before, which was why she was so cold and disdainful towards men. After enjoying them, Zhao Fu did it with the other women from before. Only now did Mingyu and the other women discover Zhao Fu's identity. Their men had not taken over Zhao Fu's body and had instead been killed by Zhao Fu. However, apart from looking sad, they did not do anything else. After all, Zhao Fu had planted restrictions in their bodies, and they enjoyed doing it with Zhao Fu. "Get up. Take me to the Nether Spirit Empire's treasury." Zhao Fu got up and put on his clothes as he looked at the crying Ming Lingshuan and said coldly. The Nether Spirit Empire had kept very few treasures, and even though they were only a small portion, they were still very important to Qin. Ming Lingshuan's face was covered with tears. Because she had just been ravaged by Zhao Fu, her body was quite weak and there were some wounds on her. She looked quite pitiful and weak, and it was quite difficult for her to put on her clothes. She got off the bed and after taking a few steps, her legs gave out and she almost fell to the ground. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and hugged her. He felt that his attitude had been quite bad and that he had ravaged her. Seeing how pitiful she looked, he asked caringly, "Are you all right? If you're fine, just stay here and tell me the location of the treasury and how to open it." Ming Lingshuan looked at the man who had ravaged her, and she could not help but burst into tears. Part of it was because of Zhao Fu, part of it was because of how her father had ravaged her, and part of it was because of how much she had suffered. Now, she was no longer afraid of Xiao Fu and hugged Xiao Fu as she cried in pain, her tears drenching Xiao Fu's clothes. Xiao Fu did not understand why she was crying and did not know how to comfort her. It seemed that Xiao Fu had never comforted a woman before, and he just lightly hugged her. Only after a while did Ming Linshuan stop crying and look at Xiao Fu with her red and swollen eyes as she said, "I'm sorry, I harmed you first. I deserved it just then, so you don't need to be so good to me." Xiao Fu understood her words and understood what had happened. It was that elder who had forced her to do that and used her as a material for a forbidden technique. He had only treated her like that because he was angry and wanted to vent it on her. However, Xiao Fu did not have time to care about such things. He hugged Ming Linshuan and flew into the sky, asking her to tell him where the treasury was. Ming Linshuan lay in Xiao Fu's embrace and looked quite embarrassed. She pointed in the direction of the treasury and told him about a few traps before coming to a secret room. There was a silver door in front of them that was 10 or so meters tall. There were many ghosts carved on it, and it gave off a massive aura. There was no key, but it evidently could not be opened. "Husband. This door can only be opened by people with our imperial bloodline. Otherwise, ordinary higher beings won't be able to break it," Ming Linshuan explained shyly in Xiao Fu's embrace. Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face. Since it was so difficult to open, it meant that the things inside were extremely precious. Carrying Ming Linshuan to the door, Ming Linshuan placed a hand on the silver door and poured energy into it. Rumble, the huge silver door gave off a faint silver light and moved by itself. With a muffled sound, it automatically opened. As soon as the door opened, a large amount of treasure light shot out, and Xiao Fu hugged Ming Linshuan as he walked in. Looking at the treasures inside, he felt quite shocked. As expected from an empire's treasury. Even though it was only a small portion, it was still quite shocking. First of all, there were mountains of coins. Moreover, there were mountains of coins. At the very least, there were trillions of gold coins. There were also hundreds of thousands of legendary equipment, tens of thousands of epic equipment, thousands of saint weapons, and countless jewels and tools. Moreover, these were just the ordinary items. Within the treasury, there was a stone table with 5 boxes on it. The boxes were made of gold and embedded with all sorts of gems, and they looked quite valuable. Xiao Fu put down Ming Linshuan, and by now, Ming Linshuan had recovered some strength and leaned against Xiao Fu's body. Xiao Fu stretched out his hand and opened one of the boxes, and a grey jade appeared before Xiao Fu. The grey jade was 15 centimeters long and had a rectangular shape. There was a lifelike ghost dragon carved on it, and it gave off a faint light. The material it was made of was abnormally cold. Xiao Fu looked at it and found that it was the Nether Empire's legacy stone. The Nether Empire's legacy stone had reached Saint grade, and it was a rare top-tier cultivation technique. However, it required a vessel to cultivate it. Anyone who held this stone would be able to learn a Saint grade cultivation technique. However, the prerequisite was that one had to be a member of the Nether Empire's imperial family, and their bloodline had to be pure. This was incredibly important to the Nether Empire, but it was not very attractive to Xiao Fu because Xiao Fu did not have the Nether Empire's bloodline. Moreover, only Ming Linshuan had the Nether Empire's bloodline, no one else did. After putting away the legacy stone, Xiao Fu opened the second item. It was a silver hexagonal metal stone that gave off a faint silver light and gave off a powerful Yin energy. After looking at it, Xiao Fu felt incredibly delighted because this metal stone was a Yin soul beast's heart, and it was a top-grade Yin soul beast's heart. It was something necessary for nurturing Yin soul beasts, and with it, Xiao Fu would be able to nurture even more Yin soul beasts, allowing Qin to have more stage 2 soldiers. After opening the third treasure box, a command medallion appeared before Xiao Fu. This command medallion was as big as a palm and was black. It seemed to be made of wood, and there was a moon carved on it, and it gave off dense demonic qi. After looking at it, Xiao Fu found that this was a historical remnant command medallion, and it could open a historical remnant. Xiao Fu could not help but think of what the elder had said to him before, saying that there was a historical remnant in the demon domain. Because Xiao Fu had not obtained any memories of it, he had thought that it was fake. He had never thought that it was true, and this command medallion could open the historical remnant. Zhao opened the fourth treasure box and found that it was a small porcelain bottle that was only as big as a thumb. He was not sure what was inside. After looking at it, Zhao found that it was a type of 10,000 urine liquid that could be used to nurture flowers. It could speed up the growth of flowers by 3,000 years, and it could be used to nurture the dark night flower. Zhao felt that these things were quite useful, and they corresponded to the rewards from before. Could it be that the elder had not wanted to give these things to others from the start? After opening the final treasure box, Zhao found a circular jade disc that was covered with runes. It looked quite profound, and it was most likely a treasure. However, after looking at it, Zhao looked quite shocked because this was a magic formation that could rival the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations. If it wasn't for the fact that it was incredibly difficult to set up and required extraordinary materials, it would definitely be ranked as the 7 great heaven-defying magic formations. This magic formation was called the Sealing Heaven-Suppressing Earth Formation, and it was used to seal fate, lock down heaven's secrets, and sever the heavens and earth. It required thousands or even tens of thousands of nation armaments that had already been refined. After setting up this formation, one's world would become independent from the Heaven-Awakened world and would no longer be controlled by the Heaven-Awakened world. Moreover, it would not lose any fate, and it could also lock down heaven's secrets, making it impossible for anyone to divine its location. This allowed one's world to not be controlled by the Heaven-Awakened world. Just thinking about how even celestials could not escape from the Heaven-Awakened world's control, one could imagine how terrifying this formation was. As expected from something that could rival the 6 great heaven-defying magic formations. Boom! Zhao did not hesitate and put away everything in the treasury. He called over the others and planned to leave this place. Based on how much the space was shaking, the historical remnant would be destroyed soon. Someone with such power was not someone Zhao could defend against. Zhao eyes lit up. However, Zhao felt quite troubled because there was a large group of people guarding the entrance of the historical remnant. How were they going to escape? Husband. There are 2 secret passageways in the historical remnant to prevent such a situation from happening, Ming Lingshuan said as she lay within Zhao embrace. Zhao felt quite delighted and looked at everyone gathered here as he said, "Let's quickly leave then. Remember, your safety is the most important." Everyone nodded. Following this, Zhao and the others followed Ming Lingshuan to a secret passageway and stepped onto a teleportation channel to leave this place. Not too long after Zhao and the others left, a massive explosion sounded out within the historical remnant. A few massive cracks appeared, and the aura from outside flowed in. The historical remnant was forcefully blasted open, and 10 or so people appeared in the sky above the historical remnant. These 10 or so people gave off terrifying auras, and they were undoubtedly higher beings. When the elder released his source energy, many higher beings sensed that some of them had enmity with the Nether Spirit Empire. However, even more people were attracted over by the 4 Emperor Stars. Personally seeing the 4 Emperor Stars, they were incredibly shocked, especially since the Nether Emperor Star had a great connection to the Underworld's 6 Paths demon images. They understood how important this person was, so they forcefully broke open the historical remnant, wanting to find that person and see just what kind of terrifying person he was. After blasting open the historical remnant, everyone searched through it but did not find anything, so they could only leave in disappointment. News quickly spread throughout the underworld, and everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that a person could have 4 Emperor Stars, and they were the human race's Emperor Star, the death race's Emperor Star, and the devil race's Emperor Star. Was this really possible? After hearing about this, the underworld's large factions gathered together to discuss this. The Yama family's people were all dressed in dragon robes and had crowns on their heads, and they looked incredibly ferocious. The Yama family was a top-tier faction in the underworld, and they were even a bit stronger than the Black and White Impermanence family. A cold-faced Yama said to the others, "Who is this person? Since he had the sovereign Emperor Stars of 3 races, didn't that mean he had the sovereign bloodline of 3 races? Furthermore, his Nether Emperor Star has already appeared twice, and it carries an aura that suppresses the underworld. He is probably the Yen family's greatest enemy." A chubby Yama king frowned and said, "The underworld has a total of 9 Nether Emperor Stars, and they are scattered among the various large factions. This Nether Emperor star is not from the underworld and is related to the Six Paths demon images. Every time it appears, it will cause the Six Paths demon images to become furious. I'm afraid that this person will cause a catastrophe in the underworld. The other Yang Wang said seriously, I agree, no one in history has been able to make the Six Paths demon images so furious. If the Six Paths demon images really go out of control, the underworld will be plunged into chaos. A skinny Yama King said seriously, let's find this kid and find out who he is. If he's useful to us, let's keep him. If he's useless, we have to kill him. We can't let him live. The main family of the black and white impermanences were all dressed in black and white, giving off powerful auras. They sat at the front of the hall while a group of people knelt below. A white impermanence sitting at the front said coldly, is there still no sign of that person? It's useless. I ordered you to search for him last time, and now that we know where he is, you still can't find him in the underworld. A black impermanence laughed as he said, that person isn't an ordinary person, how could he be caught so easily? With his 4 emperor stars and the mysteriousness he gives off, no higher being would dare to not be interested. I heard that 10 or so higher beings nearby went to look for him, but they were unable to find him. A black impermanence frowned and said, I don't know why, but I feel quite uneasy. I feel that that person has some sort of connection with our black impermanence family. I don't know if this feeling is correct or if it's a blessing or a curse. A handsome-looking white impermanence lightly laughed and said, you don't have to worry so much. That person only has great potential, but he's still quite weak and can't affect us at all. I feel that if he's capable, he can be the husband of our clan's child. The Meng family was a top-tier family in the underworld, and it was passed down from Granny Meng. It had extremely strange abilities, and the Meng family was led by women. They were mostly women, and their bloodlines were the purest and most powerful. Under the influence of that bloodline, it was almost impossible for them to give birth to male children. Within the hall, many women sat around, and one of them with an alluring figure laughed as she said, Heavens! If the sovereign bloodline of the 3 races marries into the Meng family, just how powerful will the female child's bloodline be? It's simply unimaginable. Another flirtatious woman replied, that's right. The sovereign bloodline of the 3 races seems almost impossible, I wonder how that person did it. I'm guessing that person's bloodline is at least divine bloodline. A mature woman said, I think so too. His bloodline should be saint tier. If we can get him to marry into our Meng family and give birth to a baby girl, with our Meng family's full support, that baby girl will definitely become an immortal. A beautiful woman said, we're already searching everywhere for that person, but we don't know where he escaped to. It'll be quite difficult to find him. In front of the hall, there were people wearing monk robes but with long hair sitting cross-legged on cattails. Their auras were incredibly powerful, and all of them were experts. This was another large faction in the underworld, and it was even more terrifying than the Yen family. After all, this was the Xidagarba family. A benevolent-looking elder said worriedly, this person is the Bane Star, and he has the support of the 3 races' Emperor Stars. In the future, this person will most likely cause a massive disaster, which will be a disaster for the entire world. A cold-looking young man said, right now, the people of the world are all focused on the 3 races' Emperor Stars and have forgotten about that Bane Star. They don't know that this Bane Star is the most dangerous thing, and we definitely can't let this person live. For the sake of the world, we should kill him at all costs. A bearded middle-aged man agreed, I think so too. Everyone, don't forget about the 6 paths demon images. Before this person's power has fully matured, he already has the ability to cause a disaster. When he fully matures, he'll be even more terrifying. As the various factions discussed Zhao Fu's matter, more news reached their ears. After all, the matter of someone having 4 Emperor Stars was unprecedented and shook the world. Soon, they found out that the 4 Emperor Stars had first descended in the Heaven Awaken world. Moreover, they had descended one by one, causing a massive commotion in the Heaven Awaken world. Many factions paid attention to him, and many people started to search for him. After hearing about this, the underworld factions realized that this person was not a nameless person. So he had already caused such a huge commotion in the Heaven Awaken world. No wonder he could cause such a commotion in the underworld. Now, the underworld factions were even more curious about that person's identity. Even an idiot would understand how terrifying that person would be in the future. He would definitely be a terrifying figure whose name would shake the heavens and earth. In fact, some people wanted to keep that person in the underworld. After all, that person had the death race's supreme bloodline and supreme emperor star, so he could be considered a part of the underworld. They wanted him to serve the underworld and not return to the Heaven Awakened world. After hearing about the commotion that person had caused in the Heaven Awakened world, the underworld faction started to ferociously search for that person. The Xitigarbha family had already agreed to kill that person, but they did not stupidly leak this information. That person had already become a massive threat, and if they foolishly leaked this information, not only would they not gain anything, but they might also receive hostility from him. In fact, their families might even suffer heavy losses at his hands. As such, they did not dare to leak this information, and everything became secret. If they were not confident, they would not act at all. Jiaofu did not know about any of this. The teleportation channels in the secret passageway could teleport people extremely far away, as they had been built to hide from higher beings. Everyone's bodies blurred, and the scene quickly changed. Soon, they appeared somewhere else. Because they had been teleported quite far away, everyone felt quite dizzy and nauseous. Jiaofu was the least affected, and he looked at everyone around him as he asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Everyone stayed where they were and quickly recovered, and they shook their heads to indicate that they were fine. Following this, Jiaofu planned to continue onwards because he felt that this place was not safe. It was possible that people would chase them here, so they could not stay here for long and had to leave as soon as possible. "Husband. There's someone there," Yu Qinglan, who was hugging Jiaofu, said as she pointed to the right. Jiaofu looked in the direction that Yu Qinglan was pointing. Under an elegant pavilion on a hillside, 7 people with extraordinary bearings were sitting and talking cheerfully and wittily. Sensing their auras, Jiaofu's expression became somewhat serious. These people's cultivations were incredibly powerful, and Jiaofu did not know where they had been teleported to. Jiaofu did not want to cause trouble, so he said, "Don't worry about them. Let's hurry up and leave this place." Everyone quickly responded and planned to leave this place as soon as possible. However, the people in the pavilion had already noticed Jiaofu's group. A rough-looking young man with a muscular figure smiled as he said, "That boy is quite lucky to have so many beautiful women with him. 2 of them are as beautiful as celestial fairies. How enviable." A handsome-looking young man lightly laughed as he said, "Brother Yin. You must be joking. With your status, you only need to say the word and countless women will willingly offer themselves to you. Why do you need to be envious of him? Xianxia. There are also 3 women from your clan among them." A mature and extremely beautiful woman said in a flirtatious manner. The woman called Xianxia wore white clothes and looked as beautiful as a celestial maiden. Her hair was half white and half black, and she calmly looked over them as she said softly, I wonder which branch family he is. I don't have any impression of him." A fair-looking young man wearing monk robes said somewhat seriously, "I feel that that person is quite extraordinary. The aura he gives off is quite dangerous and contains an ominous aura of disaster. Why don't we call him over and ask him about his identity? I'm quite interested in him. There doesn't seem to be anyone like him in the underworld," a young man wearing green robes with dragon inscriptions and giving off a noble aura said as he smiled. "Haha, what's wrong with that? With our statuses, it's his honor to meet us. I, on the other hand, am interested in his woman." A purple-robed young man with an evil aura said with a smile. Following this, he arrogantly said to Jiaofu and the others, "Do you people know who we are? Since you've seen us, why don't you kneel and greet us?" Hearing this, Jiaofu slightly frowned and did not feel too interested. Just as everyone prepared to fly into the sky, the evil-looking young man felt quite angry. Seeing that his words had been ignored, the others felt quite surprised as well. There was no one in the underworld who did not know the 7 of them, and yet that person had dared to ignore them. Perhaps it was because the people in the underworld did not know them. The evil-looking young man said coldly, "I'm the Xia family's son, Xiaoyu. Come over and kneel and apologize to me and have your women serve me for a night, and I'll spare your life." Now that Xiaoyu had announced his name, almost everyone in the Xia family knew about him. Ordinary people would have been scared witless and kneeled in front of him upon hearing his name. Everyone else calmly smiled, no matter how powerful that person's family was, facing a top-tier family in the underworld, he had to submit. They were waiting to see how that person would respond, and without even thinking, they knew that everyone would lower their heads and flatter him. Scram. That person's reply was only a single word, and it was filled with power. This caused everyone else to look quite confused, while Xiaoyu looked quite furious. Swish, Xiaoyu stretched out a finger and a wave of violet evil chi flowed out, turning into a violet tentacle that ferociously shot towards Zhao Fu. It was incredibly fast and arrived before Zhao Fu in an instant. Bang, Zhao Fu took out the sadistic killing sword and slashed out a sharp sword light, destroying the incoming tentacle and causing it to turn into countless traces of yin chi and dissipate. Everyone felt quite surprised, they were all divine realm experts, and their attacks were not something that an Earthworld cultivator could easily block. They became even more interested in Zhao Fu. Xiaoyu looked quite furious as he took out a sword and gave off a massive aura as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards Zhao Fu. Seeing Xiaoyu rush over, Zhao Fu turned and said to the others, "Hurry up and leave this place. Head to the previous location." The women wanted to say something, but Zhao Fu had already started to face Xiaoyu. In order to not make trouble for Zhao Fu, they could only quickly leave. Boom. Shameless. You're only a match for me after using your nation armament, Xiaoyu said mockingly as he looked at Zhao Fu disdainfully. Zhao Fu did not have time to pay attention to him. After reaching stage 2, the difference in power between stages was too great. Earthrealm experts could only use heaven and earth power, while divine realm experts could control 3 worlds' power. If he did not use his nation armament, Zhao Fu naturally would not be a match for him. However, his main goal was to escape, so Zhao Fu did not have time to pay attention to him. Boom, the 6 gray dots in Zhao Fu's right eye quickly spun, and his cross-shaped pupil also spun. A massive amount of yin chi flowed out of his eye, seeming to cover the sky and the sun. The aura in the surroundings became cold and chaotic. Roar. Roar, roar. Countless people's yin chi condensed into countless ghosts that gave off terrifying cries. They savagely looked at Xiaoyu and flooded towards him, wanting to devour him. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, everyone else's bodies froze and they looked shocked as they looked at each other. Facing such a large number of ghosts, Xiaoyu also looked quite shocked. A violet snake stretched out from his arm, and Xiaoyu swung his sword. The massive snake stretched out its massive body and opened its foul-smelling mouth, exploding out with a massive suction force as it devoured the incoming ghosts. The massive snake was abnormally ferocious and was incredibly fast. It agilely devoured everything in its surroundings, making it so that not a single ghost could get close. However, there were simply too many ghosts that Zhao Fu had summoned, and Xiaoyu was unable to quickly deal with them. As such, Zhao Fu could take this opportunity to leave. However, just as Zhao Fu was about to leave, the other people in the pavilion stopped Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu frowned and asked coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Why are you stopping me? Or do you want to help him?" The coarse-looking young man who had spoken first smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand, this is a matter between the two of you. We won't interfere. However, we are surprised that you have the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Please explain the reason. Also, I am Yen 3 from the Yen family." The second person to speak was a handsome-looking young man. He smiled as he said, "I am Tai Luwen from the Tai clan, and I am also very interested in your 6 paths of reincarnation power. Would you be able to tell me the reason? I will definitely reward you greatly." The mature and extremely beautiful woman said in a flirtatious voice, "Sir, you don't know the status of the 6 paths reincarnation in the Yin realm, do you? That is the power of a supreme being in the Yin realm. If young master can give this power to my daughter, then my daughter will guarantee you a lifetime of freedom. Also, my daughter's name is Meng Yao." "Humph. With your status, you don't deserve this kind of power. Hand it over or tell me how to obtain it, and I can spare your life." The noble young man threatened coldly. He was the Netherworld King Empire's Ming Di. The person dressed in monk robes was called Di Ming, and he was from the Xidagarba family. He did not say anything and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. The last person was a peerlessly beautiful woman with half white and half black hair. She was from the impermanence family and was called by Xianxia. She smiled as she said, I feel that it would be better for everyone if you stayed, so I'd advise you to stay. Zhao Fu coldly looked at everyone and felt a trace of anger. He put the sadistic killing sword away and took out the emperor killing sword. The instant that Zhao Fu took out the emperor killing sword, Di Ming's expression fell and he said, that sword is the chaos and disaster sword, you all need to be careful. Xing, just as he spoke, Zhao Fu sent his divine bloodline power into it, and a massive sword hum exploded out, tearing through the sky. A sharp and terrifying sword intent madly flowed out, creating a storm of sword chi. The heavens and earth dimmed as a sharp and dangerous aura appeared. Under this aura, Yen 3 and the others felt a chill in their hearts and their hair stood on end. Boom, at that moment, Zhao Fu also slashed out, and an enormous black blood crescent containing destructive power slashed out, seeming to be able to split the heavens and earth. Yen 3 and the others were greatly startled and exploded out with their full power. Waves of aura swept out like wild gales as they hurriedly released defensive barriers. Bang, bang. Bang, an enormous black crescent instantly slashed out, sending Yen 3 and the others flying 1,000 meters back, leaving behind a faint black sword gash and causing the surroundings to fall deathly silent. 1,000 meters away, Yen 3 and the others looked terrified. Their defensive barriers were already covered with cracks, and if they had not reacted in time or been careless, it was possible that they would have died under that sword strike. Zhao Fu did not continue to waste time with them and turned into a ray of light as he shot over the horizon. Seal the land. Di Ming looked at Zhao Fu flying away and put his palms together as he spoke like a Buddha. Xing, 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 pitch-black chains shot out from the ground, giving off terrifying power as they flew towards Zhao Fu. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Facing the countless chains, Zhao Fu swung the sword in his hand, and a sharp sword light flashed out, causing the heavens and earth to freeze. Clang, a clear sword hum sounded out as the chains shooting towards Zhao Fu were all cut apart. The broken pieces fell to the ground like raindrops. However, someone blocked in front of him, it was Xiamo. He raised a sword and slashed towards Zhao Fu. SSSS, the enormous violet python gave an ear-piercing hiss as it opened its terrifying mouth and bit towards Zhao Fu like a bolt of lightning, wanting to eat Zhao Fu in one bite. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and the emperor killing sword in his hand gave off an intense sword light. Just as the massive python was about to bite Zhao Fu slashed out. Boom, the air seemed to explode as countless traces of black sword light covered the surroundings. The violet python was destroyed by Zhao Fu's attack, turning into countless traces of violet aura that spread out and creating a violet gale. Impermanences. Bai Qingyao looked at Zhao Fu and lightly cried out as her hands quickly formed hand seals. A strange aura flowed out. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a chill on his back as two 10-meter-tall figures giving off eerie auras appeared behind Zhao Fu. It was a black impermanence and a white impermanence, and they coldly stared at Zhao Fu. They raised their morning staffs and swung them down with immense power, causing the air to be torn apart and seeming to be able to shatter boulders. Clang, 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 in that moment, the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun and golden chains shot out from the air, binding up the black and white impermanences behind him and dragging them into the sealed space, not giving them any chance to resist. 10,000 ghosts. Ming Di waved the large black flag in his hand and a massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out, turning into countless ghosts that ferociously leapt at Zhao Fu. There were over 1 million of them, giving off shocking sounds. In the end, Zhao Fu and his group returned to the Nether Ghost City and did not encounter any danger. Zhao Fu used many methods to hide his aura and changed his route a few times, which was why he was not caught by higher beings. Of course, the biggest reason was that Zhao Fu had powerful heaven's secrets protecting him. Otherwise, no matter where Zhao Fu was, higher beings would be able to divine where he was. Yu Qin, Lu Ye, and the other beautiful women saw that Zhao Fu had returned and smiled, feeling much more at ease. The Nether Ghost City had been conquered by Zhao Fu, and even though some people were loyal to Yu Qin and the other beautiful women, without Zhao Fu present for a long time, others would have other thoughts. They would not be able to suppress these people for now, and they would be under a lot of pressure. However, seeing that Zhao Fu had brought back so many people, they felt quite shocked because these people gave off powerful auras and did not normally appear in the outside world. Moreover, there were 600 or so Saint Realm soldiers, which was not something that could be found in the outer domains. With just 600 or so people, they could easily destroy 1 million soldiers, and they had a powerful intimidation effect. What they cared about the most was that Zhao Fu had brought back so many women, and most of them were more beautiful than them, making them feel quite discouraged. However, they could not hold back their longing for Zhao Fu, so they took the initiative to go to Zhao Fu's room. After going at it intensely, they were able to relax. Zhao Fu was still very interested in them, and he did not ignore them just because there were so many women. Yu Qin's face was quite red, and she told Zhao Fu about what had happened in the Nether Ghost City. Zhao Fu understood and nodded. He planned to leave 100 Saint Realm soldiers here for Yu Qin and the others to develop. Zhao Fu did not plan to send a large number of soldiers over, as he was still in the limelight. He had to be careful and wait for the limelight to pass before considering developing in the underworld. It was about time for this trip to the underworld to conclude here. However, they had made massive gains this time, especially since Great Qin now had an Emperor Heaven Realm expert as well as the gains from the final stage in the historical remnant. Thinking of this, Zhao Fu smiled. When he returned, these things would be of great use. After hearing that Zhao Fu was going to leave, Yu Qin and the other beautiful women said reluctantly, "Husband, you must come back to see us more often." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Then, he began to have sex with them again. The next day, Zhao Fu returned to Qin and made the women he had brought concubines. These women all had massive amounts of fate, especially Guiji and the women from the Nether Spirit Empire. They had more phoenix chi than hundreds of thousands of people. Then, the most important thing for Qin State was the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation. This matter was very important, so Zhao Fu summoned the important ministers of Qin State for a discussion. The sealing heaven suppressing earth formation was incredibly powerful, and ordinary people would not be able to unleash it. This was because it required one to refine nation armaments, which were the most important things to a kingdom. They were the most condensed items of a kingdom's fate. Not only did they have the ability to suppress a kingdom's fate, but they also had world-destroying power. Ordinary kingdoms could only have one. Countless people wanted to obtain them, but stealing them was useless. Without an imperial bloodline, one could not use them, and ordinary people did not have the ability to refine nation armaments. Because Qin State had the heaven and earth refining formation and Zhao Fu had refined countless nation armaments, they fulfilled the requirements for the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation. In actuality, Zhao Fu was quite worried. After setting down this formation, he would be independent from the Heaven Awakened world, and his fate would not be controlled by the Heaven Awakened world. He was worried that there would be severe consequences, so Zhao Fu did not dare to be careless and gathered his ministers to discuss this. The ministers were split into two factions. One faction supported this as it was a massive advantage, and it was an ability that no one apart from Qin State had. The other faction was opposed as they did not know the consequences of setting down the formation, and it could cause great harm to Qin State. Hearing the two factions discuss the pros and cons, Zhao Fu hesitated because this decision could change Qin State's fate. Boom! Suddenly, another shocking explosion sounded out as the heavens and earth dimmed. Clouds swirled as the aura became chaotic, and countless creatures felt a trace of fear. System announcement. City stats have been weakened. System announcement. Region power has been weakened. System announcement. Nation fate has been slightly affected. System announcement. The Heaven Awakened world spirit chi has slightly decreased. System announcement. The outer world battlefield's rewards have been increased. Looking at the system announcements in his mind, Zhao Fu's heart sank, and the ministers felt the same. The Heaven Awakened world situation was quite bad. The city's stats and region's power were once again weakened, and even though nation fate was not affected, it was slightly affected. Now, the Heaven Awakened world spirit chi had slightly decreased, and spirit chi was the foundation of cultivation. Without it, no one could cultivate. Finally, there was the outer world battlefield. Even though Qin State had opened up an outer world battlefield and killed many outer world creatures, he could clearly see how terrifying the outer world creatures were. Ordinary people were not a match for them at all. Zhao Fu was in a remote corner of the outer world battlefield and was not familiar with the outer world battlefield. However, from how the Heaven Awakened world had increased the rewards, it was likely that the outer world battlefield would be disadvantageous to the Heaven Awakened world. Qin State naturally could not change this, as Qin State was like a grain of sand in a vast ocean and could not make a difference. However, because of this system announcement, Zhao decided to use the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation. Some of the other ministers had some objections, but Zhao stood his ground and insisted on his decision. Qin State had conquered 5 worlds and destroyed countless kingdoms, and he now had 280 or so nation armaments. Normally, Zhao only used Qin State's nation armament because it was Qin State's nation armament. It was quite comfortable to use, and it was the most powerful. Zhao left Qin State's nation armament and China's clan armament. The other nation armaments and clan armaments could all be used in the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation. Following this, Zhao started to order people to prepare according to the instructions given by the Jade Disc. This sealing heaven suppressing earth formation was very different from other formations. First, it required a 99-meter tall tower. Furthermore, it had to be divided into 24 levels. Each level had to be covered in runes and protected by a grand formation. The large formations were at the bottom of the tower with the tower as the center. Apart from ordinary spirit-gathering formations and defensive formations, the most important ones were the small formations for the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation. The sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation was not a single formation, it was a massive formation made up of countless smaller formations. Moreover, it had to cover the entire territory of a kingdom, and the nation armament would be placed at the top of the tower. Thinking about what had just happened, Zhao decided to expand the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formations area. With 280 or so nation armaments, he could at most cover 3 worlds, and because they were spread out, they were quite weak. If he used all of the nation armaments in the human world, the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation would be quite powerful. However, Qin's population was close to 400 billion, and a single world could not hold so many people. As such, Zhao wanted to expand the formation. Building towers was not a problem, and Zhao mobilized some manpower and resources. In just a day, they had completed 280 towers. Moreover, within the royal city of Qin, there was a 1,000-meter tall tower. This was the core of the sealing heaven-suppressing earth formation, and it was used to connect to and control the other towers. What was placed here was definitely not an ordinary nation armament. Zhao planned to place the human world's clan armament, the Book of God, here. This was the human world, and no matter if it was in terms of stats or fate, the Book of God was quite suitable. In actuality, the best item was China's clan armament, the imperial ruler's seal. However, the imperial ruler's seal was extremely closely connected to Qin's bloodline, and if it was used as a clan armament, Qin's bloodline would fall. Moreover, it was possible that Zhao would have to use the imperial ruler's seal at some point, so he could not use it. The Book of God was not only a clan armament but also a faith item, and it was much better than India's clan armament. After everything was prepared, Zhao went to the core tower of the royal city of Qin and placed the Book of God at the top of the tower. There was a magic formation at the top of the tower, but it had not been activated yet. The Book of God was placed within the magic formation, and Zhao deeply breathed in and calmed himself down before squatting down and pressing his hand against the magic formation. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao sent his power into it, activating the magic formation. The magic formation gave off boundless light and a terrifying aura, and the Book of God, which had been on the ground, floated in the air and gave off a faint light. Immediately, the 1,000-meter tall tower flickered with countless runes, and the magic formations at the bottom were activated, giving off light. The surrounding heaven and earth energy and fate quickly gathered towards the tower. The tower absorbed large amounts of heaven and earth power and fate and gave off intense light, giving off a shocking aura. This aura and light became stronger and stronger, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded out as the tower gave off a massive pillar of light that rushed into the sky with unstoppable force. It ferociously slammed into the sky, causing ripples of light to spread out. It carried an astonishing aura. The 3 worlds' towers all flickered with runes, and the magic formations were automatically activated. Massive amounts of heaven and earth power flowed into them, and different colored pillars of light containing terrifying power shot into the sky. the sky became chaotic, and there were all sorts of colors. Clouds quickly gathered, and large gales started to blow. Countless people felt a terrifying might descend from the sky, and they could not help but feel nervous. At the top of the pillar of light from the Qin royal city's tower, the image of a massive book gradually appeared. Images of nation armaments also appeared in other places. There were massive dragon boats, pearls giving off black light, exquisite mirrors. After these images appeared, a massive magic formation appeared. With the images of the nation armaments as the center, it formed a massive magic formation that covered the three worlds. Everyone looked at the massive magic formation in the sky in shock, feeling as if they were facing an ocean. The other worlds also sensed the ripples from Qin Royal City and looked at Qin Royal City in shock. After the massive magic formation appeared, a boundless formless energy spread out, reaching into the sky and the ground. Everything in the world seemed to go through mysterious changes. The three worlds slightly trembled, and the flowers, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers all gave off a soft light. Boundless heaven and earth power madly gathered at the center of the three worlds, and three terrifying waves of power spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and all creatures to tremble. The formless energy continuously gathered, and the terrifying might became stronger and stronger. Even space seemed to be unable to withstand it, and in the end, the formless energy formed three items. The human world formed a blue crystal orb that was as big as an egg, the fish scale world formed a golden fish, and the dark demon world formed a black humanoid statue. The power that the three items gave off was incredibly terrifying, and their auras seemed to suppress the heavens and earth. Countless creatures looked at the sky in terror, and the three items gave off three source auras. These three source auras all came from their respective worlds. The massive magic formation slightly spun in the sky, and the three items disappeared and appeared in front of Zhao Fu. Looking at the three items in front of him, Zhao Fu looked quite shocked because these three items were condensed from the three worlds' consciousnesses. It was said in the past that every world had its own consciousness, but after the heaven domain boundary weakened, the world's consciousness would fuse into the heaven awakened world and become a part of it. Now, the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation had extracted the three worlds' consciousnesses from the heaven awakened world and formed these three items. With these three items, one would be able to truly control the world without any restrictions. These three items were condensed from the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation, and they could only be placed within the tower. Moreover, the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation had to be maintained at all times, or else the three items would disappear. Now that the sealing heaven suppressing earth formation had been activated, Zhao Fu did not plan to use it for now, nor did he plan to break off from the heaven awakened world. After all, Zhao Fu knew how severe the consequences would be. If Zhao Fu chose to become independent, the heaven awakened world's various stats would disappear, and the three worlds might even split from the heaven awakened world and enter the boundless void. When that time came, Qin would have to face countless unknown dangers. As such, Zhao Fu would not choose to become independent for now, as that would be equivalent to seeking death. Right now, he could only hope that nothing bad would happen to the heaven awakened world. Becoming independent was just a backup plan for the future. The massive spell formation that encompassed the three worlds began to slowly fade into the sky. The strange phenomena around them also disappeared, and the world returned to normal. The surrounding worlds all sent out spies, wanting to know what had happened in Qin. Zhao Fu smiled as he returned to Qin's palace. Now that this important matter had been resolved, Zhao Fu felt much more relaxed. There were two more things to do. One was to plant the Dark Night flower. As one of the Heaven Awakened World's 7 wondrous flowers, the Dark Night flower had powerful stats and was very helpful to flower fairies. The second thing was to build a place to nurture Yin soul beasts, which required a large amount of Yin Qi. Even though the place where Qin's ghost soldiers had a large amount of Yin Qi, because he needed to nurture Yin soldiers and Yin soul beasts, he needed to find a new place. In actuality, it was best to build a place to nurture Yin soul beasts in the underworld, as there was boundless Yin Qi there. However, Qin had not developed yet, so it was not safe. Yin soul beasts were also quite important to Qin, as they could allow Qin's soldiers to quickly have stage 2 ghost soldiers. Because of the Yin soul beasts, these ghost soldiers would be stronger than ordinary stage 2 soldiers. Moreover, Zhao Fu had obtained the highest grade Yin soul beast's heart, which would allow him to nurture even higher grade Yin soul beasts and ghost soldiers of even higher grades. Zhao Fu first took care of planting the dark night flower, and he planned to plant it in the flower domain. Because there were all sorts of attributes that were beneficial to flowers, and because the flower fairy lived there, it had become a celestial region. However, the dark night flower was a yin attribute and needed yin qi to grow. This was quite easy, and Zhao Fu planned to create a yin area in the flower domain. Growing a single flower should not be a problem. After coming to the palace in the flower domain, Zhao Fu found that there were 300 or so flower spirits here. All of them were slim and flirtatious, and they normally stayed within the flower domain. They would receive orders to cast life magic and speed up the growth of the plants, and they were all managed by the flower fairy. "We greet your majesty." Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, the flower spirits gave flirtatious and happy smiles and called out in anticipation. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded in response before finding the flower fairy, who was maintaining the magic formation. "Husband, why have you come?" The flower fairy looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and gave a sweet smile as she spoke. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and told her about the dark night flower. After hearing that Zhao Fu had obtained another wondrous flower, a happy smile appeared on the flower fairy's face, as these wondrous flowers were incredibly important to her. "Husband, I have a special method for growing yin flowers. It should be very helpful to the dark night flower," the flower fairy said with a smile as she hugged Zhao Fu. Looking at the beautiful flower fairy in his arms, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he picked her up and said, "We'll talk later." The flower fairy knew what Zhao Fu wanted to do, so she blushed and lightly nodded. The room was soon filled with the sounds of making love. A while later, the flower fairy lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and said with a reddened face, "Husband, I'm very happy. You should pamper those flower fairies instead." Zhao Fu's expression froze as he asked in confusion, "Why?" The flower fairy looked quite embarrassed as she explained, "It's because when we nurtured flower fairies, the flower fairies were contaminated with your aura. Not only would they not give birth to male flower fairies, but they would also greatly miss you and do it, and I agreed to it." Zhao Fu understood. He had thought that there were no male flower fairies, but this was the reason. As such, when he had come to the palace, the flower fairies had looked at him with anticipation. "Your Majesty, we're here to serve you." A group of flower fairies had been waiting outside the door, and hearing the flower fairy's words, they flirtatiously smiled as they lightly opened the door. Following this, indescribable sounds sounded out within the room as Zhao Fu tasted each flower fairy. All of them had different tastes and gave off faint floral fragrances. After doing it, Zhao Fu went back to business. In actuality, before coming to the palace, Zhao Fu had ordered people to dig a 10,000-meter wide and hundreds of meters deep crater in the flower domain. There were all sorts of corpses within the crater. There were soldiers, commoners, men, women, and children, and they all had pained, terrified, pleading, hateful, and furious expressions on their faces. These people were all soldiers and commoners that Qin had killed when he had started the war. Qin had collected their corpses, and he felt that any corpse would be very useful to Qin. There were hundreds of thousands of corpses within the crater, and seeing this scene was incredibly terrifying and shocking. Facing such a bloody and cruel scene, ordinary people would feel nauseous and vomit. Zhao Fu's expression was calm and did not change at all because he had seen this many times. He ordered people to bury these corpses. Zhao Fu needed these corpses to create a yin land, and the corpses could be used as nourishment for the dark night flower. After the soldiers buried the corpses, Zhao Fu landed on the ground and squatted down. He pressed a hand against the ground, and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. A massive wave of yin qi flowed out of Zhao Fu's body, forming 6 gray orbs around Zhao Fu. Swish, 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 under Zhao Fu's control, the 6 gray orbs gave off massive amounts of yin qi as they flew out. They each took a position and landed on the ground, and a magic formation appeared. Arg, as soon as the huge formation appeared, the remnant souls of the people buried underground turned into ghosts. They let out mournful howls and surged out of the ground. Malicious ghosts climbed out of the ground, and their blood-red eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Zhao Fu. Even though Zhao Fu had not killed them, Zhao Fu had given the order, so all of their resentment was focused on Zhao Fu. It seemed that creatures that had turned into ghosts all had the ability to understand karma. The more powerful the ghost, the more powerful this ability would be. Facing these malicious ghosts, Xiaofu did not care at all. Most of them did not even have stage 0 to 0 power, which meant that they did not have any power and only looked quite terrifying. If a person's aura was a bit stronger, they would not dare to come close. However, because they had the advantage in numbers, they still rushed towards Xiaofu. The ghost hordes rushed at them from all directions, looking quite terrifying. Scram! Xiaofu roared, and his divine realm aura exploded out, sweeping out like a wild gale. The incoming malicious ghosts dissipated without being able to resist at all. The ground became black, and the blackness continuously spread out, giving off an incredibly cold and eerie aura, making it so that no one dared to come close. Xiaofu's land had been successfully converted. After digging a shallow hole, Xiaofu took out the dark night flower seed and placed it within it. Then, he took out a small bottle, which contained the 10,000-year liquid. Xiaofu poured the bottle of 10,000-year liquid into it, and when the gray liquid fell onto the seed, it instantly fused into it. The seed madly started to grow, and it started to grow black roots that stabbed into the ground, followed by branches and leaves. Finally, it grew a 3,000-meter tall, black branches, leaves that looked like ghostly claws, and a flower bud that gave off a faint blue light. After dealing with these matters, Xiaofu went to the ghost soldier transformation ground. He decided to make the place to nurture soul beasts here, as it was not very safe in the underworld. It would be easy for others to discover it and destroy it, and all of his efforts would be wasted. Xiaofu planned to expand the ghost soldier transformation ground so that there would be more qi. As for the method, Xiaofu had already thought of it. In the historical remnant, Xiaofu and the others had killed a stone dragon and obtained a vein pearl. This pearl could not only obtain a large amount of qi, but it could also turn the ghost soldier transformation ground into a qi treasure ground. The vein was incredibly powerful, and the Devil Horn Empire was only so powerful because of that devil vein. Even though this vein could not compare to it, it would still be very useful. After coming to the center of the land, Xiaofu half-squatted on the ground and pressed the vein pearl into the ground. The vein pearl gave off a powerful light and a formless energy spread out. Roar! A massive dragon's roar sounded out in all directions, and a massive wave of qi rushed into the heavens and earth. Dark clouds surged over, and an eerie wind blew. An eerie and cold energy shook the surroundings, causing people's hairs to stand on end. A massive dragon's image appeared. It was covered with gray scales, gray horns, and gray eyes, and it circled around the ghost soldier transformation ground. Boom! After the dragon appeared, the ghost soldier transformation ground seemed to come to life and exploded out with a powerful energy. The ground quickly became gray and was filled with large amounts of qi, and countless traces of qi flowed over. The vein pearl continuously gave off an intense light, and the energy it gave off became stronger and stronger. The ground cracked and collapsed, and Xiaofu got up and retreated to the side. The vein pearl gave off a light and automatically floated into the air. A 10-meter wide and 5-meter deep crater appeared on the ground, and countless amounts of qi gathered there, forming drops of gray liquid. As more and more of the liquid gathered, it formed a pool of gray water. Looking at this gray pool of water, Xiaofu felt quite delighted. He had never thought that he would be able to condense a spring. This spring water was a treasure and contained large amounts of pure qi. Now that the problem of the land was solved, the next step was to build a place to cultivate the soul beasts. It was actually very simple. Xiaofu ordered people to build a large piece of flat ground that was completely paved with stone bricks. He then built a 3-meter-tall platform at the center and carved out a soul magic formation. He then placed the soul beast's heart at the center of the magic formation. When the silver hexagonal soul beast's heart was placed in the formation immediately emitted an intense silver light. Moreover, a silver color spread from the platform to the surroundings, dyeing the entire ground silver. Now that the cultivation site had been established, the next step was the cultivation method, which was a bit cruel. First, they had to burn the soil into huge pots. It was best to use soil that contained qi. Then, they had to tie people or beasts. If they weren't tied up, they wouldn't be able to do the following things because they would struggle. After tying up these people, they were placed into these large jars. Then, they were filled with soil. These people or creatures were basically buried alive, and they contained a large amount of resentment. Because these pots were placed on flat ground, they would absorb large amounts of Yin soul energy. After a certain period of time, the people or beasts that were buried alive would become Yin soul beasts. Jiaofu had already ordered people to burn the pots. Each pot was about 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, and they were black-gray in color. They were placed on the silver ground in an orderly manner. The people or beasts that were tied up struggled in terror because they knew what was about to happen. They couldn't cry out because their mouths were sealed, and if they were buried alive, their resentment would be even greater. There were naturally elderly people, children, women, and men. There were also all sorts of beasts, such as goats, tigers, monkeys, cows, snakes, and so on. After the creatures were placed inside, the soldiers quickly poured the soil inside. The creatures inside quickly suffocated to death. Now, all they had to do was wait. Jiaofu didn't know what these creatures would look like when they became Yin soul beasts. Right now, Jiaofu had only placed 10,000 pots on the ground. Right now, the Yin soul beast's heart's power was limited, and it needed time to grow. Every Yin soul beast that it transformed would be under its control, and the more it transformed, the stronger it would be, and the stronger it would be, the more it would transform. After dealing with these things, Jiaofu returned to the Qin Imperial Palace and took out a token that was emitting devil qi. It was the token of the relic of the devil area. Jiaofu found Ming Lingshuan and asked her if she knew anything about these ruins. Jiaofu was now quite interested in these ruins. Ming Lingshuan shook her head and replied, "Husband, there is no need to worry. Apart from that person, no one else knows about this relic token. I heard that it was also obtained by that person by accident." The person that Ming Lingshuan was referring to was naturally her father. She did not want to mention her father, so she used that person instead. Hearing this, Jiaofu understood and nodded. Even though Jiaofu was quite interested, he had just returned from the underworld and did not plan on going back for now. Moreover, that was the demon domain, and it would take a lot of time. He could only wait until there were more worlds in the future. Over the time that Jiaofu had left, many things had happened. The first was the Aeolian Empire. The Aeolian Empire had gathered a large number of workers to build a defensive belt around the charmed devil, elf, grassy, and half-beast worlds. There were also countless restrictions that made it impossible for anyone to silently pass through. The Aeolian Empire had been developing here for so long, but its opponent, the Demon Cloud Empire, had not reacted at all. They had allowed the Aeolian Empire to develop here. Jiaofu suspected that the two empires had reconciled and that the Demon Cloud Empire would not interfere with the Aeolian Empire's matters. Since Jiaofu did not want to rely on the Demon Cloud Empire, he did not care too much. After this trip to the historical remnant, Jiaofu had gained some confidence and was not as powerless and afraid as before. Next was the Devil Horn Empire. During this period of time, the Devil Horn Empire had developed incredibly quickly and conquered another world, which was a world below the Fishman world. That world was a devil race world called the Flying Bird race. They were a half-human, half-bird devil race. Their upper bodies were like humans and their lower bodies were like birds, and they had wings and claws. They were incredibly savage and bloodthirsty, and they were a barbaric and desolate civilization. Yao Ming had conquered this world relatively easily, and he had taken a woman from the Flying Bird race who had an extremely high status as a concubine. It was said that the woman was extremely beautiful, but her lower body was a bird's, making it hard for people to have any thoughts about her. After conquering the Sob flying race, the Devil Horn Empire's strength rose by another level. It now had 5 worlds, which was the same as Great Qin. Moreover, because they had obtained the Sob flying race, Yao Ming had established a massive air force. When he said that his strength had increased by a level, he was referring to this aspect. His aerial strength had been greatly enhanced. Moreover, the Air Force now had an advantage because only Stage 3 or Stage 4 soldiers could fly. Sometimes, they would be suppressed by formations and would not be as agile. Because the Aeolian Empire was in the middle, the Devil Horn Empire did not make trouble for Qin City and focused on developing its own faction. Now, there was a world that was surrounded on all sides and was in a difficult situation. Moreover, that world had been split in half. This world was naturally the desolate Crow world. The worlds above and to the left had been conquered by the Devil Horn Empire, the world to the right belonged to the Aeolian Empire, and the world below belonged to Qin City. If it wasn't for Qin City, the Devil Horn Empire would have destroyed the desolate Crow world long ago, and CG would not be able to stop Yao Ming. CG was quite clear about this. Without the Qin Empire, Yao Ming would not have kept him, and CG did not want to submit to anyone. Otherwise, he would not have escaped from the human world back then. As for the surrounding worlds, their opinions were quite divided. After all, both Qin City and the Devil Horn Empire had signed contracts with them, so most worlds chose to protect themselves. As such, they did not form an alliance to attack the Devil Horn Empire or the Devil Horn Empire. Otherwise, with the Devil Horn Empire's ferocious attacks, many worlds would have allied together to attack it. However, this was not possible. This place was now split into 3 worlds, the Devil Horn Empire, the Wind God Empire, and Qin City. Husband. The situation in the desolate Crow world is quite complicated and I want you to go and take a look. Schwerer, the voluptuous and alluring woman, walked in and said as she bowed. Zhao Fu had expected this, so he smiled and nodded. Seeing Zhao Fu agree, Schwerer went up and hugged Zhao Fu as she said happily, "Then can husband take me with you? I haven't been there in a long time and I miss that place. I heard that it has changed a lot." Zhao Fu thought about it and didn't refuse. Schwerer was overjoyed and revealed a charming smile, "Thank you, husband. Now I will serve you well." After saying that, Schwerer squatted down and serviced Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was unable to refuse such an alluring woman, and the two of them intensely went about it before coming to the desolate Crow world. Now, Aragawa province was under great pressure. Now that they were surrounded on all sides, they had no chance to escape. Moreover, they could not afford to offend any of the 3 forces that surrounded them, so they could only ask Qin for help. Aragawa province had also changed a lot. They had built their own cities and palaces instead of tents. They also had armor and excellent weapons, which were all provided by Qin. At the banquet, Zhao Fu and Moke, the king of Aragawa province and Schwerer's ex-husband, sat at the top. With Zhao Fu's status, it was impossible for him to sit below while Moke sat above. Sitting next to Moke was a woman who looked somewhat similar to Schwerer. However, she did not have Schwerer's flirtatious aura and instead had a pure beauty to her. Schwerer looked at Moke somewhat bitterly and explained to Zhao Fu, "Husband, that's my little sister. That's my little sister." She was already married, but Moke still brought her to the palace and made her a princess. "Originally, I wanted to serve you with my sister." Because Moke loved Schwerer too much, Schwerer was now Zhao Fu's woman and had been given to Zhao Fu, he could only bring her little sister Schweli to replace Schwerer. However, he gradually fell in love with her, and Schwerer did not have her big sister's perverted physique. He could satisfy her, and he could play with a few more women. His life now was quite comfortable, and his face was ruddy and his aura was powerful. Sitting below, Moyue looked at his mother leaning against Zhao Fu's body with a red face. He naturally thought about how Zhao Fu and Schwerer had done it before, and he could not help but feel excited. "Moyue. What are you thinking, you bastard?" A beautiful woman with a fiery figure angrily pinched Moyue as she said in a small voice. She was now Moyue's woman and was called Henny. She was the daughter of an important minister in Aragawa province, and in order to make Aragawa province more stable, Moke had Moyue marry her. Looking at Moyue, who normally did not like to touch her, seeing her mother so excited, Henny naturally felt quite angry. She had heard some rumors before, and it seemed that they were true. This matter was quite shameful, so she could only call out in a small voice. Moyue felt a pain in his body and came back to his senses. He angrily turned to look at Henny, and looking at such a beautiful wife, Moyue suddenly thought of an evil thing. "Your Majesty Qin. The situation is quite tense, so please help out." Moke raised a cup of wine and smiled as he toasted Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not reply. Right now, Zhao Fu did not care too much about Aragawa province's matters. Qin was already quite powerful, and even if he was obtained by CG or the Devil Horn Empire, it would not be much of a loss to Qin, and his threat would be limited. Now, did Qin still need to provide a large amount of manpower and resources to prepare Aragawa province? At most, this would reduce the danger Qin would face and would not bring much benefits. The situation here had become quite complicated, and Zhao Fu was worried about what the Aeolian Empire would do, so he hesitated. Seeing that Zhao Fu did not reply, Mo Yue's smile froze and he felt quite nervous. Everyone else in the hall felt the same, as they could only rely on Qin now. Following this, Mo Yue could only look at Shuer in Zhao Fu's embrace. Shuer naturally knew what he was thinking, and she looked slightly displeased as she said, "Husband, can you help Desolate Crow a bit more? Can you help Desolate Crow a bit? I'll serve you well tonight." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and raised his wine cup as he said, "That's no problem, Qin will help you tonight." Hearing this, everyone else felt relieved and smiled, and the atmosphere in the hall became lively. However, Zhao Fu decided to maintain the status quo. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not help Aragua province. After the banquet concluded, Zhao Fu obtained some general information about Aragua province and planned to return to Qin. "Your Majesty Qin, please wait, there's something I want to discuss with you." Mo Yue and Henny stopped Zhao Fu. Because Henny knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was, she did not dare to be too presumptuous and slightly bowed to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at Mo Yue in confusion and asked, "What is it?" Mo Yue looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he smiled as he pointed at Henny and said, "Qin's Majesty, this is my consort, and I'm willing to offer her to you. I've already prepared a room, and you just need to go there." Henny had never thought that Mo Yue would call her here to offer her to Zhao Fu, and she angrily cursed at him, "Mo Yue, you bastard." As she cursed, Henny raised her fist and wanted to hit Mo Yue. However, she suddenly realized that Zhao Fu was by the side, so she could only endure it and hatefully glare at Mo Yue. Shueru also looked at Mo Yue reproachfully and said, "Yue, how can you be like your father? How can you be like your father? She is your wife, but you treat her like this. I will be angry." Mo Yue pretended to look worried as he sighed and said, "In actuality, I know that your Majesty won't help Aragua province, and I'm just thinking about Aragua province. Moreover, Henny is such a beautiful woman and shouldn't stay by my side. She already has a better place to go and will have a better life. She doesn't need to worry and be afraid." Henny felt quite startled and felt quite touched as she looked at Mo Yue. So Mo Yue was thinking about her and Aragua province. He was incredibly broad-minded. Perhaps she had wronged him. Shueru looked at Mo Yue and felt quite pained. She then turned to Zhao Fu and asked, "Husband, are you really not going to help the Golden Crow Kingdom?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed. How could he say such things out loud? He said, "There's no such thing, you're all thinking too much. Also, I won't accept her." If it was his enemy's wife or daughter, Zhao Fu would not hesitate at all. However, Mo Yue was on his side, and Henny looked quite unwilling, so Zhao Fu naturally would not accept her. After all, Zhao Fu had his own principles. Mo Yue had never thought that this would happen. In actuality, he had prepared a room for himself, and he wanted to see his mother and wife do it with Zhao Fu. "Your Majesty, please accept Henny." "You'd better accept Henny. Even if you don't want her, you can still enjoy her once. She's still a virgin. I haven't touched her at all." Henny looked hesitant. She looked at the righteous Mo Yue and thought about her family. She bowed slightly towards Zhao Fu and said, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to serve you. Please help Aragua province." Shuer looked at Zhao Fu worriedly. She didn't want what had happened to her to happen to Henny. Zhao Fu laughed. Without saying anything, he turned around and left with Shuer in his arms. Mo Yue looked disappointed. His plan had failed, and Henny happily hugged Mo Yue. She felt that she somewhat liked Mo Yue and had changed her way of thinking. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu received news that the Aeolian Empire had sent a few words, asking Qin to cede the fish-scale world to the Aeolian Empire, and the Aeolian Empire would give some compensation. Before, the Aeolian Empire's attitude had been incredibly domineering and arrogant, telling people to piss off or leave. Now that they knew about Qin's strength, the Aeolian Empire's attitude became much more subdued. They did not want to suffer too great of a loss in order to obtain the fish-scale world. The fish-scale world was next to the wind spirit world, and the Aeolian Empire had to obtain it. However, the fish-scale world was protected by the heavenly domain boundary, and the Aeolian Empire could not break through it. As such, they could only ask the Qin Empire for it. Otherwise, they would have to attack Qin first before obtaining the fish scale world. They knew that Qin would not give it to them so easily. After all, the fish scale world was not like the grassy world, and it did not have any people or cities. Moreover, Qin only had a few continents, not an entire world, so they asked for some compensation. After hearing about this, Xiaofu felt quite displeased. He had already been quite annoyed when Qin had given up a few continents, and now, he wanted a world as compensation. How could Xiaofu agree? Xiaofu had long since expected this day, so he gathered Qin's ministers to discuss this. This was not a small matter, as Qin was going to face a royal kingdom, and it was a royal kingdom from the inner regions. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive might spread out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and the sun and moon to dim. Countless creatures' bodies froze as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. This was the power of an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and it was an existence that could sweep through the outer regions. The Aeolian Empire knew that Qin would not agree so easily, so it planned to put pressure on Qin to make it clear that Qin did not have the power to stop the Aeolian Empire. It was not that they could not destroy Qin, but that their losses would be too great. Now, they were giving Qin some face, which was already showing enough respect for Qin. Otherwise, they would have long since destroyed Qin so that Qin would be more tactful. At the boundary of the human world, a valiant-looking middle-aged man dressed in green stood in the sky. The terrifying aura came from his body. The middle-aged man was called Feng Wulin, and he was one of the 5 Emperor Heaven Realm experts of the Aeolian Empire. Sensing such a terrifying aura, Qin's soldiers gathered together and prepared to fight at any moment. However, their expressions were quite serious, as they understood that with their strength, they would not be able to stop an Emperor Heaven Realm expert and would most likely die here. After hearing about this, Yao Ming was incredibly delighted. The Aeolian Empire acting against the Qin Empire was the first thing he had seen, and he was the happiest. He wanted the Aeolian Empire to destroy Qin, that way, he would be able to take revenge and would have one less powerful opponent. CG was half delighted and half worried, and the reason for his delight was the same as Yao Ming's. Great Xia and Qin had irreconcilable enmity, so CG naturally hoped that Qin would be destroyed. However, with the current situation in the desolate Crow world, if Qin did not participate, Yao Ming would not hesitate to destroy him, and when that time came, he would also die. After hearing about this, some of the other factions were delighted and others were worried. They hoped that Qin would be destroyed so that they would not be threatened. However, they also hoped that Qin would not be destroyed, or else the Aeolian Empire would not have anything to fear. Sitting on the throne in Qin, Xiaofu's eyes were cold and his body gave off a chilling intent, causing the palace to feel incredibly cold. It was as if they were in an icy cavern, and the ministers all lowered their heads, not daring to make any noise. Facing the Aeolian Empire's arrogant and domineering threat, Xiaofu coldly replied, "Send our orders. Qin is to enter an all-out war and return to the Aeolian Empire. Qin definitely will not cede the fish-scale world, and if the Aeolian Empire wants it, destroy Qin first." Yes. The group of soldiers' expressions were cold as they replied in unison. They then left the palace and spread this news throughout Great Qin. All of Qin's residents and officials looked incredibly serious. Some were filled with passion and were willing to fight to the death with Qin, while others were worried and afraid. However, all of them made preparations for war. After hearing about this, the Aeolian Empire was infuriated. They had never thought that a small border kingdom would dare to treat the Aeolian Empire like this. Before, they had given Qin some face, but since Qin was seeking death, they could not be blamed. Immediately, the Wind God gathered 4 billion Stage 3 soldiers in the human world and left 1 billion soldiers to defend. They gave off a massive aura and rushed into the sky, causing clouds to swirl and causing everyone to fall into terror. After hearing about this, everyone could not help but sigh. The Qin Empire was most likely going to be destroyed. How could a border kingdom be a match for a royal kingdom in the inner regions? This battle was to be expected. Qin could only blame himself for being too stubborn and not giving in. Perhaps if the Aeolian Empire occupied the fish-scale world and conquered the charm devils surrounding worlds, they would have 10 worlds, and Qin would not have fallen to such a state. After hearing about this, Yao Ming held a large banquet to celebrate and waited for Qin to be destroyed. Thinking about how Qin occupied 5 worlds, if the wind god destroyed him, it would instantly take over 5 worlds. Adding on the worlds that the Aeolian Empire had conquered, it would have 9 worlds, and adding on the wind spirit world, which had not appeared yet, it would have 10 worlds. It could be said that if Qin was destroyed, everyone would be safe, and most people in the surrounding worlds would be happy to see this. After hearing about this, the royal kingdoms in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain felt quite surprised. Qin was so courageous. If he wanted the fish scale world, he would have to destroy it. Did Qin not know that the Aeolian Empire could destroy it? They felt quite stupid. Now, they could only sigh. They did not even need to think about what would happen to Qin. It was a pity that all the resources they had given Qin in the past had been wasted. They did not plan to get involved, as this was a royal kingdom in the inner regions. As the Aeolian Empire's army gathered, Qin's army quickly gathered as well. The auras that the two armies gave off caused the heavens and earth to freeze, and everyone's expressions became serious as they looked at each other. Feng Wulin also felt quite serious as he looked at Qin gathering 30 billion or so soldiers, of which there were 2 billion or so stage 2 soldiers. This battle would not be as easy as he had thought. As an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, even though he could kill everyone on the other side and no one would be able to stop him, if billions of soldiers gathered together, they would be able to stop or even kill him. In such a large-scale battle, a single person's power was limited, which was why he did not stupidly rush to Qin's palace to kill Qin legatee. Feng Wulin looked at the sky and saw a cloaked figure giving off a powerful and noble aura. This person was most likely the Qin Empire's emperor. Qin Ling Spirit King, Qin's legatee, said, Qin said, Qin, star, King, that said. This was the last chance he was giving Qin. If it wasn't for the fact that Qin was so powerful, he would have long since given the order to attack. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and said, I'll say it again, Qin definitely won't give up the fish scale world. Last time, Qin already took a step back and gave you 4 continents, which was already pushing Qin's bottom line. Don't think that just because you're a royal kingdom from the inner regions, Qin will fear you. Boom, Feng Wulin was infuriated. He could easily kill someone with Earth Realm cultivation like Zhao Fu. He exploded out with a powerful aura as he stretched out a hand and pointed at Zhao Fu, and a massive formless energy shot towards Zhao Fu. Bang, just as that wave of energy was about to hit Zhao Fu, a figure appeared beside Zhao Fu and slashed out with a sword, destroying the incoming wave of energy. Feng Wulin's eyes slightly widened and his expression became serious because the woman beside Zhao Fu was actually an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. However, how could a remote kingdom have an Emperor Heaven Realm expert? Who are you? Why are you helping Qin? Feng Wulin asked coldly. He suspected that there was a faction helping Qin, and he was afraid of falling into a trap, so he did not give the order to attack. Guiji looked at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu found out why Feng Wulin was worried, so he pretended to be confident and said, Who she is has nothing to do with you. I already said that Qin doesn't fear you. If you want to fight, let's fight. This made Feng Wulin feel quite angry, but he started to hesitate. He only had 4 billion soldiers here, and if there was a royal kingdom secretly helping Qin, the Aeolian Empire would suffer heavy losses. Only factions in the inner domains would have Emperor Heaven Realm experts, and the strongest in the outer domains would only be at the world realm. As such, it was impossible for an outer domain faction to help Qin. Of course, it was also possible that Qin did not know that he had invited an Emperor Heaven Realm expert to deal with him, and there was no faction helping Qin. If Qin was very weak, then it would be fine, as he could directly attack Qin. However, Qin was not weak at all and could still fight. If they fought, with the help of an inner domain faction, this side would be at a great disadvantage. Feng Wulin decided to be careful and report this matter to the Wind God Empire. They would gather more soldiers and experts here, and it would not be too late to destroy Great Qin. Feng Wulin made this decision. Humph. You'll pay for what you said today. When the time comes, I'll make Qin's corpses litter the plains and rivers of blood flow. After saying this, Feng Wulin turned and prepared to retreat. Today was a stain on his reputation. He had been forced to retreat by a small border kingdom. Hearing his threatening voice, Zhao Fu's expression became cold. He slowly raised a hand, and all of Qin's soldiers' expressions became serious as they simultaneously drew their bows and aimed at the Aeolian Empire's army. Feng Wulin looked at Zhao Fu in shock. Could it be that this person dared to take the initiative to attack him? Did he really dare to be so arrogant? Zhao Fu raised his hand and heavily slammed it down, and Zhao Fu's cold voice sounded throughout the battlefield, "Attack." Now that Zhao Fu was certain that he could not reconcile with the Aeolian Empire, rather than having him gather more soldiers to attack Qin, it was better to attack first and make the Aeolian Empire lose some of its soldiers. Guiji exploded out with a powerful aura as she held her rainbow sword and rushed at Feng Wulin. Swish, 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 arrows tore through the sky and tore through the air, and countless arrows containing immense power shot towards the Wind God Empire like a torrential rain. Feng Wulin was furious to the extreme, and he also attacked. He took out a spear and attacked towards Guiji. Kill! The Aeolian Empire's army flooded towards Qin, giving off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Facing Great Qin's countless arrows, all of Great Qin's soldiers gave off faint azure light, forming a massive azure energy barrier. The arrows descended like rain, giving off ear-piercing sounds as they scraped against each other. This blue barrier was like an impenetrable wall. The countless arrows didn't have much effect on it. The arrows were either deflected or broken and fell from the sky. The Aeolian Empire's army continued to flood forwards, and the green barrier ferociously smashed towards Qin's city walls. Under such a terrifying attack, Qin's city walls would definitely shatter. Roar, roar, roar. Countless wyverns charged out from the side, bringing with them terrifying power as they slammed into the massive azure energy barrier. Boom! Boom! Massive sounds rang out as the power of the countless beasts' attacks was incredibly terrifying. The green barrier started to tremble and countless cracks appeared on it, but it was unable to break through its powerful defenses. Swish, 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 the Aeolian Empire's army shot out arrows that contained terrifying power towards the terrifying beasts. Blood flew everywhere as wyverns and beasts fell to the ground, and beasts howled in pain. As Stage 3 soldiers, they could deal significant damage to the giant beast battlefield. They were no longer as powerless as Stage 1 soldiers, and they could now kill large amounts of beasts. However, Qin's army was not completely helpless. Dozens of 100-meter-long ultimate dragon-slaying ballistae were pushed out and arrows were shot out. There was a destruction crystal at the center of the arrowheads, and 100-meter-tall saints giving off terrifying holy light energy were summoned. Boom, boom. Boom, arrows shot out with streams of light, seeming to explode the space around them. They were extremely fast as they streaked across the sky and collided with the green barrier. At that moment, the 100-meter-tall saints raised their arms towards the green barrier, and powerful beams of light containing ferocious power shot out towards the green barrier. Bang, bang. Bang, a series of loud explosions rang out, transforming into gusts of gales that spread out. The green energy barrier that was covered in cracks finally shattered and dissipated. This was a terrifying energy barrier condensed by 4 billion Stage 3 soldiers, and it was incredibly tough and could defend against all attacks. Now, it had been destroyed by Qin's army with great difficulty. At this time, Qin's soldiers once again shot out arrows. The arrows whistled through the air like a heavy downpour. The sharpness of the arrows caused people's hearts to turn cold. The Aeolian Empire's army was also shocked. The huge green barrier had already been broken, and they could only use their own energy barriers. However, with their individual strength, how could they resist so many strong forces? Puff puff puff, the defensive barriers of the Aeolian Empire soldiers were pierced through one by one. Blood splattered everywhere, and their bodies were pierced with all kinds of arrows. They died a horrible death. However, compared to the number of the Wind God army, the number of dead Aeolian Empire soldiers was only a small portion. There were not many casualties, so the situation was not that disadvantageous for Qin. Boom, Feng Wulin held his spear and rushed towards Guiji. The spear in his hand was surrounded by a whirlwind, giving off a wild gale. It gave off an extremely sharp aura, causing the sky to turn cold. A wave of ghost god power flowed out from Guiji's body, causing the surroundings to become cold. The massive ghost god power dyed the rainbow sword in her hand black, and it gave off an immense destructive power, making it look like an evil sword. Feng Wulin stabbed towards Guiji with his spear, and the whirlwind flew out as if it wanted to tear Guiji apart. Guiji slashed out with her sword, and a massive and ugly ghost leapt out and attacked Feng Wulin. Bang! The massive whirlwind and ghost collided, resulting in a massive explosion. A grey aura and a green gale blasted out, destroying everything in their path. Guiji and Feng Wulin were forced back dozens of meters, and the instant they stopped, Guiji grabbed out with her hand. A terrifying ghost hand gave off terrifying ripples as it grabbed towards Feng Wulin. Feng Wulin coldly laughed. He found that even though Guiji was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, she did not have enough control over her own power. Wind Massacre. Feng Wulin lightly roared as he vigorously stabbed out with his spear. An azure ray of light containing incredibly sharp power tore through the air incredibly quickly, slashing apart the ghost hand in an instant and shooting towards Guiji. Guiji felt quite startled and blocked with her sword, but she was sent flying by the azure ray of light, and a trace of blood leaked out of her lips. Xing, a sword hum sounded out as Zhao Fu appeared in front of Feng Wulin and stretched out his hand, slashing towards Feng Wulin with an intense sword light. Feng Wulin could sense that Zhao Fu was still in the earth realm, and he looked quite condescending as he released an azure energy barrier, blocking Zhao Fu's sword. With Zhao Fu's earth realm cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to destroy an Emperor Heaven Realm expert's defensive barrier, as the difference in strength was simply too great. A trace of killing intent flashed in Feng Wulin's eyes. If he could kill Zhao Fu, destroying the Qin Empire would be much easier. He prepared to turn his spear and stab towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and lightly cried out, "Sword Master!" Boom! A massive sword intent burst out, causing the heavens and earth to seem to freeze. At the same time, Zhao Fu exploded out with his nation armament's power, and an azure aura flame erupted around Zhao Fu's body as an extremely terrifying power exploded out. Bang! The defensive barrier was slashed apart by Zhao Fu's sword, and Feng Wulin looked quite confused. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to break through his defense. He had the power of 10 worlds, and even if Zhao Fu released all of his nation armament's power, it would only be 5 worlds. Feng Wulin quickly reacted and dodged to the side, but a gash was still left on his arm, causing blood to flow out. Boom! Feng Wulin felt furious and exploded out with his Emperor Heaven Realm expert's power. The heavens and earth dimmed as clouds swirled and massive amounts of world energy madly flowed into Feng Wulin's body, creating a massive gale. After seeing this, Zhao Fu quickly retreated, and Guiji exploded out with all of her power to tie down Feng Wulin. On the ground, the Wind God army started to fight with the Qin Empire soldiers. Arrows easily pierced through the Qin Empire soldiers' bodies, and a few of the Qin Empire soldiers rushed up but were cut in half. Stage 3 soldiers could completely suppress Stage 1 soldiers, and if they went up one by one, they would definitely die. Only 10 or so soldiers working together could resist them. Great Qin soldiers continuously died, and so did the Wind God Empire soldiers. Blood flew everywhere as deafening sounds of fighting filled the air. The battle was incredibly intense, making people feel quite shocked. The terrifying aura that this place gave off made it so that no creature dared to come close. Facing this, Zhao Fu did not care and flew back to the Qin Empire. Zhao Fu came to an empty area, and Xianru reported, "Your Majesty, everything has been prepared, we just need that Emperor Heaven Realm expert's blood." There were many insect eggs on the ground, and there were at least 10 million of them. There was also a 9-meter-tall altar at the center of the ground. Xianru took the orb of blood from Zhao Fu's hands and came to the altar. Zhao Fu had Xianru use the 10,000-person curse, which was something that Zhao Fu had obtained from the second prince. It could be used to curse a large group of people or a single person. These insect eggs were the best materials for casting curses, and there were 10 million of them. When used together with the 10,000-person curse, the curse's effects would be incredibly shocking. On the altar, Xianru performed different hand seals, and the orb of blood floated in front of her. A magic formation was activated beneath her feet, and a formless energy spread out, covering all of the insect eggs. The countless insect eggs gave off traces of gray aura, which slowly gathered towards the altar. More and more gray aura gathered, covering the altar. The orb of blood in front of Xianru turned into a rune that looked like an insect. "Your Majesty, it's enough." "That's enough," Xianru said as she turned and looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was already standing on the altar. Curses could be dispelled with fate, but it was also possible to receive a backlash from fate. The more powerful the fate of the curse, the more dangerous it would be. Zhao Fu had 4 emperor stars, so he did not have to worry about this. However, it was fortunate that Feng Wulin was not the king of the Aeolian Empire, or else with an entire kingdom's fate on him, Zhao Fu would not dare to curse him at all. Zhao Fu walked into the magic formation and sent his power into the blood-red rune. The blood-red rune gave off a strange light, and the grey aura around it started to quickly spin. Boom! The blood-red rune flew into the sky, and countless traces of grey aura flooded into the sky, forming a massive grey pillar of aura. An eerie and strange aura spread out in the sky. Feng Wulin, who was fighting with Gui Ji, suddenly felt a chill run through his body as he felt a strange energy rush towards him. He turned and saw countless insects giving off terrifying auras as they flooded towards him. This caused his expression to change. He brandished his spear, creating a crescent moon that slashed towards the insects. However, he only managed to kill a few insects. The countless insects quickly arrived in front of Feng Wulin, causing him to panic. He unleashed all sorts of powers, but the effects on the insects were very weak. In the end, the countless insects entered Feng Wulin's body, causing him to feel immense pain. It was as if countless insects were eating at his body, causing him to howl. Lady Gui took this opportunity to knock Feng Wulin out with a punch before sealing his power. This caused all of the Wind God Army soldiers to feel quite startled. They had never thought that their commander would lose. The generals in charge of commanding the army felt quite panicked, but they quickly calmed down and continued to attack. Only then would they be able to save Feng Wulin. However, magic formations suddenly appeared on the ground, and before the soldiers on them could react, they disappeared. The Wind God Army quickly found that it was a teleportation formation, and they slashed out sword lights and saber lights to destroy it. However, because of the generals' attacks, 1.5 billion soldiers were forcibly teleported away. The Aeolian Empire's generals were incredibly shocked and hurriedly gave the order to retreat. The situation was completely disadvantageous to them. Not only had their strongest expert, Feng Wulin, been captured, but 1.5 billion soldiers had also disappeared. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose. In the end, 2.1 billion Aeolian Empire soldiers retreated, and roughly 400 million Stage 3 soldiers had died. On Qin's side, 10,000 beasts and 1 billion soldiers had died. Even though Qin's side had suffered massive losses, being able to destroy 400 million Stage 3 soldiers was still worth it and was not a complete failure. Zhao Fu did not order the army to chase after them, as there were still 1 billion Aeolian Empire soldiers guarding the 4 worlds. The Aeolian Empire had 3.1 billion soldiers in total, and if they chased after them, they would suffer even greater losses. Zhao Fu did not care about this and quickly headed to a certain place. That place was the Devil Land, and Zhao Fu had a bold idea. He wanted to turn the Aeolian Empire soldiers into devils so that they would listen to Qin's orders and not be loyal to the Aeolian Empire. However, this was destined to be quite difficult, as Stage 3 soldiers could unleash defensive barriers that could defend against the Devil Qi. Moreover, the Devil Land's barrier could be destroyed, and that was what Zhao Fu was most worried about, so he immediately headed there. Within the Devil World, none of the devils participated in the battle, and they were instead scattered around the Devil World, forming a large formation. Now, the number of monsters in the Monster World had reached a terrifying number of more than 2 billion. The Wind God soldiers who had been forcefully teleported and looked at the blood-red sky, the black ground, and the strange vegetation around them and could not understand what this place was. Mama Jiggery gave a cold smile and called out, "Send the order to activate the Devil Chi formation." The countless devils obeyed and gave off massive roars. Their bodies gave off massive waves of Devil Chi, causing the entire Devil World to become chaotic. Gusts of devil wind started to blow, and demonic thunder sounded out in the sky. Under the control of the devils, the Devil World's core formation quickly started to activate, and the spreading Devil Chi seemed to be controlled by a formless power as it flooded towards the Wind God soldiers. Even though the Wind God soldiers did not know what the Devil Chi was, they felt that it was quite dangerous and quickly released energy barriers. However, how could they defend against such ferocious Devil Chi by themselves? The barriers that they had released were shattered by the Devil Chi, and countless traces of devil chi madly flowed into their bodies. Arg, arg. The wind god soldiers howled as the madly twisting power rampaged through their bodies. Their eyes became blood red, and terrifying auras exploded out. The wind god soldiers' expressions fell, and they hurriedly teamed up to unleash massive energy barriers, finally blocking the terrifying devil chi. The boundless devil chi madly attacked the energy barriers again and again, causing cracks to appear on the energy barriers before shattering. Countless traces of devil chi flowed into the barriers and corroded their bodies. Fortunately, these soldiers were scattered in different places and not all gathered together. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to break through the energy barrier, and it definitely would not have been so easy. Zhao Fu left this place to the 100 devils, and there were all sorts of important matters for Zhao Fu to take care of. After clearing up the battlefield, Zhao Fu gathered his subordinates. Now that they could not coexist with the Aeolian Empire, Qin would receive a ferocious blow. News of the Aeolian Empire's defeat spread like wildfire, and countless people looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Qin had already defeated the unparalleled Aeolian Empire. Just how had they done this? How could an outer domain kingdom be a match for an inner domain kingdom? With its strength, even outer domain kingdoms did not dare to offend it, yet Qin had defeated the Aeolian Empire in a direct confrontation. Yao Ming also looked incredibly shocked and furious. The Aeolian Empire had actually lost. How had the Qin Empire become so much more powerful and had an Emperor Heaven Realm expert? Now, Yao Ming felt immense pressure. Before, he had been happy that he had conquered another world, which was equal to Qin's world. However, in just a short period of time, Qin's strength had become so terrifying, and it was possible that the Devil Horn Empire would not be a match for Qin. Moreover, had any royal kingdoms from the inner domain helped Qin? They had to investigate this clearly, or else Qin would definitely use this opportunity to destroy the Devil Horn Empire. Moreover, the Devil Horn Empire had to enter a state of battle and defend against Qin's attacks at any moment. They could not afford to be careless. The royal kingdoms in the inner domain all looked quite surprised. They had never thought that Qin would defeat the Aeolian Empire and lose to the Aeolian Empire. This time, they had truly underestimated Qin. At the same time, the strength that Qin had displayed made them feel a trace of pressure, as none of them had an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. Now, they started to take Qin seriously. For the first time, they did not treat him as a small kingdom that they could casually bully and instead viewed him as an opponent worthy of their attention. A new empire was rising in the boundary. However, the Aeolian Empire had been too careless this time, thinking that they could sweep through the outer regions. Now that they had encountered a tough opponent and suffered heavy losses, the Aeolian Empire would not take this lying down and would definitely gather a large army to destroy Great Qin. At that time, Qin might have to face a real kingdom, and it wouldn't be 4 billion Stage 3 soldiers, but several times that number. With such a terrifying strength, would Qin still be able to resist? The various royal kingdoms felt that it would be quite difficult because even they would have to bear immense pressure and might even be destroyed. Just as everyone expected, the Aeolian Empire was furious. They never thought that a small border country would dare to resist them and cause the loss of nearly 2 billion soldiers. This was definitely unforgivable. The Aeolian Empire immediately gathered its forces and sent out 3 other Emperor Heaven Realm experts to lead the army. They were going to slaughter that small kingdom and prove the Aeolian Empire's might. It was not an existence that a small kingdom would dare to bully. Zhao Fu made all sorts of preparations and came to a room. He looked at the unconscious Feng Wulin and said to Dishi, the Golden Dragon, now that Qin is facing such great pressure, if we can make this Emperor Heaven Realm expert work for us, he will be of great help. Do you have any ideas? Dishi shook his head. DTON experts had already grasped the power of 10 worlds, it wasn't so easy to control them. Moreover, even if they put him into the devil world, he would not be able to do so. After all, he was simply too powerful and the devil world's power was too weak, so they would not be able to turn him into a devil. Unless the devil world was as big as a world, it would be able to turn an Emperor Heaven Realm expert into a devil. Following this, Zhao Fu held on to some hope and asked Guiji and the Flower Fairy. After all, they were incredibly powerful existences in the past and perhaps they would have some ideas. However, they told him that they did not have any memories of this. This made Zhao Fu feel quite disappointed. Could it be that they would be able to easily kill an Emperor Heaven Realm expert? That would be too much of a pity, as this was an existence that could sweep through the outer domains. What Zhao Fu did not expect was that the woman from the outer world, Hong Mei, had said that she had an idea, mainly because of the insect curse that Feng Wulin had cast. Qin had used tens of millions of insect eggs to cast that insect curse, and the insect eggs were quite suitable for cursing. This made the insect curse incredibly powerful, and even Feng Wulin could not defend against it. Of course, it would be best if there were other Emperor Heaven Realm experts present, as only then would they be able to suppress him. Otherwise, if Feng Wulin went berserk, no one would be able to stop him. The method that Hong Mei suggested was to continue to collect insect eggs and curse Feng Wulin, fusing countless insect souls into Feng Wulin's body, causing Feng Wulin's body to become an insect curse body. After fusing it into the den, perhaps they would be able to control him. It would be best if the person controlling him was someone from the outer world, as they were naturally close to insect beasts and could even control insect beasts. Zhao Fu immediately ordered the outer world Qin territory's army to destroy the den and collect insect eggs and den stones to quickly control Feng Wulin. When that time came, Qin City would have another Emperor Heaven Realm expert. As for the person controlling Feng Wulin, it was naturally Hong Mei, as she was the only outer world person who had submitted to Qin City. Of course, controlling an Emperor Heaven Realm expert was an incredibly big matter, and Zhao Fu felt quite worried about Hong Mei. Looking at her beautiful face and seductive body, Zhao Fu went up and hugged her. Hong Mei's face was red as she looked at Zhao Fu expectantly. Because she had not done it with Zhao Fu for a while, the place in her heart for her husband, Hong Li, had become less and less, and Zhao Fu had become more and more important. At the same time, Hong Mei could tell that Zhao Fu was quite worried, and she wrapped her arms around Zhao Fu's neck as she said flirtatiously, "Husband, I've already acknowledged you. In the future, I won't betray you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded, brought her into the room, and they started to do it. A while later, looking at the red-faced and panting Hong Mei, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile. He had already planted the 6 desires demonic seed within her body, which would allow him to completely control her and help her become more powerful. Right now, she was quite weak and needed to become more powerful. Following this, Zhao Fu collected 15 million insect eggs and 5 den stones. These were not things that Qin had obtained in the outer world, but they were things that Zhao Fu had exchanged from the Heaven Spirit Steel. Now that he had prepared the materials, Zhao Fu immediately started to curse. Time was quite tight, and it was possible that the Aeolian Empire would attack at that time. Zhao Fu once again went to the altar where he had cast the curse. The insect eggs had lost their life force and had become dead eggs, but they were now alive eggs. For the next step, Zhao Fu did not need to act, Hong Mei had to do it, and Feng Wulin had long since been placed on the magic formation. Xianru left the center of the magic formation and came to Zhao Fu's side. Hong Mei walked into the magic formation and her expression became serious. She first tore off Feng Wulin's clothes before taking out a dagger and cutting her palm. She pressed it against Feng Wulin's chest as she chanted a strange incantation. The gray aura in the surroundings started to roil, forming all sorts of insect images. They were incredibly dense and looked quite terrifying. "Insect devour." Hong Mei lightly cried out before vigorously pressing down, and the countless insect souls flooded into Feng Wulin's body. Feng Wulin, who had been unconscious, once again started to struggle in pain. Beads of sweat continuously flowed out of his body as if he was in immense pain. The countless insect souls were not only devouring Feng Wulin, but they were also fusing with Feng Wulin's soul. This process did not last for long, and Feng Wulin gave a terrifying howl. Following this, Hong Mei took out 5 more insect dens. Under Hong Mei's control, the 5 insect dens floated in the air and gave off different lights before moving towards Feng Wulin and fusing into his arms, legs, and heart. Feng Wulin's body started to go through changes. His eyes became insect-like and a horn grew out of his head. His hands became covered with a black keratin, and it was as if he was wearing a pair of black claw gloves. His aura also became quite strange. "Husband, it's enough." Hong Mei stood up and smiled as she said to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. Because Zhao Fu was unable to control Feng Wulin, he had Hong Mei control Feng Wulin. Hong Mei first had Feng Wulin stand up before flying into the sky and unleashing all sorts of powerful attacks, sending out gales. Not only did his power not weaken, but it even became slightly stronger, and his constitution became much stronger as well. Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. Now that Qin had an emperor have an expert, he had another trump card, and Zhao Fu felt much more at ease. Boom, boom boom boom, in the sky, the 9 massive bronze cauldrons gave off intense azure light, causing the weather to change and clouds to swirl. They gave off an aura that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth before exploding, sending out destructive shockwaves. Countless massive desolate crow beasts and desolate crow soldiers were dragged in and turned into dismembered corpses. The shockwaves continuously spread out, destroying everything. With an ice-cold expression, CG ordered an all-out attack on Aragawa province. Countless Great Xia soldiers roared and rushed towards Aragawa province like an unstoppable flood. Zhao Fu soon received the news that when the Aeolian Empire attacked Qin, CG also launched a general attack on Aragawa province. At that time, Qin could not even protect itself, so it naturally would not help Aragawa province. More than half of Qin's soldiers retreated, and CG grasped this opportunity to attack Aragawa province. He had to grasp this opportunity because only by unifying the world would he have the power to resist Jiao Ming. Only then would he have the right to speak. Otherwise, when Qin was destroyed, Great Xia would be destroyed. This time, he did not hesitate to detonate Great Xia's nation armament. The explosive power not only killed countless desolate crow beasts and desolate crow soldiers, but it also killed 2 important people. One was the king of Aragawa province, Mok, and the other was his son, Moyue. After these 2 people died, Aragawa province lost its leader and immediately fell into chaos. It was unable to defend against Great Xia's attacks at all. Now, Aragawa province also hurriedly followed, and Qin's soldiers retreated back to Qin. From this, Zhao Fu heard about what had happened. Zhao Fu had never thought that CG would actually attack at that moment, and he had not hesitated to pay any price to detonate Great Xia's nation armament. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. After hearing about this, Xiueru and her daughter could not help but cry. This matter had come too unexpectedly. Only half of Aragawa province's people had been evacuated, which was around 10 billion people. Qin was currently settling them down, and the remaining half had either submitted to CG or been killed. Your Majesty, you must take revenge for Moyue and my father. I'll give you anything, Henny said as she hugged Zhao Fu and cried. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless as he looked at the beautiful women standing next to him. One of them was the sad-looking Xueli, Xiueru's little sister, and there were 3 other women. One had a voluptuous figure and gave off an air of elegance, and she was called Ruoli. One had a wild and fiery figure, and she was called Feiyumi. One looked incredibly flirtatious and was called Yiqi Se. The 3 of them were Mok's concubines. Now that Aragawa province was gone, they had no one to rely on. For the sake of their future, they decided to rely on Zhao Fu. Xueli also looked quite sad. Back then, Mok had stolen her from her husband, and even though she had been quite angry at him, he had spoiled her greatly, and she had slowly accepted him. However, now, she had nothing. The only thing she could think of was her big sister Xiueru. If she also became Zhao Fu's woman, she would be able to stay with her big sister in the future and have someone to rely on. Zhao Fu did not reply to Henny and slightly frowned. The other women thought that Zhao Fu would mind them, so they took off their clothes and begged, Your Majesty, please take us in. Your Majesty, can you accept me? Henny tightly hugged Zhao Fu, her eyes danced with tears, looking quite pitiful. Right now, she could only rely on Zhao Fu to take revenge for Moyue and her father. After saying this, Henny took the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly sighed and took off her clothes. Following this, intense sounds came from within the room, and it did not stop for a long time. Husband. Henny's face was quite red as she hugged Zhao Fu and called out happily. She had never thought that doing it with Zhao Fu would be so happy, and all of the pain and sadness from before had disappeared. Instead, she felt incredibly comfortable, and she rejoiced that she had given her first time to Zhao Fu. The other women also looked quite comfortable and did not look sad or pained anymore. Xueli breathed heavily in Zhao Fu's embrace and understood why her big sister was so infatuated with Zhao Fu. Now, she hugged Zhao Fu quite reluctantly, afraid that she would lose him like her two previous husbands. She could not help but say, "Husband," you can't leave me like they did. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged Henny and Shuili. "In the future, you can stay in Qin City and I'll take good care of you. Also, I might have some matters to attend to later, so please go and comfort Shiweru and the others. They're quite sad about this." Hearing this, the women nodded and smiled as they agreed. 25 billion soldiers was more than half of the Aeolian Empire's military, as a royal kingdom would at most have 40 billion soldiers. There were already 5 billion wind god soldiers here, and now there were 1 billion left. Adding on the 25 billion that had just arrived, they had 1 billion soldiers. This time, the Aeolian Empire was serious and had sent out 70% of its military to destroy Qin, and it had even said that it would slaughter Qin and turn countless women into prostitutes. After hearing about this, the ancient stem domain's royal kingdoms felt quite terrified. After all, those 1 billion soldiers were all Stage 3 soldiers, which could rival 20 million Stage 1 soldiers. They really could slaughter all of Qin. Who could fight against such a massive army? It would definitely cause a catastrophe in the ancient stem domain. Thinking about that aura that could sweep through the world, countless people felt a wave of fear and their bodies slightly trembled. Qin had truly caused trouble this time. How could a kingdom in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain defend against a royal kingdom in the outskirts? It should have submitted long ago and ceded a world to them. Now that 1 billion soldiers were attacking, what could Qin use to defend against them? After hearing about this, Yao Ming went on his guard and did not have time to worry about CG's matters. He was worried that the Wind God army would not only destroy Qin but also him. In that case, the Aeolian Empire would be the most powerful in this region. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu's expression became quite unsightly. The 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts were not too bad, as Guiji, Feng Wulin, and himself would be able to defend against them. However, the key was the 1 billion Stage 3 soldiers, which was the most terrifying thing. He had to do something, or else Qin would really die. The journey from the inner regions to the outskirts of Qin was quite long, and even with teleportation channels, it would take 10 or so days. The only thing he could use was this part of the journey. Qin could continuously harass, delay, and weaken the Aeolian Empire's strength. Zhao Fu did not hesitate and brought all of his beasts, as well as the outer world Great Qin's beasts. Against these high-grade soldiers, only the beasts would be useful. Ordinary Stage 1 soldiers would just be committing suicide. Of course, Zhao Fu had also brought a small number of soldiers to set up various things. Whether or not they could stop the Aeolian Empire depended on this operation. For this operation, Zhao Fu also gathered all kinds of people with special abilities and went all out. At the same time, the 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts led other experts and massive soldiers through teleportation channels. The soldiers gave off a massive aura that shook the surroundings, causing the air to seem to freeze. Countless creatures quickly escaped, and not a single one dared to get close to them. However, they soon realized that something was off. Just as the 3 Emperor Heaven Realm experts were about to give the order to be on guard, something unexpected happened. Shio shio shio, the sound of the air being torn could be heard as countless arrows shot out from one side, bringing with them immense power as they shot into the Wind God army. Countless people were unable to react in time and were killed by the arrows. Some people hurriedly released defensive barriers, but some of the barriers were pierced through. Blood splattered everywhere and the stench of blood spread out. Cries continuously sounded out, stabbing into people's minds. Many people had died, and corpses covered the ground, creating a terrifying scene. Before the Aeolian Empire could react, something unexpected happened again. Bang, bang. Bang, blood-red orbs of light giving off terrifying auras shot out from another side and landed within the army, resulting in massive explosions. Waves of destructive power blasted out, and soldiers were sent flying. 100-meter-wide craters appeared in the ground, and there were countless corpses of soldiers everywhere. Organs, severed arms, legs, and heads were all over the ground, creating a nauseating scene. Arg, pained cries sounded out as countless traces of demonic chi rose up from the ground, turning into sharp claws that pierced through countless soldiers' chests and dug out their hearts. soldiers fell to the ground and died, creating a gory scene. These attacks were launched simultaneously, catching the Aeolian Empire off guard. They hurriedly unleashed a massive defensive barrier to block all of the attacks, allowing the Aeolian Empire to let out a sigh of relief. However, what happened next caused their expressions to fall. Kill. 3 armies rushed out from different directions, giving off terrifying auras as they rushed towards the wind god army, seeming to want to destroy everything. 1 army gave off dense demonic chi, 1 army gave off a dense stench of blood, and 1 army gave off a human aura. They were not weak at all, and they all had stage 3 cultivation. Each army had 20 billion soldiers, which added up to 60 billion soldiers. The expressions of the 3 Aeolian Empire experts fell, and they hurriedly gave the order to retreat. They understood that they had fallen into a trap, and it was a trap set up by 3 royal kingdoms. However, it was too late, the 3 armies had already arrived, and they could only retreat as the soldiers on both sides started to fight. A soldier held a large saber and chopped off a soldier's head, a soldier used his spear to pierce through a soldier's chest, and a soldier used an axe to split a soldier in half. A blood-red tentacle grew out of a soldier's hand and stabbed into a soldier's throat. A soldier gave off a wind-like sword chi that tore apart a soldier, and a soldier roared as he sent a soldier flying with a punch. Apart from the 3 Aeolian Empire experts in the sky, there were 9 other experts around them. They gave off terrifying auras and were all Emperor Heaven Realm experts. The big man giving off demonic chi laughed as he mocked, "Your Aeolian Empire is such trash. You sent out so many soldiers to deal with a border kingdom. How shameless. It seems that you lost the previous battle." By now, the Aeolian Empire's people understood what was going on. The Aeolian Empire's mortal enemy, the Demon Cloud Empire, had allied with the Blood Spirit Empire and Shenwu Empire to ambush them here. The Demon Cloud Empire had not acted this entire time and had been waiting for an opportunity to heavily wound the Aeolian Empire. "Everyone, retreat." The Emperor Heaven Realm expert in the lead coldly looked at the big man before leading the 3 others to run. They were now facing 9 Emperor Heaven Realm experts, and none of them were weaker than them. They had no chance of winning at all. The big man coldly laughed, "You want to run? Don't miss this opportunity. Kill them together." The other Emperor Heaven Realm experts and the big man gave chase, and a shocking battle erupted out. The ground cracked, mountains collapsed, rivers were cut, and trees were destroyed. The scene was like the end of the world. On the other hand, the 9 Emperor Heaven Realm experts of the 3 empires had only suffered some injuries, some of which were quite serious, but none of their lives were in danger. They had only lost around 2 billion soldiers, and it could be said that they had obtained a great victory. The Aeolian Empire had suffered heavy losses this time. They had lost around 2 billion soldiers and an Emperor Heaven Realm expert when fighting against Qin Kingdom, and now they had lost another 15 billion soldiers and an Emperor Heaven Realm expert. In total, they had lost 17 billion soldiers and 2 Emperor Heaven Realm experts. Each kingdom only had 400 soldiers, which meant that they had lost almost half of their soldiers. They had also lost 2 Emperor Heaven Realm experts, which was not easy to nurture. Not only did it consume countless resources, but it also required people with extremely high talent. Even though there were only 2 people, they had still suffered great losses. Moreover, this matter was quite infuriating because a small border kingdom had dared to offend them and not give them face. As such, they had to ferociously destroy it. Only by slaughtering it would they be able to vent their hatred and prove the Aeolian Empire's might. However, not only had that small border kingdom not been destroyed, but they had also been ambushed by the 3 empires, causing them to suffer massive losses. This made the Aeolian Empire feel incredibly furious and sullen. Moreover, the Aeolian Empire had to go into a defensive state to defend against those 3 empires attacking the Aeolian Empire, and their situation was quite disadvantageous. As such, the Aeolian Empire could only try to ally with other kingdoms to resist the 3 empires. When Zhao Fu and the others arrived, they saw the aftermath of the battle. This place had been razed to the ground, and trees had been destroyed. Rocks were everywhere, and it was a complete mess. Blood dyed the ground blood red, and there was a dense stench of blood in the air. Even the sky had been dyed blood red. The scene was quite terrifying, and it was obvious how intense the battle had been. Countless people had died here, and even gods and demons had feared this. Zhao Fu still did not understand what had happened. What had happened to the Aeolian Empire's army that had attacked Qin Kingdom? However, the danger to Qin Kingdom had been resolved, and they did not have to worry about the Aeolian Empire attacking. What surprised Zhao Fu the most was the Type 3 corpses that littered the ground. Almost all of them were soldiers of the Aeolian Empire, and there were no other corpses. The equipment and other valuable items on these corpses had been looted. As soldiers of the inner region, almost all of their equipment was superior silver equipment, and they also had all sorts of accessories that gave additional stats, making them quite valuable. However, Zhao Fu didn't care about those pieces of equipment. The countless corpses in front of him were like a massive treasure trove because Qin could refine all of these corpses and obtain a massive amount of Stage 3 Blood God pills. These Blood God pills could be given to Stage 2 soldiers to quickly increase their cultivation. That way, Qin would have his own batch of Stage 3 soldiers. As long as he had his own Stage 3 soldiers, Zhao Fu wouldn't be afraid of the Outer Kingdom or the Inner Kingdom at all. With Stage 3 soldiers, Qin would have a chance to fight back. Moreover, with such a massive amount of corpses, Zhao Fu wouldn't have to pay any price, all he had to do was collect these corpses. Not only had the crisis been resolved, but he had also obtained such great benefits. Zhao Fu couldn't help but loudly laugh before ordering people to quickly collect the corpses to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Only after Zhao Fu returned did he understand what had happened. He had never thought that the Demon Cloud Empire, which he had given up on, would act and deal a heavy blow to the Aeolian Empire, indirectly saving Qin. As such, Zhao Fu felt quite grateful. However, Zhao Fu didn't dare to take the initiative to contact them because the Demon Cloud Empire wasn't a good person. He didn't want to help Qin and just wanted to help Qin. The factions in the ancient STEM domain and other domains that had been paying close attention to this matter looked quite surprised. They had never thought that things would be resolved like this. Qin hadn't been destroyed and had escaped a calamity. After this, a remote kingdom like Qin's name spread throughout the surrounding domains. It was the first kingdom that had dared to resist a royal kingdom from the inner regions of the ancient STEM domain and hadn't been destroyed. The strength it had displayed was quite shocking. In the Green Province domain, the Poem dynasty knew about this. Shuj and the other geniuses heard of Zhao Fu's name and became quite interested in him. They did not know that they already knew Zhao Fu, and his true identity would make them feel even more terrified. Of course, they would never have thought that this remote kingdom's ruler was that incredibly terrifying and mysterious emperor. After hearing about this, Yao Ming felt incredibly disappointed. He had thought that Qin would definitely be destroyed, but Qin had escaped. He had been incredibly lucky. Now, the Wind God army here no longer dared to be as arrogant and look down on everyone. They obediently guarded the four worlds and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. After this, the surrounding worlds all let out sighs of relief. Before, they had all been living under the threat of the Aeolian Empire, and they had been incredibly worried and afraid every day. Facing the Aeolian Empire, they had not been able to resist at all. Only Qin dared to resist the Aeolian Empire this time, and countless people in the surrounding worlds admired him. Qin's popularity in the surrounding worlds also rose. As the emperor of the Qin Empire, he received countless people's attention, and many women fell in love with him. Even though they knew that Zhao Fu had countless women in his harem and that his looks were average, they still wanted to follow such a famous genius. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu gave the corpses to his subordinates and had them refine a portion of them. Now, Qin had 2 billion Stage 2 soldiers, and most of them had not tried the Stage 3 Blood God pill yet. Following this, Zhao Fu heard that a Yin Soul beast had been born, so he led some ghost soldiers over to take a look. Most of the 10,000 jars had not given birth to Yin Soul beasts yet, and the faster they became Yin Soul beasts, the better their aptitudes were. The Yin Soul beasts gave off illusory Yin Qi and floated above the jars, giving off a Stage 1 aura. They looked different from before, and Zhao Fu saw a 4 or 5-year-old boy. His body was covered with gray scales, and his eyes did not have pupils, only the whites of his eyes. He looked quite savage. Zhao Fu called over a ghost soldier and made a contract with the boy. 2 talismans appeared on their foreheads before disappearing. After the contract was made, the boy's image fused into the ghost soldier, and a powerful aura came out of the ghost soldier's body. Scales grew out of the ghost soldier's body and 2 fangs grew out of its mouth. It gave off a ferocious aura, and its strength reached stage 2. Your Majesty. There's been some movement in the outer world, please go and take a look, a soldier respectfully reported. Zhao Fu was currently looking at the Yin-Soul beasts, and after hearing about this, Zhao Fu quickly headed to the outer world. Qin had summoned back all of the beasts there, and if there were no beasts to suppress Qin, the consequences would be severe. After coming to the outer world, Zhao Fu looked at Ericina and asked, "What's going on?" Ericina looked quite serious as she said, "There's a group of blood-sucking mosquitoes moving towards the Qin territory. There's a massive number of them, perhaps 3 billion or so, and they're all flying insects. With the Qin territory's current situation, once they attack, the consequences will be severe." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and asked, "Have you thought of a way to deal with them? Also, what kind of insects are those blood-sucking mosquitoes? Have you found any weaknesses? Come with me. Your subordinates are currently researching them, and the blood-sucking mosquitoes have only just started moving. There's still some time before they reach the Qin territory, I just wanted to warn you." As Ericina spoke, she walked towards a place. Zhao Fu looked at Ericina's enchanting figure and smiled as he hugged her and said, "It's all thanks to you presiding over the Qin territory these past few days. The Qin territory has been developing quite well." Ericina rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu and said, "It's not just because of me, those female generals of yours were also very useful. Later, you need to properly compensate us. Otherwise, if we work so hard to defend the outer world without any benefits, I won't help you." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and Ericina leaned against Zhao Fu's body before coming to a room. A few scholars had already dissected a blood-sucking mosquito, and there were a few cages next to it. Qin had been researching all sorts of insects this entire time, and in order to speed things up, Zhao Fu had moved the research to the outer world. Zhao Fu saw what the blood-sucking mosquitoes looked like. They were 1 meter long and were blood-red in color. Their mouths were incredibly sharp and looked like needles, and their abdomens gave off a faint blood-red light. If such a blood-sucking mosquito were to suck a person's blood, it would quickly suck that person dry. It was considered very dangerous, especially when this kind of mosquito appeared in groups. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, the scholars who were researching immediately stopped and respectfully called out, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu nodded and asked them, "Have you researched anything?" The leader of the scholars said, "Your Majesty, we originally planned to use fire to deal with these mosquitoes. After all, the mosquitoes have thin wings, which can be easily burned by fire. Without wings, mosquitoes are almost harmless. It's not just the blood-sucking mosquitoes, all sorts of insects and other creatures living in the outer world are very resistant to fire and light. This subordinate believes that this is caused by the outer world's 8 suns, and that they can be restrained by darkness elemental essence. It's not just the blood-sucking mosquitoes, all sorts of insects and other creatures in the outer world are very resistant to fire and light. This subordinate believes that this is caused by the outer world's 8 suns. If we use darkness elemental essence, we can restrain them." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. This was a major discovery. Now that he knew that darkness elemental essence could restrain insects, Qin would definitely use all sorts of things that contain darkness power in the future. As the god of fallen angel and a darkness god, Ericina would be very useful. However, Zhao Fu also thought of another person, which was the darkness queen Cinderella. Even though she was not as powerful as Ericina, she could produce a large number of darkness crystals. Moreover, she was a pure darkness elemental and had a strong understanding of darkness elemental essence. If she could join in the research, it would be of great help. Following this, Zhao Fu called Cinderella over. Soon, Cinderella arrived in the outer world. After being nourished by Zhao Fu, Cinderella's queen's aura had become even stronger, and she was slightly seductive, making her figure even more alluring. "Your Majesty, what business do you have with me?" Cinderella hugged Zhao Fu as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and smiled as she asked. As a darkness god, Ericina gave Cinderella a lot of pressure. However, Cinderella knew that Ericina was Zhao Fu's woman and had served Zhao Fu with her before, so she did not feel as much reverence towards Ericina. Zhao Fu told her about what had just happened, and Cinderella smiled and quickly agreed, participating in the research on insects. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered people to prepare other things. They definitely needed a large number of arrows and all sorts of defensive barriers. Against these aerial creatures, the city walls were useless, so they could only rely on defensive barriers. Moreover, Zhao Fu ordered people to pay attention to the blood-sucking mosquitoes' movements at all times. 3 days later, for some reason, the blood-sucking mosquitoes sped up by many times and rushed towards the Great Qin territory. The blood-sucking mosquitoes that they had estimated to take a week or so now only took 3 days. Before they even saw the blood-sucking mosquitoes, the buzzing sound shook the sky, causing everyone to feel a sense of fear. They felt as if their ears would go deaf, and they gave off an incredibly dangerous aura. Hearing this sound, countless creatures in the surroundings madly ran for their lives. This was because wherever the blood-sucking mosquitoes passed, no living creatures would be left alive. All creatures would be sucked dry of their blood, and no creature would not fear them. Following this, everyone in the Great Qin territory saw the blood-sucking mosquitoes. They covered the heavens and earth, and it was impossible to count them. Most of the blood-sucking mosquitoes were 1 meter long, but there were many blood-sucking mosquitoes that were 2 meters long. There were also some that were 10 or so meters long, and there were even some that were over 100 meters long. What was even more shocking was that there was a 10,000-meter-long blood-sucking mosquito at the center of the blood-sucking mosquitoes. That was most likely the blood-sucking mosquito king. With such a large blood-sucking mosquito gathering, there would definitely be a king. With so many blood-sucking mosquitoes, Zhao Fu did not dare to let out the beasts and fight with them. After all, they would be quickly sucked dry, and there were simply too many of them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After the blood-sucking mosquitoes entered their attack range, Zhao Fu immediately gave the order for the insect den wyverns and the summoned saints to attack. There were not many insect den wyverns in Qin territory, only 100 or so. However, each of them was 10 times more powerful than the summoned saints. Massive rays of light shot out from their mouths, bringing with them terrifying power as they shot into the blood-sucking mosquitoes and caused massive explosions. The summoned saints raised their hands, and powerful rays of light shot out into the blood-sucking mosquitoes and caused massive explosions. The terrifying explosive power blasted countless blood-sucking mosquitoes into pieces, and their corpses fell like rain, looking quite disgusting. The massive blood-sucking mosquito king stared at Zhao Fu with its blood-red eyes and looked incredibly delighted. It had definitely come for Zhao Fu because it was extremely sensitive to blood, and Zhao Fu was simply too alluring to it. SSS. The blood-sucking mosquito king gave a hiss, and the countless blood-sucking mosquito kings became different and ferociously rushed at Qin. Zhao Fu immediately gave the order to fire arrows. He could not allow the blood-sucking mosquito kings to rush up. Swish, 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 arrows containing terrifying force shot out, tearing through the air and shaking the sky. They gave off a sharp aura that could cause people's hairs to stand on end. Chi, 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 blood-sucking mosquitoes were hit by the arrows and fell from the sky, looking like a rain of corpses. However, many of the blood-sucking mosquitoes were quite agile and dodged the arrows, and they continued to rush at Qin. The blood-sucking mosquitoes that were dozens of meters long and 100 meters long also unleashed their abilities. Their needle-like mouthparts gave off blood-red light as they ferociously sucked at Qin's soldiers. Some of the soldiers howled as their bodies quickly withered. Their blood seemed to be sucked away by a formless energy, and the defensive barrier seemed to be quite weak against that suction force. The massive blood-sucking mosquito king aimed its mouthpart at Zhao Fu and ferociously sucked towards Zhao Fu, causing Zhao Fu to immediately unleash his divine domain. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu felt a massive suction force fiercely pull at his body. His blood seemed to want to flow out of his body, and Zhao Fu's body was dragged forwards by that suction force. Zhao Fu did not lose much blood, but 5 or 6 drops of blood were sucked by the blood-sucking mosquito king. After tasting Zhao Fu's divine domain blood, the blood-sucking mosquito king seemed to go berserk and led countless blood-sucking mosquitoes as it rushed over. Its aura was like a surging ocean, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to drown everything as it flooded towards Qin. Seeing the countless vampiric tattoos attacking him, Zhao Fu did not hesitate to use an item specially developed to deal with them. Wooden barrels were tossed into the air and exploded. Countless black flames rained down like a rain of fire. Under the blue sky and white clouds, this black rain of fire had a dark beauty to it. Countless blood-sucking mosquitoes were struck by the fiery rain and fell to the ground. Some of their wings were burned, while others' bodies were set ablaze, giving off a burnt smell. This was a combination of kerosene and darkness crystals. The flames that burned were darkness flames, which were very harmful to outer world creatures. Now that the rain of fire descended, large amounts of blood-sucking runes fell from the sky. These mosquitoes, which were tens of meters long, could not avoid it. Although the scattered flames could not burn them to death, they could burn their wings. Shoo shoo shoo, countless arrows tore through the sky and descended with terrifying power. They were like a rain of arrows, and the blood-sucking mosquitoes that were hit fell to the ground. 10 or so 100-meter-long dragon-slaying ballistae shot out arrows at the blood-sucking mosquito king. The arrows gave off rays of light as they tore through the sky towards the blood-sucking mosquito king. However, the blood-sucking mosquito king exploded out with a blood-red aura flame, causing a terrifying gale to blow the arrows away. Bang! The blood-sucking mosquito king's 10,000-meter-long body smashed against the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive explosion and causing the defensive barrier to slightly tremble. The other massive blood-sucking mosquitoes gave off terrifying power as they smashed over. The ordinary black flames and arrows were not very effective against these massive mosquitoes. Now, Xiaofu was no longer afraid because more than half of the ordinary blood-sucking mosquitoes had been killed, and only a small portion remained. These massive blood-sucking mosquitoes could be killed by the beasts, and the soldiers could continue to attack the ordinary blood-sucking mosquitoes. Bang! The massive blood-sucking mosquito king once again smashed towards the defensive barrier, resulting in a massive explosion. The blood-sucking mosquito king's mouthpart gave off an intense light as it impatiently sucked at Xiaofu. This time, Xiaofu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and sent large amounts of divine power into it. He slashed out, and a terrifying crescent flew out. It was incredibly sharp and seemed to split the air in half. Bang! The blood-sucking mosquito king that wanted to suck Xiaofu's blood was sent flying, and a thin gash appeared on its head. Blood flowed out, and the intense pain caused the blood-sucking mosquito king to furiously charge at Xiaofu. Xiaofu no longer feared it because the other blood-sucking mosquitoes had all been killed, and there was only this blood-sucking mosquito king left. Xing, 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 Xiaofu slashed out countless arcs of sword light, bringing with them a massive storm of sword qi as they ferociously slashed towards the incoming blood-sucking mosquito king. Even though the blood-sucking mosquito king released a blood-red aura flame to protect its body, it was unable to defend against the sharpness of the Emperor Killing Sword. Small wounds were left on its body, and blood continuously flowed out. Boom! The furious blood-sucking mosquito king's mouthpart gave off an intense light and a dangerous aura spread out. The blood-sucking mosquito king vigorously stabbed out, and a terrifying blood-red light shot out, seeming to cause the air to explode and causing wild gales to sweep out. Xiaofu was given a big fright and dodged to the side, avoiding this attack. However, the blood-red light slammed into the defensive barrier behind Xiaofu, resulting in a massive explosion. The defensive barrier violently trembled, and a bang sounded out as the blood-red light pierced through the barrier, opening up a 1-meter-wide hole. Xiaofu was quite shocked because this was a defensive barrier that could defend against billions of blood-sucking mosquitoes, and yet it had been pierced through by a blood-sucking mosquito king. Aracena was now free to help Xiaofu. She stretched out a hand and countless traces of black divine power gathered in the sky. A massive might spread out as a massive arm stretched out from the sky and slapped towards the blood-sucking mosquito king. Boom! The blood-sucking mosquito king was slapped back to the ground, and its massive body caused the ground to violently tremble. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose up as a large crater appeared in the ground. Xiaofu grasped this opportunity and the 6 gray dots in his right eye quickly spun. Massive chains that were 1 meter wide shot out from the ground, giving off cold power, and they bound the blood-sucking mosquito king to the ground. The blood-sucking mosquito king continuously gave off ear-piercing cries and continuously struggled. It was incredibly powerful, and the ground was affected by its power and continuously collapsed. Xiaofu sent his power into the Emperor Killing Sword and continuously slashed out a few massive sword lights, ferociously slashing at the blood-sucking mosquito king's body. A few massive wounds appeared on the blood-sucking mosquito king's body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The blood-sucking mosquito king's aura weakened and its struggles became weaker. Xiaofu once again raised the Emperor Killing Sword and a shocking sword qi spread out as Xiaofu prepared to kill the blood-sucking mosquito king. However, the blood-sucking mosquito king had taken the initiative to submit, which was quite rare. Zhao Fu thought about it and accepted the blood-sucking Mosquito King's submission. In the next moment, the blood-sucking Mosquito King looked quite pitiful and begged Zhao Fu for blood. Perhaps this was the reason it had submitted, it was for Zhao Fu's divine blood. Otherwise, it would not have submitted to someone from the heaven-awakened world like Zhao Fu. It liked its blood, so Zhao Fu cut his arm and gave some blood to the blood-sucking Mosquito King. Of course, Zhao Fu did not give it away for nothing. The blood turned into blood restrictions and fused into the blood-sucking Mosquito King's body. Zhao Fu could not easily trust these outer world creatures, so he had to leave restrictions on them. Only with methods to control them would it be safe. After the blood-sucking Mosquito King submitted, a small portion of the blood-sucking mosquitoes did not submit and instead ran in all directions, as if they saw the blood-sucking Mosquito King as a traitor. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The outer world creatures were simply too hostile towards the heaven-awakened world. A former king had surrendered and was looked down upon by its former subordinates. This was something that Zhao Fu rarely saw in the heaven-awakened world. Blood. I want more blood. Master also wants your blood. A voice suddenly sounded out in Zhao Fu's mind. Zhao Fu looked at the blood-sucking Mosquito King, who seemed to be in pain, and felt quite confused because the voice had come from the blood-sucking Mosquito King. Even though he did not know what was going on, Zhao Fu still came before the blood-sucking Mosquito King and cut his wrist, causing blood to slowly flow out and drip down his arm. As soon as the blood dripped down, it was sucked away by a formless energy and fused into the blood-sucking Mosquito King's body. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out from the blood-sucking Mosquito King's body as a massive blood-red aura flame appeared, sending out shockwaves. That terrifying aura made it so that no one dared to get close. Everyone continuously retreated. The 10,000-meter-long blood-sucking Mosquito King continuously held in pain as its body started to dissolve. First, it was its flesh, then its shell, and nothing was left. It was not just Zhao Fu who did not know what was going on, no one else knew what was going on. Suddenly, within the massive blood-red flames, a woman appeared. She had a perfect face, blood-red hair, and pointed ears. She had a seductive figure, and she wore blood-red armor that only covered her important parts. She gave off an evil and bewitching aura. The woman's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, she appeared in front of Zhao Fu. She crouched on the ground and used her bright red tongue to greedily lick the remaining blood on Zhao Fu's arm. As for the wound that Zhao Fu had just made, it had already healed. After licking the blood off Zhao Fu's arm, the woman looked as if she was enjoying the delicacy before leaping onto Zhao Fu's body and saying coquettishly, "Master, can you give me a little more blood?" Zhao Fu rejected immediately, "No way." Now, Zhao Fu understood that this woman was the blood-sucking Mosquito King. Just now, she seemed to have undergone a transformation, allowing her to take human form. Moreover, her power had greatly increased, becoming several times stronger than before. The woman said unhappily, "Master, don't be so stingy. As long as you give me a little blood, I will serve you, okay?" Zhao Fu rolled his eyes. Even though this woman was extremely beautiful and was not inferior to Aracina, he still replied, "No need." "And what happened just now?" The woman pouted and hugged Zhao Fu as she explained, "That was a blood refinement. Our outer realm insect beasts can take human form, and our power, bloodline, and constitution will all be greatly improved. However, not all insects and beasts can be refined with blood. Not only does it require powerful strength, it also requires precious treasures. This time, I attacked you all for your blood. To me, your blood is a priceless treasure." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and said, "Then take me back to your den." The woman hugged Zhao Fu and said with a look of anticipation, "Master, I'll take you there, but can you give me some of your blood?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed and glared at her as he said, "If you say that again, I'll seal you here." Hearing this, the woman pouted and became obedient. Following this, Zhao Fu and the others followed the woman to a massive lair that was 1,000 kilometers wide and 10,000 meters deep. There were still some blood-sucking mosquitoes here, but they were quickly destroyed. Apart from this, there were also blood-red insect eggs, and there were nearly 20 million of them. What shocked Zhao Fu and the others was that the den at the center of the lair was 30 meters tall and gave off a faint blood-red light, giving off a powerful might. Apart from this place, there were also dens in other places. They were quite normal in size, and there were 20 or so of them. This was most likely where the blood-sucking mosquitoes gathered, which was why there were so many dens. However, that 30-meter-tall insect den was simply too terrifying. Ordinary insect dens were only 3 meters tall, and a level 1 den with 1 million insects could hold at least 1 billion blood-sucking mosquitoes. Wouldn't that mean that it was a level 1000 den? Xiao Fu looked at the 30-meter-tall insect den in shock. At most, a wyvern could fuse with a level 33 den, and when fusing, its body would be damaged. If a level 1000 den was fused into a wyvern, it would definitely explode into nothingness. Of course, fusing a den into a wyvern's body was an incredibly wasteful action. Before, Xiao Fu had been unable to conquer a den, but now that Xiao Fu had Xueji, the woman from before, she would definitely be able to use a denver. In that case, could Xiao Fu nurture his own insects in the outer world? Thinking about that, Xiao Fu grinned and hurriedly asked Xueji. Xueji shook her head and explained, "Master, I'm not sure. Even if I control the den, you won't be able to obtain insect beasts because the insect beast's blood contains disgust, resistance, hatred, and the desire to kill heaven-awakened world people. This is something that our world ruler has fused into it. As such, it's almost impossible for ordinary insects to submit to heaven-awakened world people. Only some powerful creatures can ignore this information. Even if I submit to you, other insects will follow that information and attack you. However, there is a solution. As long as you can obtain something that can change the attributes of the worm nest stone, you might be able to cultivate worm beasts." Hearing this, Xiao Fu felt quite disappointed and understood why the outer world creatures hated the heaven-awakened world so much. Looking at the insect eggs, Xiao Fu wanted to nurture them into his own insects, but it seemed that this was impossible. As such, he couldn't keep these insect eggs, and Xiao Fu thought of a place to use them. Xiao Fu took the insect eggs and planned to return to Qin City and use them to attack the desolate Crow World. This time, he had to kill CG at all costs and bring this enmity to an end. However, just as Xiao Fu was about to leave, Aracena stopped Xiao Fu in dissatisfaction. Sun Hanxiang and the other women's faces became red as they looked at Xiao Fu with lustful gazes. Cinder flirtatiously went up and lightly laughed as she said, "Your Majesty. There's something else that you forgot to do." Xiao Fu came back to his senses and carried Cindra and the women into the room, and intense sounds could be heard. Of course, Xiao Fu also had a good taste of Xueji's body, and Xueji moaned under Xiao Fu's body. She had never thought that she would be so happy and obtain even more of that divine power. Afterwards, the women's faces were red as they panted, and Xueji said happily, "Master, I can't always stay by your side as your attendant. I can't always be by your side as your maidservant. I don't want your blood, I just want to serve you every day." Cinder flirtatiously said, "Then your Majesty, I'm willing to always stay by your side and serve you as your attendant. Is that possible?" Xiao Fu smiled and rejected them all, and he said to Xueji, "You can stay in the outer world because you're an outer world creature. You'll be of great use here, and I'll come here often." Xueji felt quite disappointed but still nodded and said, "Then Master, you have to properly satisfy me this time." Cinder flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Yes, your Majesty." Following this, something indescribable happened. Xiao Fu got up and looked at the unconscious women and smiled. By now, only Aracena still had some strength, and looking at Xiao Fu who was about to leave, she said, "Can't you stay in the outer world for a few more days?" Xiao Fu nodded and said, "I'll leave the outer world to you, I'll make it up to you in the future." A smile appeared on Aracena's face, and she nodded softly. After Xiao Fu returned to Qin City, the first thing he did was gather his army. He split into 2 teams and started to attack the desolate Crow World. At this moment, Yao Ming came back to his senses from the Aeolian Empire and was thinking about how CG had unified the desolate Crow tribe. Yao Ming felt quite displeased because CG had acted without his permission. Yao Ming had treated CG as a chess piece, and now this chess piece wanted to break free from his control. Back then, if it wasn't for Yao Ming's help, he would have long since been destroyed by Aragawa province. Now that he wanted to resist him, Yao Ming wanted to directly destroy CG and use this opportunity to take down the desolate Crow World. CG understood Yao Ming's thoughts, so after taking down Aragawa province, he wrote a letter to Yao Ming, expressing that he was willing to become the Devil Horn Empire's vassal and resist Qin City together. Fortunately, Qin City had not been destroyed, or else CG would not have been able to find an excuse to convince Yao Ming. It was because Qin City had not been destroyed that CG had to rely on Yao Ming's power to defend against Qin City's attacks. With his strength, he was not a match for Qin City. As such, he could only choose to become the Devil Horn Empire's vassal and protect himself first before deciding what to do next. Yao Ming thought about it and agreed to CG's willingness to become a vassal. After all, taking down Aragawa province would cause them to lose a lot of their forces, and with Aragawa province joining them, they would be able to reduce some of the pressure when facing Qin City in the future. Moreover, since CG had become his vassal, he had the authority to control Great Xia. Yao Ming could slowly use his own people to infiltrate Great Xia and easily obtain the desolate Crow World without using any forces. Both sides quickly came to an agreement, and their icy relationship became amicable. The Devil Horn Empire once again provided great help to Great Xia. After hearing that Zhao Fu was about to attack the desolate Crow World, they felt quite surprised. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would be in such a rush to attack the desolate Crow World. Logically speaking, with the Devil Horn Empire's support, the desolate Crow World would not be a good place to attack. However, since Qin City was attacking, CG and Yao Ming had to give it their all. CG continuously ordered his people to strengthen their defenses, and Yao Ming gathered his forces and planned to reinforce the desolate Crow World. If Qin City could take down the desolate Crow World, Qin City would have 6 worlds. Qin City's army quickly gathered at the boundary of the desolate Crow World, and they gave off a massive aura that shook the surroundings. Not a single creature dared to stay here. CG had already activated his defensive barrier and did not plan to attack. He focused on defending because the Devil Horn Empire's army had not arrived yet. If he relied on his own strength to fight against Qin City, he would be seeking death. By now, he had gathered all of the people who could fight in the desolate Crow World, and they barely had 8 billion people. However, there were over 10 billion people attacking Qin City. The pressure on CG was immense, and he could only hope that the Devil Horn Empire would quickly bring people over. Zhao Fu appeared in the sky and looked down at CG on the Great Wall. He gave a condescending smile as he said, "Long time no see." CG's expression was cold. This was the first time he had met with Zhao Fu after leaving the human world, and he replied coldly, "That's right, long time no see. Your Qin City is still so barbaric and domineering, infuriating and disgusting." Zhao Fu's smile gradually became cold as he said, "Under Qin City's rule, the human world is heading towards its most glorious era. The Chinese race has become the most famous race, and no one dares to offend them. All of this was created by Qin City. If it wasn't for Qin City unifying the human world would have been bullied and even destroyed by trash like you." CG felt quite furious, but he had to admit that Qin City had already destroyed 4 worlds and become the most powerful faction here. Moreover, they had not even lost to the royal kingdoms within the ancient stem domain. CG could not refute this, but CG wanted to stall for time so that the Devil Horn Empire's people could arrive. As such, he said, "Do you want to know where your little brother is? I can tell you that his opportunities are greater than you can imagine, and he'll definitely come back in the future. When that time comes, there'll be a good show between you and your brother." Zhao Fu's expression became cold as he said, "You're wrong, I don't have a little brother or any relatives. Now that you've successfully angered me, I definitely won't let you escape again." Following this, Zhao Fu gave the order to attack. Zhao Fu did not give the order to attack, and he instead gave the order to attack the defensive barrier on the Great Wall. Only by destroying the defensive barrier would it be easier to attack, or else they would be at a disadvantage. Zhao Fu brought out the insect den wyverns. Because they had fused with dens, they had some of the outer world's power and could deal great damage to heaven-awakened world creatures and items. Boom, boom, boom. Of course, they could not just rely on the insect den wyverns, as there were 8 billion insect den wyverns. Even though the insect den wyverns were powerful, there were not many of them. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered the summoned saints and archers to attack. Countless attacks blasted against the defensive barrier, causing it to become weaker and weaker. CG hurriedly ordered people to maintain the defensive barrier at all costs. Boom, boom. Boom, 8 heaven-toppling auras exploded out, spreading out like floodwaters and creating wild gales. Under these terrifying auras, everyone's bodies felt icy cold and they felt incredibly afraid. 8 massive beasts that were over 10,000 meters long appeared. They were the 8 aquatic beast kings. They had followed Qin to battle, and their auras and power were many times more ferocious than before. Zhao Fu ordered them to focus their attacks on a single point, which was where CG was. Boom, boom. Boom, the 3-souled great snake raised its massive body and its 3 heads savagely looked at the soldiers on the defensive walls. It opened its mouth and countless traces of black light gathered. 3 destructive rays of black light shot out and slammed against the defensive barrier with shocking power. Bang, bang. Bang, the earthwater dragon tortoise loudly roared and countless traces of water elemental essence madly gathered around its body, forming 2-meter-wide water orbs. There were thousands of them, and they gave off shocking auras as they shot towards the defensive barrier. Swish, 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 the reef lizard exploded out with immense power and its back bulged as 3-meter-long rhombus-shaped reefs grew out and shot towards the defensive barrier with terrifying power. The 8 aquatic beast kings were naturally incredibly powerful, and they all focused their attacks on a single point. Adding on the fact that the defensive barrier was being attacked by the countless archers and wyverns, the defensive barrier became incredibly weak. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as the Netherocian demon whale sucked in a large amount of air, causing wild gales to blow. The Netherocian demon whale then spat out an enormous blast of air, which smashed against the defensive barrier with terrifying power. A massive explosion sounded out, and the defensive barrier was covered with cracks. Zhao Fu held the Emperor Killing Sword and slashed out, sending out an enormous sword light that slashed against the defensive barrier, causing it to shatter. Kill. The defensive shield was broken, and Qin immediately launched a general attack. Countless Qin soldiers rushed to the city wall like a tide. Their ferocious momentum seemed to be able to destroy everything. The countless ferocious beasts gave off terrifying roars and gave off even more ferocious and savage auras as they rushed towards the city walls, as if nothing could stop them. On CG's side, only a small number of devil beasts that the Devil Horn Empire had left behind roared as they charged at Qin. They knew that this aura was their greatest enemy, but there were far fewer of them than there were on Qin's side. Now, CG was incredibly worried. The defensive wall had already been broken, so why wasn't Yao Ming here yet? Moreover, at this time, CG could only hide in the army because he was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. He might not even be able to block a single move. He could only borrow the strength of the army to preserve his life. However, the battlefield was incredibly disadvantageous to CG's side. The countless devil beasts that charged over were surrounded by Qin's beasts, and their bodies were torn apart. Blood and corpses fell to the ground, and they were quickly destroyed by Qin's side. On the ground, Qin's soldiers quickly charged up the city walls and started to fight with the desolate Crow soldiers. The battle was incredibly intense, and the sounds of fighting continuously sounded out as people fell. The stench of blood quickly spread out, making it seem like hell. A Qin soldier held a large black saber and cut a soldier in half, causing blood to splatter onto his face. Another Qin soldier stabbed his sword into another soldier's head, and another Qin soldier swung his hammer, sending a few soldiers flying. Qin soldiers used their bows to kill soldiers one by one. Some Qin soldiers roared as they stabbed their spears through soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Whether it was in terms of cultivation, equipment, or numbers, Qin's side had a great advantage. However, CG's resistance was incredibly intense, and they desperately killed Qin's soldiers, causing some casualties to Qin's side. However, after Qin's beasts destroyed the devil beasts, they started to attack the city walls. The wyverns breathed out flames and icy blasts, the spiders climbed up the city walls and started a massacre, and the massive corpse soul soldiers used their massive weapons to ferociously smash the city walls. The battle was completely one-sided. If it wasn't for Qin's beasts, CG's side would have been able to slightly defend. However, after the beasts joined in, there was no hope at all. On the other side of the battlefield, Qin's other army blocked off the Devil Horn Empire's reinforcements. Moreover, they used the 20 million insect eggs they had just obtained to set up a cursed land. Any devil horn soldiers or devil beasts that stepped into the cursed land would howl and their blood would be sucked dry, turning them into desiccated corpses. The scene was quite terrifying. There were already many desiccated corpses on the ground from the Devil Horn Empire's attack, and the Devil Horn Empire could only stay where they were. Yao Ming looked at Guiji with a serious expression and understood that she was an Emperor Heaven Realm expert on Qin's side. With the soldiers she had brought, they would be able to stop the Devil Horn Empire's army. Moreover, it would take some time for the Devil Horn Empire to destroy this cursed land. If they went around, they would have to waste a lot of time. Time waited for no one, and even if they went around, Great Qin would follow them and stop them. This time, the desolate Crow world was going to be destroyed by Qin. Yao Ming understood this, and even if he went over now, it would be useless. As such, he did not want to waste time and soldiers, so he directly retreated to the Devil Horn Empire. After hearing about this, CG's expression sank and he hatefully looked at Zhao Fu before running. Now that the desolate Crow world had lost, CG could only run. As long as he could preserve his life, he would have another chance. Next time, he would make Qin suffer a fate worse than death and be consigned to eternal damnation. Seeing CG run, Zhao Fu immediately chased after him because he had said before that he would not let him escape again. However, just as Zhao Fu rushed up, countless desolate crow archers shot out arrows, giving off sharp auras as they blocked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu called over the 8 aquatic beast kings to destroy the desolate crow soldiers blocking him, and he continued to chase after CG. Great Xiao's palace was in chaos. Now, everyone knew that the desolate Crow world had lost and that Qin was about to attack. Countless people packed their things in terror and planned to run. After returning to the palace, CG gave the order to only take the most valuable things and did not want anything else. These things were things that he would need to restore his empire in the future. However, he found that the teleportation channel could no longer be used, causing CG's expression to fall. Before he could react, a powerful aura descended. It was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu coldly looked at CG and said, "I said that I wouldn't let you escape again." CG looked furious and hateful, but he knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu. His priority was to stay alive, so he ordered his 100,000 elite soldiers to stop Zhao Fu while he continued to lead his people and escape. The 100,000 elite soldiers had been nurtured by CG, and not only were they powerful but they were also incredibly loyal. They obeyed CG's orders and charged at Zhao Fu. Swish, 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 powerful arrows containing terrifying power whistled over, and Zhao Fu unleashed a defensive barrier, blocking all of the arrows. Facing these 100,000 soldiers, Zhao Fu looked disdainful and lightly cried out, "Sword Master." The Emperor killing sword in his hand gave off a massive sword intent, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive crescent that gave off destructive power. It was incredibly fast and flashed past. The sword light pierced through the 100,000 soldiers on the ground, causing blood to spurt everywhere. Their bodies were cut into countless pieces, and blood dyed the ground red. The ground was covered with dismembered corpses, looking quite disgusting. Soon, Zhao Fu once again caught up to CG. Now, there were less than 100 people by CG's side, including CG's concubines, relatives, and personal guards. "Your Majesty! Hurry and leave!" Seeing Zhao Fu catch up, the personal guards yelled and raised their weapons as they charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu condescendingly swung his sword and a sharp arc of light flashed out, causing the heads of the incoming guards to fall off. Blood spurted out, and they all died. "Do you really think you can escape?" Zhao Fu stood in front of CG and sneered at him. CG gritted his teeth and glared at Zhao Fu, saying, "Zhao Fu, must you be so ruthless? If you let me go, I can promise not to go against Qin in the future. You still have the right to negotiate? Do you think you still have the strength to resist? It's time to settle the scores in the human world. Do you think I'll let you go?" Zhao Fu said coldly with a hint of anger, because he recalled what CG had done to Qin. "How about I submit to you now?" CG stared at Zhao Fu. He endured the humiliation and uttered the most impossible words. Zhao Fu sneered, "Sorry. I won't accept it." CG's heart sank, and his eyes became cold as he looked at Zhao Fu with resentment. He now understood that no matter what, Zhao Fu would not let him go. Suddenly, CG raised his sword and slashed towards the women beside him. He knew what Zhao Fu liked, and if he faced Zhao Fu now, he would definitely die. However, he did not want his women to be taken by Zhao Fu after he died. The women around him also didn't expect that their beloved CG would kill them. Just as the sword light was about to kill those women, CG suddenly stopped. Bang! Zhao Fu waved his hand, and an invisible force sent CG flying. He fell more than 10 meters away and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. The instant that CG turned around, Zhao Fu could sense his goal, and he looked at his women with interest. There were 10 women in total. One of them had a voluptuous figure and gave off a noble aura. She was CG's mother, and she was called Li Lingyue. Beside her was CG's father, and he looked at Zhao Fu furiously. He held his saber and prepared to attack Zhao Fu at any moment. One of them had a graceful figure and gave off a gentle aura. She was CG's older sister, and she was called Xianxia. In order to consolidate his position in the tribe, CG had married his older sister to someone who held great power in order to gain his support. One of them had a seductive figure and a flirtatious aura. She was CG's cousin, and she was called Xianxia. Now, CG's cousin looked at Zhao Fu in fear. One of them had a wild aura and an alluring figure, and it was obvious that she was from the desolate Crow race. She was most likely the daughter of the tribe's chief, and she was called Crow Raccoon. CG had married her to obtain power in the tribe. There were also a few other women. The one with a gentle aura was called Shi Yuyan, and the one with a virtuous aura was called Wan Shihan. Both of them had once ranked in the top 10 beauties in China. Of the remaining 4, one was a pair of sisters who had baby faces and alluring figures. They were called Wang Lu and Wang Mei, and they were most likely Chinese people. The other was tall and beautiful, and she was called Lu Li. The other was slim and cheerful, and she was called Autumn Leaf. Seeing that Zhao Fu was looking at his women, CG furiously yelled, "Zhao Fu, if you dare to touch them, I won't let you off even if I die. Even if I die, I won't let you off." However, apart from furiously yelling, CG did not even have the strength to get up. Under Zhao Fu's gaze, the women all had different expressions. Some were afraid, some were angry, and some were sad. They naturally understood what Zhao Fu meant. Wang Shihan took out a dagger and slashed it towards her throat, wanting to protect her body with her life. However, Zhao Fu waved his hand and stopped her, and her body was locked down. Zhao Fu felt quite displeased. "Now, you're all mine. You don't have the right to make your own decisions, and if you continue like this, I'll make you suffer a bit." CG's father furiously pointed at Zhao Fu with his saber and cursed, "You're the ruler of Qin State, yet you're doing such a despicable thing. You're worse than a beast." Bang! Zhao Fu casually waved his hand and sent CG's father flying back, and he lightly laughed as he said, "This has happened since ancient times." Back then, the emperor of Qin, Yingjing, took the concubines of the 6 states into his harem, and Liu Bang also inherited those concubines. "Since I've conquered you, they're mine. Moreover, do you think I'm a bad person?" "You're right, the desolate Crow race acknowledges experts. Since you've conquered us, we're willing to serve you," the daughter of the tribe's leader, CG's empress, said. The other 2 desolate Crow women also stood out and nodded, willing to serve Zhao Fu. CG's cousin's wife, Zhang Fian, also stood out and said, "Qin's Majesty. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything." CG's cousin hurriedly said, "I'm willing to give her to your Majesty and submit to Qin State." "Please don't kill me, your Majesty." CG looked at these people furiously and cursed, "You bunch of bastards, bitches." Bang! Zhao Fu waved his hand, and a formless energy sent CG flying back. CG crashed to the ground and blood continuously flowed out of his mouth, making him unable to speak. CG's mother, Li Lingyue, and big sister, Xianxia, watched this scene with heartache. They bowed to Zhao Fu and said, "We're willing to serve you, but please don't harm their lives." End of chapter 1445. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.